How dare you? You must not have any at home, so you resort to stealing my chickens. If I catch you, I'll chop off your hands, you wretched creature. I swear, who knows who it is? Don't pretend to be clueless while stealing my chickens. Why don't you choke and die? In this world, a grown adult with hands and feet only knows how to steal. No wonder you were born a mother, but raised without a father. Inside a dilapidated straw house, Chun Feng listened in bewilderment to the scolding voices of women outside. He had been sleeping soundly at home, completely unaware of what had transpired, and upon opening his eyes, he found himself here. Before long, a memory flooded his mind, and he began to comprehend the situation. This place resembled a parallel world to his former life, with everything nearly the same, except for the absence of familiar faces that in this world. A severe financial crisis had gripped society, with an unemployment rate soaring to 78% and wages plummeting to a fraction of what they once were. Nowadays, 100 fresh graduates fought tooth and nail for merely a dozen jobs, each offering a meager salary of only 1,200 yuan. Those who could not secure employment were left to fend for themselves or live off their families. Unfortunately, Chun Feng was one of those who had graduated just last year. He had anticipated that upon graduation, he would flourish and provide a better life for his mother. However, reality dealt him a crushing blow. Leaving him despondent, he fell into a cycle of smoking and drinking, becoming a mere drifter in the village, passing his days aimlessly. It all culminated in a drunken binge yesterday, where he consumed half a gin of liquor and, alongside some unknown chicken, drank himself to death. While he was still in a daze, a voice echoed in his mind. Host successfully transported. The Gold Digger system is now activated. Metal detection, gold, silver upgradable. Detection radius, 3 meters upgradable. Detection depth, 20 centimeters upgradable. Other functions, not yet activated. System upgrades require monetary value, which is equal to the money obtained from the metals the host discovers. Chun Feng pondered for quite some time before he grasped the essence of this system. In simple terms, it was a mechanism that could assist him in prospecting for gold, and the money earned from selling the gold would convert into equivalent points, which he could use to upgrade the system. This is essentially making me a gold digger. Chun Feng mused, stroking his chin. He had only ever seen others prospecting for gold on television, never imagining that he would one day become one himself. Just as he was lost in thought, the sound of footsteps approached from outside, and the door creaked open. A woman entered. Although her clothes were tattered, they were clean. Despite the years leaving their mark on her face, it was still evident that she had once been a striking beauty in her youth. She was Chun Feng's mother, Lu Ping. Their eyes met, and an awkward silence hung in the air. Lu Ping finally sighed, her gaze filled with concern as she began to tidy up the cigarette box and liquor bottles on the bed. "It was you who stole old Wang's chickens, wasn't it?" Lu Ping said, bringing a trash can closer. Chun Feng gazed at the basin of chickens atop the Kong and, after a brief silence, inquired, "Do you believe me when I say it wasn't me?" "I don't know what my belief matters. The Wang family must believe it," came the reply. "And if you didn't steal it, then where did those chickens on the Kong come from?" Lu Ping queried, her eyes fixed on Chun Feng with a hint of helplessness. Perhaps it was a case of despair leading to its demise. Chun Feng chuckled awkwardly. In the mere 10 minutes since his arrival in this unfamiliar world, he found himself unjustly bearing the blame. Who could he turn to for justice? Alas, refrain from thievery in the future. "I understand you were provoked by the Wang family's daughter-in-law, who has been gossiping about you. You retaliated out of indignation. If she wishes to talk, let her do so. I shall pretend to be oblivious. It won't cost me anything," Lu Ping retorted, fetching a cloth to shoo Chun Feng off the ground and begin cleaning the Kong. "By the way, your uncle called me yesterday." Lu Ping turned her gaze toward Chun Feng. The mention of his uncle triggered memories in Chun Feng's mind. He was indeed his maternal uncle, the brother of his mother. That man was somewhat conceited, especially after his son secured a job with a monthly salary of 2,000, which inflated his ego to an intolerable extent. Whenever he was mentioned, he would boast about his son, followed by a lecture to Chun Feng in a condescending tone. His mother was often berated, accused of pampering him, with remarks like "spoiling a child is akin to ruining them, you will come to regret this one day," and similar admonitions. Chun Feng recalled how his mother would often lower her head in shame, sighing in defeat before his uncle. The mere thought of his uncle's self-satisfied demeanor made Chun Feng roll his eyes in exasperation. Why must he meddle in our affairs, incessantly prattling on? What did that fool have to say? Chun Feng asked, irritation evident in his tone. Lu Ping, upon hearing this, turned back to him with a disapproving look, saying, Child, he is still your uncle, and his intentions are for your benefit. How can you speak so disrespectfully? After a pause, she sighed and continued, he suggested finding you a job as a security guard under his son, offering 800 a month. It is better than idling away your days. Chun Feng could not suppress a scoff, his smile tinged with derision. Does he truly think that is for my benefit? Isn't it merely because his son cannot find someone to fill that role at 800 a month? I would rather earn 600 elsewhere than serve under his son for that paltry sum. If I were to accept, he would undoubtedly make my life miserable thereafter. Lu Ping understood this reasoning, yet she knew that Chun Feng's current situation at home was untenable. She did not expect him to earn a fortune. Even a semblance of purpose was preferable to languishing at home with a bottle. Perhaps your uncle has a point. Why not give it a try for a couple of months? Lu Ping urged gently. Let it be I shall contemplate my own path, Chun Feng replied, shaking his head in refusal. With the system he had acquired, the prospect of becoming a mere security guard held no appeal for him at that time. Don't say 800 a month, even earning 800 a day would be effortless. Fine, if you don't wish to go, then don't, Lu Ping said, never one to pressure Chun Feng into doing anything. Since he was disinclined, it was perfectly acceptable to find something else to occupy his time. By the way, Mom, could you lend me some money? Chun Feng brought up the subject. Even if he had never engaged in gold panning, he had observed it. To strike gold, one requires a metal detector and an array of equipment. Currently, he possessed nothing and could not embark on this venture empty-handed. He needed to procure a set of tools first. Have you already spent the money I gave you last time? Lu Ping looked at Chun Feng with a hint of helplessness. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Chun Feng scratched his head. It was indeed awkward to ask his family for money at his age. Spend it wisely and cut down on drinking. It's not a beneficial habit, Lu Ping advised, pulling out some bills from her pocket and handing him a few. One $20 bill and three $10 bills totaling $50. From the state of their home, it was evident that Chun Feng's family was not well off. Lu Ping made a living by raising poultry and tending to a small plot of land. Occasionally, she would take on temporary work when available, earning about $50 a day. Throughout the year, her earnings barely reached $15,000. After covering daily expenses and what Chun Feng spent, little remained. Mom, I need $3,000, Chun Feng said, accepting the $50, feeling somewhat conflicted. What on earth? How much do you need? Lu Ping exclaimed, her eyes widening in disbelief. 3,000? What do you think I am? A millionaire. Lu Ping's face displayed clear refusal. There was no way she could grant such a request. Even giving him 50 was generous enough for several days. If she were to truly give him 3,000, he would likely not return home for half a month, only to come back once he had squandered it all. And oh, Mom, I want to go gold panning with the villagers. I need to buy a set of equipment. When you add it all up, it's likely to cost around 3,000. Chun Feng understood that Lu Ping thought he was going to waste it, which is why she was so shocked. He quickly added, consider this 3,000 alone. I will pay you back once I earn money. Skeptical, Lu Ping replied, is that true? You genuinely intend to go gold panning, not just waste money? Of course it's true. I feel I can't just sit idly any longer, Chun Feng replied earnestly. Gold panning. Mentioning gold panning made Lu Ping hesitate. Indeed, some villagers had taken to gold panning due to the poor economy and the scarcity of temporary jobs. They devised a way to earn money by utilizing a metal detector at the nearby abandoned gold mine. Everyone harbored dreams of discovering gold bars and becoming wealthy overnight. Unfortunately, nearly everyone returned home with only a few scraps of iron. Occasionally, someone might find a small nugget of gold, enough to keep them excited for half a month. In reality, the average monthly income for gold panners was merely $300 to $400. However, because everyone clings to the dream of striking gold tomorrow, many persist in this line of work despite meager incomes. Son, this field is far too unstable. It's akin to gambling. Perhaps you should seek a more stable job. Many in our village have purchased equipment only to find themselves unable to recoup their investments and have since given up. Lu Ping expressed her concern. She feared that Chun Feng might lose interest after a brief spell, ultimately incurring a loss of several thousand. Moreover, this profession is capricious. While it may seem promising, it lacks permanence. Mom, trust me, this one time I'm serious about this. I assure you this is not just a fleeting interest, Chen Feng replied, understanding her worries. After all, 3,000 yuan was no small sum for their family. Tea represented the hard-earned money from his mother's labor pulling weeds and farming under the scorching summer sun, painstakingly saved bit by bit. Seeing the earnestness in Chen Feng's demeanor, Lu Ping hesitated for a moment before retreating to her room, emerging with a red cloth bundle. She unfolded it before him, counting the crisp 100 yuan notes within. The total amounted to 2,900. She then retrieved some coins from her pocket to make a full 100, clutching the 3,000 yuan tightly. Lu Ping gazed intently at Chen Feng, her voice imbued with deep concern. My eldest son, please bring me some pride. Do not squander this money. Work diligently. You know how much it pains me when your uncle speaks of you in my presence, she continued. I long to hold my head high among our relatives. Yet, I feel powerless. I understand your struggles, which is why I seldom mention them, that I refrain from indulging myself. All for what purpose? She asked. Is it not to stand tall before our kin? They constantly suggest that I should not coddle you, that tossing you into a factory without support would be better. Yet, I firmly believe my son will not succumb to despair one day. He will achieve success and support this family. As she spoke, Lu Ping's eyes glistened with tears. No one comprehended the hardship she endured, raising Chen Feng alone, a struggle akin to that of a widow. Chen Feng, listening to his mother's heartfelt words, felt his own eyes reddened in a world that deemed him a failure. Only his mother, Lu Ping, continued to believe that he would one day awaken to his potential. Mom, rest assured, I will not disappoint you again, Chen Feng softly vowed, his words imbued with an unprecedented resolve. Take this money, I believe in you. Lu Ping replied, her voice thick with emotion as she placed the money in Chen Feng's hands and turned away. She wished to shield her son from witnessing her vulnerable side. As he accepted the 3,000 yuan, Chen Feng had never felt money weigh so heavily upon him. Stepping outside, he inhaled deeply under the bright sun, while the woman at the entrance, who had been cursing moments before, seemed to have grown tired and had since departed. Chen Feng instinctively reached into his pocket, hoping to retrieve a cigarette, only to find it completely empty. He shook his head and made his way to the village's agricultural machinery store. Upon entering, he noticed a few villagers gathered around the bar counter, engaged in conversation, while the shopkeeper, Han Jiangwo, leisurely smoked a cigarette behind the counter. Han Jiangwo sported a classic self-shaved crew cut typical of the village and wore a loose gray collared t-shirt, appearing to be in his 40s. One must admit, his knack for seizing opportunities was quite remarkable when gold diggers first began to appear in the village. He astutely capitalized on the situation. As the gold diggers sought their fortunes, he sold them tools, ensuring a steady profit regardless of whether they struck gold or not. Xiaofeng, what brings you here? Looking to buy agricultural machinery? Han Jiangwo greeted him with a smile, somewhat surprised by his presence. I came to see if you have a metal detector, Chen Feng replied as he surveyed the various farming tools displayed on the counter. Indeed, we have them. But what do you need a metal detector for? Planning to dig for gold yourself? Han Jiangwo asked, astonished. Just for fun, really, Chen Feng chuckled, offering no further explanation. Well, if you're hoping to strike it rich, have you heard about that fellow from the neighboring village? Apparently, he unearthed a gold nugget recently and sold it for over 20,000. You've heard he found gold, so you're tempted to try your luck too, aren't you? Han Jiangwo remarked with a knowing smile. The villagers nearby expressed their astonishment, chiming in with excitement. How much? Over 20,000? Good heavens, that lad has struck it rich. Well then, I might as well try my hand at it tomorrow. I barely earn that much in a year of farming. If I were to find such a large nugget, I'd be set for a year. My wife wouldn't dare to utter a word. Noticing Chen Feng's silence, Han Jiangwo continued to chatter. I must tell you, coming to me was a wise choice. You know whose metal detector that lad used to find such a large nugget? Mine. If it weren't for my metal detector, he'd be dreaming if he thought he could unearth something so substantial. Chapter 3. Equipped and ready to pan after indulging in self-talk for quite some time, he finally remembered to take Chen Feng to view the tools. Come, Xiaofeng. Follow me to the warehouse and see what you require. Han Jiangwo stepped out from behind the bar, guiding Chen Feng to the adjacent storage area. Here, take a look. This smaller one is priced at 2,006, while the larger one costs 4,008. Which do you prefer? Han Jiangwo gestured towards two metal detectors standing against the wall. Chen Feng examined the devices, stroking his chin as he inquired, "What are the differences between these two?" "Well, you get what you pay for. The larger model has a greater detection depth, a longer range, and is more precise. The smaller one has a limited range, but it is still accurate. I recommend you go for the 2006 option. Once you earn some money, you can always upgrade," Han Jiangwo suggested. His recommendation for the smaller model stemmed not from practicality, but from concern that Chen Feng might not afford the larger one. If Chen Feng could manage even the smaller model, Han Jiangwo would be quite satisfied. 2006 isn't exactly cheap. Could you possibly give me a discount? I frequently purchase items from you. I'm a regular customer. Chen Feng bargained. Upon hearing this, Han Jiangwo chuckled helplessly. "Oh brother, you really know how to jest. When have you ever bought anything from me? You always shop at the little convenience store next door." Chen Feng, unfazed by the comment, grinned and replied, "Well, I am here now, so you should acknowledge my presence. All right, since you've asked, let's not dwell on the 2006. How about I sell it to you for 2,550? Han Jiangwo conceded. "Fine, if you say 2,550. Then it shall be so. I trust your judgment." Chen Feng refrained from further haggling. "Since you're set on panning for gold, I have other essential items as well. Let me show you what you might need." Han Jiangwo continued, providing a comprehensive service. "This backpack is perfect for storing miscellaneous items, as well as food and tools, and essential for gold panning. I got it for 120, but I'll sell it to you for 80. It's quite sturdy. What do you think?" He lifted a black backpack and tugged at it to demonstrate its durability. Chen Feng, however, did not believe even a single punctuation mark of Han Jiangwo's words. 120 as the purchase price, selling for 80. Was he trying to deceive him? Chen Feng examined the bag closely and frowned. "I believe I've seen this bag online for just 60. Of course, he had not actually seen it online. He was merely fabricating. Han Jiangwo shook his head vigorously. "Impossible. A bag of that quality for 60? That is absurd. It could last 10 years without breaking. The quality online is certainly inferior to mine. How about this? Let us say I'm supporting you. I'll sell it for 70. Chen Feng nodded in agreement. 70 is acceptable. I'll take one. Great. Now, take a look at this small shovel, perfect for panning and digging. The larger one is 10, and the smaller one is 8. Which would you like?" Han Jiangwo squatted down, presenting two brand new small shovels. "You're asking for 10 yuan, right?" Before Chen Feng could finish his sentence, Han Jiangwo interjected, "Brother, this truly cannot be cheaper. It's already 10 yuan, and any further reduction would mean a loss." Chen Feng chuckled at this. He hadn't intended to haggle, recognizing that there was little room for negotiation at such a price. "All right, then it's 10 yuan. Upon hearing this, Han Jiangwo let out a sigh of relief, placing the shovel into Chen Feng's bag. He then retrieved two small glass bottles from the shelf, each about the length of a finger and slightly thicker than a thumb. "These two glass bottles are a gift for you. If you happen to find any small gold nuggets, you can store them in these bottles to prevent losing them elsewhere." It must be said that Han Jiangwo was quite thorough and adept in his business dealings. "For now, this is sufficient. Since it's your first time panning for gold, there's no need to prepare too much. You can always come back here if you need more," Han Jiangwo remarked. "All right, then this will do," Chen Feng replied after a brief glance. The two returned to the shop, where Han Jiangwo began calculating the total cost. 2,550 plus 70 plus 10, that makes 2,630. "Do you prefer to pay by mobile payment or cash?" Han Jiangwo asked with a smile. "Cash. You didn't even suggest rounding it off for me," Chen Feng responded as he pulled out the money, counting it as he spoke. "I truly cannot afford to give you a discount. You know this is a small business, and I'm not making much profit," Han Jiangwo said, still smiling. With this transaction, he stood to earn at least 400 yuan, and his address shifted from calling Chen Feng Little Feng to brother. Those in business often claim to be unprofitable, and Chen Feng had little faith in his words. Although unsure of the exact amount Han Jiangwo earned, he estimated it to be in the hundreds. "Here's the money. Please count it," Chen Feng said, handing over the neatly arranged cash. "Count. We're from the same village. Do you think I wouldn't trust you?" Han Jiangwo chuckled, accepting the money, giving it a cursory glance before stashing it in the drawer. There was indeed no need to count. Han Jiangwo had been closely observing Chen Feng while he counted. Even if Chen Feng made an error, Han Jiangwo would not. As Chen Feng slung the black bag over his shoulder, he noticed a box of white Pagoda Mountain cigarettes on the bar. Curious, he inquired, "Whose cigarettes are these?" "Mine. Brother, if you want one, feel free to take it," Han Jiangwo generously offered. He was merely being polite, as he presumed Chen Feng would only take one. After all, who would dare take the entire box? To his surprise, Chen Feng took a cigarette and then stuffed the rest of the box into his pocket without any hint of reservation. Thank you. He then casually grabbed the lighter from the bar, waving his hand as he walked out, lighting his cigarette as he went. Take care, Han Jiangwo's smile faltered. His hand raised to say something, but ultimately he held his tongue. He wanted to say, you could at least return the lighter, but having already given away the cigarettes. He felt it was inappropriate to ask for the lighter back. After Chen Feng departed with his belongings, someone in the room could not help but remark, is that young lad truly going to prospect for gold? Han Jiangwo, overhearing, rolled his eyes and leaned against the bar, stating prospect? Nonsense. It's merely a fleeting whim. He probably heard someone struck it rich and wishes to follow suit. Just look at him. He hardly seems the type to uncover any gold. The others nearby chuckled, teasing Han Jiangwo. If you felt that way, why not voice it when he was here? To which Han Jiangwo shot back with a glance. What nonsense. If you're so capable, why don't you say it? I certainly wouldn't dare. That lad is just a street urchin. Who would want to provoke him? I still have business to attend to. The group erupted in laughter, one chiming in, indeed. If he can strike gold, then I shall do the same tomorrow. Am I not his equal? Chapter 4. Newcomers join the team. By the way, old Han. You mentioned someone from the neighboring village struck gold worth 20,000, right? The others turned to old Han, who chuckled, I've forgotten the specifics. I merely heard it from someone else, who knows what they were called. In truth, there was no such occurrence. Old Han had fabricated this tale to promote his tools. If someone had truly found 20,000 in gold, the nearby village would have been abuzz, and there would be no need for old Han to spread the word. Let alone finding 20,000. If anyone were to discover even a few hundred, it would be the talk of the village for a fortnight. Upon returning home, Lu Ping was busy cooking and glanced back curiously at the items Chen Feng had brought. Once she finished stewing the vegetables, she approached the metal detector, inquiring, is this the device for gold prospecting? How much did it cost? 2,600. I haggled down 50, and with the shovel and other items. It totaled 2,603, Chen Feng replied, gesturing to the bag on the table. This thing is truly expensive. Such a large device costs so much. Lu Ping lamented. You can't catch a wolf without risking a child. Once we finish dinner, I'll go find Brother Zheng. I'll ask him to take me along for gold prospecting tomorrow and see what time they start and if there's anything else I should be aware of. Make sure to inquire thoroughly about the details and learn from them, Lu Ping advised. Understood, Chen Feng said, raising his cup filled with boiling water and downing it in one go, preparing for dinner. After dinner, Chen Feng made his way to Zheng Ping's home. In the countryside, there is no formality of knocking. One simply pushes the door open. Upon entering, he saw Zheng Ping's wife cleaning the floor while Zheng Ping sat at the dining table smoking, the dishes still untouched, indicating they had just finished their meal. Xiao Feng, come sit. Both were taken aback at Chen Feng's arrival, and Zheng Ping gestured for him to take a seat. Zheng Ping, 30 years of age, was a man of integrity, his physique robust from years of labor. He had been married to his wife for 6 years, she was 28. And together they made a fine couple. Sister-in-law is mopping the floor. Brother Zheng has just eaten. Chen Feng smiled as he settled across from Zheng Ping. Having just finished his meal, Zheng welcomed me warmly. Would you like a bite? There's plenty left. I'll pass. I've just had dinner at home, Chen Feng replied, waving his hand. Then how about a smoke? Zheng Ping suggested, retrieving a cigarette from his pack, which contained the affordable Lingji brand at 6 yuan per box. Chen Feng accepted the cigarette, and Zheng Ping lit it for him. Chen Feng shielded the flame with his hand, gently tapping Zheng Ping's hand as a gesture of gratitude. Zhenggu, I've also purchased a metal detector. Chen Feng exhaled a plume of smoke. You bought one too? Planning to pan for gold? Zheng Ping remarked with surprise. Just looking for something to do, really. It's all for fun, Chen Feng chuckled. To be honest, it seemed promising before I started. But now I realize it's all about luck. After a whole day, I end up collecting nothing but scraps of copper and iron. On a good day, I might find a bit of silver, but actual gold can take ages to come across. Sometimes, if luck runs low, the cost of traveling exceeds any potential gain. Zheng Ping couldn't help but laugh at the absurdity of it all. When are you heading out? Want to share a ride with us? Zheng Ping inquired before Chen Feng could respond. Well, I thought it would be wise to join you all, save on some travel costs. And it's always better to have company, Chen Feng smiled. All right then, I'll count you in. The round-trip fare is 15 yuan, as you know. Zheng Ping flicked the ash from his cigarette. Okay, I'll give you the money now. When are you leaving? Chen Feng began to reach for his wallet. But Zheng Ping stopped him with a hand. There's no rush. We'll sort it out tomorrow. Usually, we depart at 6 in the morning and return by 6 in the evening. Make sure to have breakfast and bring some snacks and water. There's south no place to eat at noon, just some dry rations, Zheng Ping advised thoughtfully. Right, I'll head to the convenience store shortly to grab some things. Chen Feng nodded. Have you got everything? No essentials left behind like a backpack or shovel? Zheng Ping asked. No, I bought everything I needed from Han Zhengwo's place. He even threw in a couple of small bottles as a bonus, Chen Feng explained. That's good. I have some extra tools lying around. So you don't need to buy more. Since you're just starting out, it's best not to gather too much that's unnecessary, Zheng Ping said. Speaking from experience. Okay, Zheng, I'll take my leave now. Let us go strike it rich tomorrow. Haha, Chen Feng said as he stood up, laughing. Absolutely. Feel free to ask me anything if you have questions, Zheng Ping remarked as he accompanied Chen Feng to the door. Once outside, Chen Feng turned towards the convenience store. Inside, a group of people was engrossed in a game of poker, while others watched with interest. The store owner, Lu Dehai, in his 50s, with a beer belly and a receding hairline, was quite familiar with Chen Feng, as he often shopped there. Welcome. What can I get for you? Lu Dehai greeted Chen Feng. I'd like 2 bottles of mineral water, 2 loaves of bread, 2 sausages, and a box of white pagoda cigarettes. Oh, and a bottle of Sprite. Chen Feng scanned the shelves. Sure thing. Coming right up, Lu Dehai said, not even glancing as he retrieved the items from behind the counter. After 2 decades of operating a grocery store, it could be said that he could effortlessly locate items with his eyes closed. Chen Feng glanced at the bottle of mineral water, letting out a faint sigh. He had no idea which obscure brand produced it, as the bottle was so flimsy it creaked, leading him to question whether it contained nothing more than local tap water. At least the bread and ham were somewhat respectable. However, the Sprite appeared somewhat dubious. Upon closer inspection, he discovered it was a counterfeit brand. What is this nonsense? I asked for Sprite, yet you sell this imitation, he remarked as he returned the drink. Hey, the taste is quite similar. This one is 2 yuan, whereas Sprite is 2.50. If you want Sprite, I can exchange it for you, Lu Dehai replied, taking back the fake drink and replacing it with a legitimate Sprite. He then handed Chen Feng a plastic bag, helping him pack his items, and retrieved a pack of white pagoda cigarettes from the shelf. These cigarettes aren't counterfeit, are they? Chen Feng inquired, inspecting the pack. He wasn't skilled enough to discern counterfeit cigarettes at a mere glance, but he had learned to be cautious, as Lu Dehai's merchandise often leaned toward the imitation. Oh, I wouldn't dare make such a claim. Selling counterfeit cigarettes is illegal, Lu Dehai quickly shook his head, seizing the moment while others were distracted. He discreetly swapped Chen Feng's pack for a genuine one. Observing this, Chen Feng was left speechless and pointed at Lu Dehai in disbelief. Lu Dehai chuckled and mouthed that he had taken the wrong pack. Fengzi, I heard you purchased a metal detector from Han Zhengwo. Are you planning to pan for gold? Lu Dehai leaned over the counter and asked. Chapter 5. News travels swiftly. Goodness, who told you that? I was merely having a meal. And the news has already reached you? Chen Feng responded, quite astonished. He had underestimated the village's information network. The villagers had little to occupy their time, and thus engaged in idle gossip. If one were to merely let out a fart at the village entrance, it wouldn't take more than half an hour for the news to reach the far end of the village, particularly in a small shop like this. It served as a classic hub for information exchange, though the veracity of the gossip was often mixed, requiring one to discern the truth. Can that thing actually find gold? I find it hard to believe. Spending several thousand on a device, if you strike gold, then great, but if not, you'll only earn a few hundred a month. Toiling from dawn till dusk, which hardly seems worthwhile. Ever since gold panning became popular in our village, I haven't heard of anyone striking it rich. A group might be lucky to find 2 or 3 grams in half a month. Meanwhile, Mrs. Zhang, who collects scrap, is worn out from her daily haul of iron. Lu Dehai chuckled at the thought, realizing they had inadvertently helped Mrs. Zhang. In a year of scavenging for iron, she wouldn't gather as much as they could unearth in half a month. Why not give it a try? What if luck is on my side? How much do I owe you? Chen Feng asked, lifting the plastic bag. Water is 2 yuan, bread 3, ham 4, Sprite 2.50, plus a pack of cigarettes for 8. That totals 19.50, Lu Dehai promptly replied. In rural shops, profits were usually slim, so he wouldn't round down unless the purchase exceeded 50 yuan. Without the 5 cents, here is another piece for you, and a loaf of bread as well. Chen Feng handed him 21. All right, I'll throw in 2 more candies for you. When you're hungry at work tomorrow, You can nibble on those and hopefully bring back a little more. Lu Dehai accepted the money and retrieved 2 sour candies from the box on the bar, tossing them into the bag with the bread. Thank you. If I earn some money, the first thing I'll do is come here to spend it, Chen Feng remarked, lifting the bag and grinning at him. Haha, great. I'll be waiting for your good news, Lu Dehai replied, visibly pleased by Chen Feng's words. And he stood up to speak. However, since it was a hassle to escort Chen Feng out of the bar, he refrained from doing so. Those gathered to watch began to discuss Chen Feng's departure. This kid seems to be doing quite well. He even bought something to eat. Can he really earn back the money he spent on food? Of course. Including the food and travel costs, the expenses are over 30. Can he really earn 30 with that broken thing in a day? I doubt it. Even seasoned veterans who pan for gold average less than 30 a day. How can a novice like him possibly earn more than the pros? Exactly. I reckon he'll end up empty-handed, returning just as he came. Haha. Lu Dehai frowned upon hearing their comments. Most villagers shared this penchant for mocking others. Although he was reluctant to hear such words, he understood they were customers. So he chose not to delve deeper, merely stating from behind the bar, what if Fengzi manages to find some? Besides, he knows how to work now, which is an improvement over before. At least it's a good thing. The villagers in the shop remained non-committal, sharing only disdainful smiles. Their preconceived notions of Chen Feng deeply ingrained. They were skeptical of his ability to strike gold and doubted his perseverance, predicting that after a few days without success, he'd lose motivation. Once the initial enthusiasm waned, they believed he would abandon his efforts altogether. Chen Feng soon returned home, and Lu Ping, noticing the bag he was carrying, inquired, "What did you buy?" "Food," he replied. Zheng Gu said, "I'd be out all day, and there's nowhere to eat in the fields. So I need to bring some provisions." Chen Feng placed the items on the table. "It seems it is indeed a whole day. I heard Heir's wife mention that you need to leave in the morning, right?" Lu Ping recalled. "We depart at 6 in the morning and hurry back by 6 in the evening," Chen Feng informed her. 6 o'clock? That means you have to get up by 5:30. I'll prepare some food for you in the morning. Eat before you go, or you'll be relying on this little bit of food all day." Lu Ping expressed her concern. "All right, please do," Chen Feng agreed without hesitation. "Then you should hurry to bed. You need to wake up at 5 tomorrow, Lu Ping remarked, glancing at the time. "Okay, I'll head to bed now. You should also turn in early," Chen Feng replied before returning to his room. The Kong had already been heated, and the bedding was laid out. Chen Feng felt its warmth. It was springtime, although the days were not too cold. A fire was still necessary for sleeping, as the nighttime temperatures remained low, and the Kong was much cooler than a regular bed. Disrobing, Chen Feng reclined on the Kong, his mind preoccupied with thoughts of tomorrow's gold prospecting. Sleep eluded him, not solely due to excitement and anticipation, but also from the nagging fear of failure. What if he returned empty-handed? After persistently adjusting the system panel and confirming that this was not merely an illusion, he gradually relinquished his anxiety and succumbed to a deep slumber. At 5:20 the following morning, Chen Feng's alarm clock blared, rousing him from his stupor. To be frank, he disliked rising early, yet there was no alternative. He sat up, lit a cigarette to clear his head, and then descended from the Kong. Outside, Lu Ping had already prepared breakfast, awaiting his arrival. Had Chen Feng lingered any longer, Lu Ping would have been compelled to knock on his door, fearing he might oversleep. "Quickly, wash your face and eat," Lu Ping urged. "All right," Chen Feng replied, filling a basin with water. The icy coldness of the tap water jolted him awake. Without mixing in any warm water, he splashed his face vigorously. The frigid water invigorated him completely. After freshening up, Chen Feng settled at the table, where a dish of stir-fried shredded potatoes awaited him, accompanied by homemade spicy pickled cabbage and 5 boiled eggs. "I haven't peeled the eggs. Take as many as you can eat. If you can't finish them, take them with you and eat them whenever you feel hungry," Lu Ping advised. "Okay," Chen Feng nodded, picking up his chopsticks and beginning his meal. Within a mere 10 minutes, he had finished, glancing at the clock, which read 5:53. He commenced tidying his belongings, preparing his bag so that he could depart at a moment's notice, awaiting Zheng Ping's call. In less than 2 minutes, Zheng Ping pushed the door open. "I've come to wake you, Lu Jia. The car is here," he announced, greeting Lu Ping before beckoning to Chen Feng. "All right, take care," Lu Ping called out. "Sure, Mom. I'm off," Chen Feng replied, shouldering his bag and following Zheng Ping outside. A dilapidated van capable of seating a dozen passengers awaited them, driven by Huang Fei, a local from the village. Chen Feng climbed aboard, tools in hand. Huang Fei, a lean young man of 27, had little interest in farming, prompting his family to purchase a second-hand van for him to transport people and goods. Chen Feng, I didn't expect you to join the gold rush as well. Did you buy your tools from Old Han? Huang Fei inquired, turning his head to speak. Yes, all of this equipment, Chen Feng responded as he settled into the van. This was the rural way of making small talk. Even when one knew the answer, it was customary to ask, lest the silence become unbearable. Once aboard, Chen Feng noted that the van was filled with 8 or 9 others, all preparing to prospect for gold together. He found a place next to Jinping, exchanging pleasantries with a few familiar faces as the vehicle set in motion. Gazing out at the dawnlit sky, Chen Feng leaned back in his seat, awaiting their destination. The abandoned mine was approximately an hour's drive away, and they would arrive around 7. As the van jostled along, Chen Feng felt the earlier surge of energy dissipate, his eyelids growing heavy with fatigue. He was unaware of the reason, yet every time he embarked on a journey by car, drowsiness would envelop him. He even contemplated that if insomnia ever plagued him, he might seek someone to take him for a leisurely ride, ensuring a sound slumber. Within mere minutes, Chen Feng succumbed to slumber, snoring softly in the vehicle, while a few others also drifted off into sleep. When Chen Feng finally opened his eyes again, it was Zheng Ping's voice that stirred him awake. Fengzi, we have arrived, wake up. Groggily, Chen Feng blinked and turned his gaze toward the window. Before him lay a barren expanse of land, strewn with stones and rubble. This was the abandoned mining site. Everyone eagerly disembarked, tools in hand, with Chen Feng being the last to exit. Once they had all alighted, Huang Fei announced his departure, promising to return at 6 in the evening to collect them. Will the machines be operational? Zheng Ping inquired while preparing his gear. Yes, I studied them at home yesterday, Chen Feng replied, beginning to don his own equipment. The so-called preparation involved merely attaching the headphones of the metal detector. Although the detector would emit a sound upon detecting something, sometimes the noise was too faint to discern from a distance. By wearing the headphones, he ensured that even the softest sound would be audible, leaving no discovery overlooked. With a black backpack slung over his shoulder and a lengthy metal detector in hand, Chen Feng donned a full-cover headset. Looking up, he noticed that others had already begun their search, wielding their detectors as they scoured the ground, resembling a battalion of engineers probing for landmines. This sight evoked a chuckle from Chen Feng. He chose not to rush, but instead activated the system. The system offered no indication of valuable finds. Thus, he deemed it unnecessary to linger and proceeded forward. At that moment, the sound of a metal detector echoed in the air. Oh! Everyone turned in unison, discovering that it was Zheng Ping's device that had emitted the sound. Zheng Ping, his face beaming with delight, realized that fortune was on his side from the very start. The closer he approached, the louder the sound grew, prompting him to continually adjust the detector to pinpoint the location. After a series of sounds, he finally identified the object's position. He crouched down, extracting a small shovel from his pocket, and began to dig. Observing this, Chen Feng approached, curious to see Zheng Ping's technique and how it compared to his own recollections. However, upon nearing, Chen Feng received no signal from his system, leading him to conclude that, if the system was accurate, there were likely no valuable finds nearby. Zheng Ping scooped a handful of earth from the designated spot and waved it near the metal detector. If there was no sound, it indicated that gold was not present within the soil. He discarded the earth and continued to dig, repeating this process. Finally, on the third scoop, the shovel triggered a sound from the detector. Oh, this confirmed that something valuable was indeed in the soil. Zheng Ping cautiously sifted a bit of the earth away and checked the detector once more. If it rang, it signified that the treasure lay within the shovel, prompting him to continue lifting the soil, sifting it meticulously, piece by piece. If there is no sound, it signifies that the goods have been cast aside. One simply needs to locate the recently displaced soil. Many people, upon hearing the term gold panning, envision large nuggets of gold and silver, easily discernible like pebbles. However, this is a misconception. Often, what is found are grains of gold, scarcely larger than sand, and nearly indistinguishable without careful scrutiny. After a few more casts, Zheng Ping discovered the object that had triggered the metal detector within his shovel. It was a small, grayish-white iron fragment, slightly rusted on the exterior. He held the fragment up to the detector, which emitted a beeping sound. Observing this, Zheng Ping sighed, unwilling to concede defeat, and swept the shovel over the metal detector once more. This time, the detector remained silent, confirming that the noise had emanated from the small iron piece. What is it? Is it gold? Someone nearby inquired while continuing to sift. Nonsense, just a rusty iron scrap, Zheng Ping replied, tossing the fragment into his bag as he rose from the ground. His companions expressed mild disappointment, but continued their thorough search of the mining area. Meanwhile, Chen Feng, noticing the situation, began to wander aimlessly around the site with his detector. After a while, they observed Chen Feng meandering without conducting any searches, resembling a leisurely stroll. Fengzi, what are you doing? Why aren't you detecting anything? What is the point of wandering back and forth? It's nothing. I'm seeking a favorable spot. Chen Feng responded, continuing his aimless wandering. The others shook their heads in disbelief. A fellow in his 20s, who had been detecting for a year, could not help but scoff, muttering, a favorable spot? As if you possess any divination skills. At this rate, you won't even find an iron scrap, let alone gold or silver. The speaker, named Song Hui, bore the countenance of someone seasoned in the trade. I concur, this is no way to search. You ought to consult us experienced individuals instead of fumbling around aimlessly. I doubt you will uncover anything worthwhile. Another individual besides Song Hui echoed his disdain. In any event, detecting proved to be rather uneventful. The group scattered in pairs, engaging in casual conversation, while Chen Feng distanced himself from them. As Chen Feng continued to wander, he grew increasingly perplexed. Nearly 20 minutes had elapsed, and he had traversed the vicinity multiple times without receiving any notifications from the system. Is the system merely toying with me? He pondered. Just then, the system unexpectedly chimed in with a notification. Within a 3-meter radius, precious metals are present. Chen Feng's expression brightened at this revelation, and he promptly began to maneuver the detector back and forth. Given that a 3-meter radius is quite expansive, he first needed to delineate the area based on the system's indication to ensure the object lay within this range. Subsequently, he would sweep the detector across this marked area meticulously, guaranteeing thoroughness and preventing any oversight due to haphazard searching. As Chen Feng conducted his probing, his peculiar actions caught the attention of those around him, who regarded him with expressions of bewilderment. What's this fellow up to? Is he dancing? Why is he measuring back and forth? If he hasn't found anything, he should just move on instead of lingering in the same spot, they murmured. In Chapter 7, titled The First Shipment, they observed that while everyone was walking in a straight line, scanning with their detectors, Chen Feng seemed to be tracing circles. I wonder where he learned to prospect like this. If he actually finds something, it would indeed be a curious occurrence, Song Hui scoffed. Amidst the banter, Zheng Ping, witnessing Chen Feng's unorthodox methods, felt a sense of helplessness. Understanding that Chen Feng was a novice and lacked expertise in gold prospecting, he resolved to teach him the proper techniques. However, just as Zheng Ping approached, he heard the detector emit a sound. Oh, Zheng Ping exclaimed, momentarily widening his eyes in surprise. To his astonishment, Chen Feng's unconventional probing method had indeed yielded results. He quickly moved closer, pointing to the spot from which the sound emanated. Don't rush, take your time. It seems like the signal was right here. At the moment the detector beeped, Chen Feng could not help but grin widely. He meticulously scanned the area, ultimately pinpointing the location of the find. As he crouched down to retrieve his shovel from his bag, Zheng Ping promptly handed over his own shovel, joining him in the task. With a smile, Chen Feng accepted the shovel, scooping up a handful of earth to continue his search with the detector. Meanwhile, their companions, who had been observing from a distance, exchanged astonished glances upon seeing the two men crouched together. What is happening? Have they actually found something? One gasped. It seems so. Otherwise, why would they be crouching? Look, they're clearly digging, another replied. Unbelievable. This chap seems to possess some sort of luck. I haven't even found a scrap of metal, and yet he, a newcomer, has stumbled upon something, Song Hui remarked, his surprise evident as he watched Chen Feng and Zheng Ping. But what use is finding something if it doesn't yield a reward? Why the astonishment? Others nodded in agreement, acknowledging that it was indeed premature to celebrate without knowing the nature of the discovery. As Chen Feng raised the shovel above the detector, it chimed once more. Take it slow, don't dump everything out at once. It could make things harder to locate, Zheng Ping advised, observing carefully. After lifting the shovel slightly and digging a couple of times, the detector continued to signal. With his left hand on the shovel and his right hand probing through the contents, Chen Feng sifted carefully. Zheng Ping, assisting from the side, suddenly spotted a grayish-white object. His face lit up with excitement as he pointed to the shovel in Chen Feng's hand. There it is. Chen Feng, noticing the small white fragment, picked it up and ran it over the metal detector once more. A sound of "oh" echoed, confirming the authenticity of the object in hand. This cannot be iron, can it? Chen Feng remarked with a smirk, glancing at the item he held. Zheng Ping took the small piece, examined it closely, and joyfully declared, "No, no. This is silver, and it appears to be quite substantial, perhaps 4 or 5 grams. With gold priced at 400 and silver at 8. After deducting a third for impurities, we should still yield around 3 grams. That amounts to 24 yuan. The gold and silver they had unearthed contained considerable impurities and were not pure, thus. They needed to be taken to a merchant for refinement into pure gold before they could be sold. Typically, the loss stood at approximately 1/3. Zheng Ping chuckled heartily, patting Chen Feng on the shoulder and returning the small silver piece to him. Experiencing his first successful find, Chen Feng was overjoyed. He retrieved a glass bottle he had prepared and placed the silver piece inside, sealing it tightly. Those nearby were taken aback by their laughter, exchanging astonished glances. What is happening? Why are they so elated? Could it be they truly struck gold? Could it be? Did Chen Feng really find something of value? Goodness! What is going on, Lao Zheng? What is the matter? Everyone set aside their endeavors, turning their attention to Chen Feng, with some unable to contain their curiosity, shouting out. A find. A silver piece, no less. Worth a few dozen. Zheng Ping stood up, laughing exuberantly, as if the treasure belonged to him. Upon hearing this, the crowd was filled with astonishment, their expressions incredulous as they gazed at Chen Feng, who was shaking the small bottle in his hand. Really? Is there truly something? Song Hui remarked, equally surprised, disbelief etched across his face. Just moments ago, he had asserted that someone like Chen Feng would surely find nothing. And now he was swiftly proven wrong. In less than an hour since his arrival, Chen Feng had unearthed a silver piece worth dozens of yuan. What extraordinary luck! How remarkable! This lad has indeed discovered a treasure trove right from the start. It became clear why he had been wandering around, as it appeared he had indeed heard something. I wondered why he kept circling. Turns out he was onto something all along. The crowd looked at Chen Feng with a mix of envy and admiration, resuming their own searches with renewed vigor. Observing others' finds was futile. No amount of watching would yield their own treasures. Congratulations on a fortuitous start. Your luck is remarkable. Keep it up. If you can gather 100, today could be quite profitable, Zheng Ping said, accepting the shovel handed to him by Chen Feng with a grin. Indeed. And you as well. There's still plenty of time. No need to rush, Chen Feng replied, picking up the detector lying on the ground and echoing Zheng Ping's sentiment. Zheng Ping bent down, beginning his search with the detector, while Chen Feng continued to stroll about, seeking his own auspicious spot. Finally, someone detected something, their face breaking into a long-lost smile as they crouched down, ready to excavate with their shovel. Regrettably, he did not possess the fortuitous luck of Chen Feng. A few minutes later, he gazed at the brass-like object in his hand and sighed. It could only be said that it was better than nothing, certainly. It was preferable to a mere chunk of iron. Accumulating enough brass could yield a modest sum. Approximately 15 minutes later, Chen Feng finally heard the system's prompt once more. Unable to contain his delight, he chuckled softly, circling the spot where he stood, marking an area before commencing a thorough search. Upon hearing a sound, Chen Feng couldn't help but grin widely, promptly kneeling down to retrieve the small shovel from his bag. With a decisive scoop, he checked the detector. But there was no find. He exerted himself, taking another vigorous scoop, only to discover that the detector remained silent. After several more attempts, he had formed a small mound of dirt beside him, and at last, the detector sprang to life. "Oh, let me see what you are made of," he exclaimed, his voice filled with excitement. "Gold! Gold! Gold!" As he continued to excavate, he shouted fervently. After a few more scoops, when the detector ceased its beeping, Chen Feng understood that the treasure had been unearthed. He then crouched down to meticulously sift through the small mound of dirt. Before long, he spotted a silver nugget of a similar size to his previous finds. Not gold, but still quite commendable, he mused. This should amount to $50 in total. Chen Feng produced a small vial and placed the silver nugget inside, now possessing 2 silver pieces in his collection. It dawned on him why Wei Jiangwo had gifted him 2 vials, one for gold and one for silver. Initially, he had thought that perhaps the gifts were of little value, and that having a spare in case one broke was merely a precaution. In reality, Wei Jiangwo had not intended it that way. He simply thought that gifting one would seem too stingy, and if it broke, It would be a hassle to ask for another. Thus, he opted for 2 vials. The notion of dividing the contents between the 2 vials was utterly absurd. Who would take the trouble to do so? Days could pass without a single gold piece, and sometimes even silver was scarce. Who would carry 2 vials clanging together for no reason? Only Chen Feng, who would dig into the ground and inevitably find something, found himself in need of 2 vials. A thought that was entirely his own overindulgence. As noon approached, with the sun beating down, everyone felt the rising temperature, prompting them to loosen their buttons and gather for a meal. Chen Feng glanced at his watch. It was now 11:30. So he picked up his detector and joined them for lunch. Aside from the initial 2 silver nuggets, his detector had beeped 3 more times. To his disappointment, the long-awaited gold had not materialized, only more silver nuggets. One was rather small, weighing approximately a gram, while the other 2, though slightly diminished in size compared to the first 2, were not significantly smaller, gathering a modest sum. I estimated that my earnings for the morning were around 100 yuan, a rather bountiful harvest indeed. Upon returning, some people sat on the ground and began to rummage for food. Chen Feng first uncapped a bottle of mineral water and drank it in one go, only then retrieving his bread and other snacks. Having walked continuously throughout the morning without even a sip of water, he was indeed parched. When everyone began to unveil their provisions, Chen Feng realized that he was the only one with beverages, mineral water, and bread. The others had brought steamed buns and pickled vegetables, while a few of the younger ones had brought along a sausage. After all, the fare for the journey was quite steep, and they typically refrained from spending money on food like Chen Feng did, opting instead to save wherever possible. The water they brought was tap water from home, filled to the brim in a large cup. Zheng Ping produced a few pancakes along with some green onions, wrapping them together, and then revealed a small jar containing homemade fermented bean paste, dipping it as he ate. You're fortunate to have found something. If you hadn't tea, you'd have lost the money spent on bread and drinks. A gold panner like you eat so lavishly, truly one of a kind, Song Hui remarked. Glancing at Chen Feng's bread, sausage, and Sprite, his tone laced with a hint of sarcasm. Meanwhile, he bit into a somewhat stale and cold steamed bun, swallowing it with a bit of pickled vegetable. Well, what can we do? It's all about luck. You really ought to save. After all, one doesn't typically find much in a day, and eating bread would only mean greater losses, Chen Feng said, stuffing the sausage into the bread and taking a hearty bite, chuckling. Humph. Song Hui remained silent, clearly catching the undertone of Chen Feng's words. So, what did you all find this morning? I only managed to dig up a few iron blocks. Damn it, someone inquired. I did reasonably well today, unearthing a small silver nugget worth about 20 yuan, at least covering my travel expenses, another person replied. That's something. I didn't even recoup my fare this morning. Truly frustrating, came the disheartened response. I had a lucky break, finding a sizable silver nugget, probably worth 50 yuan. Haha, Zheng Ping said, pulling out a small bottle from his pocket to show them. Wow, that's impressive. You struck gold today. Even if you find nothing this afternoon, it's still worth it, someone exclaimed, curiosity piqued. How does that compare to Chen Feng's find? Didn't you say his could also fetch a decent price? Someone wondered aloud. Mine isn't as large as his, Chen Feng replied, shaking his head after glancing at Zheng Ping's nugget. No worries, don't lose heart. Finding silver at the onset of your journey is a good omen. Keep at it, and before long, you may even stumble upon gold, Zheng Ping encouraged. Sensing that Chen Feng appeared a bit disheartened, concerned about the mindset of a newcomer. Before Chen Feng could respond, a voice called out, Fengzi, bring out yours so we can compare and see whose is bigger. Yes, let us have a look, others chimed in. Realizing he could not evade the request, Chen Feng reluctantly retrieved his small bottle for them to see. The largest nugget at the bottom was the one he had unearthed that morning, and indeed, it was not as grand as Zheng Ping's. At the moment the bottle was extracted, everyone instinctively widened their eyes, gazing in disbelief at the 5 silver pieces within. My goodness, you managed to find so many in a single morning. While you may not be as experienced as him, why not boast about having more than he does? Just how much are these silver pieces worth? Goodness, it seems they could fetch $100, right? Earning a substantial sum in a day. I wonder why luck eludes me. Zheng Ping, too, stared in astonishment at the small bottle. Initially, he felt a sense of pride, having unearthed such a sizable silver piece himself, believing he had garnered the most today. He even took a moment to comfort Chen Feng, fearing he might be disheartened. Little did he expect that while he was concerned for Chen Feng, the latter had already discovered 5 silver pieces and wouldn't he be disheartened at all. It turned out Jinping had overthought the situation. Instead of Chen Feng feeling disheartened, it was he who was left in shock. To find 5 silver pieces in a single morning is quite a feat for a newcomer. Even for seasoned veterans like them, it was rare to strike gold in such a way within a month. Could this be what they call a novice protection period? Chen Feng's luck was indeed extraordinary. Song Hui, standing nearby, was utterly dumbfounded, taking a long while to regain his composure. In a fit of jealousy, he bit into a bun, choosing to look down instead. The more he observed, the angrier he became. Why should this novice, who had no experience in gold prospecting, find 5 silver pieces in a morning while he, an expert, came up empty-handed? Had the script been flipped? After consuming 2 buns, 2 sausages, and a chicken egg, Chen Feng felt satisfied and began to dispose of his trash in a bag, preparing to smoke a cigarette and continue working. He handed a cigarette to Jinping, who smiled and accepted it, lighting one for Chen Feng in return. Chapter 9, Double Yoke. Everyone sat on the ground, most lighting their cigarettes, while a few continued to eat their unfinished meals. The older individuals among them smoked hand-rolled tobacco to save a bit, as even the cheapest packaged cigarettes cost a few dollars. Their cravings were significant, adding up to quite a sum over the month. After about 10 to 15 minutes, they had rested sufficiently and began to rise, ready to resume their work. After all, they had expenses to consider, including travel costs. Every extra minute of rest felt inappropriate. Chen Feng donned his earphones, picked up the detector, and walked towards a promising direction, tracing several circles before the system's alert finally chimed. Come on, let there be gold. Let there be gold, he chanted internally as he marked the area. Once he delineated the range, Chen Feng commenced sweeping the detector back and forth until it emitted a signal at the center. Oh, Chen Feng set the detector aside, crouched down, and pulled out his small shovel, digging a scoop of soil and checking it with the detector. As Chen Feng observed the situation, a smile involuntarily spread across his face. Look at our hands. We struck gold on the very first try, he remarked. He shook the shovel slightly and passed it through the detector again, repeating the motion several times until only half a shovel of earth remained. Chen Feng then began to sift through the soil. Just as he leveled the sand in the shovel, a sizable silver nugget caught his eye. Wow, this seems even bigger than the one Zhengge found. It must weigh at least 10 grams. Chen Feng exclaimed, wiping the nugget and holding it up to the sunlight, his face beaming with joy. This single silver piece should fetch at least 70 or 80 yuan. With a grin, he retrieved a small vial and dropped the silver nugget inside. Gazing at the collection of silver pieces within, a wave of satisfaction washing over him. Can you believe this? Over 200 yuan, just like that. He chuckled. He tucked the vial into his pocket and casually waved the remaining soil over the detector, preparing to stand and seek another spot. However, as soon as the shovel passed over the detector, it began to beep again. Chen Feng, having just discarded the soil, suddenly realized what was happening. His eyes widened in shock as he glanced at the empty shovel, his mouth agape. What on earth, a double yoke? Still half kneeling, he quickly laid down to search for the soil he had just thrown away. Fortunately, amidst the scattered dirt, he spotted another grayish silver nugget on the ground. A grin spread across his face as he picked it up. This nugget was smaller than the previous one, but still substantial, likely worth around 30 or 40 yuan. Goodness, I've never heard of such a thing. Panning for gold can yield double yokes too, Chen Feng thought, feeling somewhat surreal. He pulled out the small vial again and added the new silver nugget inside. He had never encountered a situation where one shovel could yield 2 treasures. If this news reached the village, it would surely be a topic of conversation for months to come. Just as he began to gather his belongings and take a few steps, the system's prompt sounded once more. Oh my, this place is truly remarkable. Chen Feng's smile, which had just faded, reappeared instantly. He looked around and noticed his companions were scattered far and wide, each engaged in their own search. 2 of them seemed to have struck something as they were digging in the ground. He knew he had to act quickly before they arrived. Chen Feng hastened his movements, and within 15 minutes, he unearthed 2 more silver nuggets, each valued at about 30 yuan. After placing the new silver pieces into his vial, Chen Feng stood up, his legs slightly numb from squatting for too long. Truth be told, he couldn't shake the feeling that he was simply collecting money. Every squat yields 20 or 30. This sensation is exhilarating, he mused. No wonder gold panners, despite their average earnings of several hundred yuan, were reluctant to pursue other jobs. This endeavor felt akin to playing a cost-free scratch-off lottery. It was truly addictive. Yet, it was a pity that up until now, he had not come across any gold. If only he could find a gold nugget, that would be utterly delightful. Chen Feng paced around the area several times, leaving with a look of regret after realizing that he had thoroughly excavated it. He continued to move forward. Oh, another small silver nugget. Oh, this one is even smaller than the last. Oh, this one is acceptable. It should fetch over 30. It was only around 4 in the afternoon that Chen Feng finally paused, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and sat down on the ground. He took a half bottle of mineral water from his bag, gulping it down, and took a moment to catch his breath while surveying his surroundings. Others were still scanning for treasures with their headsets, some having wandered quite far away. Chen Feng pulled out a small vial and gazed into it. He had lost count of how many silver nuggets he had collected, but it appeared to be more than half a bottle. Why is there no gold? Damn it! Could it be that this place has no gold at all? Chen Feng muttered to himself in utter bewilderment. Logically, having collected so many silver nuggets, there should have been some gold as well. Even in a lottery, there ought to be a minimum guarantee. No wonder he had hardly heard of any gold miners from the village striking gold. Not to mention them, even with his system, he had failed to find any gold, let alone those who were blindly searching like headless flies. Chen Feng stood up, unwilling to give up, and continued his efforts. He refused to believe that he could only find silver and no gold. As time passed, it was nearly 5:40 in the afternoon, and everyone began to head back in the direction they came, gathering while searching. Chen Feng, however, was still engrossed in his search. Fengzi, it's time to head back. The hour has come. Zheng Ping shouted at Chen Feng from a distance. With his headset on, Chen Feng did not hear him and continued to look for gold. Fengzi, Fengzi. Zheng Ping took a few steps towards Chen Feng and called out again. Chen Feng vaguely heard someone calling his name and turned around. Noticing Zheng Ping waving at him, he promptly removed his headset. Upon seeing that Chen Feng acknowledged him, Zheng Ping pointed to his wrist, and Chen Feng instantly understood. Glancing at his phone, has it already passed 5:40? Time flies, Chen Feng remarked in surprise. He lifted his head and gestured to Zheng Ping, indicating he was ready to return. Zheng Ping nodded, knowing Chen Feng had understood. As they walked back, Chen Feng reflected on his gains. He had collected a substantial amount of silver today, nearly a small bottle, which he estimated to be worth around 300 to 400. To be honest, this income was quite commendable given the current living standards. If he could achieve this every day, it would amount to over 10,000 a month. In a time when the average salary was around 1,200, earning over 10,000 was equivalent to a monthly salary of 60 to 70,000 in his past life. Although Chen Feng was somewhat satisfied with this income, he still felt a profound sense of regret. Chapter 10. It rang again. After a whole day of searching, all he had found were silver nuggets, not even a glimpse of gold. Regardless of its size, he wished to at least catch a sight of gold. After all, today marks the first day of my venture into the world of gold panning, and one would naturally expect a promising start. Chen Feng gazed at the companions who had gathered together and sighed as he approached them. Even in the absence of gold, discovering a bounty of silver is still commendable, yielding a substantial reward. Soon, everyone congregated, exchanging tales of their day's findings. I managed to find 2 small silver nuggets this afternoon, one exclaimed. I only found one, which barely covers my travel expenses, so I've made just a few bucks, another lamented. Is there anyone among us who has struck gold? They exchanged glances, each shaking their heads in unison. Alas, it seems to be yet another day devoid of gold. One person sighed, expressing their regret. Zheng Ping turned to Chen Feng. Curiosity piqued. How many silver pieces did you manage to find today? Though it's your first day, you might very well be our top earner. Your luck is indeed remarkable. Several pieces? I haven't counted, perhaps just about a bottle's worth, Chen Feng replied thoughtfully. As they intended to head to the county town to sell their finds collectively, there was no point in hiding this information, and he chose to be forthright. A whole bottle? Zheng Ping exclaimed, eyes wide, his tone shifting in disbelief. He had assumed that even with the best of luck, Chen Feng would only have gathered 7 or 8 pieces, which would still be a considerable amount. To his astonishment, the lad had managed to fill an entire small bottle, leaving him speechless. What kind of luck is this? Could it be that you possess the legendary innate talent for gold panning? Are you joking, Fengzi? Did you truly gather an entire bottle? The nearby companions were equally taken aback, staring at Chen Feng in disbelief. Why would I deceive you? Look for yourselves, Chen Feng said as he retrieved the small bottle from his pocket, revealing it nearly brimming with silver nuggets. By the heavens, it's truly a full bottle. My goodness. How much could this fetch? Surely 3 to 400? 3 to 400? It must be over 400. How on earth did you manage this? While we measure our finds by the piece, you're counting by the bottle. What sorcery is this? Song Hui gazed enviously at the small bottle of silver, his jealousy nearly igniting flames in his eyes. If only it were his, he would undoubtedly return home to buy a box of Yushi cigarettes in celebration. Perhaps even treat himself to some pig trotters. As they surrounded Chen Feng in astonishment, Huang Fei parked his van a short distance away and rolled down the window, curiosity evident in his gaze. In the past, they would patiently wait for him, but today was different. What could be the cause of this unusual commotion? Had they stumbled upon something valuable? Being a good-natured person, he promptly exited the vehicle. What is happening here? What are you all looking at? Huang Fei inquired. Do you know how much silver Chen Feng has found today? It's an entire bottle. Someone quickly responded upon his arrival. What on earth? A bottle? Huang Fei was taken aback. He accompanied them daily and was intimately familiar with their gains. It was considered a stroke of luck to unearth even a few silver pieces in a day. Yet Chen Feng's first attempt at gold mining resulted in a bottle. What was that all about? Is this for real? Let me see. Huang Fei quickly snatched the small bottle from Chen Feng's hand for inspection. Goodness, is this what you found today? Huang Fei gazed at Chen Feng in disbelief. Indeed. Chen Feng replied with a smile. Wow, you're quite something. You must be born for this line of work, to find so much on your very first attempt. Huang Fei exclaimed, his tone brimming with astonishment. It's just decent luck, Chen Feng remarked, taking back the small bottle with a grin. Come on, this isn't mere luck. It seems like the rest of them have barely found anything all day compared to you. Huang Fei turned to the others to inquire. They exchanged glances and shook their heads in unison. Collectively, they hadn't even matched Chen Feng's single bottle. They couldn't help but feel a sense of awe at the stark differences among them. Despite all mining together, why did he shine so brightly? All right, you've struck it rich today. Let us head back, Huang Fei called as he waved the car keys, summoning them to the vehicle. They still needed to drive to the county town, and considering their sales, they wouldn't be home until nearly 8. All right, let us go, everyone chimed in. After a long day, they were all eager to return home for a warm meal, having digested their modest midday fare, while tidying up and packing their belongings. Chen Feng trailed at the back, doing the same, wrapping the wires around the metal detector in preparation to leave. However, just as he reached the car, he suddenly froze, his eyes wide with surprise as he observed his companions queuing to board. His system had just alerted him to the presence of precious metals within a 3-meter radius. Come on, Fengzi, why are you standing there in a daze? Zheng Ping, seated by the window, leaned out and called to Chen Feng, who was beside the car. I think my machine is beeping. Wait for me a moment, Chen Feng replied, promptly unwrapping the tangled wires to get to work. He was certain there was something beneath his feet. The system was definitely not malfunctioning. He had already tested it. Everyone had a bit of silver on them. Yet even standing close, the system wouldn't signal. The alerts were only for unclaimed metals underground. What? Are you sure your machine is beeping? Or could you be mistaken? Zheng Ping expressed skepticism. Is it possible that just as we're about to leave, Chen Feng discovers something again? The others, having overheard Chen Feng, popped their heads out in curiosity. Fengzi, is it true? Have you found something again? What kind of luck do you have? I was just here with my device for ages and found nothing. Yet you show up and discover something immediately? As Chen Feng activated the machine and began to scan, the crowd found themselves unable to leave. Sitting idly was no option, so they gathered around to witness the spectacle. Fengzi, where did you hear the sound? Zheng Ping inquired, descending with a shovel, eager to assist in the search. I can't recall, it was quite faint, somewhere nearby, Chen Feng replied while continuing to scan. After all, he could not disclose that the system indicated the presence of goods, thus he could only offer vague responses. Chen Feng meticulously scanned the area, but found no indications of any items. Each time he brought the metal detector close to the vehicle, it would emit a sound, compelling him to discern whether it was the car or the goods creating the noise, which left him furrowing his brow. Chapter 11. The Discovery. Initially, the crowd was filled with enthusiasm, but as Chen Feng failed to uncover anything for an extended period, impatience began to seep in. Fengzi, could it be that you misheard? There's nothing here, is there? Another chimed in. Indeed, that sound must have been from the metal detector reacting to the car, another added. If there were truly something, we would have found it by now in this small area. Come on, Fengzi, stop searching, there's nothing to find. Although he remained steadfast, the others had no choice but to urge him to cease his efforts. Chen Feng, however, pressed his lips together and continued his search. Convinced that the system would not deceive him, where it indicated goods, there were surely goods to be found. Zheng Ping glanced at the time and also felt compelled to advise. Fengzi, perhaps you truly misheard. You have scanned several times. If there were goods, they would not have eluded detection. No, if I say there are, then there are. I cannot be mistaken, Chen Feng replied with unwavering conviction. Taking a deep breath, he surveyed the surroundings, pondering where such items could possibly be concealed in this limited area. At that moment, Song Hui, sitting in the vehicle, impatiently leaned out and remarked, "Where could there possibly be goods? Have you lost your touch today? If there were anything, we would have discovered it long before your arrival. Hurry up, don't act as if you're the chosen one while we are all blind to it," he continued. Ignoring Song Hui's taunts, Chen Feng set down the metal detector, suppressing his frustration. He refused to believe that he could not locate the items. After all, it was merely a 3-meter radius. Where could they possibly hide? Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he slapped his forehead, calling out to Huang Fei, "Move the car." Huh. Huang Fei was taken aback. He wondered what this had to do with him. Quickly, the goods are beneath the car, Chen Feng urged once more. Huang Fei was reluctant to move. He thought it would be simpler just to drive away. However, seeing Chen Feng's determination, which suggested he would not leave until the car was moved, Huang Fei had no choice but to start the vehicle and pull it forward a few meters. The onlookers sighed in unison, perplexed by Chen Feng's insistence. What was he trying to accomplish? If there were indeed goods, one would expect him to find them. If not, what was the point of this relentless search? Upon witnessing the scene, Chen Feng hastily grasped the metal detector and approached the area beneath the vehicle. Sweeping back and forth a few times, suddenly, the device emitted a sound that left everyone astounded. The moment the sound resonated, the once impatient crowd was taken aback, gazing at Chen Feng with disbelief. Goodness, there truly is something here. Chen Feng is not mistaken. How on earth did he hear that? His hearing is remarkably acute. They murmured, marveling at the depth of the concealment. If it weren't for Fengzi's persistence, they would have left empty-handed. How impressive! As the group expressed their astonishment, the occupants of the vehicle leaned forward, eager to see what Chen Feng might unearth. Chen Feng knelt down, retrieving a shovel, and Zheng Ping quickly joined him, wielding a shovel of his own to expedite the excavation. With a few swift strokes, Chen Feng unearthed an object, revealing a somewhat yellowed item nestled within the earth. Wow! Zheng Ping exclaimed in shock upon spotting the yellowed object, covering his head with his hands in disbelief as he exchanged glances with Chen Feng. The commotion drew the attention of the others, who rushed over, inquiring in unison, "What happened? What's going on?" Chen Feng, equally astonished, stared at the small golden piece in his shovel, his heart brimming with joy. He had never imagined that the very thing he had been searching for all day would finally surface just as they were about to depart. "Ha ha!" Chen Feng exclaimed, lifting the gold piece and carefully passing it over the metal detector, which emitted another confirming sound. It was indeed authentic. The crowd, now captivated by the sight of the small gold piece in Chen Feng's hand, gasped collectively, their eyes widening in sheer amazement. "Is that gold? How many grams could it possibly weigh? What incredible luck! I was just wandering around here moments ago. How did I miss this? It's truly gold. We struck gold." Their voices were laced with astonishment, each one drawing a sharp breath. Meanwhile, the individuals in the vehicle, alerted by the commotion, were equally astonished and quickly disembarked. "What is happening? Did we really find gold? It can't be brass, right?" they queried. "No, it's not brass. That is clearly gold," Huang Fei remarked, scratching his head in disbelief as he gazed at the gold piece in Chen Feng's hands. "I can't believe I drove right over gold. If I had known, I would have dug it up myself." Song Hui, staring at the gold piece, was equally flabbergasted, his mind racing with incredulity. He could only think, what extraordinary luck does Chen Feng possess? How could we all overlook it while he arrived and immediately detected it? Could there be something special about his device? "Brother Zheng, how heavy is this thing, and what is its worth?" Chen Feng's lips stretched into a grin that nearly reached his ears. This was truly a delightful surprise. Zheng Ping took it, gave it a gentle shake, and with a face full of astonishment exclaimed, "It's not light. It seems to weigh around 3 taels. After accounting for losses, it must be worth at least 800 yuan. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in awe. 800 yuan. Whether they could earn that much in a month was uncertain, yet Chen Feng had managed to find it in a single day. And that was not all. He also had a bottle of silver. Combined, Chen Feng's earnings for the day would likely exceed 1,000 yuan. Goodness gracious. Earning over 1,000 in a day made them all incredibly envious. Let's get in the car and quickly convert it to cash. Ha ha ha. Chen Feng pulled out the empty small bottle and filled it with the gold pieces. As the gold fell into the bottle, it produced a delightful chime. It was the most melodious sound Chen Feng had ever heard. I suppose this bottle is worth bringing along, haha? Amidst the astonishment, everyone boarded the vehicle. Initially, they were a bit fatigued, but now, spurred by the excitement of gold, no one felt tired. They all began to discuss animatedly. Before long, with hearts brimming with exhilaration, Chen Feng and his companions arrived at the county town, heading to their usual metal recycling shop. The establishment was quite spacious, even with a dozen people. There was ample room. Inside, a middle-aged man with graying hair greeted them, saying, "Ah, I figured it was about time for your arrival." "Haha, it's been a month, hasn't it?" Zheng Ping responded with a smile. The counter featured a large glass case, reminiscent of a bank, though not entirely sealed. There was a gap of about 30 centimeters. Chapter 12. The astonished shop owner Zheng Ping presented all his finds from the past month to Boss Bai, who accepted them and poured the silver into a small crucible, igniting it with a torch. This process unfolded before everyone's eyes, clearly visible through the glass case, eliminating any possibility of deceit or miscalculation. As they awaited the complete melting, during which all impurities were eliminated, Boss Bai poured out the silver. Once it cooled slightly, he submerged the smoothly rounded, bun-shaped silver block into water to cool it further. Lastly, he weighed it on an electronic scale. 110 grams. Precisely 880, Boss Bai announced, looking up at Zheng Ping. After deducting 300 for transportation costs, that left over 500 yuan for the month. Zheng Ping shrugged and sighed. Haha, don't be disheartened. Didn't you find a gold nugget last month? That's just the nature of a gold seeker, sometimes plentiful, other times scarce. Boss Bai reassured him with a smile, pulling out cash to begin counting. My gold nugget was only worth 370 yuan. And it's been months since I've encountered one, Zheng Ping replied, shaking his head in resignation. Don't worry, you'll surely find gold again tomorrow, Boss Bai cheerfully said, uttering auspicious words as he took the next person's bottle. In total, the villager's earnings for the month amounted to 720 yuan. After deducting transportation costs, he was left with 420. They do not venture out to pan for gold every day. Inclement weather or storms may deter them. This month, they worked for a total of 20 days, which amounted to 300 yuan in transportation costs. The villagers sold their goods over the month, with the highest earner netting 920 yuan. This was primarily due to finding a gold nugget weighing around 1 gram at the beginning of the month, thus resulting in such a noteworthy income. At this moment, Chen Feng began to retrieve small bottles from his pocket. One of his companions could not resist teasing Boss Bai, saying, "Look at him, he has quite a few." Oh, Boss Bai's interest was piqued as he glanced at Chen Feng and remarked, "I have not seen you before. Are you new to gold panning?" "Yes, I just started," Chen Feng replied with a smile, presenting 2 small bottles. Upon receiving the bottles, Boss Bai raised an eyebrow in surprise and exclaimed, "Wow, your yield this month is impressive. This gold piece is substantial, weighing about 3 grams. You have certainly made a profit." The others chuckled at this, and Chen Feng smiled, leaving Boss Bai perplexed. "What are you all laughing at? Is this piece not gold but copper?" He poured out the gold piece for a closer inspection, puzzled by the laughter. "This should be gold. I've been in this business for many years and seldom make mistakes." At that moment, Zheng Ping chimed in with a grin. "It is indeed gold, Boss Bai. You are correct, but your timing is off. This was not gathered over a month, but rather in a single day, today." Boss Bai's eyes widened in disbelief as he turned to Chen Feng and asked, "What? You collected all this in just one day? Is that true? It seems impossible." Chen Feng nodded, affirming, "Indeed, I gathered it all today. I only bought the equipment yesterday." Hearing this, Boss Bai was astounded and adjusted his reading glasses. "Good heavens, I have never heard of anyone panning for gold and achieving such a yield in a single day. You are the first in all my years of experience. You are truly making history. Young man, you have a promising future ahead." Chen Feng smiled, but said nothing. Boss Bai began to melt down the silver, measuring it on the scale. 97.3 grams of silver, totaling 778 yuan. "I will round it up to 780. All right, thank you, Boss Bai." Chen Feng responded courteously. Boss Bai waved his hand, indicating no need for thanks, and then took the gold to begin the melting process. Under the fierce heat of the torch, the gold began to liquefy, ultimately forming a gleaming droplet. The liquid shimmered golden, with a radiant glow flowing within. It was Chen Feng's first time witnessing the alchemy of gold, and he could not help but marvel. No wonder they say true gold fears no fire. The transformation from a dull, dark hue to a brilliant luminosity is indeed a remarkable metamorphosis. After a while, Boss Bai tossed the still warm gold nugget into the water, which immediately hissed and crackled. He then retrieved the gold, carefully dried it, and placed it on an electronic scale. Unlike silver, which could be wiped down carelessly even if slightly damp, gold demanded meticulous handling. As every gram was worth 400, a bit of water could cost him dearly. The nugget weighed 2.3 grams, a substantial amount indeed, translating to 920 yuan. Coupled with the previous 780, the total reached 1,700. Although the crowd had mentally prepared themselves, a chorus of astonishment erupted. Goodness, 1,700. It might take us 2 months to earn that much. This is exhilarating. Even hearing it feels delightful, as I've recouped a significant portion of my investment. If only I had such luck. If I could earn 1,700, I would definitely return home and treat myself to some ribs for a hearty meal. Huang Fei, watching from the side, felt a strong urge to consider entering this line of work himself. Earning over 1,000 a day, what else could be better than that? Even if he only made 100, it would still be worthwhile. Would you prefer cash or mobile payment? Boss Bai inquired. Cash, please. Chen Feng replied after a moment's thought. While mobile payments were more secure and convenient, he wished to bring joy to his mother. When she asked how much he earned in a day, he wanted to pull out a thick wad of cash. The impact would surely be greater than mere numbers on a screen. All right, no problem. Boss Bai retrieved a cash box from beneath the counter, counted out 1,700 yuan, and handed it to Chen Feng. Count it. Chen Feng accepted the money, checked it, and tucked it into his pocket. All good. Boss, haha. Both of them chuckled, and the crowd bade farewell to the boss before returning to the van, preparing to head back to the village. As they boarded the vehicle, Chen Feng asked Zheng Ping about the fare. Zheng Ping replied, just give it to Huang Fei. You know him. Sometimes. When Zheng Ping brought people who were unfamiliar with Huang Fei, he would handle the payment. However, since Chen Feng knew Huang Fei, this step was unnecessary. When Chen Feng got into the van, he paused beside the driver's seat and pulled out 15 yuan from his pocket, offering it to Huang Fei. Here, take the fare. Huang Fei turned with a smile, politely saying, no rush, you can pay me when we get home. Chen Feng, still smiling, insisted, take it. You might forget by the time we get home. Only upon hearing this did Huang Fei accept the money, placing it on the dashboard. Chapter 13. Uncle arrives meanwhile. As they rushed home, Chen Feng's uncle arrived at Lu Ping's house. Xiaoming, what brings you here so suddenly? Lu Ping, who was tending to the fire, exclaimed with surprise upon seeing Lu Ming. What's up, big sister? I just came to take a look, Lu Ming replied, standing at 1.67 meters. He sported a buzz cut, and his shoes were still caked with mud, indicating he had been working on the farm that afternoon. Chen Feng's uncle did not reside in the same village. There were 2 villages separating them. Sit down, have you eaten? There are dishes in the pot. Why not take a bite? Lu Ping inquired. I'll pass. Where's Xiao Feng? Lu Ming glanced around, but did not spot Chen Feng. He went out to work and hasn't returned yet. I suppose he'll be back shortly, Lu Ping remarked while checking the time. Working? What kind of work? Lu Ming responded, clearly astonished. It's a miracle if that kid isn't causing trouble, and now he is actually working? Oh. He mentioned he saw people panning for gold and thought it looked appealing. He discussed it with me for quite some time. I figured doing anything is better than sitting idle, so I agreed. I told him to do as he wished, Lu Ping chuckled. Panning for gold? Lu Ming's brow furrowed immediately upon hearing this. Doesn't he need to buy equipment? Did you give him the money? Lu Ping turned her head and replied, yes. He asked me for 3,000 yuan to purchase supplies. He left early this morning with Zheng Ping and the others. Lu Ming shot her an exasperated glance, clearly at a loss for words. I must say, sister, why do you let him do whatever he wants? You just hand over the money? Isn't panning for gold just a fanciful notion? They've been at it for so long, and I've never heard of anyone striking it rich. When you calculate it, some make less than 500 yuan a month, and they work from dawn till dusk. He'd be better off working as a security guard for Xiaoyang, earning a guaranteed 800 a month. With Xiaoyang around, he'll also be looked after. Xiaoyang is Lu Ming's son, Lu Qiaoyang. Lu Ping deflected, saying, oh, the child doesn't want to go. What can we do? if he wishes to try. Let him. Lu Ming, now thoroughly at a loss for words, replied with a sardonic smile. You truly are quite lenient. That's money, sister. That broken equipment costs 3,000 yuan, and when you sell it, it's worth scrap metal. Who would want it? Without earning a single penny. He could end up losing 3,000. Do you have any idea how hard it is to save 3,000 yuan? You spoil him too much. I'm not trying to be harsh, but mark my words, if he doesn't find anything within 3 days, on the 4th day, he won't even bother to go back. That machine will just end up discarded. Lu Ping quickly interjected. No way, Xiao Feng is serious this time. It's not just a fleeting interest. Only you would believe in your precious son. He spent a year at home drinking. And when asked to work the fields for just half an hour, he tossed aside the hoe and returned home. I've heard panning for gold is even more exhausting than working the fields. In the summer, the sun beats down mercilessly. If he can't manage the fields, how can you expect him to pan for gold? It's absurd. At this moment, Lu Ming was utterly speechless, exasperated with his sister. He had initially come to discuss the possibility of Chun Feng becoming a security guard, but was taken aback by the news of Chun Feng's sudden venture into gold panning. Now, he could not insist that Chun Feng take the security job, especially since the equipment had already been purchased. He would have to wait a few days and see what happened after Chun Feng's attempt at gold panning. How are your chickens doing? Do you have enough to sustain them? Should I bring you a few more chicks? Lu Ming changed the subject, inquiring. For the time being, having over 30 chickens is manageable, although recently the price of corn has increased. I venture into the fields daily to gather wild vegetables to feed the chickens. This way, I can save a bit. 30 should suffice. If I had any more, I wouldn't be able to gather enough wild greens. If Xiao Feng were at home, I could ask him to help me gather some, but now he's not around during the day, so I'm on my own. Lu Ping remarked as she added a few logs to the stove. That's fine. If you find it insufficient, just let me know, and when I buy chicks, I'll bring some back for you, Lu Ming replied, recalling his sister's earlier comments, and couldn't help but snort. Huh. You still expect Xiao Feng to gather grass for you? You're quite optimistic. Not only is he busy now, but even back when he was home. How many times did he actually help you? It was still you who ended up doing it yourself. Upon hearing this, Lu Ping fell silent, pursing her lips and gazing down at the stove. There was little to say. In the past, Chun Feng had never taken on such chores. He had only attempted to cut grass once, and after less than 20 minutes, he claimed to be too tired and returned home. By nearly 8 o'clock, Chun Feng and his companions returned to the village, with Huang Fei parking the car in his yard. For those living near the village entrance, Huang Fei stopped briefly to let them out, while those residing in the center of the village accompanied him to his home before dispersing to their respective houses. Chun Feng, carrying his belongings, did not head home immediately, but instead went to Lu Dehai's house, thinking it would be nice to buy something for his mother with the money he had earned. Otherwise, expecting Lu Ping to spontaneously visit the small shop to buy some treats would be futile. Even if she craved something, she would never make the effort to purchase it. Upon entering, he found Lu Dehai smoking at the bar. The shop was much livelier than in the afternoon, with nearly 10 people engaged in conversation, 3 of whom were playing cards at the table. This is the village life. After dinner, everyone has little to do, so they either stroll around visiting others or come to the shop, where they might not buy anything but simply chat. Upon seeing Chun Feng enter the shop with a metal detector, someone greeted him. Fengzi, when did you come back? Just returned. Came from Huang Fei's yard, Chun Feng replied, placing the detector beside the counter as he contemplated what to purchase. How was the first day of gold mining? What did you find? Lu Dehai stood up with a smile and asked. At this question, the chatter in the room quieted momentarily, as everyone was curious about what treasures Chun Feng and his companions had unearthed. Not bad, a successful first outing, Chun Feng said with a smile. Seeing his vague response, Lu Dehai chuckled. Successful? How much did you actually find? Did you strike gold or not? Please, what were you out there doing? You can't return home without finding some gold. Chun Feng joked, prompting laughter from the crowd. Oh, come on, you're just bragging. You should probably light up a cigarette. Not a single word you say is the truth. Lu Dehai handed him a cigarette with a grin. Chun Feng ignited the lighter from the counter and gestured towards the shelves behind him, instructing, bring me 2 cans, and make sure they are genuine, followed by a box of pure milk. Upon hearing this, Lu Dehai raised an eyebrow and fetched 2 cans. He then moved to the side of the counter, looking up to inquire, we have milk with 25, 30, and 32 fat content. Which one would you prefer? 32%. That 25 isn't pure milk at all. Chun Feng replied, well aware of Lu Dahai's store. The 25 was merely a milk-flavored beverage. How can it not be? They all taste the same, Lu Dahai retorted. A phrase Chen Feng had heard countless times. He then handed Chen Feng a box of a certain brand of pure milk, placing it on the counter. Who are you visiting with these items? Lu Dahai inquired curiously. Visiting? Why can't I enjoy them myself? Chen Feng replied, reaching into his pocket to ask for the total price. 2 cans are 30, and a box of pure milk is 32, totaling 62, Lu Dahai answered. Chen Feng pulled out a 100 yuan note, and as Lu Dahai counted the change, he remarked, come on, you don't have children at home. Why buy these for yourself? Who are you trying to fool? What of it? Is pure milk only for children? Will it harm adults? Chen Feng chuckled at his own words. It was understandable why Lu Dahai assumed Chen Feng was bringing gifts. 2 cans and a box of milk were indeed standard gifts. At 15 per can, who would casually open a can at home? And milk, priced over 30 for a box, was something only families with children would buy for personal consumption, far too expensive otherwise. Look at you, speaking so confidently. You must have found something good today. Lu Dahai smiled as he handed the change back to Chen Feng. Just joking. I've never been soft, Chen Feng quipped, lifting his purchases to leave. Seriously, how much did you earn today? Lu Dahai asked, his curiosity piqued. Not much, just a modest profit of 1,700, Chen Feng replied with a grin, tilting his head back at Lu Dahai as he exited the shop with his detector in hand. He had no intention of concealing his earnings, nor was there any need to. Besides, it was common knowledge. Over 10 people were aware of his daily profit of 1,700. In less than half an hour, the news would undoubtedly spread throughout the village. It made no difference whether he announced it sooner or later. 1,700? Lu Dahai exclaimed, astonished. As he watched Chen Feng's retreating figure, the room fell silent. Even the card players ceased their game, turning to stare at Chen Feng's back in disbelief. Is this for real? He earned 1,700 in a day? One villager exclaimed in astonishment. Wait, is he joking? Or is this serious? Did he really make 1,700? If that's the case, he must have struck gold. My goodness, is this kid really that lucky? Another villager expressed his incredulity. They were eager to ask Chen Feng whether his claims were genuine, but alas, he was already outside, leaving them unable to pursue him for answers. No, I cannot help but feel that he is merely jesting, perhaps even mocking. Is it truly feasible to earn 1,700 in a single day? Historically, no gold seeker has ever accumulated such a sum in one day. One must ponder the sheer volume of gold required. One individual, momentarily astounded, returned to his senses and expressed his skepticism. Upon hearing this, the group collectively regained their composure, contemplating the improbability of the claim. Indeed, it appears that Chen Feng was merely jesting. He likely faced a fruitless day. His laughter hardly conveyed sincerity, suggesting he was speaking in jest. At this juncture, many began to voice their opinions, and Lu Dahai also regained his wits, unable to suppress a smirk. Goodness, that Chen Feng, not a word of truth escapes his lips. With this realization, they resumed their leisure activities, treating the incident as a mere interlude. None present truly believed that Chen Feng could earn 1,700 in a day. If he had claimed 200, it might have seemed plausible, but 1,700 was clearly a jest aimed at their amusement. Barely half a minute had passed when Huang Fei entered, calling out to Lu Dahai as soon as he stepped in. Fetch me a pack of Hong Nanjing. 12. Lu Dahai replied, turning to retrieve a box of cigarettes. Noticing Huang Fei's arrival, someone couldn't help but chuckle and inquired, "De Fei, Chen Feng just came by to buy something, claiming he earned 1,700 today. Can he really be that lucky?" After all, Huang Fei was well aware of how much they earned, having shuttled them daily. Really lucky? Huang Fei exclaimed, his voice rising an octave as he addressed the questioner. He genuinely made 1,700 today. I witnessed it firsthand, and I even accompanied him to sell. I counted the money on site. The revelation sent shockwaves through the crowd. What? Are you saying he really earned 1,700? The questioner was momentarily speechless, excitement propelling him to his feet, unsure of the source of his exhilaration. Of course, I saw it with my own eyes. How could it be false? Huang Fei replied, taking a Nanjing cigarette and lighting it. Wait, are you joking? How can this be? This lad goes gold panning for the first time and earns 1,700? Is his luck truly that extraordinary? A seated woman gazed at Huang Fei with disbelief. Extraordinary luck? It's beyond that. Huang Fei ignited his cigarette and, under the scrutiny of the crowd, enthusiastically recounted his tale, seemingly unperturbed about returning home for dinner. You haven't witnessed it. While others panned for gold grain by grain, This fellow strikes it rich as if he plundered a silver nest, managing to unearth a full bottle of silver in a single day. That bottle fetched 780 yuan. Upon hearing this, someone discerned a discrepancy and quickly inquired, "But isn't that 780? Didn't he claim 1700? Huang Fei inhaled deeply and continued, "Listen to me. This lad mentioned hearing the metal detector beep just as we were about to board. We were all skeptical. He insisted on searching there, despite the lack of results. We began to wonder if Fengzi had misheard, but he was adamant that I move the car. With no other options, I complied. After repositioning the vehicle, you wouldn't believe what happened next. He effortlessly extracted a sizable chunk of gold. That piece must have weighed over 3 grams, fetching over 900 when sold. Isn't that impressive? His hearing is truly remarkable. I must admit my admiration for him." Huang Feiyue grew increasingly animated, as if he himself had struck gold. The onlookers were left in stunned silence, their faces etched with disbelief. They had never imagined that Chen Feng could genuinely earn 1,700 in a single day. He was not jesting. My goodness, Chen Feng's luck is astonishing. He actually made that much in one day, surpassing what others earn in a month. No wonder he had been so audacious earlier. It turns out he truly had something valuable. Meanwhile, Lu Dehai was left agape, unable to fathom that Chen Feng was speaking nothing but the truth. Did he really buy those canned goods for himself? Lu Dehai murmured in astonishment. Chapter 15. Didn't your son buy it for you? On another note, Chen Feng returned home, carrying his belongings. Upon entering, he spotted Lu Ming seated at the table. "Xiao Feng, you're back. Why are you so late? Didn't you say you'd be home by 7? Lu Ping inquired as she stood to greet him. "I made a trip to the county town to sell some goods," Chen Feng replied, acknowledging his uncle. "Oh, I had some free time this afternoon and thought I'd come by to see you all," Lu Ming responded. Chen Feng positioned the machine against the wall and placed 2 bottles of canned goods on the table, with the milk set aside in the corner. "You must be hungry. The meal is in the pot. Let me serve it to you. And why did you buy 2 bottles of canned milk? Who are you giving it to?" Lu Ping asked while dishing out food. "I bought it for myself. Who else would I give it to?" Chen Feng replied, removing his coat and taking a seat at the table, offering Lu Ming a cigarette. After all, he was his dear uncle, and certain courtesies should be observed. Lu Ming accepted the cigarette and lit it with his lighter. "Let us just open a can," Chen Feng suggested, handing a bottle to Lu Ping. "Child, these are quite expensive. Why did you buy them?" "Save them for visiting guests," Lu Ping chided. "Why save them? I bought them to eat," Chen Feng retorted. Ignoring Lu Ping's advice, he turned the can upside down and gave it a tap. With a pop, it opened. Lu Ping shot him an annoyed glance. But since the can was already opened, she decided to find a plate and empty the contents onto it. When the dishes were served, Lu Ping also prepared a set of chopsticks for Lu Ming. "It's late. You should at least have a bite," she urged. "I'm really not hungry. You all eat." "The child just got back," Lu Ming said, glancing at the canned peaches while waving his hand dismissively. To be honest, though he wasn't particularly hungry, he wouldn't mind tasting a few pieces of the canned fruit. He just felt a bit shy about it. "How are you today? Have you found anything worthwhile? I even mentioned to your mother that if things don't improve in a couple of days, you could consider working as a security guard for your younger brother. It guarantees a steady income and isn't too strenuous," Lu Ming inquired. Chen Feng casually replied after taking a bite of potato stew. "It's going well. I earned 1,700 today." "How much?" Lu Ming's hand trembled slightly, causing ash from his cigarette to burn his fingers. Instinctively, he widened his eyes in disbelief, staring at Chen Feng. "What? Xiao Feng, you said you earned how much?" Lu Ping echoed, equally astonished, her chopsticks suspended in midair as she gazed at Chen Feng. "I was quite lucky. I made 1,700. Look, the money is right here," Chen Feng said, pulling out the cash and placing it on the table for them to see. When the stack of red bills appeared, Lu Ping and Lu Ming were momentarily dumbfounded, rendered speechless by the unexpected revelation. "Is this really what you earned today?" Lu Ping had initially thought that if Chen Feng could make 40 or 50 in a day, it would be commendable. To her utter surprise, on his very first day, he returned with a staggering 1,700. "Is this real? It feels so surreal," she exclaimed. "Of course, it's real. Otherwise, would I have picked it up off the ground?" Chen Feng replied with a smile. "Huang Fei and the others witnessed it. We sold together. I believe that after a few more trips, I can repay you the machine money," he added. Upon hearing this, Lu Ping gasped in astonishment and took a moment to digest the reality, feeling immense joy as she said, "Repayment? I never expected you to return it. Just focus on doing well. As long as you have a promising future, that is sufficient. At that moment, her emotions were a whirlwind of laughter and tears. How could anyone dare to claim her son was lacking in ambition? My son surpasses them all. Lu Ming, nearly burning his fingers on the cigarette that had crept too close, hastily extinguished it on the ground and turned back, still in awe, exclaiming, "Wait, did you really strike gold?" "Yes, indeed, I've struck gold, and there's quite a bit of silver as well. Otherwise, how could I sell for such a price?" Chen Feng chuckled. All right, as long as you can earn money, that's what matters," Lu Ming replied, softly muttering as he pressed his lips together. "Since you've earned money, make sure to work diligently this time. Avoid the pattern of fishing for 2 days and sunbathing for 3. At your age, it's time to be more mindful," Lu Ming advised earnestly. "Rest assured, this time will be different. Since I've earned, let us celebrate with a couple of cans, and I'll also buy a box of milk for my mother. Otherwise, she would never manage to buy it herself in this lifetime." Chen Feng nodded, smiling. He then served a piece of canned food into Lu Ming's bowl, saying, "Here you go, uncle, have a bite to share in the joy." Upon hearing Chen Feng's words, Lu Ping could not help but scold gently. "Why buy milk? It's so expensive. You should save that unnecessary money for more important things, like marrying a wife and building a house. At my age, drinking it would be pointless." Though she said this, the smile in the corners of Lu Ping's eyes betrayed her true feelings. She was genuinely delighted that her son had found success and was thoughtful enough to buy her something. This marks an unprecedented moment in history. Lu Ming nodded upon hearing these words, picking up a can of yellow peaches with his chopsticks and eating quietly, his expression subdued, devoid of the earlier pride. His son earns 2,000 yuan a month, yet he never thought to buy him a couple of cans or a box of milk. The amount of money is of little consequence. What truly matters is that Xiao Feng had the intention, knowing that upon earning money, he immediately bought something for his mother. Comparing Xiao Feng to his own son, Lu Ming sighed. "All right, you all take your time eating. I shall take my leave now. Xiao Feng has worked hard all day. It's best he gets some rest," Lu Ming declared after finishing the can of yellow peaches and rising from his seat. "Stay a little longer, uncle," Chen Feng urged as he stood up. "I want tea. Please enjoy your meal. There's no need to see me off," Lu Ming quickly insisted, pressing his hand down. "Wait, Xiao Ming, take 2 bags of milk back for your wife," Lu Ping said, standing to open the box of milk, retrieving 2 bags to hand to Lu Ming. "No, thank you, elder sister. She doesn't tea like it, and we have some at home," Lu Ming politely declined, feeling embarrassed about accepting the milk. "The milk at home was bought by Chuyang, right? If you're running low, just take 2 bags back to drink," Chen Feng interjected, encouraging him. "It was he who bought it, and there is still plenty left. Please keep it. I truly don't need it, elder sister," Lu Ming insisted while stepping outside. "Well, Chaoyang is considerate to buy you a box of milk," Chen Feng praised. "Yes, he is quite all right," Lu Ming replied, albeit with a hint of uncertainty. How could he express that since Chaoyang started working, he had never bought anything for the family? That would only expose his own shortcomings. If he were to say that, it would be even more embarrassing. "I'm leaving now. You all enjoy your meal," Lu Ming said, turning back as he stepped out. "All right, if you have time, feel free to come by," Lu Ping called after him. "Sure," Lu Ming responded. Once Lu Ming departed, Lu Ping and Chen Feng returned indoors to continue their meal. Chapter 16. You take it. Lu Ping placed the 2 bags of milk on the table and picked up her chopsticks to resume eating. "Eldest son, tell me honestly, this money is truly yours, not borrowed from someone else to provoke your uncle, is it?" Lu Ping still found it hard to believe and inquired. "Mother, it's genuinely mine. So many people witnessed it. How could I lie about this?" Chen Feng chuckled at her disbelief. "All right, as long as it's yours. Goodness, I never imagined you could earn so much in a single day. Is it that you all earn this much, or is it just you?" Lu Ping, now elated, had forgotten her hunger, continuing to ask with her chopsticks in hand. "Just me. The others seem to earn only around 60 or 70. Chen Feng replied after taking a sip of water and reflecting on it. "My goodness, such a discrepancy?" Lu Ping exclaimed in surprise. "Well, you see, your son is fortunate. Digging up money bottle by bottle, isn't that quite a lucrative endeavor?" Chen Feng laughed. "Indeed, since luck is on your side, you must persevere. And remember, don't squander your earnings. Just because you've earned it today doesn't mean you should waste it all. The line of work you are in is rather unstable. It's wise to save up whenever possible. Today, you earned 1,700, but who knows how much you will make tomorrow," Lu Ping advised. "I understand completely," Chen Feng acknowledged, nodding in agreement. You should eat your meal, especially that can of food. It will spoil by tomorrow, Chen Feng pointed out. Indeed. It feels rather extravagant to open a can during an ordinary day, Lu Ping remarked as she picked up a piece of canned food. You must adapt to this lifestyle in advance. It will be like this every day going forward, Chen Feng said as he polished off his bowl of rice. Don't let a little money go to your head. Saving up to build a house and eventually marry is far more important, Lu Ping playfully chided. Or if you prefer not to live in the countryside, you could always buy a flat in the county. It's quite the trend these days. Chen Feng finished his meal and lit a cigarette. What is the point of living in the city? There's nothing there for me, and I have no job. I'll just hang around the village for a few years. If nothing else, I could build a villa that's larger than the village chief's house. Chen Feng chuckled. Others might mistake you for the village chief then. Just build 4 spacious brick houses and keep the yard bright. That would be quite sufficient, Lu Ping said with satisfaction. You should finish off those leftover pieces. Don't leave them behind. I'm going to wash my face and lie down, Chen Feng said as he extinguished his cigarette. All right, but you should eat a couple more pieces. You want to be able to finish all that yourself, Lu Ping insisted. In truth, it wasn't tea that she couldn't eat at all. She simply wanted Chen Feng to have more. I won't eat anymore. You go ahead. Chen Feng shook his head. Fine then, make sure to drink a bag of milk before bed, Lu Ping advised. Sure, but you should drink a bag too. That was bought for you, and don't let it expire, Chen Feng nodded. Once Chen Feng finished washing up, he took a bag of milk back to his room. Lu Ping, having tidied up, sat at the table, picked up the bag of milk, and gazed at Chen Feng's closed door, her eyes glistening with tears. Her child had finally grown up and become sensible. Meanwhile, Lu Ming returned home, where his wife, Yao Li, was making the bed. Noticing Lu Ming's silence, she ventured. What's wrong? It seems Chen Feng didn't go out after all. I really don't know what your sister is thinking. Letting such a grown child just stay home. Going to Chaoyang would be so much better, honestly. How much could you earn in Chaoyang? Lu Ming raised his eyes to ask. 800, right? Wasn't that the agreement? How much does he expect to earn? Does he think he can make 2,000 a month? He is simply not cut out for that, Yao Li asserted confidently. 800? That child went out today and struck gold, earning 1,700 in a single day. Who would go for 800? Nowadays, let alone being a security guard. Even if you offered him a position in the outskirts of Chaoyang, he would probably turn it down, Lu Ming scoffed, lighting a cigarette with a frown. What a joke. Earning 1,700 in a day? That's impossible. Are you pulling my leg? Is that for real? Yao Li was taken aback, momentarily forgetting about making the bed. She hastily pressed for more details. Is it fake? I was right there. How could it be? The boy pulled out a wad of cash and placed it directly on the table. He earned money and even brought back 2 cans of food and a box of milk for his mother. Chow, look at that child of theirs. He remembers to think of his parents. Now look at your child, not a call in months, and when he does, it's only for something urgent. Lu Ming spoke gloomily, taking a deep drag from his cigarette. My goodness, that child earns so much. Yao Li still wore an expression of disbelief, her eyes wide in astonishment. Mainly, his son earns only 2,000 a month, while Chen Feng makes 1,700 a day. It's no wonder she was shocked. Xiao Feng opened a can of food last night. I felt too embarrassed to eat, but he offered me a piece, and before leaving, his sister handed me 2 bags of milk, Lu Ming recounted. What about the milk? Yao Li glanced toward the table upon hearing this. I didn't take it. It was for his mother. How could I accept it? I didn't even take it when he offered. Lu Ming shook his head. Yao Li couldn't help but complain. If they give it to you, just take it. I've been craving milk. It's so expensive at the market. You take it. Why are you so shameless? You don't have a son, so let yours buy it for you, Lu Ming replied, turning back with irritation. Chaoyang barely earns enough for himself. I heard he just bought a phone for over 8,000 and still thinks of buying you milk, Yao Li sighed. Humph. Who knows what he is up to? Earning 2,000 a month and buying an $8,000 phone, Lu Ming remarked, lighting another cigarette. All right, enough talk. A phone can last for years, so let him buy it, Yao Li advised. Yes, what else can we do? You can't control him, Lu Ming snorted. When I left, I mentioned we had milk at home and wouldn't take any. Xiao Feng even asked if it was bought by Chaoyang. I said yes. And I felt embarrassed myself. When did Chaoyang buy it? Lu Ming inhaled deeply. You can't blame others. You insist on saving face. If you don't have it, you don't have it. Why pretend? Yao Li rolled her eyes. Isn't it more embarrassing to say you have nothing? Your son has been working outside for a year, and when others ask what he bought for you, what will you say? That you received nothing at all? Lu Ming, irritated, turned to look at her. Who said he didn't buy anything? Didn't he get you a pound of candy last time? Yali replied from the calm. That was because I asked him to buy it. He didn't want the money when he returned, just 4 yuan in total. I wouldn't have mentioned it if he could go on his own. Lu Ming extinguished his cigarette in the ashtray. Their house was newly built a few years ago, with tiled floors, so they generally don't throw things on the ground. Chun Feng's home, however, is a 20-year-old mud house with earthen floors. So they don't mind tossing things on the ground, cleaning them up later. All right, stop nagging. Go to sleep, Yali said as she burrowed into the blankets. Chapter 17. Filial Piety and Parental Kindness. Upon hearing this, Lu Ming climbed into bed and turned off the light. Yet, he felt no drowsiness. His mind consumed with thoughts of Chen Feng, tossing and turning restlessly. Are you making pancakes or what? Can't you just sleep already? Yali said impatiently. Pancakes? I'd rather make you. Lu Ming grumbled irritably. Zheng Ping returned home and washed his face thoroughly. His wife, Mao Min, was in the kitchen warming up some dishes. By the time he had finished washing, the food was ready. Mao Min sat at the table, accompanying him during the meal, and inquired, How was your day? Not bad. I found a rather large piece of silver today, sold it for around 50 or 60, Zheng Ping replied, dipping a piece of green onion into sauce. Oh, that's quite good. How much did you earn in total last month? Mao Min asked, her tone laced with surprise. 880. After deducting the fare I owed Huang Fei, I ended up with over 500. Zheng Ping said as he pulled out the money from his pocket and handed it to his wife. 500 is a bit on the low side, but it's something. At least it gives us some freedom. I can still manage household chores and go out to find gold when I have time, Mao Min reflected, counting the money with a sigh. And what about Feng? Do you think he can keep this up? Does he have the knack for gold panning? Mao Min inquired, curious about Chen Feng, who had always been known for his reputation. Him. If you told him to go pan for gold tomorrow, he would jump at the chance. He wouldn't take no for an answer, Zheng Ping chuckled. Really? I thought he might complain about being tired and lose interest, Mao Min replied, somewhat surprised. If you could earn 1,700 a day, you'd love this job too. You'd be willing to endure anything for that, Zheng Ping remarked, pursing his lips. 1,700? Are you saying Chen Feng made that much today? Mao Min gasped, disbelief evident in her expression. Indeed, that lad has quite the knack. He panned a whole bottle of silver in one day and even found a piece of gold before he left. It was substantial, over 3 grams. It was the first time I've ever seen anyone pan for such a large piece of gold, Zheng Ping said, holding up 2 fingers to indicate the size. Still astonished at the thought. My goodness, I can't believe he's doing so well in this line of work. That's nearly what you earn in 3 months. Mao Min exclaimed, her eyes wide with amazement. Exactly. He's got us all envious. I've been panning for so long and have only found gold once. And it was merely 1.5 grams. Meanwhile, he strikes gold on his very first day. Where's the fairness in that? Zheng Ping said, rising to refill his bowl. Well, it's wonderful, regardless of the earnings. As long as he can work diligently, it's better than his previous aimless wandering. Mao Min nodded in agreement. Indeed, Feng is a good person, quite particular, but he was just lost before. We couldn't say much then. Just offered a few words of advice. Now, seeing him like this, I'm genuinely pleased, Zheng Ping added with a smile. Yes, if you both work hard. You might catch some of his good fortune and aim to earn an extra 200 next month, Mao Min smiled back. All right, I'll learn from him how he manages to find so much gold while I only find a little, Zheng Ping joked. After all, there's no real technique to gold panning. It's all about luck, nothing to truly learn from. Upon returning home, Song Hui cast the metal detector into a corner and sat at the table, his expression clouded with gloom. What's the matter? Why are you so irritable upon your return? His father, draped in a green camouflage jacket, emerged upon hearing the commotion. Damn it! How does that fellow Chen Feng have such luck? Why am I devoid of it? Song Hui cursed in frustration. What is going on? Did that lad strike gold today? His father inquired, rolling a cigarette as he approached. Do you have any idea how much he made today? 1,700. Song Hui exclaimed incredulously. What kind of luck is that? He dredged up an entire bottle of silver. Can you believe it? He spat in disbelief. How much? His father's hand trembled. The cigarette forgotten as he looked up with urgency. 1,700. Song Hui replied, taking the tobacco pouch to roll one himself. Good heavens. He earned 1,700 in a single day. That's practically a fortune. His father gasped in astonishment. He had thought that a modest earning of 200 to 300 a day would be considered remarkable. Who could have anticipated that this young man had earned such an outrageous sum? among the gold miners in the area. I've yet to hear of anyone making 1,700 in a single day, he remarked. And I heard he didn't even return home, but went straight to buy things from Lu Dahai. He truly struck it rich. Song Hui's tone was laced with envy. And what about you? How much did you earn? His father asked. 30. Damn it, Song Hui replied, lighting his cigarette with a curse. Why does he have all the luck while you're stuck with such misfortune? Didn't you ask him how he did it? You could learn something from him. Surely he has some special method? His father pondered aloud. What special method could there be? His gold prospecting is akin to dancing. Slipping back and forth. Who else can dredge up gold like he does? Song Hui exhaled a wisp of smoke. Isn't that some sort of formation? I've heard of the 5 ghosts wealth method. Could that be what he is using? His father exclaimed, slapping the table in excitement. Stop reading those pirated books. You spend all day at home thinking about wealth, yet I've seen no fortune come our way. I've researched online. Prospecting relies on luck and experience. What experience does a newcomer like him possess? It's merely sheer luck. As for experience, I am his ancestor. I've read about how to find lucrative spots based on terrain, yet I haven't shared that knowledge with anyone. Song Hui huffed dismissively. If you're so experienced, how come you only earned 30 bucks? That doesn't amount to much, his father retorted defiantly. Who told him that the feng shui he studies is useless? Song Hui shot back, at a loss for words, glaring at his father. Just go to bed. There's no point in discussing this with you. You understand nothing. You'd be better off studying your worthless books. He waved his hand dismissively as he retreated into his room. Sleep is sleep. I haven't seen any benefits from your studies, his father muttered as he turned halfway back, grabbed his tobacco pouch, and then returned to the house. After his father entered the house, Song Hui emerged to boil some water, taking out 2 packets of Huafeng Sanxian noodles, preparing to soak them for a meal. Meanwhile, Huang Fei, after boasting in the small shop, returned home with half a box of cigarettes. Chapter 18. 2 prices in one day. Why did it take you so long to buy a pack of cigarettes? Did Lu Dahai roll them for you on the spot? Huang Fei's father remarked as he finished his meal, eyeing Huang Fei, who had just stepped in. The household was lively, as Huang Fei lived with his parents, grandfather, and grandmother. They insisted on chatting, and they kept asking me if it was true that Chen Feng earned 1,700, Huang Fei said, taking his seat at the table, noticing that the rice in his bowl had grown somewhat cold. What? That kid Chen Feng made 1,700 today? Huang Fei's grandfather asked incredulously. Indeed. I saw it with my own eyes. What a coincidence. I happened to drive over some gold, but alas. If only I had a detector. That gold would have been mine, Huang Fei lamented. That gold belongs to someone else. Even if you drive over it, it won't change that, his father scoffed. Father, this thing really makes money. 1,700 a day? I only earn 50 or 60 driving for a whole day. Otherwise, I'd buy a detector myself. The fact that I could have driven over gold proves I have a knack for this business, Huang Fei argued, excitement bubbling within him. Stop dreaming. Just stick to what you know. Driving is not bad. Don't let what others earn entice you. He made 1,700 today. He might earn nothing tomorrow. This line of work is inherently unstable, his father disagreed. But I'm already driving them to their destination. Isn't it convenient to get a detector? Besides, compared to them, I wouldn't even have to charge for the ride. I'd still earn an extra 15. Isn't that reasonable? Huang Fei thought his plan was flawless. Practically perfect. Actually, it makes sense. I would be going anyway, so returning with them saves me a trip. Even if I don't earn that much. An extra 500 or 600 a month would be good, his mother agreed, nodding. Stop supporting him. Does he have any patience for anything? Buying a machine costs thousands. By the time he earns back the money for the machine, he'll probably quit. His father, having seen through Huang Fei's character long ago, interjected. This is just because Chen Feng made money. If Chen Feng hadn't, he wouldn't even consider going, he added. Why don't you trust me? Even if I earn an extra 20 a day, isn't that worth it? I'll buy the machine now and join them tomorrow, Huang Fei declared. Unable to contain his excitement, putting down his chopsticks, ready to head to Han Jiangwo's to acquire a set just like Chen Feng's. Come back here. Let's discuss this further. Why must you rush into everything? His father, exasperated, pointed at Huang Fei, who was about to leave. Don't worry. I'm sure I can manage. Tomorrow, I'll bring back some gold for you, Huang Fei assured, filled with determination. Huang Fei waved his hand dismissively, hurriedly retrieving money from the house before rushing out. Damn it. How did I end up raising such a beast? Huang Fei's father exclaimed, setting down his chopsticks in irritation. If he could manage to work hard, it wouldn't be such a problem, Huang Fei's mother pondered aloud. I understand the importance of diligence, but the issue is that your son lacks the ability to sustain it. He'll be back to sleep in less than 3 days, mark my words, Huang Fei's father asserted confidently. Not necessarily. Children grow up, and who knows? He might become responsible, Huang Fei's grandfather interjected. At the very least, knowing how to work harder is beneficial. Your grandson will never be responsible, Huang Fei's father scoffed, fully aware of his son's nature. Meanwhile, Huang Fei had arrived at Han Jiangwo's agricultural machinery store, where 2 or 3 people were engaged in conversation. And Han Jiangwo appeared to be tidying up, seemingly preparing for bed soon. Old Han, fetch me a metal detector, identical to Qin Feng's. Huang Fei called out upon entering. What is going on? Weren't you driving them? Are you also looking to strike gold? Han Jiangwo asked curiously. What is with everyone suddenly wanting to pan for gold? Huang Fei replied with enthusiasm, of course. You wouldn't believe it. Qin Feng made 1,700 today, and he found that gold nugget right under my car. Is that so? Qin Feng earned 1,007 today? Han Jiangwo exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief. Previously, he had thought Qin Feng seemed uninterested in gold panning, assuming he was merely playing around. To his astonishment, the first day yielded such a substantial profit. At this rate, he'd recoup the cost of the machinery within a few days. Do you have any machines like Qin Feng's? Huang Fei urged, witnessing Han Jiangwo's surprise. Yes. Come with me to the warehouse, Han Jiangwo responded, snapping back to reality and beckoning him over. Indeed, he owed Qin Feng a debt of gratitude. Had Huang Fei not been inspired by Qin Feng's earnings, he wouldn't have sold another set of machinery. Look, this is the same kind of machine as Qin Feng's. Even the color is identical, Han Jiangwo said, holding up a machine for Huang Fei to see. Huang Fei examined it and nodded in agreement, confirming its likeness. All right. Ensure everything matches what Qin Feng bought. Just give me whatever he has, Huang Fei instructed, raising his hand. Understood. He also purchased a black backpack and a small shovel. These 2 glass bottles are identical to his. This one is a gift for you. Han Jiangwo swiftly gathered the items and handed them over. Great, Huang Fei replied, not bothering to scrutinize the items as long as they matched Qin Feng's. The 2 returned to the store, where Han Jiangwo began calculating the total. The detector costs 2,006, the backpack 120, I'll charge you 100 for that, and the shovel is 10. The total comes to 2,701. Last time, Qin Feng spent a total of 2,630, while Huang Fei spent 2,701 for the same items. Huang Fei, lacking the habit of bargaining, would merely ask if a discount could be offered, and upon receiving a negative response, the conversation would conclude. Logically, being from the same village, it would be rather unseemly to sell items at differing prices. But Han Jiangwo was indifferent to such matters. Securing the profits was what truly mattered, and concerns for the future could wait. When Huang Fei learned that he was given a discount of 20, he could not help but express his gratitude, saying, thank you. Oh, no need to be polite. Han Jiangwo replied with a smile as he accepted the money. May you strike gold tomorrow. He cheerfully added, I appreciate your kind words. Huang Fei responded happily. After Huang Fei departed, Han Jiangwo leaned on the counter, his expression one of astonishment. Chapter 19. The tale grows more absurd. He had not anticipated that this fellow could indeed unearth some treasures. There was something commendable about him. Although he felt a twinge of envy, he recognized that he could not venture out in search of gold himself, as he had a shop to attend to. Nevertheless, Qin Feng's discoveries were beneficial for him, as it was his equipment that was used to find the gold. Now, he no longer needed to fabricate stories daily. A genuine example was right at hand. With Qin Feng's success, he anticipated selling a few more items, filling Han Jiangwo with delight. The news of Qin Feng's finds spread rapidly throughout the village, growing increasingly embellished. Have you heard? Qin Feng went out to pan for gold today and earned 1,700 in a single day. The piece was quite substantial, weighing over 3 grams. No way, is that true? So large. Did you know? That fellow earned over 2,000 today, with just 1 scoop. He discovered a nugget as big as a finger. Can you believe it? Qin Feng earned over 17,000 in a day, finding several pieces of gold. It's incredible. Don't believe me? Go ask at the shop. Huang Fei himself said it. He was right there. The following day, Qin Feng stood at the entrance, gazing out at the sparse drizzle with a glum expression. Damn, wasn't the weather forecast promising clear skies for yesterday? Why is it raining today? He had hoped to venture out again to recoup his expenses for the machinery, but it seemed those plans were dashed. He would have to remain at home for the day. After all, panning for gold required fine weather. In windy or rainy conditions, the task was nearly impossible, as every scoop would yield nothing but mud. Moreover, traversing through the mud to search for treasures not only severely hampered efficiency, but could also damage his equipment if it became waterlogged. While Chen Feng stood at the door, lost in his thoughts, a young man, appearing to be in his early 20s, approached him with a broad smile, his complexion somewhat dark and sporting a buzz cut. Upon noticing Chen Feng at the entrance, he quickened his pace, exclaiming, "Brother, I heard you earned hundreds of thousands yesterday. Did you really find a piece of gold as big as a fist?" Upon hearing this, Chen Feng fell into a momentary silence, eventually breaking it with a question, "Which father did you hear that from?" "I do not know, they all say this. I merely came to inquire and gather some first-hand intelligence," the young man chuckled. His name was Lin Yan, a close friend of Chen Feng, and the two were inseparable companions, akin to brothers. After graduating from high school, he chose not to pursue further studies and instead assisted his family with their work. "Not much, really. If I had earned hundreds of thousands, I would not remain so composed. I would have long since ventured out to enjoy life. Altogether, I have just over 1,700, Chen Feng remarked. "Wow, that is still quite a sum. Others earn less in a month than you do in a day." Lin Yan's eyes sparkled upon hearing this. "It's fair enough. Gold panning is rather unstable. I had planned to venture out again today, but this dreadful weather took me by surprise," Chen Feng lamented, gazing up at the sky. "Don't worry, brother. Tomorrow will do just as well. My father always says that weather forecasts are utterly unreliable. They are simply fabrications meant to mislead us," Lin Yan replied, retrieving a crumpled pack of Hong Shuangxi cigarettes from his pocket and offering Chen Feng one of the only two inside. A pack of Hong Shuangxi costs 4 yuan, and Lin Yan has been smoking these for quite some time. He lacks a stable source of income, relying entirely on his family's support or occasionally earning a bit on the side for pocket money. "Out of cigarettes?" Chen Feng asked as he accepted the smoke, glancing at the box. "Yes, indeed," Lin Yan chuckled, pulling out a lighter to ignite the cigarette for Chen Feng. "Let us head inside. It's rather chilly out here," Chen Feng suggested. "No, my shoes are muddy and I will dirty your place," Lin Yan shook his head. "That's no matter. I must head out soon as well, so it will be muddied regardless," Chen Feng insisted, pulling him indoors. He then tossed a substantial portion of a box of Baitashan cigarettes onto the table. "Take some and enjoy." He did not have a full box to offer, or he would have given him one outright. Lin Yan has always been exceptionally kind to Chen Feng. Sometimes when his family brings home vegetables, he thinks of sharing them with Chen Feng, often presenting him with peculiar items. When Chen Feng runs low on cash, Lin Yan willingly shares his meager funds to buy a pack of cigarettes for both of them, only stopping when his own pockets are empty. "Thank you, brother," Lin Yan said with a delighted grin as he accepted the cigarette. The white box of Baitashan represented a luxury for him, something he could rarely afford. "Young man, come and have a bag of milk," Lu Ping called out cheerfully upon seeing Lin Yan, offering him a bag of milk. "Thank you, auntie, but I want tea. Drink it," Lin Yan shyly declined, shaking his head. "Just take it, drink it," Chen Feng encouraged. Thank you, auntie." "Thank you, brother." Lin Yan finally accepted the bag of milk, feeling a bit embarrassed. To be honest, Lin Yan felt somewhat constrained in Lu Ping's presence. It wasn't until she retreated indoors that he quietly confided to Chen Feng, "Brother, when I arrived, I overheard Old Wang's wife cursing and discussing with her husband about coming to ask you for money." Old Wang's family was the very one from which Chen Feng's original self had stolen chickens, prompting a frown to crease Chen Feng's brow upon hearing this. "Are you asking me for money? What kind of money? Do you have no shame?" Chen Feng scoffed. Initially, after his rebirth, Chen Feng contemplated whether he should return the money for the stolen chicken to Old Wang's family, for stealing chickens is inherently wrong. However, upon learning of the misdeeds committed by Old Wang's wife, Chen Feng felt that not only should he not repay the money, but he would also derive no satisfaction from merely letting their chickens bleed. It is no wonder that despite his past mischief, Chen Feng had never resorted to petty theft. He would not suddenly steal a chicken from Old Wang's household just to stew it. There was a reason behind it. Old Wang's wife epitomized the typical rural woman, relishing in spreading gossip and fabricating rumors. Initially, she disparaged Chen Feng behind his back, claiming that a university student was nothing remarkable, merely someone who stayed at home. This eventually escalated to absurd tales, such as speculating why Chen Feng's father had not returned for so many years, alleging that he had left upon discovering that Lu Ping was unfaithful. She even insinuated that Chen Feng was not his biological son, but rather a product of infidelity, thus retaliating against his mother. Although Chen Feng was unaware of the reasons behind his father's sudden disappearance when he was 6 or 7, he was certain it was not as old Wang's wife had claimed. He had once inquired with his mother why his father never came back, to which Lu Ping could only sigh and shake her head, stating, "Your father had no choice." Upon hearing old Wang's wife's gossip, Chen Feng was infuriated. But such matters only grew more convoluted, and he could not confront her directly. Consequently, he resorted to stealing a chicken to vent his frustrations. Initially, he contemplated setting fire to their woodpile at night, but he ultimately hesitated, fearing the repercussions. Chapter 20. Earning extra money. So, she heard that I've made some money, and now she wants to come and ask for some, right? Chen Feng understood her intentions all too well. Yes, I suspect that's the case. Honestly, brother, you are too lenient. For someone like her, you should just burn down her woodpile in the dead of night. In the darkness, no one would suspect you. Give her a lesson, so she stops her idle chatter, Lin Yin confidently suggested. Chen Feng chuckled at her words, saying, "Forget it. The whole village knows of our close relationship. If her woodpile were to catch fire, it would either be attributed to you or me. There would be no mystery about it. Don't worry. There will be ample opportunities to deal with her. If she dares to overstep her bounds and approaches me, then she should not blame me for being unkind." Chen Feng detested gossips, those who maliciously spread rumors behind one's back, akin to a toad leaping onto one's foot, not biting but utterly disgusting. When one finally confronts them, they deny ever having said such things, feigning innocence. What nonsense is this? All right, brother, I will heed your advice. Should you need anything, just say the word. If not, we could always slip some poison into her chickens one day, Lin Yin pondered. By the way, brother, if you're not going out today, shall we find a way to earn some extra money together? Lin Yin suddenly suggested. What extra money? Chen Feng inquired curiously. Let us venture into the river to catch some fish. If fortune smiles upon us today, we could net a good 10 or 8. Thereby earning ourselves a modest sum of 20 to 30 yuan, Lin Yin proposed enthusiastically. Will we truly go fishing in this downpour? Chen Feng inquired with a hint of skepticism. Isn't it customary to wait for a dry spell when the water is shallower and easier to navigate? With the rain swelling the river, can we even catch anything? Indeed, we shall fish in the rain. I've observed that when the rain pours heavily, the fish tend to swim downstream, and we can simply wait by the lower banks to catch them, Lin Yin replied, his excitement palpable as he stood up. Very well. Since we have nothing better to do, a little profit is better than none, Chen Feng conceded, feeling a wave of boredom wash over him. And he decided to accompany Lin Yin. They first changed into suitable work attire, then grabbed a plastic bag to safeguard their phones and cigarettes from the rain. Upon learning of their plans, Lu Ping was perplexed. What fish could you possibly catch in such heavy rain? She wondered aloud. Although she wished to dissuade them from going, she could only remind them to be cautious and return home soon. Once prepared, the duo made their way to the village's small river. On the journey, Lin Yin stopped by his home to fetch a fish basket and a net. As for the sale of their catch, he was unconcerned. They could simply take the fish to Lu Dahai's house, and he would share the news in the group chat. At a lower price, buyers would surely come. Although selling in the county would yield higher profits, the additional travel costs rendered it less appealing. Brother, look, the rain is indeed quite heavy today. The river must be overflowing, Lin Yin exclaimed. Before they reached their destination, they were both thoroughly drenched, and Chen Feng wiped the rain from his face. Feeling a twinge of regret, they had yet to catch any fish and were already soaked like them. He did not expect to earn much. A mere 2 packs of cigarettes would suffice. Upon arriving at the riverbank, they noticed the water had indeed risen, spilling over towards the banks. They positioned their plastic bags safely on the shore and waded into the river, which was only about 30 to 40 centimeters deep, posing little danger. Look, there are indeed fish being swept downstream, Lin Yin exclaimed, pointing excitedly at a fish. Wait, so you were merely guessing? Chen Feng realized, understanding that Lin Yin had no certainty either. Hee, Lin Yin chuckled, unfazed, as he grabbed the net and dashed after the fish. Chen Feng followed suit, scanning the water for signs of fish. A carp weighing over a kilogram swam right before him. Chen Feng crept closer, his gaze sharp, and he swiftly plunged the net. However, it emerged empty. The carp darted away downstream in a flash. Chen Feng thought to himself, How infuriating. I aimed perfectly. Why did the net veer off course? Though he understood the principle of light refraction causing a discrepancy between the fish's actual position and his perception, he was at a loss for how to execute the catch effectively. He had never truly fished before. His past ventures with Lin Yin had been mere escapades, fashioning a makeshift fishing rod from a branch and returning home empty-handed yet satisfied. An excited voice rang out nearby. Lin Yin held the net, inside which a sizable carp was thrashing about. He excitedly dashed over to Chen Feng. "Brother, look, it's quite a catch." "Indeed. Place it in the fish basket and stop it from flopping around," Chen Feng replied, observing the fish. "This one weighs about 1.5 pounds. It should fetch at least 5 yuan." Chen Feng grasped the net, unwilling to relent, and continued his pursuit. This time, he opted for a different approach, submerging the net in the water before cautiously advancing. Before him was a crucian carp, weighing just over 3 taels, leisurely swimming. As Chen Feng stealthily edged closer, he suddenly lunged forward, sending a tremendous splash across the surface of the water. To his dismay, the net was empty, and the fish had vanished without a trace. Gazing at his barren net, Chen Feng let out a dejected sigh. Compared to catching fish, he preferred the pursuit of gold. At least gold doesn't he escape. What a nuisance. Meanwhile, Lin Yin had successfully caught another fish. "Oh, look, it seems we're destined for fortune today," he gleefully proclaimed as he tossed the fish into the basket. Chen Feng was tempted to retort that it was Lin Yin who was destined for riches, while he himself had yet to catch a single one. An hour passed, and the basket contained 6 or 7 fish of various sizes. Chen Feng stood in the middle of the river, scanning the area with a sense of bewilderment. He realized he hadn't caught anything in the past hour. His best attempt had yielded a half-tail crucian carp. The net had indeed captured it, but due to the large mesh, the little fish had wriggled free, and he could only watch in disbelief as it plummeted back into the river, disappearing in an instant. "It's not my fault. It's the net's fault. Surely, my net is inferior, while Lin Yin's net is effective. Yes, that must be it." He consoled himself internally, glancing at the exuberant Lin Yin. "Ha ha ha, look at this one, brother. It must weigh 3 pounds. Lin Yin's laughter echoed as he proudly held up the net, which contained a lively carp. Chen Feng could only give a thumbs up in acknowledgement. "You truly possess a natural talent for fishing. With just a net, you seem destined for wealth," Chen Feng remarked, feeling a competitive spirit awaken within him. He had lowered his expectations from initially aiming to earn 30 yuan to now simply hoping not to return empty-handed. Another hour slipped by, and Chen Feng cautiously approached a fish with his net. It appeared to be a crucian carp weighing around 1/2 pound. Holding his breath, he concentrated, slowly maneuvering the net closer before suddenly snapping it down. As he felt the struggle within the net, tears of joy nearly welled up in his eyes. This was more exhilarating than striking gold. Lin Yin, look what I caught, ha ha ha. Chen Feng eagerly lifted the net to showcase his catch. However, Lin Yin was already on his way to the fish basket, cradling a 5 or 6 pound carp. "Wow, brother, you're amazing. What a large crucian carp," Lin Yin exclaimed, lifting his gaze and revealing a pure, innocent smile. Although aware that Lin Yin harbored no ulterior motives, Chen Feng could not shake the feeling that the fish cradled in Lin Yin's arms was mocking him. The two of them took a moment to catch their breath after emerging from the water, ready to light a cigarette and rest for a while. After retrieving their smokes from a plastic bag, they ignited them and sat by the riverbank, inhaling the calming smoke. "Brother, today's catch is truly remarkable. Those fish could fetch 100 yuan. We could each take 50. Rarely do we catch this many. Perhaps the upstream reservoir overflowed, causing them to descend?" Lin Yin speculated, unable to contain his thoughts. "Indeed, that seems likely," Chen Feng nodded in agreement. "Usually, one would be fortunate to see a single fish here. Otherwise, this place would be swarming with people, not just the two of us. By the way, Yin, you can keep the fish we caught without splitting them. They are all your labor." "I'll simply take that crucian carp home to stew," Chen Feng suggested. If he had caught fewer fish while Lin Yin caught more, Chen Feng would have been fine with sharing. However, the reality was that he had caught none at all. These were solely Lin Yin's efforts, and it felt inappropriate to divide them. He was content with taking just one fish home to ensure his trip was not in vain. "What are you talking about, brother? We agreed to catch and share together. How could I possibly take them all? What do you think of me?" Lin Yin retorted, his expression turning serious. "It's definitely 50-50, no negotiation." Seeing Lin Yin's resolute demeanor, Chen Feng smiled and chose silence instead, extinguishing his cigarette and rising to his feet. All right then. Let us catch even more. Let us have a grand fish feast today. Definitely, Lin Yin exclaimed, taking several quick puffs before discarding his cigarette and picking up his net once more, a grin spreading across his face. This time, the two did not disperse in the river, but instead, Chen Feng moved to Lin Yin's position. He thought that if he couldn't catch any fish, Lin Yin might be able to assist him, convinced that no fish could evade both of their efforts. What is this? Are you the lead fish, planning to elope? He joked, as a large carp swam gracefully downstream, gliding past him. Chen Feng cautiously approached with his net raised, prepared to capture it. However, at that moment, an alert from Chen Feng's system rang out. Precious metals detected within a 3-meter radius. Chen Feng was momentarily taken aback, never expecting the system to activate. What are you doing, brother? Hurry and pounce, Lin Yin urged, noticing Chen Feng hesitating with the net. He was ready to assist Chen Feng in his endeavor. Wait, I think I see something, Chen Feng replied, flipping the net upside down, entirely disregarding the swimming fish before him, as he began to probe the water below. What is out there? What is it? Lin Yin, intrigued by Chen Feng's words, hurried to his side to investigate. There's something here, uncertain whether it's gold or silver, but I'm certain it's valuable. Chen Feng furrowed his brow as he searched through the water, ultimately finding the net cumbersome and handing it over to Lin Yin, opting instead to feel around the riverbed with his bare hands. What? Brother, did you really see it? Is there gold? Lin Yin exclaimed, astonished and exhilarated. Gold and silver are far more valuable than fish. If there truly were gold at the riverbed, who would bother catching fish? Everyone would be here panning for gold instead. There is indeed. Toss the net ashore and come help me search, Chen Feng replied, wading through the water, persistently sifting through the depths. Lin Yin, upon hearing this, dashed back to the bank, flung the net aside, and hurried back with eager anticipation. What kind of gold is it? Is it large? He inquired, mimicking Chen Feng's motions in the water as he fumbled around. I don't know. Just pick up anything that looks different from the stones and take a look, Chen Feng answered, diligently scraping through the riverbed mud, hoping to uncover whatever lay hidden beneath. This was Lin Yin's first experience in panning for gold, and he was filled with an infectious excitement, tirelessly sifting through the muddy riverbed as if he were impervious to fatigue. The once crystal-clear water was now rendered murky by their efforts, and the cloudiness continued to spread outward from their vicinity. Brother, are we doing this right? Is this how you pan for gold? Lin Yin questioned, sensing something amiss after a prolonged period of sifting. Certainly not. Who would wade into a river to pan for gold like this? Chen Feng stood, rinsing his hands in the water, his brow furrowed as he gazed at the murky depths. This isn't sustainable, and with the water stirred up so much. Even if there is gold, we won't be able to see it. Moreover, given the 3-meter depth, searching with our bare hands is akin to finding a needle in a haystack. Fortunately, the system's alerts still chimed in, confirming that the treasure had not been washed away and remained nearby. Lin Yin, go back and fetch the metal detector, grab a sturdy plastic bag to cover the head, and bring an umbrella, Chen Feng finally instructed, a determined expression crossing his face. All right, I'll do it right now, Lin Yin nodded, sprinting back to the bank toward Chen Feng's home. Before long, Lin Yin returned to Chen Feng's house, appearing soaked and bedraggled, prompting a moment of surprise from Lu Ping. Little Yin, why hasn't Chen Feng come back with you? Auntie, Brother Feng is still at the river. He found something, but we couldn't retrieve it. He asked me to get the detector, Lin Yin gasped, catching his breath. Found something? Lu Ping's eyes widened in astonishment. Could there really be treasure in the river? She had never heard of anyone finding gold there over the years. There's no doubt. Brother Feng wouldn't make a mistake. He told me to cover the detector's head with something and to bring an umbrella, Lin Yin said, brimming with unwavering faith in Chen Feng. All right, but what can we use to cover it? The water is so deep, Lu Ping pondered, momentarily troubled, aware that the metal detector was not waterproof and could be ruined if it got wet. After wandering around the house several times, Lu Ping finally recalled an item. She hurried to her room, rummaged through her belongings, and eventually unearthed a raincoat. Together with Lin Yin, they wrapped the head of the metal detector in the raincoat, securing it with tape to prevent any unforeseen mishaps. Chapter 22. Chen Feng discovers the gold mine next. Lu Ping handed Lin Yin a large umbrella, urging him to caution Chen Feng to be exceedingly careful, lest he ruin the detector without finding any treasure. Lin Yin, carrying the metal detector and holding the umbrella, ventured outside the village. The rural homes, closely situated, had some doors ajar, with residents enjoying the scenery and chatting. Naturally, Lin Yan's appearance attracted much attention. Lin Yan, what are you doing with that metal detector on such a rainy day? A villager approached, curiosity evident as he asked. Fishing, Lin Yan replied briefly before hastily departing, fully aware that it would be foolish to reveal the true purpose of his expedition. However, the absurdity of using a metal detector for fishing was not lost on anyone. Once Lin Yan left, the villager made his way to Lu Dahai's small shop, curiosity piqued. Did you see? Lin Yan was heading out of the village with a metal detector. What is going on? Many listened with puzzled expressions. He doesn't own a metal detector. I haven't heard about it. Probably borrowed it for fun, someone speculated. That thing is quite expensive. Who would lend it out easily, especially on a rainy day? What if it gets damaged? Isn't Lin Yan close to Chen Feng? Could it be Chen Feng's detector? The mention of Chen Feng's name drew immediate attention. After all, he was known for earning a substantial income of 700 a day, and his exploits had spread throughout the village, making him quite the sensation. While they might disregard someone else with a metal detector, associating it with Chen Feng made them take notice. What could Chen Feng possibly be doing with a metal detector on a rainy day? Could he have found something? Yet, there are no abandoned mines nearby. Where could gold be found? There might be. Otherwise, why would Chen Feng be using a metal detector? He is not foolish. Indeed, where is he now? We should go see what is happening. Yes, let us go together. The villagers, engaged in idle chatter at the small shop, could no longer sit still. One by one, they rose, eager to fetch umbrellas and witness the unfolding drama. Even Lu Dahai, stirred by curiosity, left the shop in the care of his wife, grabbing an umbrella to investigate the matter himself. In less than 10 minutes, news of Chen Feng wielding the metal detector spread throughout the village. Many, bored by the rain, became instantly intrigued. Ultimately, rumors escalated to the improbable claim that Chen Feng had discovered a gold mine nearby. What? Chen Feng found gold with the metal detector near the village? Zheng Ping exclaimed in astonishment upon hearing his wife's words. Indeed, they all spread such rumors. Why not venture outside and see for yourself? If he truly found something, you might as well explore as well, since idleness begets only more idleness, thought Mao Min with lively curiosity. Very well, I shall go investigate and ascertain the situation, replied Zheng Ping with alacrity, seizing an umbrella and stepping out. Meanwhile, Song Hui was in Han Jiangwo's shop, casually munching on sunflower seeds. Spitting out a shell, he lamented, why is it that Chen Feng can strike gold while I cannot? Is it possible that the detector you sold me is defective? Come now, you chose that detector yourself. After purchasing, you even had it blessed. Leaving me with nothing but a heap of ash, Han Jiangwo retorted, leaning on the counter with a hint of irritation. True enough. But do you think a larger one would yield better results? Is there truly a difference in size? Song Hui inquired, grasping another handful of seeds. Certainly. A larger detector has a broader range. When will you procure a larger one? Han Jiangwo mused, though he himself was uncertain about the actual differences, merely relaying what the supplier had claimed. Ever since he stocked up, no one had shown interest in the larger models. They all opted for the cheaper, smaller ones, leaving him with the larger units gathering dust. Just as their banter continued, a newcomer entered. Please, fetch me a packet of bean seeds. Song Hui, what brings you here? The visitor inquired at the counter, his curiosity piqued upon spotting Song Hui. It's raining. What else could I possibly do? Song Hui shrugged nonchalantly. Gold prospectors are flocking to the outskirts of the village. It seems Chen Feng has struck gold just outside our village, and you're still here, unperturbed? The visitor chuckled. What? Chen Feng has found gold just outside our village. Song Hui exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief. After all, when they initially purchased their detectors, they had scoured both the village and its surroundings thoroughly. Not only had they explored the village, but they had also found nothing, ultimately discovering some remnants only at the abandoned mine. It was no wonder no one was searching outside the village. It had been thoroughly examined. Now, suddenly hearing that Chen Feng had found gold beyond the village was simply astonishing. This must be nonsense. We've already searched the outskirts. There's nothing there. Who told you this? Song Hui questioned, skepticism etched across his face. Who else would say it? The village is abuzz. A crowd is rushing out to find Chen Feng's gold site, and you remain so composed, the visitor replied, exasperated. Wait a moment, are you serious? They really have all gone. Song Hui could no longer remain seated. If this were false, there wouldn't be such a throng of people seeking excitement. Yes, you might want to hurry. They may have already unearthed everything. The visitor chuckled, taking the bean seeds and departing. Once he left, Song Hui exchanged a glance with Han Jiangwo. After a brief silence, he abruptly grabbed an umbrella and dashed outside. Hey, remember to return the umbrella once you're done. Han Jiangwo called after him. Understood, Song Hui replied, already stepping out into the rain. Han Jiangwo gazed at the departing figure of Song Hui, stroking his chin in disbelief. Is it true? Can Chen Feng really find gold outside the village? This seems utterly ridiculous. As Song Hui stepped outside, he noticed several individuals meandering towards the village's outskirts. Upon inquiring, he discovered they were all drawn by the rumor of Chen Feng unearthing gold and were eager to witness the spectacle. But you don't even possess a metal detector. How do you expect to know what's there? Song Hui remarked, perplexed, as he observed two elderly women. Oh, you don't understand. They say the gold is so abundant that one can grab handfuls of it without any equipment. The two women responded, speaking with an air of certainty. Song Hui, upon hearing this, pursed his lips and remained silent, a smirk playing on his face. If there were indeed gold, it would surely be those equipped with detectors who would benefit. To rely on bare hands for such a treasure was mere folly. Meanwhile, in the river, Chen Feng was sweating profusely, having searched tirelessly, yet found nothing. He decided to abandon his efforts in that spot and wandered through the river, hoping to uncover gold elsewhere. After traversing the entire river without success, he returned to his original position, awaiting Lin Yan's arrival. Chapter 23. The entire village watches. After a while, Lin Yan arrived, brandishing a metal detector, and shouted from the shore, "Brother, shall I come over now?" "Yes, but be careful not to let the machine get wet," Chen Feng called back. Lin Yan raised the metal detector high and cautiously waded through the water. Upon nearing Chen Feng, he inquired, "Is it securely wrapped? It won't get wet, right?" "No worries." Auntie wrapped it in a raincoat and secured it with tape, Lin Yan assured, handing the device to Chen Feng. Though Chen Feng felt somewhat uneasy about Lin Yan's clumsiness, he would have felt at ease had it been their mother wrapping it. Hanging the headphones around his neck, Chen Feng slowly submerged the detector into the water while Lin Yan held an umbrella over him. Chen Feng was not concerned about getting soaked. He was already drenched, but rather about the machine getting wet and malfunctioning. Just as he immersed the device, he noticed several individuals rushing towards the shore, leaving him puzzled. "What is going on? Are they here to fish too?" he asked Lin Yan, who was equally bewildered. The underwater exploration proved challenging. The water's resistance was considerable, and with the detector's head wrapped, the resistance intensified. Moreover, Chen Feng was cautious not to make large movements that would splash water, resulting in an excruciatingly slow process. In less than 5 minutes, the crowd on the bank grew larger. As they observed Chen Feng genuinely operating the detector, excitement began to stir among them. After all, it was unlikely that Chen Feng would be wading through the river without reason unless he anticipated finding something. "I just arrived. What's happening? Did he find anything? Is there really something in the river? I can't believe it. He's really detecting. Why didn't I consider that there might be something in the river?" "Chen Feng, what have you discovered?" someone shouted out, unable to contain their curiosity. Upon hearing this, Chen Feng felt a wave of frustration wash over him. He ignored the individual and turned his gaze towards Lin Yan. "Did you lure the enemy here?" "Brother, I never mentioned discovering anything. I merely suggested we come to fish," Lin Yan replied, looking puzzled at the riverbank. He didn't say he found anything, so how does everyone know? Seeing Lin's confusion, Chen Feng couldn't help but sigh. "You're holding a detection device and claiming we're here to fish. Who would believe that?" He reflected on his own oversight, realizing he should have reminded Lin to conceal the device. Initially, he had hoped to quietly accumulate wealth, yet now the entire village was aware. However, Chen Feng soon shrugged it off, recognizing the impracticality of keeping secrets in a place bustling with people. Moreover, even if they saw it, it wouldn't impact him. There was only one source of treasure here, which he would soon retrieve. Other locations yielded nothing, so if they wished to probe, they were welcome to do so. The burden would not fall upon him. "Ignore them and continue searching," Chen Feng instructed, resuming his explorations beneath the riverbed. At that moment, Zheng Ping and Lu Dehai arrived, with Song Hui observing in bewilderment. He had anticipated the treasure would be located on the riverbank, only to discover Chen Feng and Lin Yan were searching in the water. "Wait, there can be treasure in the river? I've never heard of such a thing," Song Hui remarked, glancing at Zheng Ping. "I'm baffled too. but I suspect he has indeed found something. Otherwise, who would wade into the river for no reason? Zheng Ping pondered hesitantly. Did they uncover anything? Who arrived first? Any news? Lu Dehai inquired curiously. They just got here. I saw them in the water right away, but I doubt they found anything. After all, Lin Yin just returned home to get that device, a villager speculated. At this point, the villagers were even more anxious than Qin Feng, eager to discover if the river they often bathed in truly held gold. If it did, wouldn't that mean they had been brushing past riches all along? Brother, any luck? Lin Yin asked, holding up an umbrella, unable to contain his curiosity. Nothing yet, but it should be soon. The river's conditions are quite unfavorable for detection. Qin Feng replied. Suddenly, the river churned violently, and Qin Feng lost his footing, nearly toppling backward. Brother, are you all right? Lin Yin rushed to steady him. Concern etched on his face. Ugh, I'm fine, Qin Feng snapped, regaining his balance and continuing his search. He hoped that whatever he would find soon would not be disappointing. Otherwise, all his efforts would have been in vain. Minutes dragged on, and the onlookers by the river began to grow impatient. What is going on? Why is there no news after all this time? Is there truly nothing here? I'm starting to doubt it. Who searches for gold in the river? This seems utterly ridiculous, another chimed in. After standing in this rain for so long and seeing nothing, it's absurd, Song Hui said, his brow furrowed. Does he genuinely believe he is some sort of gold-collecting prodigy, capable of finding treasure anywhere? Whoever claimed he discovered gold, let them stay here in the rain if they wish. I'm heading home. How could there possibly be gold in the river? It seems Qin Feng is still lost in a dream. He hasn't even figured out the ground and has rushed into the river to pan for gold. What a comical sight. With a scoff, Song Hui turned to leave, and many who shared his sentiments followed suit. The rain continued to pour heavily, even if they avoided the river. Their pant legs and shoes would inevitably get soaked. If they got wet, they wouldn't be able to wear them tomorrow. Zheng Ping, overhearing the conversation, pressed his lips together, feeling that Qin Feng wouldn't venture into the river without reason. After all, he wasn't a fool who would randomly explore a river. Lu Dehai stood nearby, holding an umbrella, adopting a spectator's attitude. Yet, he too thought the likelihood was slim. If there were indeed gold in the river, would it truly come to a novice like him? The seasoned prospectors must have thoroughly searched the river long before. Just when everyone believed that Qin Feng could not possibly find anything in the river, the detector in his hand suddenly began to beep. Oh, upon hearing the sound, both Qin Feng and Lin Yin's faces lit up with joy, exchanging a glance filled with excitement. It's beeping. What should we do next? Lin Yin anxiously queried. Don't rush. Stay still. The water is too murky right now. Let's wait for it to clear a bit before we pan slowly. As long as we know where it is, we can handle it, Qin Feng instructed. The two stood still in the water for half a minute. Gradually, the initially turbid water began to clear, revealing the true nature of the riverbed. Hold the detector steady. I'll feel around, Qin Feng said, passing the device to Lin Yin while he bent down carefully to search, leaving no stone unturned. The onlookers on the shore couldn't hear the detector's beeping due to the distance. They could only see Qin Feng bending down, probing the riverbed. What is he even searching for? Someone whispered, eyes filled with disdain. Bent over, Qin Feng scooped up a handful of silt, rinsing it off in the river, eager to discover if anything lay beneath. Once the mud was washed away, he seemed to touch something somewhat rounded, and his expression brightened instantly. Chapter 24. A bounty from the river shocks the entire village. When he raised the object to examine it, a golden, oval shape appeared before the two. Wow, brother, is this gold? Lin Yin exclaimed, his eyes widening, feeling his breath quicken. Yes, it is, Qin Feng confirmed, rinsing it in the water and weighing it in his hand, growing more certain that this was indeed the treasure. A smile spread across his face uncontrollably. It appeared even larger than the last piece he had found, likely weighing around 4 grams, worth at least 1,000. Qin Feng's excitement grew with each thought. Who would have imagined that he, merely seeking to catch fish, would stumble upon gold instead? Ha ha ha. Brother, we're rich, Lin Yin exclaimed. Having never encountered something so valuable, he felt as though he had won the lottery. His uncontrollable laughter echoed to the shore, leaving the gathered crowd in astonishment. What is happening? Has something been found? Wow, it seems like they really struck gold. Qin Feng, what's going on? A group of people anxiously called out, and those who had taken a few steps froze upon hearing the voice, then quickly rushed back. Song Hui turned to look at the agitated crowd, a jolt of unease coursing through him. This is bad, Could it be that this fellow truly found something valuable? Unable to suppress his own excitement any longer, he dashed to the riverbank, his eyes fixed on the two men laughing heartily in the water. What is happening? Did he really strike gold? Song Hui hurriedly inquired of those nearby. How would I know? I just heard them suddenly burst into laughter. And Chen Feng was holding something in his hand, came the impatient reply from a bystander. Upon hearing this, Song Hui felt his heart sink again. It was likely true. If they weren't onto something, how could they be so elated? With this thought, he prayed that whatever Chen Feng had in his hands was worthless. Perhaps just a small silver nugget worth a mere dozen yuan, or even a few tens. Please, let it not be gold that could fetch hundreds. People are like that. Sometimes witnessing others' fortune feels more painful than a personal loss. Zheng Ping, witnessing the scene, couldn't help but smile broadly, calling out to Chen Feng, "What did you find?" Lu Dehai's face lit up with excitement. He hoped fervently that Chen Feng had indeed struck it rich, as that would enable him to sell a couple more jars of canned goods. Deep down, he was also incredulous. How could something valuable be found in a river they frequented? And among so many seasoned prospectors who had overlooked it, it was absurd that a novice like Chen Feng discovered it. Was this fate? Chen Feng, holding a piece of gold, beckoned Lin Yan to come ashore. With such a significant find, fishing was the least of their concerns. They had been in the water for several hours. Any longer, and Chen Feng would be thoroughly soaked. As the two emerged, a crowd quickly gathered around them, eager to know more. What did you find? Show us. Silver or gold? What is it worth? Faced with the curious gazes surrounding him, Chen Feng decided not to hide the truth. He would eventually need to catch a ride with Huang Fei to sell it anyway. He confidently displayed the gold nugget for all to see. Not too shabby. I estimate it's worth over 1,000, larger than the last one I found. When that gleaming piece of gold appeared before them, the crowd was instantly engulfed in shock, gasping in disbelief, their eyes slightly reddening. Wow, I thought it was just silver. Worth a few dozen at best, but it's actually a substantial piece of gold. My heavens, Chen Feng, what luck you have. You found one yesterday and another today. You must be striking it rich. Over 1,000? My goodness, I earn a mere 1,000 for a month's work in the county town. And you casually pluck this from the river? How can there be such disparity among people? Song Hui stared in wide-eyed amazement at the gold nugget. He never anticipated that Chen Feng would truly uncover a piece of gold from the river. How could this be possible? How could there be gold in the river? Is this reasonable? Gazing at that piece of gold, Song Hui was filled with regret. Who claimed that gold could not be found in the river? Had he known there was such a large nugget, he would have come to pan for it long ago. Would it have been left for Chen Feng? He felt utterly despondent. Why should all the good fortune belong to Chen Feng? Zheng Ping grinned as he looked at the gold in Chen Feng's hands and said, "Wow, Fengzi, your luck is extraordinary. This piece is even larger than the last one. To find gold in such a place, you are truly impressive. By the way, how did you discover there was gold here?" At this, the surrounding people turned their attention to Chen Feng. Indeed, who would casually bring a metal detector to the river? How did he come upon this gold? Haha, it was simply good fortune, Chen Feng replied with a hearty laugh. We came here today to catch fish. And while we were at it, I spotted something yellow. But when I reached down to pick it up, it vanished. I refused to believe it was gone. So I asked Nianzi to fetch the instrument. I had to see what it was, and lo and behold, it was indeed a piece of gold. As his words echoed, the crowd's doubts evaporated. No wonder there had been a net by the bank. They had come to fish and stumbled upon the treasure. Ah, what fate! To encounter gold while fishing, who could argue with that? It was also a testament to Fengzi's keen eyesight. If it were me, with my clumsiness, I might have let a gold brick slip away. Did you not search further to see if there is more gold in the river? Someone could not resist reminding him. There can't just be this one piece. Even a little silver would suffice. No more searching for me. Chen Feng waved his hand dismissively. My hands and feet are frozen and turning pale. If I stay any longer, I might turn into an icicle. One piece of gold is enough. I am not greedy. Haha. He prepared to head home. Meanwhile, several resourceful individuals nearby quietly departed, intending to return home for their own detectors, showing no intention of bidding farewell to Chen Feng. After all, the river did not bear a name. It was not just Chen Feng's domain. Whoever found it first claimed it, regardless of who discovered the location. Song Hui's eyes flickered as he silently made his way back to the village, planning to fetch a detector and strike it rich quietly. By the time Chen Feng returned, fully rested and eager to explore again, he would likely find the riverbed empty and be left in despair, laughing at the irony. Lu Dehai approached with a chuckle. Fengzi, Your luck is incredible. You must come to my shop to celebrate, and perhaps buy a couple of cans. Haha, it's just a small matter. I didn't expect you to come by. Fortuitously, I have a bit of work for you. Chen Feng replied, pleasantly surprised by Lu Dehai's unexpected visit, as he had been searching for an opportunity. What work? You want me to help you with the gold? Lu Dehai laughed heartily at the suggestion. Even if it is not one's own, holding it for a while is acceptable. They say that gold brings fortune. Thus, wild gold must bring even wilder luck. Ha ha. Upon hearing this, Chen Feng nearly burst into laughter. You think I would help you carry gold? What an amusing thought. We caught some fish, and since we cannot take them back, it is just right to sell them at your place. You and Lin Yin can carry them back. Chen Feng pointed to a basket of fish by the riverbank. Upon realizing it was not gold but fish they were to carry, Lu Dehai's expression instantly soured. How much could there be? Lin Yin could manage to carry it alone, he thought as he walked a few steps toward the shore. In his mind, he estimated that 5 or 6 fish would be a decent catch. However, when he approached and peered into the basket, a multitude of lively fish made his eyes widen in astonishment. Good heavens, there must be 20 or 30 in there. Did you two really catch all of these? Lu Dehai exclaimed in shock. Absolutely. Lin Yin cannot carry it alone. You must assist him, Chen Feng instructed, holding the detector and gesturing with an umbrella. Lu Dehai grimaced at the absurdity of the situation. They came merely to observe, yet now had to toil. Come on, Xiao Yin, put in some effort. Lu Dehai rolled up his sleeves and joined Lin Yin to lift the basket of fish. My word, this must weigh 60 or 70 pounds. Lu Dehai gasped again. Indeed. Otherwise would I ask you two to lift it? The onlookers marveled at the large basket of fish, realizing its worth. Their day out had not been in vain. Had they known there were so many fish, they too would have come to fish. Thus, Chen Feng returned to the village with the air of a victorious general, escorted by a crowd. Just take the fish directly to your home. I shall return after changing my clothes, Chen Feng said to Lu Dehai. All right, you go ahead. Lu Dehai nodded, and, alongside Lin Yin, carried the fish into his shop. When Chen Feng, drenched, returned home, Lu Ping promptly stood up and asked, Have you two been in the river all this time? Yes, Chen Feng replied, propping the detector against the wall and grabbing a towel to dry his hair. You should quickly change out of those wet clothes and into something dry, Lu Ping urged. All right, I'll go change now. Once inside, Chen Feng discovered his bed was heated, as his mother had prepared it for his return. After removing all his clothes, drying himself off, and donning a fresh outfit, he stepped outside with a cigarette in his mouth. I'm heading over to Lu Dehai's house to deal with the fish first, he informed Lu Ping. You caught fish? How many? Lu Ping inquired. About 60 or 70 pounds. I'll take back a couple to stew later, Chen Feng replied thoughtfully. Goodness! How could there be so much? 60 or 70 pounds. Lu Ping exclaimed in surprise. Most of it was caught by Lin Yin. I only caught one, Chen Feng chuckled. Make sure to take less. They are good friends. Don't take advantage of them, Lu Ping suggested after a moment's reflection. No worries, I know what I'm doing. Chen Feng reassured her. Chen Feng squatted before the stove, stirring the fire as he inquired, What about the metal detector? Did we find anything? Lu Ping retrieved the metal detector and began to wipe off the droplets of water with a dry cloth. We must have found something, she replied. Chen Feng entered the house and laid a sizable gold nugget on the table for her to see. Upon witnessing the substantial piece of gold, Lu Ping approached with astonishment. Her jaw agape. My heavens, how is it so large? This is truly gold, she exclaimed in disbelief as she picked it up. It's undoubtedly gold. There's no mistake. I searched for quite some time. My hands turned pale from the effort. Chen Feng chuckled. How much do you think it's worth? I never imagined there could still be gold in the river. Your luck is extraordinary. Lu Ping marveled. I estimate it to be worth over 1,000. Though who really knows the exact amount? Chen Feng speculated. All right, mother, I'm heading to Lu Dehai's house now. Do you need me to bring anything back? Chen Feng asked as he turned. No need to bring anything. We have everything we need at home, Lu Ping responded quickly. She understood that if she mentioned needing something, he would likely spend money on it. Having just earned some money, it was wise to save a bit. Chen Feng nodded and, taking an umbrella, exited the house, making his way to Lu Dehai's residence. Upon entering, he noticed a crowd gathered around a large pile of fish, engaged in animated discussion, clearly intrigued. Lu Dehai had efficiently placed the fish into several large basins filled with water to keep them alive. These are quite substantial. That carp must weigh 3 or 4 pounds. The Crucian carp isn't small either. Many weigh 2 to 3 taels. Remarkable. I can't believe those two children managed to catch so many fish. They outdid the adults. No one ever said they could bring back 60 or 70 pounds of fish, someone remarked. Indeed, and they even found a piece of gold worth over 1,000. Just imagine their luck. How will the fish be sold? Is Chun Feng planning to sell them? Lu Dehai chimed in. He'll be here shortly. Of course. He intends to sell, but we don't know the price yet. Lin Yin, how much are you two thinking of selling for? Lin Yin, basking in the admiration of the crowd, felt immense joy, relishing this newfound attention in the village. Having arrived later than Chun Feng, Lin Yin had quickly changed her clothes before coming. When asked, she hesitated and replied, I'm not sure how much to sell for. Let us wait for my brother to decide. At that moment, Chun Feng entered, and the crowd turned to him, their gazes converging. Fengzi, today's catch is impressive. The fish looks great. How much do you plan to sell them for? They jested, clearing a path for him. Chun Feng smiled, and, after a moment of thought, declared the prices. Carp at 2 yuan per pound, and crucian carp at 4 yuan. It will certainly be much cheaper than in the county, under normal circumstances. Fish stalls in the county sold carp for 350 and crucian carp for 6 yuan. Selling the catch in the village at these rates was fair and reasonable. The crowd nodded in agreement, expressing their approval of the pricing. The crucian carp is quite delightful. I would like precisely half a pound of this. On a rainy, overcast day, a bowl of soup would be just perfect, a somewhat dark-skinned man expressed with notable interest as he pointed at a crucian carp. What's the matter? Are you preparing to nourish your wife? Someone nearby, overhearing his remark, couldn't help but jest. After she's done nursing, I'll be sure to save some for you, lest your big son go hungry. The man, undeterred by the teasing, contributed to the laughter that filled the room. The listener, unembarrassed, joined in the mirth. In the village, such banter was commonplace, and those with sharp tongues often reaped small advantages, a habit everyone had grown accustomed to. Chapter 26. The nuances of human relations. Lu Dehai took out a scale and began weighing the fish alongside the man. Indeed, it was nearly half a pound, slightly exceeding that measure. Upon noticing this, Lu Dehai glanced at Chun Feng, realizing that since it was not his merchandise, he could not make decisions on Chun Feng's behalf. Whether this sum was acceptable depended solely on Chun Feng's judgment. Observing the situation, Chun Feng nonchalantly replied, That's fine. We can consider it half a pound. In business, one must not be overly meticulous. Rounding off is essential. Although Chun Feng had never engaged in commerce, he understood this principle. The man, upon hearing Chun Feng's words, broke into a smile, feeling he had gained a bargain, and pulled out 2 coins. Is this for you or for old Lu? He inquired, looking at Chun Feng. Let us give it to Brother Hai first. He can settle it with me later. Chun Feng gestured. Lu Dehai found a plastic bag to place the fish inside, and the man happily took the bag and returned home to prepare fish soup. Witnessing this, many others began to call out, selecting their preferred fish, which kept Lu Dehai quite busy. With customers clamoring, he had to send his wife out to assist him. At this moment, Chun Feng approached Lin Yin and nodded toward the basin of fish, saying, Take a few home to cook with your grandfather. Don't catch fish without enjoying any yourself. Sure, my grandfather loves fish. I'll weigh them and take them, Lin Yin replied. In his mind, since these were fish they had caught together, it was only right to weigh them and deduct the cost from their shared earnings. Why weigh them? Just grab a couple of fish quickly. They might be picked over soon, and I plan to take some as well. Chun Feng chided him lightly, noting the boy's keen business acumen and clear sense of boundaries. Yet for the two of them, such boundaries seemed excessive. There was no need for such formality. Oh, Lin Yin responded, rubbing his head, before taking a plastic bag to fill with a large carp and 2 smaller crucian carp. Brother, does this look good? Lin Yin asked as he presented the selection to Chun Feng. What does it matter? It depends on what your grandfather wishes to eat. If he prefers crucian carp, take a couple more, Chun Feng observed, noticing the quantity of crucian carp appeared somewhat scant. No need. This will suffice for a meal. And we want to finish it all. I'll take these home first, Lin Yin stated, then set off to deliver the fish. Before long, a third of the fish had been sold, which surprised Chun Feng. He hadn't anticipated such brisk sales. Today, Chun Feng contemplated that he might sell all the fish. Meanwhile, Helan, the wife of Lu Dehai, stood behind the counter, watching her husband labor diligently, feeling a pang of uncertainty within her. Although Chun Feng maintained a cordial relationship with them and frequently purchased goods from their home, she couldn't shake off the discomfort of seeing Lu Dehai toil endlessly while their own household remained burdened with plastic bags. The thought that all his efforts might yield nothing for them weighed heavily on her mind. Yet, the idea of directly asking Chen Feng for some money from the sales felt awkward. She hesitated, unable to articulate her request without feeling inappropriate. If she were to take a fish home to stew, Chen Feng wouldn't likely object, but it would seem rather petty. As if she were taking advantage of the situation, demanding payment for mere labor. As Helan wrestled with these thoughts, Chen Feng noticed that the customers had departed, and Lu Dehai had a moment to spare. Observing the beads of sweat on Lu Dehai's brow, he chuckled. "Look at you, Brother Dehai, working up a sweat." Lu Dehai smiled in response, wiping his forehead. "Indeed, this basket of fish is no light load. Bringing it from the outskirts of the village and then transferring it into the water. You're quite the clever one, returning with your little probe. Why didn't you suggest I bring the probe while hauling fish?" Chen Feng jested. "Well, I couldn't manage without you, Brother Dehai," Chen Feng replied with a grin, pulling out a cigarette from his pocket and placing it in Lu Dehai's mouth before lighting it. Lu Dehai inhaled deeply, wiping his hands on his trousers before taking a puff. "Have you found any you fancy to take home for tonight's stew?" Chen Feng gestured towards the basin of fish. Instantly, a smile graced Lu Dehai's face as he replied, somewhat bashfully, "Is that appropriate? I'm just helping you sell, and yet I'm taking a fish for myself." "Nonsense. It's all from our own catch, no money spent. We might as well share the bounty. I can't let others enjoy the fish while I merely watch." Chen Feng laughed heartily, urging him once more. "All right then, if you insist, I want to be polite. It's perfect for dinner tonight. I'll take one to stew," Lu Dehai said, grinning as he prepared to grab a carp. "That big one looks good." Chen Feng pointed to a carp weighing over 3 kilograms. "Too big. We can't finish it," Lu Dehai countered, opting for a carp just over 2 kilograms instead. He bagged it and handed it to Helan at the counter, advising her to keep it in water until he was ready to cook it later. Helan accepted the fish, her heart lifting as her earlier turmoil dissipated. "Xiao Feng, isn't this a bit unfair? You're helping us sell fish, and we're taking one from you." "Not at all, sister-in-law. Take it home and enjoy it." "It's no trouble," Chen Feng replied with a smile. "All right, I'll go prepare the basin," Helan said, heading to the back to find a container. Little did she know, Chen Feng had also been contemplating how much Lu Dehai had assisted them. He could not let him labor for free. However, you should just give him a bit of money. This meager catch is hardly worth much, and it is impossible to divide it meaningfully. Dividing it into 10 or 20 yuan seems trivial, considering that Chen Feng and the other person spent an entire afternoon fishing, and that hardly seems worth the effort. Yet to suggest splitting it into 3 or 4 yuan feels almost insulting. Who would fret over such a small sum? Even Lu Dehai would likely refuse, preferring nothing at all. Initially, Chen Feng intended to purchase a few items as a gesture of goodwill, ensuring that his efforts were not in vain. However, upon seeing the fish, he altered his decision. It would be more considerate to simply gift him 2 fish, which would only amount to a few yuan. This way, Lu Dehai would be pleased, feeling that his efforts were worthwhile, and Chen Feng would be content as well. Such is the nature of building relationships. Chen Feng selected a 2-pound carp and a half-pound Christian carp to take home, then returned. As he came back, Lin Yin happened to arrive as well, his face radiating joy. Upon seeing Chen Feng, he could hardly contain himself and exclaimed, "Brother, you won't believe it. My grandfather was utterly astonished when he saw the fish. He never expected me to actually catch any, and when he heard we caught 60 or 70 pounds, his reaction was priceless. He kept asking me if it was true." Huh? Chapter 27. Listen to me. Don't go. Lin Yin was quite proud, having received numerous praises from his grandfather for his accomplishments. Thus, upon spotting Chen Feng, he eagerly shared this news. "Haha, he thought you were just going out for fun." Chen Feng, well aware of his grandfather's thoughts, merely smiled. He then approached the counter and handed Lu Dehai 2 packs of White Pagoda Mountain cigarettes, tossing a box to Lin Yin. They had originally planned to gift him a box that morning, but in their excitement to fish, they had not managed to buy it. They had ended up smoking that very box, which had ultimately returned to Chen Feng's possession. So, he decided to give him a new box to take home. "Thank you, brother," Lin Yin said, cherishing the cigarettes as he tucked them into his pocket. "Old Lu, you can sell here. Just share it in the group. We'll head back first. And when you're done selling, just let me know," Chen Feng instructed Lu Dehai. "Don't worry, I'll handle it," Lu Dehai assured him with a nod. Chen Feng and Lin Yin returned to Chen Feng's home, where Lu Ping was scaling fish. Upon seeing Lin Yin, she smiled and said, "Let us eat here tonight." "Xiao Yan." "No, Auntie, my grandfather is cooking too," Lin Yin replied, waving his hand with a smile as he settled beside Chen Feng. This piece of gold, if you're not in a rush, we can sell it in the county tomorrow or the day after. If you trust me, I'll go on my own and return with half the money for you, Chen Feng suggested to Lin Yin. I'm fine with it, brother. This gold is yours. I hardly contributed anything, just held an umbrella. For something so valuable, you shouldn't share it with me. Lin Yin hesitated, feeling a bit awkward about taking half, knowing it was Chen Feng who had discovered it. What are you talking about? We agreed to split the catch evenly, so it should be half for each of us. Whatever you find, I find as well. Are you trying to keep all the fish money for yourself? Chen Feng joked. Of course not, brother. I'm not that kind of person, Lin Yin quickly replied. Neither am I. If I share with you, just take it without further discussion, Chen Feng said with a smile. Previously, when Chen Feng mentioned he didn't want the fish money, Lin Yin had agreed, believing they could sell the fish he caught without splitting it. Thus, Chen Feng wouldn't be inclined to share the gold with him either. However, Lin Yin, with his simple and generous heart, felt the need to share even if he only caught a single fish. Naturally, he couldn't disregard propriety. It wouldn't be right to take the fish money while pocketing the gold for himself. Since they had agreed to split, it should be honored. If someone treats Chen Feng well, he won't be stingy in return, but if someone is unkind to him, he won't engage in foolish acts of repaying malice with kindness. That has always been his way. While they were chatting, Zhang Ping entered with a detection device, his face lighting up at the sight of Chen Feng. He wanted to explore the river as well, so he thought it best to inform Chen Feng in advance rather than sneak off and appear disrespectful. In reality, many had already ventured into the river with their devices without mentioning it to Chen Feng at all. Fengzi, I came to let you know that I was thinking of exploring the river too, to see if I could find anything. After all, this is the spot you discovered first. It wouldn't be courteous to just go without telling you. Zhang Ping scratched his head and smiled. Upon hearing this, Lu Ping turned her head, instinctively wanting to say that anyone could go to the river since it wasn't reserved for anyone in particular. However, as the words formed on her lips, she glanced at Chen Feng and swallowed them back, continuing to clean the fish. It was better to leave such matters for Chen Feng to handle. Hey, go ahead. There's no need to report to me, huh? Chen Feng gestured for Zhang Ping to sit down. Seeing this, Zhang Ping relaxed and approached to sit, feeling relieved. He thought Chen Feng was not the type to be stingy, allowing others to join him. Brother Zhang, if you trust me, why not just head home and rest while I prepare the meal? Chen Feng said with a friendly smile, appreciating Zhang Ping's thoughtfulness. To be honest, while the river wasn't claimed by anyone, it was still Chen Feng who had first discovered the gold. If Zhang Ping had simply taken his equipment and gone without informing him, Chen Feng would have felt somewhat uncomfortable, as though something that belonged to him was being taken away. Since Zhang Ping made the effort to notify him, Chen Feng felt no need to hide anything in return. As for those who had ventured off without a word, well, they could linger in the water as long as they liked. If there was indeed something left in the river, it wouldn't be theirs to claim. Those who enjoyed playing clever tricks truly believed others were fools, didn't they? Zhang Ping, somewhat perplexed, inquired, Fengzi, what do you mean? I don't quite understand. It means the river is devoid of treasures. Anyone who wishes to explore may do so, but you needn't waste your time. Even if you linger for an entire night, there will be nothing to find, Chen Feng candidly replied. Oh, surely that cannot be true. If there was once something in the river, there must still be a few remnants, wouldn't you agree? Zhang Ping expressed his disbelief. It cannot be that the river contained only a single gold nugget, which you have now taken, leaving nothing behind. Before your arrival, I conducted a thorough search with my equipment. Aside from that solitary nugget, there was nothing else. If there had been, I would not have returned, Chen Feng explained. If you doubt my words and wish to test it for yourself, by all means, go ahead. Chen Feng chuckled lightly, having conveyed all he needed to say. If Zhang Ping remained unconvinced, there was little he could do to dissuade him. In any case, you'll only realize the truth when you hit a wall. What is a night's wait, after all? Zhang Ping, upon hearing this, appeared to struggle internally. After some contemplation, he pursed his lips and conceded. All right, Fengzi. I trust you. I won't go. I believe your judgment. Besides, if I were to go now, I would likely miss the opportunity, and it would be futile. It's better to return home, stay put, and perhaps venture to the abandoned mine tomorrow to seek gold. Haha, rest assured, I wouldn't lead you astray. What are you planning to cook for dinner? Chen Feng engaged in light conversation. I'm making stewed meat with green beans. My wife doesn't care for fish, otherwise I would have brought one home. You both did quite well catching those fish, They were rather sizable, Zheng Ping praised. Why buy? If you want fish, I can simply gift you one, Chen Feng suggested. Chen Feng was merely being courteous, considering their familiarity. He couldn't very well say he would sell it to him for 2 yuan a pound. He had no intention of purchasing, so he extended a polite offer. Moreover, knowing Zheng Ping's character, even if he genuinely offered to give him a fish, Zheng Ping would undoubtedly insist on paying a fair price. No, my wife is picking green beans. Since we've decided not to go, I shall return home to prepare dinner. I'll take my leave now, Lu Jie, Zheng Ping said. Rising to depart. Take care, Xiao Ping, Lu Ping called back. All right. See you later, Lu Jie, Zheng Ping replied as he exited with his detection device in hand. Chapter 28. Why are you back? Upon returning home, Zheng Ping found his wife sitting on the bed, engrossed in her phone. Her expression shifted to one of surprise upon seeing him arrive with his equipment. Why are you back? Didn't you say you were going to the river to give it a try? Did Chen Feng prevent you from going? Mao Min questioned, her curiosity piqued. For she believed Chen Feng was not the type to dissuade someone from pursuing their ambitions. It's not that he forbade me. Fengzi stated that there was nothing left in the river, so going would be futile, Zheng Ping replied, placing the equipment aside as he prepared to cook. Is that truly the case? How does he know there's nothing left? Mao Min queried, puzzled. He claimed he had already searched thoroughly. If there were treasures to be found, he wouldn't have returned empty-handed. I pondered over it, and realized Fengzi surely would not deceive me. Moreover, if there were indeed something to discover, he wouldn't have emerged without it, Zheng Ping articulated. Mao Min, upon hearing this, remained skeptical. It wasn't that she thought Chen Feng was misleading him. She simply found it hard to believe that in such a vast river, Chen Feng could ascertain with such certainty that there was nothing left to be found. What if there are still some overlooked spots? Why don't you give it another try? Look at how many people from the village have gone. Chen Feng is anxious this afternoon, and I doubt he would say there's not a single piece left, right? Mao Min remarked, somewhat unwilling to give up. Oh, if Fengzi has said that, how can I still go? It would seem as if I don't trust him, and it would be quite embarrassing if he found out. Although Zheng Ping harbored some desire to give it a go, having spoken his mind, he resolved not to venture out again, preferring instead to stay home and prepare dinner, planning to search for gold in the abandoned mine the following day. Well, that makes sense too, Mao Min sighed, feeling a tinge of regret as she turned off her phone and joined Zheng Ping in the kitchen. At that moment, in the river, no fewer than 10 individuals were panning for gold, their detectors wrapped in various plastic materials, while another dozen searched the riverbank, continuously sifting through the earth. Darn it, I've been here for an hour, and I haven't found anything. One person, submerged in the water, exclaimed in bewilderment. Me too. The water is freezing. I can't help but shiver. The river is too cold this afternoon. Chen Feng was clever to come in the morning. Another chimed in, unable to contain his complaints. Song Hui, diligently probing the river, eventually grew exhausted and lifted his head in frustration. How on earth did Chen Feng find that piece of gold? Could it be that the detector doesn't work well underwater? Otherwise, how could I have found absolutely nothing after such a long time? Even a silver piece would suffice. He remained convinced that there must still be treasures in the river. Chen Feng's departure was merely arrogance, not a sign that the river was devoid of riches. As the sun gradually descended, only 7 or 8 stubborn souls remained in the water, while a few on the bank wielded flashlights, persistently searching. In their minds, gold could not simply appear in the river. It must have fallen in from the shore. Only by tracing the source could they hope for success. It could be said that everyone had their own perspectives. Those on the bank mocked those in the water, while those in the water derided those who had not come. Until the moonlight bathed the river, merely 3 or 4 individuals remained searching, while the others surrendered and returned home. Uncertain of the hour, Song Hui finally relinquished hope and climbed ashore, his body trembling from the frigid waters. Grumbling to himself, he carried his detector and trudged homeward. Damn it, this broken detector. Once I strike it rich, I will certainly buy a decent one and smash this piece of junk. After a fruitless night, he kicked every stone he passed in frustration. Around 10 o'clock, Lu Dehai's grocery store was nearly closing for the night. He and his wife prepared for bed, but before retiring, he sent a WeChat message to Chen Feng. The fish have all sold out. Come over for a moment. Chen Feng, lying in bed, was engrossed in enhancing his gold panning knowledge. Upon receiving the message, he put on his shoes and got ready to head out. What are you doing out so late? Lu Ping asked, tending to the fire at the stove. Old Lu asked me to come by. He said the fish are sold out, and he needs to give me the money. Chen Feng replied as he donned his coat. Bring me back a tube of 502 glue, Lu Ping called out as she turned her head. What are you gluing? Chen Feng inquired, looking at Lu Ping. My shoe is coming apart. I need the glue to make do, Lu Ping explained. Why are you clinging to me? Just throw those worn-out shoes into the stove pit and buy a new pair later, Chen Feng remarked as he headed for the door, unwilling to engage further. Throw what? I'd rather toss you into the stove pit. Those are my work shoes. I can't let them go to waste. I have new shoes, so buy me some glue. Lu Ping shouted after Chen Feng, who had already stepped outside. All right, Chen Feng replied from the doorway. Upon arriving at Lu Dehai's home, he found only Lu Dehai and his wife inside. The moment Lu Dehai saw Chen Feng, he erupted into uncontrollable laughter, leaving Chen Feng momentarily perplexed. What are you laughing at? Chen Feng asked, utterly bewildered. Ha! Let me tell you, Lu Dehai managed to say, doubled over with laughter, barely able to continue. Brother, what's got you so merry? Did you strike gold tonight? Chen Feng leaned against the counter. After catching his breath, Lu Dehai straightened up and restrained his laughter long enough to say, Do you know how many raincoats I sold today? How many? Chen Feng inquired, following his lead. 8. All leftover stock from previous years that nobody wanted. Lu Dehai chuckled at the memory. Chen Feng pondered for a moment and then burst into laughter himself. Could it be that those folks decided to follow my lead and went panning for gold in the river, only to end up purchasing your raincoats because they had nothing to cover their machines? You hit the nail on the head. Exactly that. Lu Dehai was nearly beside himself with laughter. I never would have imagined that on a rainy day, I couldn't sell a single raincoat, but on a sunny day, I sold 8. People truly are unpredictable when it comes to making money. Your sister-in-law was complaining earlier that no one in the village buys raincoats because they're pricier than umbrellas and a hassle to deal with. I barely sold any, and they were almost weathered to the point of disposal. Yet today, selling them for 15 yuan each, I managed to sell them all but one. Lu Dehai exclaimed joyfully. And do you know what is the funniest part? 2 people were too stingy to spend, opting instead to wrap themselves in plastic sheets at home. They ended up soaked in the river, and I heard their machines were ruined. It's hilarious. Lu Dehai was in high spirits, nearly gasping for breath from laughter. His wife, Helan, chuckled beside him, casting nervous glances outside the window. Keep it down. Don't let others hear you, she admonished Lu Dehai. Chen Feng couldn't help but chuckle as well, feeling no pity for those individuals. If they had been more straightforward and simply asked themselves what they were doing, how could they expect me to watch them spend an entire night in the river? Since they didn't bother to question their own actions, it's not my concern. Who doesn't enjoy a bit of amusement? Those fellows came over looking utterly dejected, only to hear that they found nothing after all that time spent. Isn't it curious how it seems like there's just one piece of gold in the river, and they missed it? Lu Dehai pondered, still bemused. Now you see what fate truly means, Chen Feng remarked with a smile. That's the fortune of young Feng. You really ought to learn to speak more wisely. Helan shot a disapproving glance at Lu Dehai. There is no other intention behind it, just a sense of bewilderment. By the way, all those fish have been sold, totaling 79 yuan. Here it is, you can check. Lu Dehai handed a stack of money to Chen Feng. Chen Feng took the money, glanced casually at it, then pulled out a 1 yuan note and placed it on the counter. Get me a tube of 502 glue, he requested. Lu Dehai turned and retrieved a tube of 502, handing it to him while cautioning, 502 is now 1 yuan and 50 cents. Don't let anyone know I sold it to you for 1 yuan. Chen Feng paused momentarily upon hearing this, then produced 2 1 yuan notes and handed them to him. Then give me another tube. What more do you want? Just hurry up and go. Lu Dehai shoved the 2 yuan into his hand, urging him along. This was only possible because the room was empty. Otherwise, he wouldn't dare treat Chen Feng so casually. After all, Lu Dehai conducted business for the entire village, and everyone knew each other well. Your relationship with Chen Feng is your own affair. However, if you sell Chen Feng a product for 1 yuan while charging me 1 yuan and 50 cents, it would inevitably stir discontent among others. Lu Dehai could not conduct business in that manner. It was only because the room was empty that he could afford to be so cordial with Chen Feng. Hey, don't push me. Chen Feng leaned back, attempting to speak, but Lu Dehai gave him no chance. Come on, just go. What's the fuss over 50 cents? If I say you can leave, then just go. Lu Dehai half embraced him, pushing him toward the exit. No, Chen Feng turned to protest, but he was pushed so hard he could barely keep his balance. It's just 50 cents. Do you really think I care about that? Lu Dehai continued to usher Chen Feng toward the door, determined to send him off. No, I need the glue. Chen Feng finally seized a moment to speak, urgently pointing at the counter. Lu Dehai turned back to look. Noticing the 1 yuan neatly aligned with the glue on the counter, and an awkward expression crossed his face. He had thought Chen Feng was insistent on giving him that 50 cents, only to realize he had forgotten to hand over the glue. Seeing Chen Feng's helpless expression, he couldn't help but chuckle awkwardly and returned to fetch the glue. Haha, I got a bit too excited. I thought you were adamant about that 50 cents. Lu Dehai handed him the glue, chuckling. It would have been nice if you had shown such enthusiasm when I bought milk, Chen Feng joked. That's not possible. The cost price of milk is too high, Lu Dehai replied, laughing in turn. All right, I'm off then, Chen Feng said, still jesting. After all, Lu Dehai had his own costs to consider. Waving the glue, he turned to leave. Upon returning home, Chen Feng handed the glue to Lu Ping. How much is it now for a tube? Lu Ping inquired. 1 yuan and 50 cents. He sold it to me for 1 yuan, Chen Feng said, sitting on a stool and lighting a cigarette. Everything is rising in price these days, even glue. Lu Ping opened the box to inspect the glue, confirming it was the same brand they had used before, and then placed it back. Chen Feng shrugged, remaining silent. When they went to the county later, he would show her some decent work shoes. In the evening, as Zheng Ping and his spouse had extinguished the lights and succumbed to sleep, Zheng Ping found himself restless, plagued by thoughts that kept him tossing and turning. Observing his prolonged wakefulness, Mao Min glanced at the curtains and asked, "Why are you still awake? What's on your mind?" Zheng Ping, taken aback by her inquiry, replied, "What do you mean?" Mao Min, with a playful eye roll, leaned closer to tease him about a trivial matter. "What do you think?" She smiled, pursing her lips. "No, that's not what I'm thinking about." Zheng Ping shook his head, exhaling a sigh. "Then why are you awake at this hour?" "I thought you were worried about someone overhearing us," Mao Min queried, retracting her hand in confusion. "What do you think? Did those people find anything in the river?" Zheng Ping pondered aloud. "Who knows?" Mao Min responded, equally vexed. "If someone did find something, they would surely regret it." She suggested, "Why not go and inquire?" "But it's so late. All the shops are closed. Where can I find out?" Zheng Ping lamented. "Perhaps you could ask Song Hui. He likely isn't asleep yet," Mao Min proposed. "Fine, I shall go ask," Zheng Ping resolved, rising to don a jacket before heading out. He was not naive enough to simply ask if anyone had found anything, so he meandered through the kitchen, concocting an excuse before making his way to Song Hui's home. At that moment, Song Hui had just changed clothes, his hair still damp, and was eating leftovers from his father when he heard a knock at the door. Surprised to find Zheng Ping standing there, he exclaimed, "Brother Zheng, what brings you here at this hour?" "Oh, it's your sister-in-law who insisted on having noodles with eggs in the middle of the night, and I'm out of eggs at home. I thought I'd come over to borrow a couple," Zheng Ping explained as he entered. "There are some in the kitchen. Help yourself." Song Hui gestured lazily towards the kitchen. "Thanks," Zheng Ping replied, walking into the kitchen. As he retrieved 2 eggs, he noticed a detection device standing against the wall, still moist with water droplets. An idea began to form in his mind as he steered the conversation towards the river. "Why are you washing your hair at this hour?" Zheng Ping inquired upon exiting the kitchen. Song Hui, irritated by the question, retorted, "Damn it, everyone went to the river to pan for gold, so I followed suit. But after half the night, I came up empty-handed and froze myself in the process." Zheng Ping raised an eyebrow, pressing further, "How many of you went? Did not a single person find anything?" "Over 20 people, both in the river and along the banks, all for naught." "Damn it. Why is it that Chen Feng strikes gold so easily while the rest of us find nothing?" Song Hui expressed his bewilderment. "Who knows?" Zheng Ping echoed, his heart inexplicably lightened by the news of their fruitless endeavors. The night's earlier turmoil dissipated, replaced by an overwhelming sense of relief and joy. Although Zheng Ping felt that his mindset was somewhat inappropriate, he could not help but suppress a smile, pressing his lips tightly to conceal any unusual expression from Song Hui. "By the way, Brother Zheng, why didn't you go?" At that moment, Song Hui realized something was amiss. Zheng Ping was usually present for such events. "Oh, I thought it might rain, and I had no desire to move. Your sister-in-law asked me to cook at home, so I decided to stay." Zheng Ping fabricated an excuse. He certainly would not be foolish enough to reveal to Song Hui that Chen Feng had informed him that there was nothing in the river, thus advising him against going. "You made the right choice by not going," Song Hui remarked with a wave of his hand. "All right then, Song Hui, you enjoy your meal. I shall return to prepare noodles for your sister-in-law," Zheng Ping declared, clutching an egg as he prepared to leave. He feared that if he lingered any longer, he might burst into laughter. Take care, and you'll head to the abandoned mine tomorrow, correct? Song Hui inquired. It depends on the weather. If it doesn't rain, I shall go, Zheng Ping replied before stepping out the door. The moment he exited, he could no longer suppress the upward curve of his lips, struggling to contain his laughter. Only upon returning to his home did he allow himself to laugh heartily. Ha ha! In the house, Mao Min heard Zheng Ping's laughter from outside and could not quell her curiosity until he entered the bedroom. What's the matter? Why are you laughing so joyfully? Zheng Ping swiftly undressed and climbed onto the bed, still chuckling as he responded, You wouldn't believe it. Feng Zi was indeed right. There was nothing in that river. It was a futile endeavor. Song Hui and over 30 others fished the entire night without catching a single thing. They were all frozen to the bone, returning home empty-handed. Mao Min was taken aback, unable to restrain her astonishment. So many people, and not a single catch? Of course. Would Song Hui deceive me? If they had gotten anything, he wouldn't have had that glum expression. He would have been the loudest one celebrating, Zheng Ping said with a chuckle. Feng Zi truly is remarkable. He said there was nothing, and indeed there was nothing, not even a scrap of iron. Thankfully, I listened to him, otherwise, you would have been stuck in the river all night too, Mao Min acknowledged with a tone of awe. Absolutely. I told you Feng Zi wouldn't lead me astray, Zheng Ping said with a proud grin. Look at you, so delighted. Now you can sleep soundly, can't you? Mao Min remarked, unable to contain her laughter at his demeanor. Not only can I sleep soundly, but I am also so joyful that I might not be able to sleep at all, Zheng Ping admitted, realizing that perhaps he had become a little mischievous. Well, if you can't sleep, don't disturb me. I am quite tired, Mao Min said. Feeling a weight lifted off her chest now that she knew they had caught nothing, she turned to prepare for sleep. Sleep? Such a delightful occasion deserves a celebration, Zheng Ping exclaimed as he turned Mao Min towards him, closing the distance. Oh dear, you didn't want me just now, and now you're pestering me, Mao Min retorted playfully. That's different, Zheng Ping replied with a smile. Mao Min wrapped her arms around Zheng Ping's neck, closing her eyes and letting out a soft hum. The following morning, at the break of dawn, Chun Feng awoke at 5 o'clock. He gazed outside at the splendid weather and sat up, sensing that it was a perfect day for prospecting. Having gone a day without panning for gold had left him restless. After all, that was money waiting to be earned. Why are you up so early? Lu Ping emerged and, noticing her son preparing for the day, inquired with genuine curiosity. Just too anxious to make some money, Chun Feng replied, filling a basin with water. Hearing this, Lu Ping's heart swelled with pride. Her son was truly making something of himself. In the past, he would hardly rise at all, but now he exhibited such enthusiasm. I'll heat up the leftover fish from yesterday, she said, skipping her own morning routine to prepare a meal for him. By around 5:50, Chun Feng had already finished dining, and he had even procured his lunch from Lu Dehai's place, yet there was no car waiting for him outside. He glanced at the time, lit a cigarette, and remained unhurried. A few moments later, Huang Fei entered, but he did not see Zheng Ping. Let us go? Huang Fei greeted as he stepped inside. Is Zheng Gu in the car? Chun Feng casually inquired as he gathered his belongings. In which car? He used to be the first one ready. Who knows what has happened today? Perhaps he overslept. Let us go to his house and wake him up, Huang Fei suggested. Beckoning. All right, Mom, I'm off, Chun Feng called back. Okay, Lu Ping nodded, bidding them farewell as they stepped out. The two climbed into the vehicle and drove to Zheng Ping's home. Just as they parked, they spotted Zheng Ping rushing out, a bun clutched in his mouth. What's the matter? Why are you still sleeping in? Huang Fei opened the car door and chuckled at the sight of Zheng Ping scrambling to load his belongings. I overslept, but thankfully I'm not late. Zheng Ping exhaled a sigh of relief as he settled into the car. You went to pan for gold in the river yesterday, didn't you? Chun Feng asked, perplexed. If you say you were out panning until midnight and woke up late this morning, that would make sense. But didn't you say you weren't going? No, I didn't go. I simply forgot to set my alarm. It was your sister-in-law who nudged me awake, Zheng Ping replied, taking a bite of his bun and exchanging a knowing glance with Chun Feng. The two feigned ignorance of their previous discussion, and the others in the car remained oblivious to any discrepancies. Oh, forgetting to set an alarm is quite normal, Chun Feng remarked, dismissing it. However, within 5 minutes of the drive, Chun Feng's old habit resurfaced. His eyelids grew heavy, and he soon fell asleep. This time, he stirred awake of his own accord when the car came to a halt. Let the day commence, he thought as he stepped out of the vehicle, stretching under the rising sun. He shook out the wires of the detector, donned his earpiece, and was about to begin his search when he turned around to find the van still parked, leaving him slightly puzzled. Why was Huang Fei still here, lingering about when everyone had already disembarked? Before he could ponder further, Huang Fei emerged, holding a set of detectors identical to his own, and similarly donned the earpiece. This scene left Chen Feng utterly astonished, his eyes widening in disbelief. What's going on? Why have you brought a whole set of equipment? Chen Feng inquired. Well, since I'm just sitting at home, I might as well join you all in this exploration, Huang Fei replied, holding the detection device and smiling. Though he did not articulate it, Chen Feng quickly deduced why Huang Fei, who had refrained from purchasing a detection device for over a year, suddenly decided to buy one now. It was evident that seeing Chen Feng's recent success had ignited a sense of envy and a desire to partake in the exploration. With a resigned smile, Chen Feng acknowledged the situation. Little did he anticipate that his own success would inadvertently benefit Han Jiangwo, who would likely sell several more sets of equipment in the coming days. Can you operate the device? Chen Feng asked. Of course. After all this time, I've learned how to use it, Huang Fei confidently replied. All right then, let us find a suitable spot to begin our search, Chen Feng casually suggested. As soon as Chen Feng finished speaking, he was astonished to see Huang Fei moving about the van with the detection device in hand. After determining that there was nothing to be found, Huang Fei shifted the vehicle slightly and proceeded to scan beneath it. Chen Feng chuckled at Huang Fei's antics, remarking, Goodness, do you think there's gold under my van? Are you suffering from side effects? Once Huang Fei completed his scanning, some onlookers couldn't help but laugh and ask, Huang Fei, did you find anything under the van? Chapter 31. Please don't follow me, brother darn it. This time the vehicle isn't calibrated properly, Huang Fei remarked. Though he remained undeterred, grinning widely. The group erupted in laughter at his comment and resumed their tasks, wielding their detection devices to sweep the area. Chen Feng casually pointed his device in a random direction as he walked forward, even though he knew there was nothing to find. He felt compelled to at least feign diligence. Huang Fei followed closely behind, mirroring Chen Feng's trajectory. Thus, a rather comical scene unfolded, like a pair of snakes. Chen Feng led the way while Huang Fei trailed closely behind, faithfully following Chen Feng's every turn. 5 minutes later, Chen Feng spun around, wearing an expression of exasperation as he regarded Huang Fei. Deep in concentration, Huang Fei was oblivious to Chen Feng's halt and collided into him moments later. Why did you stop moving? Huang Fei asked, looking up at Chen Feng. Stop it. What do you mean by that? Chen Feng retorted, irritated. Brother, why do you insist on following me? Chen Feng said, utterly speechless. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Huang Fei scratched his head and explained, Isn't it because you have good luck? I thought I could pick up a few leftovers by trailing behind you. Chen Feng sighed and looked at him with a bemused expression, saying, Brother, have you considered that I might be suggesting a hypothetical? Is there a possibility that, since I am leading, any finds would naturally come to me first, leaving you with nothing? By following my path, you're merely scanning areas I've already checked, where nothing is found. Under these circumstances, if you find anything at all, it would be sheer luck. Upon hearing Huang Fei's words, he was momentarily taken aback, and after a long pause, he replied, Wow, you make a valid point. Have I been wandering aimlessly all this time? Chen Feng gazed at him, as if to say, Are you truly wise? Where could there be more goods? Huang Fei surveyed the desolate surroundings and felt perplexed. How would I know? If I were aware, would I still be here to tell you? Chen Feng responded with a hint of exasperation. Just explore casually. Striking gold is akin to sheer luck. Head in whichever direction seems promising. Chen Feng casually gestured towards a direction. All right, I shall heed your advice and venture this way today, Huang Fei affirmed, nodding vigorously, filled with enthusiasm. However, it is noteworthy that before Chen Feng had taken more than a few steps, Huang Fei's device began to emit sounds. Oh wow, Chen Feng, we've struck something. Huang Fei exclaimed with uncontainable excitement, calling out to Chen Feng, who stood a short distance away. Chen Feng raised an eyebrow and approached, recalling that the system had not indicated anything in that area. Could it be that this lad has truly stumbled upon something? Upon reaching Huang Fei, Chen Feng shrugged. As I mentioned, the system did not alert us. This is likely just a piece of scrap metal. Yet, seeing Huang Fei so exhilarated, Chen Feng refrained from dampening his spirits and cheerfully remarked, Hurry, start digging. Your fortune is indeed remarkable to have struck something right away. Indeed, I have always claimed that I am destined for gold. Huang Fei chuckled, his face glowing with pride. He then mimicked Chen Feng's actions, pulling out a small shovel and carefully digging around the device. With just 2 shovelfuls, he unearthed the object, and Huang Fei, brimming with excitement, called Chen Feng over, saying, "Chen Feng, is this gold?" Chen Feng examined the dark yellow object, stroking his chin as he replied, "To be honest, I suspect this might be brass." Upon hearing the word brass, Huang Fei appeared as if doused with cold water, staring at the dark yellow fragment and questioning, "That cannot be right. How can something so yellow be brass? If it weren't yellow, why would they call it brass?" Chen Feng felt as though he was engaging in nonsensical dialogue. "From my experience, gold tends to be a lighter shade, a pale yellow, whereas this is excessively yellow, almost reddish. It doesn't resemble gold at all," Chen Feng asserted, shaking his head. "Regardless of what it is, let us set it aside for now. What if we overlooked something?" Huang Fei insisted, still clinging to hope. "All right, let us consult an expert tonight," Chen Feng agreed, choosing not to undermine his enthusiasm. "Whatever it may be, we've found something. Chen Feng, your suggested direction is truly excellent. I shall continue down this path," Huang Fei declared resolutely as he stowed the small vial away. "Best of luck," Chen Feng encouraged as he grasped his device, seeking a less populated area. Chen Feng ambled forward with the instrument in hand, and after 7 or 8 minutes of wandering, the system finally chimed. "Oh, let me see what you've discovered," he said, maneuvering the device in circles to ascertain the location. As Chen Feng completed the final delineation, he stood silently before a withered tree, roughly a meter in diameter. The tree had toppled, its branches strewn across the ground, and this desolate trunk lay precisely at the center of the circle he had drawn. Chen Feng glanced at the small spade in his hand, barely the size of his palm, and then at the massive dead tree, realizing for the first time the meaning of the phrase "Yugong moves mountains." He inwardly prayed that nothing would be lodged beneath the tree. Otherwise, he would spend the entire day merely excavating it. He truly did not wish to be known as Chen Feng the tree remover. With a detection device in hand, he moved back and forth until, only 30 centimeters from the trunk, the device finally emitted a sound, setting the detector down beside him. He crouched and began to dig into the earth with his small spade. Upon the first thrust, he uncovered the desiccated roots entwined beneath the surface. "What a waste of growth," he muttered under his breath while laboriously prying at the roots, cursing with each movement. Fortunately, as the tree was already dead, he could sever the roots with relative ease, pulling them aside and continuing to excavate the soil. Having rained just the previous day, the surface was dry while the earth beneath remained moist and dark. After severing several roots, Chen Feng finally managed to scoop a full shovel of soil, passing it over the detector. The sound that followed brought a smile to his face. However, the damp earth clung together, refusing to fall away like it usually did. He resorted to gently peeling it apart with his hands, checking the detector intermittently. After 2 careful attempts, the device continued to beep, prompting him to search through the soil with diligence. Soon, a grayish-white object emerged from the muck. Lifting the small silver nugget, he blew on it and chuckled. Weighing around 6 grams, it was worth approximately $30. He retrieved a small bottle and dropped the nugget inside, eliciting a delightful clink. Rising to his feet with the detection device in hand, he felt quite elated as he patted the withered tree. "You're not bad at all. Grow a little thicker, would you? Look at how robust others are. Reflect on your growth. Have you truly made an effort? Don't just blame the environment. It's always been this way." Chapter 32. Another find. After his playful banter with the dead tree, Chen Feng continued onward with the detection device. While Zheng Ping observed him from a short distance and inquired, "What is going on, Fengzi? Found something?" "Just a small silver nugget. Not worth much," Chen Feng replied, waving the bottle in his hand. Zheng Ping's eyes widened in surprise. He had seen Chen Feng crouching and suspected he had discovered something, although he was uncertain of what it might be, given that the rest of them had not elicited a sound from their detectors. It seemed improbable that Chen Feng would strike gold so easily. To his astonishment, Chen Feng had indeed struck luck, uncovering a small silver nugget. He clicked his tongue in admiration, marveling at Chen Feng's good fortune, before turning his attention back to his own search. Unbeknownst to Chen Feng, his companions, gathered in small clusters, were idly discussing him at that moment. "How much treasure do you think Chen Feng will unearth today?" one individual inquired. After a brief hesitation, another responded, "I suspect he might find a bit more than us, perhaps 100 or 200. After all, his recent streak of luck had been remarkably fortuitous." Another voice interjected skeptically, "Surely not. Could he truly be so fortunate every time? Indeed, I believe it's high time for him to face a bout of bad luck, chimed in another, as the group collectively felt that it should be their turn to prosper. After all, how could all the gold be claimed by Chen Feng alone? Just then, Zheng Ping, who had recently returned, overheard their chatter and chuckled. I'm afraid you might be disappointed. I just came from Chen Feng's direction, and he has already struck gold, discovering a small nugget. At this rate, it's not impossible for him to exceed 1,000 in a single day. The crowd was instantly filled with astonishment, with one exclaiming, "Is that true? Chen Feng is already hitting it big. What incredible luck. What the heck? My machine didn't even beep, and he's already pulling in treasure?" Another added incredulously, "Could he possibly have been a magnet in a past life?" Song Hui, upon hearing this, squinted at Chen Feng's distant figure and spat in frustration. Damn it, what outrageous luck. Oblivious to their musings, Chen Feng remained focused on his task. After several minutes, the system alert sounded once more. This time, the terrain revealed not a barren tree, but rather a plain littered with stones. Methodically, he traced a circle and began to probe the ground with his machine, murmuring, "Come on, let us find some gold." Suddenly, a delightful sound resonated, and Chen Feng beamed. Casually drawing a small circle around the detector with his foot, he crouched down, retrieving his small shovel to excavate. After several scoops, the detector remained silent, prompting him to set the dirt aside and dig deeper. After 4 or 5 shovels full, the detector finally emitted a sound. Chen Feng mimicked the detector's beeping, gently scraping layers of soil off the shovel. When he had removed about 1/3 of the dirt, the detector ceased its beeping, indicating that the treasure had been uncovered. Chen Feng then lay on the ground, sifting through the soil he had just displaced. In no time, he spotted a golden object amid the dark earth. "Oh wow, it truly is gold," he exclaimed, lifting the small nugget towards the sun, his eyes wide with astonishment. The nugget was considerably smaller than his previous finds, appearing to weigh just about a gram, with an irregular oval shape. Chen Feng smiled at the nugget, placed it into a special container meant for his gold finds, and thought to himself, "What a remarkable start to the day. It seems fortune is smiling upon me." The small nugget of gold, despite its diminutive size, could fetch a sum of 200 to 300, far more delightful than unearthing a mere silver nugget. Today, the common folk, like Chen Feng, are truly elated. Whistling a tune, he rose to his feet, grasping the detector, and continued his journey forward. However, it seemed that the fortune bestowed by that small gold nugget had been entirely depleted, as his system remained silent for half an hour. What on earth is happening? Chen Feng furrowed his brow, gazing up at the blazing sun, and retrieved a piece of paper to wipe the sweat from his forehead. Upon glancing back, he realized that in his forward march, he had distanced himself significantly from his companions. He decided to veer diagonally back, wary of straying too far and risking disorientation. Of course, wandering far in this abandoned mine posed no real danger. There was signal coverage, and a quick call would easily reveal his location, eliminating the risk of losing contact. Yet, some seasoned prospectors ventured into desolate areas for gold, where the bounty was plentiful but signal coverage was scarce, and human presence was minimal. Should one lose their way in such a place, it could spell disaster. As Chen Feng ambled along, his detector suddenly emitted a sound. Oh! Puzzled, he tilted his head, observing the spot from which the sound originated. Since his system had not chimed in, it indicated a lack of valuable treasures. He decided to test the detector again, which echoed the sound once more, though he was aware there was likely nothing of worth. His innate curiosity compelled him to uncover what lay beneath the surface. Thus, he crouched down, wielding his shovel with a casual hand, abandoning the meticulousness he had employed while prospecting for gold. After several scoops, he suddenly encountered resistance, as if he had struck something solid. Peering closer, he discerned a corner of an object that appeared to be iron. He continued to excavate, and the object revealed itself to be quite lengthy, over 40 centimeters long. It took considerable effort for him to extricate it from the earth. A large piece of angle iron? Chen Feng chuckled at the find. It seemed to be a relic from the mine, carelessly discarded by a former miner. Lifting the angle iron, he noted its considerable weight, around 7 to 8 pounds, worth approximately 10 yuan. Chen Feng regarded the angle iron with a bemused expression. Truth be told, discovering a 7 to 8 pound piece of angle iron in this abandoned mine was akin to striking gold. The odds were equally slim. It could be considered an unconventional stroke of luck. Yet, Chen Feng hesitated, Leaving it behind would mean squandering 10 yuan. But carrying it back to the vehicle was quite burdensome. Ultimately, he resolved to take it with him, acknowledging that not doing so would indeed be wasteful. He stowed the angle iron in his backpack, which noticeably sagged under the added weight. Now, returning to his companions was no longer an option. He certainly could not prospect for gold while lugging a 7 to 8 pound piece of iron. In that moment, Chen Feng understood why some claimed that prospecting could be a burden on one's back. Every day, you toil under the weight of iron and copper, wearing them down until they eventually succumb to wear. In the end, it is merely a boon for Han Jiangwo, that shrewd fellow who has certainly profited from these endeavors. Chapter 33. Today is not the day. As I retraced my steps, Chen Feng's system finally provided a prompt. Curse it, brother. I have been waiting for you with great impatience. Chen Feng's spirits lifted, and he began to draw circles. While he sketched, he murmured to himself, if I could unearth a substantial gold nugget akin to that angle iron, I would return home this very moment and secure my fortune for a lifetime. However, as Chen Feng calculated in his mind, it appeared insufficient. 8 pounds of gold, after accounting for losses, might yield just over 1 million, hardly enough for a comfortable future. Damn it. I have indeed let my imagination run wild, contemplating 8 pounds of gold when I have yet to find even a mere 10 grams. Chen Feng couldn't help but chuckle at himself. The sound of the detector abruptly pulled Chen Feng from his reverie. He set the device on the ground and retrieved his small shovel to sift through the soil. After a couple of digs, the detector began to beep. Yet this time, he did not need the device to alert him. He could see a corner of a grayish-white silver nugget protruding. Worth 20 bucks? Although it was small, even the tiniest morsel holds value. Chen Feng pursed his lips in mild disdain and tossed the silver nugget into his bottle. If his companions were to hear this, they might despair. Damn it. Having any treasure is commendable, and yet you dare to complain about its size? We haven't even found the small ones. Just as he picked up the detector and walked a few paces, the system chimed once more. To his surprise, the alerts were continuous, prompting Chen Feng to joyfully resume his circular search. Wielding the detector, he traversed the area and finally, at a slightly recessed spot, the device emitted a sound. Oh, splendid. It seems they've even prepared a pit for me. Chen Feng knelt down with his small shovel, digging eagerly, barely employing the shovel at all. Remarkably, through his diligent efforts, he unearthed another treasure. Look at this. Chen Feng grinned widely as he pulled the silver nugget from the earth. This piece was larger than the last, weighing around 4 or 5 grams. He retrieved his bottle, deposited the silver nugget, and sealed it tightly. With the detector in hand, he continued onward. Initially, he assumed he had exhausted the area, yet to his astonishment, after walking a mere 10 meters, the detector chimed once again. What in the world? Am I disturbing a treasure trove? Chen Feng chuckled to himself and resumed drawing circles on the ground. If I could remain here all day, continuously digging, who knows how much treasure I could unearth, perhaps filling 2 bottles to the brim. After several more scoops with his small shovel, the detector finally beeped again. Truth be told, it is rather challenging to search after the rain. Typically, a gentle shake of the hand would suffice to dislodge sand. But now he had to painstakingly scrape away at it, leaving his hands grimy in the process. After peeling back several layers, Chen Feng's fingers encountered something hard. He reached in and extracted a flat silver piece, which appeared in the palm of his hand. Quite a unique design, my friend, Chen Feng chuckled, tossing it into a small bottle. He pressed onward, hoping for a series of 4 consecutive finds. However, despite his efforts, the system remained silent for an extended period. Undeterred, he wandered back and forth, yet the system continued to be unresponsive, compelling him to relinquish his search. It seemed this location harbored only 3 treasures, all of which he had already unearthed. As he meandered back, the clock approached 10 o'clock. By the vehicle, only Huang Fei and another companion remained. Their expressions shifted to surprise upon noticing Chen Feng's return. Wasn't he someone who preferred to explore from a distance? Why had he come back today? What brings you back? Are you hungry? The companion called out loudly. No, I discovered a significant treasure. I'll explain it when we get back, Chen Feng replied, climbing into the vehicle. The companion's eyes widened at this revelation. A significant treasure from Chen Feng surely implied considerable value, and curiosity propelled him to approach. Huang Fei, hearing this, eagerly dashed over to the car, eager to uncover what Chen Feng had found. Once they were all inside, they beheld Chen Feng crouched in the aisle, pulling out a large piece of iron. Wow, that's enormous. Where did you find that? The companion exclaimed in astonishment. After such an extensive search, they had never encountered a piece of iron of that size. When the mine had been abandoned, any valuables had initially been sold off by the internal personnel, followed by the miners, and finally scavenged by the elderly scavengers. By the time it reached them, there was truly nothing left. Finding even a small piece of rebar was a stroke of luck. A piece of iron this large was akin to winning the lottery. It was over there. I spent quite some time extracting it, and I was surprised by its size and weight, Chen Feng mentioned, tossing the iron into the vehicle and taking a swig from a bottle of water. This time, it was much easier. How much do you reckon this hefty piece of iron is worth? Huang Fei, previously indifferent to such matters, inquired. The companion approached, weighed the iron in his hands, and speculated, probably around 10 or 8 bucks. Oh, I thought it would be worth dozens. Why are you so excited then? Huang Fei remarked, losing interest. After all, a mere silver coin would fetch that price. To him, this piece of iron seemed rather unremarkable. Huh, your confidence is amusing. If one could find such treasures daily, that would be something. Do you think you're Chen Feng, capable of consistently striking gold? The companion replied, somewhat bemused. Huang Fei, being a newcomer, was still blinded by naive optimism, failing to grasp the harsh realities of a prospector's environment, assuming everyone could be as fortunate as Chen Feng. Enough of that. I've been searching all morning and found nothing but scraps of wire and small pieces of metal. Chen Feng, did you find anything? Huang Fei inquired, a hint of dejection in his voice. I found something, probably worth a couple of $100, Chen Feng responded. Chen Feng did not say much, as it seemed that any additional words would only serve to provoke Huang Fei. Little did he know, even this modest amount was enough to greatly irritate Huang Fei. What on earth? You already have 100 or so, let me see. Huang Fei, initially seated in the car, was so astonished by this remark that he sprang to his feet. 100? You've managed to find that much already, and it's only 10 o'clock? His companions were equally taken aback, turning their gazes towards Chen Feng. Just this little bit, Chen Feng remarked, revealing a silver vial, opting not to bring out any gold. Wow, even this little bit is quite something. How much is considered a lot, then? Now this is what I call a little, Chen Feng replied. His companion, peering into the silver vial, could not help but produce his own, which contained a single pitiful silver grain, weighing perhaps a little over a gram. In contrast, Chen Feng's vial contained over 20 grams, and when placed side by side, the disparity was glaringly obvious. You have a little bit. While I haven't even caught a glimpse of any. Huang Fei sighed as he gazed at the 2 vials. The worst is yet to come. Chapter 34. Such a large iron corner? It's still early. I suspect we'll find some good items by the afternoon, Chen Feng reassured. Yes, let us continue searching. It will soon be time for lunch, his companion chimed in. Huang Fei sighed deeply, following them as they exited the vehicle, and the group dispersed to continue their search. This time, Chen Feng's luck was not as favorable. After 20 minutes, the system finally chimed. Please give me something substantial. I need to pay off my debts. Chen Feng murmured, clutching the detection device. When he initially purchased the device, he had borrowed the money from his mother, who had no intention of asking for it back, as long as Chen Feng worked diligently. However, Chen Feng was determined to repay the loan, believing that only by returning the money could he feel at ease, and spending his own earnings would provide a sense of comfort. Having previously earned over 1,000, and with a few hundred more from a piece of gold discovered with Lin Yin, he felt that if he could uncover another 1,500, he could repay the money for the machine. As the detection device beeped, Chen Feng crouched down. After a few shovelfuls, nothing appeared on the device, but with another scoop, he spotted a grayish-white silver grain in the pit before him. He swiftly cleared the soil over the device to avoid any double finds, then reached down to pick up the silver grain. The grain was uneven and dull, appearing to be worth around 30 yuan. Not bad, Chen Feng said, tossing the silver grain into his vial, brushing off the dirt from his legs, and resuming his search, excluding the gold grain. Chen Feng's haul this time was better than the last. Previously, he had only managed 4 or 5 grains in the entire morning, and he felt that 1,500 was within reach. After discovering another silver grain, it was time for lunch. Chen Feng continued to search while making his way back. Thanks to the van, he no longer had to endure the sun's harsh rays while eating in the sweltering heat. One by one, the group returned to the van, retrieving the food they had brought along in the morning. After Chen Feng returned, 6 or 7 people in the car began to eat, while some had yet to arrive. Sitting beside Zheng Ping, he still held the classic pancake wrapped with scallions. First, he dipped a scallion in sauce, then spread it on the pancake, and finally placed the scallion on the pancake, rolling it up from both sides. Today is splendid. In the past, I would sweat profusely while eating. But enjoying a meal in the car is much easier. Huang Fei, you truly made the right choice, one companion chuckled. Well, you all ought to thank me. Is it too much for me to take a scallion from you? Huang Fei walked over from the front, grinning as he took a small scallion from the man's plastic bag. All right, if you come again tomorrow, I'll give you more scallions, the man laughed heartily. These scallions are homegrown, worthless. It doesn't matter who brings more or less. Sharing is no issue. Goodness, don't even mention it. I've lost all confidence. How come I found nothing this morning? Chinfeng, do you have some secret you're not sharing? Otherwise, how could you have so many things while I have not even a single hair? Huang Fei remarked, taking a bite of the scallion as he looked at Chinfeng. This time, Chinfeng bought sliced bread, taking out 2 slices, placing ham and scallions in between, and it was quite delicious, a delightful fusion of Eastern and Western flavors. After taking a bite of his homemade sandwich, Chinfeng lifted his head and said, what secret could there be? It's just a matter of luck. As for why it's called a sixwich, a sandwich is simply bread cut in half. Since this one is not cut, it is a sixwich. How much did you find this morning? Zheng Ping inquired curiously, nudging Chinfeng. He recalled that during their last lunch, Chinfeng had found 4 or 5 coins, and he wondered if luck had smiled upon him once more. About the same as last time, Chinfeng replied lazily, securing his mineral water with his leg and opening it with one hand. Did you find another 4 or 5 coins? A companion in the aisle exclaimed in astonishment. Yes, Chinfeng said, finishing his homemade sandwich in a few bites and preparing another. Wow, how come your luck is always so good? How large are the coins? A companion in the back seat expressed in awe. Chinfeng took a sip of water and pulled out a small bottle from his pocket to show them. They are all about the same size, nothing particularly large, he stated. As the group observed Chinfeng's bottle, they leaned in closer. Upon seeing that the contents were clearly more than last time, someone couldn't help but exclaim, goodness, you call this about the same? This is obviously more than last time. I can't believe it. I only found 1 coin this morning, and it was smaller than those in your bottle. Zheng Ping gazed at the bottle, unable to suppress his widening eyes. He had thought if Chinfeng's haul matched the last, it would be an extraordinary stroke of luck. Little did he expect that this time, Chinfeng's bounty exceeded the previous one. Hey, is this what you think is a lot? Huang Fei stood up at the front, lifting a piece of iron from the ground. Look, this is my brother Feng's greatest haul today. Just tell me, isn't it substantial? Upon hearing these words, the crowd erupted into laughter, yet a hint of incredulity lingered in their tones. Although iron does not hold the same value as silver, such a sizable piece of angle iron is indeed a rarity. Goodness, one could sell such angle iron for 10 or 8 bucks. If I were fortunate enough to stumble upon a piece this large, I would consider myself quite content. I initially believed that Chinfeng's ventures would yield only valuable treasures, devoid of such trifles. Chinfeng, overhearing the banter, chuckled. Sometimes, one does miss the mark, haha. In response to his words, Song Hui, at the back, rolled his eyes in exasperation and huffed, a mixture of envy and resentment evident in his demeanor. As they neared the end of their meal, the others gradually returned. Usually forced to sit upon the hard ground, they now relished the opportunity to rest comfortably during the midday break. Each newcomer, upon spotting the angle iron on the ground, expressed mild astonishment. Wow, such a large piece of iron is hard to come by. Who is so fortunate today? Who else but our brother Feng? The individual, upon hearing this, gazed at Chinfeng in astonishment and jestingly remarked, Feng, you should pick up some gold and silver. Leave us a bit of the scrap metal, will you? Don't hoard everything for yourself. Chinfeng, hearing this, replied with a hint of resignation, what can I do? It made a noise. You can't just ignore it. The individual laughed as he stepped back, saying, next time, if you find it too heavy, just call me to help. I don't mind the weight. For someone as skilled as you, to be collecting such things, it really takes up space. All right, next time I find something, I'll bring you along. Chinfeng chuckled as he pulled out a cigarette, offering one to Zheng Ping. The two lit their cigarettes and began to smoke in the vehicle, savoring a moment of respite. At this juncture, Huang Fei finished his meal, ignited a cigarette, and remarked, darn, why is it that the moment I sit down, I feel so sleepy? Someone from the back joked, why not take a nap? That won't do. If I fall asleep, you lot will snatch away my gold, Huang Fei replied, cracking the window slightly. Chapter 35, The Deeper You Bury. The bigger the gold. After a brief rest in the vehicle, those who felt sufficiently rejuvenated gathered their tools and disembarked. while some who had not yet finished their meals continued to eat. Once Chen Feng felt refreshed, he too took up his tools and exited the vehicle. No wonder Huang Fei complained. Having risen so early and then indulging in a hearty meal, it was no surprise one would feel drowsy upon returning to the vehicle. Seizing the moment before drowsiness fully set in, he hurriedly stepped outside, lest he truly succumb to slumber. Thus, meandering aimlessly within the mining area. It seemed as though Chen Feng's fortune had been entirely expended by the morning. After 3 long hours, he had only managed to find 2 small silver grains. And by now, it was nearly 4 in the afternoon. He gazed at his meager collection of silver grains, barely half a bottle full, and frowned. He recalled that by this time during his last outing, his bounty had filled more than half a bottle. This time, the disparity was quite alarming. At this rate, it would be impossible to gather the required 1,500. Including that solitary gold grain, it appeared that his total haul for the day barely reached 500 or 600. What on earth is happening? Why is the afternoon so unkind? Chen Feng muttered, furrowing his brow as he walked ahead. After another 20 minutes of trekking, the system's notification finally sounded. Come on, let it be a big haul, let it be a big haul. Chen Feng first drew a circle on the ground, then began to sweep the detector slowly within it. Upon reaching the center, the device emitted a sound. With a suppressed breath, Chen Feng crouched down and dug with a small shovel, striking the earth repeatedly until the detector finally beeped, silently scraping the soil off the shovel. He glimpsed a minuscule silver nugget and could not help but curse under his breath. Damn it, he muttered. The silver piece was pitifully small. Had his eyesight been a tad worse, he might not have seen it at all. It weighed about a gram, worth perhaps $4 or $5 after deductions. He contemplated discarding the nugget in a ritualistic gesture, but ultimately refrained, adhering to the principle that even the smallest fly is still meat, and placed it into a bottle instead. Sighing heavily, Chen Feng stood up and continued his walk with the detector. Surely it won't end like this today, he mused. Another long 30 minutes passed, and just as Chen Feng was on the verge of frustration, the system's prompt sounded once more. Come on, come on. By the law of averages, this must be something substantial. He traced another circle on the ground and resumed his detection, which proceeded smoothly this time. The detector beeped after only a few steps. Yes, just like that, he exclaimed eagerly as he crouched down, shovel in hand. He scooped a handful of soil and ran it over the detector. The machine remained silent, prompting him to vigorously cast the dirt aside, as if to dispel his misfortunes. Gold, come forth! Gold, come forth! Chen Feng shouted with each scoop of soil. After 4 or 5 shovels, the detector emitted a sound, and he meticulously examined the contents of his shovel, hoping to see a glimmer of gold. However, after a few scrapes, a grayish-white small particle appeared before him, causing him to deflate like a punctured balloon as he plopped down on the ground. What the hell? Why is it getting smaller and smaller? Silver, you could at least be a bit bigger. Chen Feng felt a wave of nausea wash over him. What was this nonsense? Not only was he unable to find gold, but the silver was dwindling too. This piece was similar to the last, worth only $6 or $7 at best. With a forceful motion, he tossed the silver nugget into the bottle, grumpily shoved his hands into his pockets, and sighed heavily. Damn it, even the heavens are less reliable than those surnamed Ma. At least they know to provide a safety net. What a wasted afternoon. It was now past 5 o'clock, though it was not yet time to head home. Everyone began to make their way back. Chen Feng glanced at them and followed suit, as they all gathered around the van to pan for gold. Not straying far from it, approximately 50 meters from the van, Chen Feng was trudging along listlessly when the system's prompt suddenly rang out. Huh. Chen Feng perked up slightly. Finding something was certainly a positive sign, though the day's earlier disappointments had sown seeds of doubt in him. Taking a deep breath, he grasped the detector and began to trace another circle, preparing to methodically search the area. Chen Feng's expression had lost the exuberance he displayed earlier in the morning. After all, each find was merely a few coins, making it difficult for anyone to remain excited. He casually kicked the spot with his foot, marking it, before crouching down to retrieve his small shovel and began to dig. After scooping up a handful of soil, he checked the detector, which remained silent. He shrugged it off and continued to dig another scoop. Still no response. Indifferent, he continued to shovel. However, after 7 or 8 scoops, he began to feel a twinge of anxiety. How could he not have found anything yet? This was unusual. Typically, at this point, something would have surfaced. He dug several more scoops, but the detector remained silent, and he had already excavated a small pit in the ground. Could it be that I've missed the treasure? Chen Feng thought, pulling the detector closer to ascertain if anything remained buried within. Just as he did, the detector emitted a sound. Chen Feng glanced at the small pit, encountering a situation he had never faced before. Onlookers noticed his prolonged effort, and a couple of curious individuals approached him. What's going on? You've been digging for quite some time, haven't you? You've dug so deep and still found nothing? One inquired. I don't know. It seems the treasure is buried rather deep this time, Chen Feng replied, continuing to shovel. Zheng Ping, who was nearby, observed the scenario and approached. Have you found anything? He asked, wiping the sweat from his brow with a towel. Nothing yet. Fengzi has dug this deep and still hasn't he seen anything, came the response. Could it be that you miscalculated the location? Zheng Ping speculated. No, I just checked again. It's right here, Chen Feng stated as he continued to dig. Concerned that Chen Feng might be inexperienced and uncertain, Zheng Ping produced his own detector to scan the area. Sure enough, the detector beeped, confirming that Chen Feng had not erred in his positioning. Wow, it really is that deep. It seems to be a significant find, Zheng Ping exclaimed in astonishment. Intrigued, Chen Feng raised his head. What do you mean? The deeper the treasure, the larger it tends to be. It's a saying that has circulated in our field. Zheng Ping explained. Having said that, he too felt a surge of excitement. It was his first time witnessing something buried so deeply. Yes, I've heard that saying as well. It indeed appears to hold some truth, another bystander chimed in agreement. Chen Feng reflected on this, recalling that such a saying did exist, though he did not fully grasp its rationale. Perhaps it was simply because gold is dense and tends to sink into the earth. Wow, so you might have struck gold. Fengzi, the excited individual exclaimed. Chapter 36. Is this gold wrapped in stone? Whether it's truly a significant find remains to be seen. But Chen Feng no longer felt the somberness he initially had. He too was becoming increasingly thrilled. Once again, after several shovelfuls, there was still no treasure to be found. And the pit continued to expand. Onlookers, drawn by the commotion, gathered around, curious to discover what was transpiring. What is the situation? Why dig such a large hole? There must be something valuable. Feizi has been digging for quite a while, without success. It must be something significant. Goodness, a deep pit yielding great treasure. Well done, Feizi. Amidst the chatter, Chen Feng remained undeterred, diligently continuing his excavation. After many minutes of labor, the pit had deepened by several centimeters, yet the treasure remained elusive. A crowd had formed, obscuring the sunlight, prompting Chen Feng to request they step aside. Could the machinery be malfunctioning? I've never seen anyone dig a hole this deep for gold. Indeed, at this rate, I might end up in the pit myself. The latecomers were unaware that Zheng Ping had already verified the site. Huang Fei stroked his chin thoughtfully. If after all this time, they unearthed nothing but a rusty nail, it would be quite the jest. Indeed, all that effort wasted, someone chuckled quietly. Listening to their banter, Song Hui couldn't help but scoff. The deeper the pit, the greater the treasure. It's merely self-deception, yet some still believe it. The crowd fell silent, ignoring his remarks, and Chen Feng paid him no heed. After nearly 20 minutes of squatting, Chen Feng's legs grew weary, prompting him to stand and stretch. Are you done digging, Feizi? Someone inquired as he rose. Just stretching, Chen Feng replied before resuming his posture. With another thrust of the shovel, the detector finally emitted a sound. Oh, the noise sent a ripple of excitement through the crowd. And Chen Feng raised an eyebrow. After a prolonged wait, the moment had finally arrived. As he carefully sifted through the soil, the collective breath of the onlookers held in anticipation of what lay hidden within the pit. After several layers of earth had been removed, Chen Feng uncovered a dark object, causing him to frown. The spectators could not contain their comments. Could it be a rusty nail? Tentatively, Chen Feng placed the object on the detector, which immediately responded with a sound. Oh, the collective sigh from the crowd revealed their dashed hopes as the realization set in. Is this it? What a disappointment. Everyone recognized the object at a glance. It was indeed a rusty nail. Good heavens, after all that effort, this is what we find? I thought Feizi might strike gold. Come on, gold isn't that easy to find. Do you really believe it's a daily occurrence? Song Hui, unable to suppress his laughter, remarked, what did I say? The deeper the pit, the greater the treasure. Pure nonsense. Now you believe me? The crowd had no rebuttal. It was true that no treasure had been discovered, allowing Song Hui a moment of triumph. Let us depart. It is time to return home for a meal. Come on, let us board the vehicle. Had I known there was nothing to be found, I might as well have sat here a while longer. As the crowd began to disperse, Zheng Ping nudged Chen Feng, signaling him not to be too disheartened. Chen Feng squatted on the ground, squinting at the iron nail, utterly unmoved, and continued to dig. The system's prompts persisted, and it would not signal for mere refuse. This assured him that there was indeed something beneath. Stop digging, Fengzi. This is a common occurrence for gold miners. Such situations are inevitable, Zheng Ping advised as he crouched down beside him. He understood that anyone who had excavated for half an hour only to discover a rusty nail would feel a sense of dissatisfaction. Chen Feng remained silent, directly pulling over the nearby detector. As he did, the device emitted a peculiar sound. There is still something beneath. Zheng Ping was well aware of what this sound indicated, and upon hearing it, his eyes widened in surprise. The crowd, still close by, paused at Zheng Ping's exclamation, then hurriedly returned. What is it? Is there still something down there? Is it true? Did I really just hear the detector go off? It can't be that iron nail. Can it? Under the incredulous gazes of the onlookers, Chen Feng's first scoop revealed an object. It was dark yellow, quietly resting in the pit. Gold. Incredible. It truly is treasure. Quick, let us see. The surrounding crowd erupted into excitement, each voice filled with astonishment as they gazed at the item in the pit. Upon seeing the object, Chen Feng's eyes sharpened. He reached down to retrieve it. The item was substantial, roughly the size of a small stone. Yet half of it was gold, while the other half was rock, fused together. Although its weight was uncertain, it appeared to weigh at least several grams. At last, I have found you. Chen Feng examined the gold, a smile finally breaking across his face as he couldn't help but laugh heartily. After all this time spent digging, it was bound to yield something substantial. Goodness, it's really gold? So large. I can't believe it. Song Hui, didn't I tell you that the larger the pit, the greater the treasure? Now do you believe it? Just then, Song Hui returned, his eyes wide as he stared at the gold in Chen Feng's hand, utterly stunned. How is this possible? Just a moment ago, it was an iron nail. How has it transformed into gold? Are you jesting with me? Huang Fei looked at the gold in Chen Feng's hand, filled with admiration. My heavens, Chen Feng, what luck you possess. 1 piece of gold each day. This is simply outrageous. He exclaimed with laughter. How fortunate, though it's a pity half of it is stone. How splendid it would be if it were all gold. As Chen Feng toyed with the gold, he was in high spirits. Today's haul was certainly over 1,500, and it seemed he could repay his debts. The crowd listened to Chen Feng's words, suppressing their impulse to give him a good thrashing. This piece of gold is worth nearly 2 months of their earnings, yet they remain unsatisfied. All of it is gold. One must truly be foolish to overlook this. Witnessing the entire event from beginning to end, Zheng Ping slowly stood up, his face a picture of astonishment, at a loss for words. No wonder it is said that Chen Feng has a knack for unearthing gold. Indeed, luck and perseverance are both essential. Had it been him, at the moment he unearthed a nail, he would have surely left, thus missing out on the gold. Reflecting on this, Zheng Ping felt an inexplicable pang of regret. How much gold had he overlooked in the past? From this day forth, he resolved to cultivate a commendable habit, no matter the circumstances. He would always sift through everything once more. Who knows what treasures might remain hidden within? Chapter 37. Did you find all this in one day? Amidst a chorus of astonishment, everyone boarded the vehicle, passing around the gold-laden stone until it finally returned to Chen Feng. Soon, they arrived in the county town. Typically, they visited once every 2 weeks or even a month, but thanks to Chen Feng, they had made 2 trips in just 3 days. After all, they had nothing to sell, but Chen Feng did. At the familiar location, Mr. Bai's gold shop, the owner was taken aback upon their entrance. Hadn't they just been there a couple of days ago? Their return today could only mean one thing. Someone had struck it rich and was eager to convert their finds into cash. It seems you all had a fruitful day. Who found the big haul? Mr. Bai inquired with a smile, looking at the group. This time, no one rushed to speak before Chen Feng. After all, each of them held only 10 or 20 pieces of goods. I did, Chen Feng said, producing 2 small bottles from his pocket and stepping forward. Again, it's you? You were the one who found gold the other day, weren't you? Mr. Bai exclaimed, slightly widening his eyes in disbelief. Indeed, your memory serves you well. Chen Feng replied with a smile, handing over the bottles. Mr. Bai took the small containers, gazing at the half-filled bottle of silver and 3 pieces of gold, instantly falling silent. A few seconds later, he shook the bottle in astonishment and exclaimed, Don't tell me all this was found in one day. As a proprietor of a gold shop, He had seen individuals strike gold before, even those wealthier than Chen Feng. Yet, he had never encountered someone who could consistently unearth such a bounty over 2 consecutive days. This luck was nothing short of extraordinary. Who could find gold day after day? No, you misunderstand. This was not all found in one day. The gold piece in the golden bottle was retrieved yesterday from the river. The gold-laden stone and the small gold nugget were only unearthed today, Chen Feng quickly clarified. Inside the shop, Zheng Ping and the others were utterly shocked upon hearing about the small gold nugget. So, Chen Feng had not merely found one piece of gold today. He had also discovered a nugget in the morning, but hadn't he mentioned it to them? They were completely astounded. 2 pieces of gold in a single day? What on earth was happening? Upon hearing this, Boss Bai felt a sense of calmness wash over him. It was not merely a matter of acquiring it in a single day. If it were indeed all obtained in just one day, it would be utterly astonishing. However, before he could retrieve his spray gun, a realization struck him, and he stared wide-eyed at Chen Feng. Wait a moment. Did you just say that you found this gold nugget in the river? He briefly questioned whether he had misheard. After all, how could there possibly be gold in the river? It was just by the river near our village. I went fishing there and stumbled upon it. Chen Feng chuckled. Indeed, we were all witnesses to it. Later, some villagers went to pan for gold in the river, but they found nothing. Zheng Ping, fearing that the boss might not believe them, interjected. Boss Bai opened his mouth, but ultimately said nothing, merely nodding in acknowledgement. Goodness! Is it truly the case that one is destined to strike it rich in gold? To find gold while fishing in the river, what extraordinary luck! Furthermore, even if this one spot yielded a considerable haul, one could argue that discovering gold while fishing was even more impressive than collecting so much gold in a single day. He pressed his lips together and poured the silver grains into the crucible to begin melting them. Had he not spent years running a gold shop and dealing with gold panners, he might have inquired where Chen Feng had found the gold, pondering whether he too should try his luck. Before long, the silver was ready. Boss Bai poured it out, allowing it to cool slightly before plunging it into water. Once cooled, he retrieved it, wiped it down with a small towel, and placed it on the electronic scale. 52.4 grams, totaling 419. I'll give you 420, Boss Bai announced. All right, Chen Feng nodded in agreement. As they moved on to the main event, Boss Bai poured out the gold and examined the gold-bearing stone. He retrieved a hammer from the drawer and set the stone on the table, striking it forcefully several times. Large chunks of rock fell away, rendering the remaining bit of gold inconsequential, as it would disappear in the melting process. Boss Bai, you should melt it in 2 batches. Separating the gold nugget, Chen Feng advised, noting that the gold nugget was obtained in partnership with Lin Yan, and if they melted them together, it would be impossible to discern their respective shares. Boss Bai, somewhat puzzled, replied, why must they be melted separately? I collected that gold nugget with someone else. Chen Feng explained. Oh, I see, Boss Bai nodded, proceeding to melt the gold-bearing stone along with the gold grains. Soon, under the intense heat of the spray gun, the gold began to liquefy, with the minuscule rocks turning to ash. The molten gold gradually coalesced, shimmering with a golden glow. Boss Bai poured it out, and the liquid gold naturally formed into a bead shape. Once it cooled slightly, he used tweezers to pick it up and tossed it into the water. An audible sizzle resonated, and after a few moments, he retrieved it, wiping it clean before placing it on the electronic scale. The scale displayed 5.5 grams. 5.5 grams of gold amounts to 2,200. The words of Boss Bai instantly elicited gasps of astonishment from the crowd. Even though they had mentally prepared themselves, the revelation of the exact amount still left them in a state of shock. Over 2,000, significantly higher than last time. It's quite substantial. I don't believe I've ever come across such a quantity of gold since I began my venture into gold mining. Indeed, among our villages, not only have we never seen such riches, but we haven't even heard of them. Upon hearing this, Chen Feng also couldn't help but smile. He hadn't expected the figure to far exceed 1,005, with even more remaining. Boss Bai set the gold aside and resumed refining the gold flakes. After a series of operations, he placed a smaller gold nugget on the scale. 3.1, that should be 1,240, Boss Bai calculated. Let me add that up. 420 plus 2,002 plus 1,240, he said, pulling out his calculator and muttering as he pressed the buttons. That equals 3,860. At the revelation of this figure, the crowd erupted in disbelief, exchanging incredulous glances. Earning nearly 4,000 in a single day, what on earth? That was nearly equivalent to their half-year's income. Are you mining for gold? Or are you robbing it? Even a heist wouldn't yield such profits. After gathering the goods, Boss Bai looked up to ask Chen Feng, cash or mobile payment? Chen Feng pondered for a moment before opting for cash. Although his mother was somewhat adept with mobile payments, she was still not very familiar with it. Money was either kept in the bank or held in hand. After all, it wasn't a significant amount. It was best to give her cash for now. Once he earned more, he would consider using WeChat. Who carries so much cash around in public with so many eyes watching? Chapter 38. Earning back the detector in a day. As Chen Feng accepted the thick stack of cash from Boss Bai, he tucked it into his pocket. To be honest, 4,000 was quite hefty. It wouldn't even fit in his wallet. No wonder people say the digitization of cash has led to a loss of understanding of money's value. In the past, he had also experienced receiving 648, and while it stung, it was manageable. But if someone were to suggest he take out 7 bills now for a chance at a lottery, he would undoubtedly hesitate. This was real, tangible wealth. Who would willingly part with it? After stepping back, others moved forward to present their own findings from the day to Boss Bai. Previously, he had been burning silver by the heap, but upon seeing the small amounts in their bottles, he felt somewhat disheartened. What was the point of burning a single nugget when a pile would be far more exhilarating? Only one individual had made a substantial find today, discovering 2 silver pieces worth $40. The others had only managed a single nugget each, and their sizes were rather unimpressive. As for Huang Fei, he merely stood aside, pursing his lips and watching them burn their findings. He had found nothing today and was feeling quite defeated. 12, 7, 41. The 8 pieces of gold left the boss sighing, pondering whether they were sufficient to cover the expenses for his spray gun, considering that a single canister costs 3. At last, the tasks were completed, and everyone boarded their vehicles to head home as darkness enveloped the sky. Upon returning home, Chen Feng found that Lu Ping had already prepared dinner, eagerly awaiting his arrival. Quickly wash your hands and come to the table, Lu Ping said, presenting him with a basin of water. All right, Chen Feng replied, shedding his backpack, washing his hands, and taking a seat at the dining table. Today, Lu Ping had made a dish of mushu pork and a refreshing cold salad. After taking a bite of the dish, Chen Feng placed a thick stack of money on the table. Upon seeing such a hefty sum, Lu Ping's eyes widened in astonishment. What is this? Lu Ping asked, bewildered. That piece of gold from yesterday, combined with today's earnings, Chen Feng chuckled. How is there so much? Lu Ping questioned, still in disbelief. Just good fortune. I suppose. It's the fate of a natural gold digger. Chen Feng poured himself a glass of hot water. My goodness. Aren't other gold diggers claiming they only make a few hundred in a month? Why is it so different for you? Lu Ping marveled. While making money is undoubtedly a good thing, I can finally repay the money I borrowed from you today, and a portion of this is Lin Yan's. So it's not quite as much as it seems, Chen Feng reminded her. Lu Ping, momentarily stunned, took another bite of her meal, still grappling with the astonishing revelation. Even after setting aside a few hundred for Lin Yan, the remaining amount was still a fortune. Earning 3,000 in a single day. Who would believe such a tale? I don't want it. You should save it. Don't become extravagant just because you've made some money. It's far better to save for a new house and a wife, Lu Ping advised, concerned that Chen Feng might revert to his previous lavish ways. I want tea. I'm still quite young. There's no rush to marry. Chen Feng shook his head in resignation, noting that the older generation seemed to have an obsession with marriage. After dinner, Chen Feng handed Lu Ping 3,000, which she ultimately accepted, agreeing to help him save it. Sitting in a chair, he lit a cigarette and messaged Lin Yan via WeChat. Before long, Lin Yan entered the room. Hello, auntie, brother, you called for me? Lin Yan greeted Lu Ping before taking a seat. Our fish sold for 79, rounded up to 80, and that piece of gold sold for 1,240. Each of us gets 660, Chen Feng calculated as he handed Lin Yan the prepared money. Lin Yan gazed at the cash, his face a mixture of excitement and disbelief, and couldn't he help but ask, brother, is it really possible to sell that little bit of gold for so much? What did you expect? Otherwise, why would so many people be panning for gold? Chen Feng laughed, pressing the money into Lin Yan's hands. Receiving such a substantial amount for the first time left Lin Yan at a loss, caught between exhilaration and hesitation. Brother, how about I just take 200 and you keep the rest? After all, you found that gold. I'm content with a small share, Lin Yan suggested, pulling out 2 red bills, intending to return the remainder to Chen Feng. Enough of the small talk. Here, take it. We agreed to earn some extra money together and split the profits. If I keep taking the lion's share, what kind of person would I be? Chen Feng insisted, pressing the money into his hands without allowing any objections. Lin Yin, unable to resist Chen Feng's insistence, ultimately accepted the money, his face alight with excitement. Brother, the next time you go prospecting, will you take me along? I don't need any money. I just want to join in the fun. Chen Feng pondered for a moment before responding. It's not that I wouldn't take you, but you don't possess any equipment, so it would be futile. Perhaps in the future, we can consider getting a machine. Right now, it's clearly not the right time for you to join in. I can only make consistent profits because I have a system, and without one, your efforts would be in vain. If you want to have fun, we can discuss it later. All right. Lin Yin conceded without pressing the matter further, nodding vigorously. After their conversation, Lin Yin returned home. Upon arriving, he found his grandfather draped in a robe, emerging from the house. What's the matter? Did Chen Feng call you for something? Lin Yin's face betrayed his uncontainable joy, as he had practically sprinted home. It's about the money, he replied, pulling some cash from his pocket. Oh, is it from the fish sales last time? Lin Yin's grandfather recalled, taking a seat. Look, Lin Yin exclaimed, pulling out a thick wad of bills and displaying them proudly. Initially thinking it to be only a small amount, Lin Yin's grandfather was taken aback when he saw several large notes, his cloudy eyes widening in astonishment. What is this? How could there be so much? How many fish did you catch? The old man rose excitedly. The fish only brought in a few dozen yuan. The rest is my share of the gold. I thought I'd just take a small cut, but Brother Chen insisted on splitting it evenly. In total, it amounts to 660 yuan, Lin Yin chuckled. My goodness, he actually shared the gold with you? His grandfather asked incredulously. Although he was aware that they had struck gold, he also understood that it was largely due to Chen Feng's efforts, with Lin Yin having little to do with it. He never anticipated receiving half, as he was a sensible man, having lived a life of hard work and honesty. Thus, it was a pleasant surprise that Chen Feng had indeed given Lin Yin half of the profits, a considerable sum. I told you, my brother treats me well. Here, take this 600. I'll keep the 60 as pocket money. Lin Yin handed the full amount to his grandfather, keeping the change for himself with a grin. All right. Chen Feng is truly remarkable. You're fortunate to have such a friend. I doubt anyone else would be so generous, Lin Yin's grandfather remarked, unable to suppress his admiration. Chapter 39. Aren't you coming for some canned goods? Lin Yin scoffed. My brother has always been generous, but the villagers constantly gossip about him. Meanwhile, after finishing his meal, Chen Feng prepared to visit Lu Dehai's house to buy a pack of cigarettes. As he stepped inside, he was met with a chorus of astonished voices. Wow, Fengzi, you earned over 4,000 today? My goodness, you've really struck it rich. How did you manage to strike gold? Please, enlighten me. A voice called out. Indeed, is there some sort of secret to it? Chen Feng, noticing the eager gazes of a dozen individuals fixed upon him, felt a twinge of annoyance. The news spread with astonishing speed. The intelligence department must truly be underutilized. It's merely good fortune, a stroke of luck, nothing more. Stay calm, everyone. He waved his hand, signaling them to take a seat. Approaching the counter, Chen Feng addressed Lu Dehai. I'd like 2 packs of White Pagoda Mountain cigarettes. Lu Dehai, grinning widely, replied, You've made over 4,000. Why not grab a pack of Huazi to celebrate? Chen Feng chuckled. Forget it, that stuff makes me cough. How about a can of beer then? Lu Dehai quipped as he handed over the cigarettes. Who eats canned food daily? I'd end up with diabetes. I still have 1 bottle left from the last 2 I bought, Chen Feng remarked as he accepted the cigarettes. To be honest, you do seem to have a knack for this. You're making thousands daily. Is it that easy to find gold just by stepping outside? Lu Dehai pondered. Well, of course. If I didn't find a few pieces of gold, the trip would hardly be worth it. Chen Feng leaned against the counter, tearing open a package. Wow. If I compliment you, you get all puffed up. There are so many gold seekers out there, yet I've never seen anyone come back with gold so easily. You truly are something else, Lu Dehai laughed. What can I say? I wish I could keep a low profile, but my abilities simply won't allow it. Chen Feng replied as he handed over the money and prepared to leave. Hey, are you accepting apprentices? My nephew wants to learn the ropes of gold mining. Perhaps you could teach him? He could even pay you a small fee for your guidance. A lady at the door interjected. Auntie, truth be told, I've only been in this line of work for 3 days. What can I possibly teach anyone? Chen Feng expressed his exasperation. That's all right. You have some experience now. After all, he has family. He has practically your brother. Just help him out. I'll send him over tomorrow, the lady insisted, taking charge of the situation. Please, don't. I'm not taking on any apprentices. I really don't know much. I just want to go home and sleep, Chen Feng said, attempting to leave. Is she out of her mind? We barely know each other, let alone your nephew. Who even is he? He thought. Why are you being so stingy? It's just a matter of a few days. Just share with him how you find gold. It's not that difficult. The lady continued to block his path. Feeling irked, Chen Feng furrowed his brow and retorted, if you're so good at talking, why don't you teach him? Why make me do it? With a dismissive wave, the lady replied, I don't understand, you do. You're the expert. Chen Feng scoffed. I think you're the real expert here. It sounds so easy when you talk about it. Why don't you do it instead? I certainly want tea. With that, he brushed her aside and walked off, leaving her in an awkward silence as she grumbled after his retreating figure. This kid, what is the big deal about teaching him? Lu Dehai couldn't help but let out a chuckle, choosing to remain silent. Why should one teach you? Why is your demeanor so inflated? As if the world owes you something? The onlookers in the room could not help but smirk, engaging in their merriment and conversation. Yet, come evening, the village would surely have yet another delightful tale to recount. Upon returning home, Huang Fei's mother could hardly contain her eagerness and inquired, How was your day? What treasures did you uncover? Observing Huang Fei's dejected expression, his father sighed in resignation, recognizing the futility of the endeavor. I found nothing. The timing was all wrong. I merely watched Chen Feng rummaging about. Huang Fei replied nonchalantly as he settled at the dining table, lifting his bowl of rice. Then what happened? How is it that you found nothing at all? His grandfather questioned, perplexed. Chen Feng feasted on meat while you couldn't even savor the broth. What is this lack of perseverance? I wager you will be sleeping at home tomorrow, his father retorted with irritation. That machine, purchased for 3,000 yuan, seems to have been a wasted investment. Nonsense. I will certainly venture out again tomorrow. Who claims I lack tenacity? Huang Fei protested defiantly. It's no concern that I found nothing today. Patience is key. No one can strike gold on the first day, except for Chen Feng, his mother consoled. His father dismissed Huang Fei's words entirely. He knew his son's character all too well. Huang Fei, aware of his father's sentiments, felt determined to prove him wrong. Meanwhile, upon hearing that Chen Feng had unearthed 4,000 yuan once more, the old Wang household was filled with envy and resentment. Old Wang's wife tossed her chopsticks aside, exclaiming, How is it that Chen Feng is so fortunate, always discovering something? What is this nonsense? She bore a prominent mole on her cheek. The very same woman who had criticized Chen Feng when he awoke. Old Wang sighed. It seems he is simply destined for such fortune. What fortune? His mother is a widow. What luck could she possibly have? I suspect that money was not earned by him, but rather given by some illicit lover, which he is too embarrassed to admit, Old Wang's wife huffed. Old Wang, taken aback by her words, replied, Do not spread such unfounded rumors. When has he sought out a lover? You perpetually fabricate stories, speaking as if you have witnessed everything. Chen Feng is merely a ne'er-do-well. Why do you torment him? At this, Old Wang's wife erupted with anger, slamming her hand on the table. You, Wang, are speaking nonsense. When have I ever spread falsehoods? If Chen Feng did not steal my chickens, would I even mention him? You are a coward, utterly ineffectual. Why don't you confront Chen Feng and reclaim the money for the chickens? Old Wang retorted. When did he steal your chickens, and not others? You all, with your idle gossip about Lu Ping, act as if you have seen it firsthand. Can you blame his son for being upset? If you are so capable, why not demand your chicken money from Chen Feng? Go to hell. You are of no consequence, hardly a man, far less than that good woman. Tomorrow, I shall confront Chen Feng regarding the money for the chickens. Did you witness it? If he profits yet withholds my share, just observe how I intend to address him. Old Wang's wife exclaimed in anger. Old Wang, afflicted with bronchitis, was utterly incapable of managing his wife. He merely sighed and waved his hand in resignation. Do as you please. If you cannot contend with it, at least avoid it. The evening weather forecast predicted overcast skies with a chance of light rain the following day. After much deliberation, Zheng Ping and the others resolved to assess the weather before proceeding, opting to forego visiting the abandoned mine and instead tending to agricultural chores at home. Chapter 40. Are you really going to fight? Upon awakening in the morning, Chen Feng glanced outside, confirming the gloomy weather, and shook his head before returning to slumber. Must he not be allowed to earn an extra day's wages? He slept until nearly 9 o'clock before finally rising, only to find Lu Ping tidying up the house. Are you awake? Are you hungry? Shall we eat now or later? Lu Ping inquired. Mother, have you finished eating? Chen Feng asked, glancing at the table. I had breakfast at 7, but seeing you asleep, I didn't call you, Lu Ping replied. The older generation typically adhered to the custom of having breakfast. However, Chen Feng, who seldom engaged in work, generally skipped the morning meal. Not particularly hungry, he simply shook his head. Let's have lunch together, he suggested. After washing his face and grabbing a pack of cigarettes, he stepped outside, intending to find Lin Yan. He hoped to discover a means of earning some extra income. If not, a casual stroll outside would suffice. Anything was preferable to remaining cooped up at home. As he passed by Old Wang's residence, he spotted Old Wang's wife in the yard, cracking sunflower seeds and chatting with several other women. Upon noticing Chen Feng approach, Old Wang's wife cleared her throat and called out loudly, Humph, have you really earned money? Who knows where that money really comes from? Do you truly believe it? The nearby women, eager to join in, asked with forced mirth, if it wasn't he earned, then where did it come from? Do you know? Old Wang's wife grew animated, exclaiming, who goes out every day to earn that much money? Have you ever heard of it? That money could very well be from some petty lord. How embarrassing to have to conceal it. If you truly earned it, then prove it by returning the money you stole from my chickens. What a disgrace. Engaging in such thievery. With so many petty lords around, why not pursue them instead of troubling me? You wretched woman. Your son is no better. If your mother is unfaithful, then you resort to thievery as well? Her voice, sharp and piercing, summoned the neighbors, who, with nothing better to do, flocked to witness the commotion. Chen Feng halted outside her door, squinting as he clenched his fists slightly. Even one as dull-witted as he could discern whom she was disparaging. Neighbors trickled out, whispering among themselves. Old Wang's wife had become synonymous with the village's shrew, and few dared provoke her. Her sharp tongue was formidable. No wonder your father fled. Who could endure wearing so many green hats? They jeered, laughter erupting among the women, with Old Wang's wife the most amused. In a sudden rush of indignation, Chen Feng turned, kicked open Old Wang's front door, and strode in with a steely gaze. Whom are you speaking about? Chen Feng fixed his gaze on Old Wang's wife and inquired, who are you speaking of? Who knows? Old Wang's wife crossed her arms and disdainfully replied, you impertinent fool. Can't you keep your mouth shut? You must spew your venom here every day, right? With such a big mouth, why bother fixing your toilet at home? Just let it flow into your mouth. Chen Feng, unyielding, pointed at her nose and retorted angrily. Old Wang's wife was taken aback by his audacity, never expecting him to dare insult her so. Her temper flared instantly. You little brat, who do you think you're cursing? You think I owe you any respect? Everyone knows your mother is a loose woman. Do you really think you made your money honestly? You must be lucky to have gold falling into your lap every day. I suspect it's all from your little sugar daddies. With a cold snort, Old Wang's wife showed no restraint. In a battle of insults, she was determined to make Chen Feng regret crossing her path. Damn it, I'll make you pay for spreading rumors today. I'll rip out your tongue and silence your slander. With a furious shout, Chen Feng stepped forward and delivered a resounding slap, the sound echoing clearly in the vicinity. At that moment, the neighbors were stunned, unable to comprehend that Chen Feng would resort to violence, and the force of the slap was not trivial. Go on, keep cursing. Old Wang's wife, still in shock, felt a burning pain on her face and glared fiercely at Chen Feng. Before she could utter a word, Chen Feng struck her twice more, sending her crashing to the ground. The onlookers, realizing Chen Feng was genuinely enraged, rushed to intervene. Stop it, calm down. You can't fight. Several people grabbed Chen Feng, who was struggling to reach Old Wang's wife. You insolent wretch, I will teach you a lesson today, he bellowed. Old Wang's wife lay on the ground, crying out, help, help, Old Wang, come out. Your wife is being beaten to death. Old Wang hurriedly emerged from the house, bewildered by the sight of his wife on the ground and the furious Chen Feng. Although he felt anger for his wife being assaulted, he knew that Chen Feng's actions were unjustifiable. Chen Feng, you dare to lay a hand on me. I haven't even settled the score with you for stealing my chickens. Old Wang shouted, pointing at the restrained Chen Feng. How dare you show up now? Where were you when your wife was slandering me just moments ago? Chen Feng struggled against the crowd holding him back, his eyes scanning for something to defend himself with. Spotting a shovel, he seized it in a frenzy. You think you can keep talking? Go on, keep cursing. Chen Feng swung a shovel directly at Old Wang's wife, leaving her utterly stunned. She had never anticipated that Chen Feng would act so decisively. For a moment, she was rendered speechless, forgetting even to cry out in alarm. Trembling, she hurriedly crawled backward, Pointing at Chun Feng and stammering, "Someone restrain him. He is going to kill." The shovel struck the ground with a clang, causing those nearby to flinch. If it had truly connected, it would likely leave her bedridden for at least 10 days or more. Sensing the escalation of the situation, someone rushed to find the village chief, while old Wang, equally frightened, pointed at Chun Feng and shouted, "Chun Feng, what are you doing? You accused me of stealing your chickens, didn't you? Today, we will settle both old and new scores. I will send you and your illicit lover to hell." As Chun Feng spoke, he swung the shovel at old Wang, who, terrified, quickly retreated and sought refuge behind others. Several individuals attempted to restrain the frenzied Chun Feng, while old Wang's wife was urged to flee. With more and more people attempting to intervene, Chun Feng found himself unable to advance, and old Wang's wife, emboldened, shouted back at him, "You little bastard, dare to hit me? If I don't extort you today, I'm not human. Your mother is a harlot. And so are you." Chapter 41. The village chief arrives initially. Chun Feng was held back, unable to break free, and he had no intention of continuing. Yet, when old Wang's wife dared to insult him again, his anger surged. "How dare you speak to me like that?" he exclaimed, discarding the shovel and breaking free. Rushing toward old Wang's wife, she was taken aback by his sudden advance and, in her fright, stumbled and fell to the ground. Chun Feng approached and pinned her down, striking her face repeatedly. After delivering 4 or 5 slaps, she cried out in agony, "Curse me all you want. Who is the real harlot here?" Chun Feng was beside himself with fury, gripping old Wang's wife tightly, impervious to the pleas of several individuals attempting to pull him away. "Help! Help!" she screamed, clutching her head in desperation. Old Wang strained to separate them, pulling his wife with all his might. Truth be told, as the onlookers witnessed Chun Feng's slaps land on old Wang's wife, a wave of satisfaction coursed through them. It felt gratifying. Why couldn't you just keep to yourself? It was all going to blow over, but you had to provoke Chun Feng. They felt she had received her just desserts. How could she be so reckless with her words? After much effort, the crowd finally managed to separate Chun Feng from old Wang's wife. This time, she truly dared not remain, crying as she dashed back inside, with old Wang quickly locking the door behind her, fearful that Chun Feng might burst in. "Come out. You think you're so tough, don't you?" Chun Feng shouted, pursuing them and kicking the door forcefully several times. "Fengzi, enough. Stop it. Things will get out of hand." Chun Feng yelled at the window, "Come out. Weren't you just so bold a moment ago?" As old Wang's wife cowered like a turtle withdrawing into its shell, Chun Feng, filled with frustration, picked up a brick from the ground and hurled it at their window. Crash! The glass shattered, startling old Wang's wife, who trembled at the sound. He wouldn't dare come in, would he? Think of something quick, she urged old Wang, who turned around, furious, and shouted, "Now you're scared. What were you doing just a moment ago?" Seizing a broom, he fixed his gaze on the door, genuinely fearful that Chun Feng might burst in. As the two of them remained trapped inside, Chun Feng picked up a shovel and smashed every pane of glass around their home, impervious to the crowd trying to restrain him. With each crash of glass, old Wang's wife flinched, her face marked with several stinging slaps, the pain searing. She had never anticipated that Chun Feng would truly resort to violence. Normally, he would avoid her, never daring to retort, but today he seemed like a completely different person. "Police, police, come quickly. I'm going to be killed." Old Wang's wife screamed, clutching her phone. After shattering all the windows, Chun Feng's fury subsided by half. He tossed the shovel aside and retreated to the entrance, pulled back by the crowd. At that moment, Lu Ping hurried over, having just learned of the altercation between Chun Feng and old Wang's wife. She dropped her cloth and rushed to the scene. Upon arrival, she witnessed Chun Feng being restrained by a group of people amidst the chaos of the yard. "Where's old Wang's wife? Did you really fight?" Lu Ping asked, rushing to grab Chun Feng. "She is hiding inside like a turtle, refusing to come out no matter how much I scold her," Chun Feng huffed. Lu Ping sighed in disappointment. "How could you resort to violence, child? What will we do now? How will this end? Old Wang's wife is not someone to be trifled with. She won't let this go easily." Before she could ponder further, the village chief approached from a distance. A man of about 50 with a crew cut and a somewhat dark complexion, he was known as Ma Liang. "What is happening here? What is going on?" Upon his arrival, the crowd parted, and he frowned at the assembled group. "The person inside has slapped her several times." Someone replied, "Get her out. I want to see for myself," Ma Liang said, glancing at Chun Feng with a furrowed brow. Soon, Someone entered the house to inform Old Wang's wife. Upon hearing the village chief had arrived, she felt she had found an ally and emerged wailing. Chief, Chief, you must stand up for us. This little brat, Chen Feng. She intended to call him a little beast, but upon noticing Chun Feng's cold gaze, she refrained, opting for a different term to continue her lament. He came at me without a word and hit me. He even struck me with a shovel. This is outright attempted murder. Hearing this, the village chief furrowed his brow further, speaking tersely. Speak clearly. Stop wailing. I can't understand anything. Where did he hit you with the shovel? He didn't hit me. Luckily, I ran fast, Old Wang's wife replied. Since you didn't take any photos. What are you talking about? Look up so I can see your face, Ma Liang said in a deep voice. Upon hearing this, Old Wang's wife lifted her face, pointing to the palm print on it. Look, he has utterly disfigured me. How vicious this rascal is. My head is throbbing. I must go to the hospital. The village chief dismissed her complaint, inquiring, did you report it to the police? Yes, they'll be here shortly. Old Wang's wife huffed, glaring fiercely at Chen Feng. She was adamant about having Chen Feng spend a few days in jail. What is the point of reporting such trivial matters to the police? Your wife is unreasonable. And so are you. The village chief retorted sharply at Old Wang. Taken aback, Old Wang pointed at the shattered glass. Look at what he did to my window. He even struck us with a shovel. Shouldn't we report this? I'm still alive, and you want to call the police over a few slaps? You can tell that to the officer. This matter is no longer my concern. The village chief's face flushed with anger as he turned to leave. But several villagers quickly restrained him. Old Wang and his wife, seeing the situation escalate, felt a wave of panic, unsure of how to proceed. After all, for every significant issue in the village, they had to consult the village chief, who held the ultimate authority. No one wished to offend him if it could be avoided. Witnessing the chief's anger left them at a loss. Meanwhile, Chen Feng squinted, a multitude of questions swirling in his mind. He had no particular rapport with the village chief. It seemed as if he was aiding him. Lu Ping, standing nearby, had remained silent since the village chief's arrival, harboring a deep-seated disdain for him. No, village chief, we'll heed your guidance. Now that I've reported it, what should we do? Old Wang rushed forward, grasping the chief's arm. The village chief paused, contemplating before responding. Let us wait for the police to arrive and then discuss it. Upon hearing the village chief's words, everyone fell silent. After all, he was the leader of the village, and his words carried significant weight. The village chief walked into the yard to assess the damage to Old Wang's home, with Old Wang's wife trailing behind, incessantly lamenting her significant losses and headache. Yet, the village chief remained unmoved by her complaints. Chapter 42. Let us first negotiate at this moment. Lu Dehai hurried over, quickly scanning Chen Feng from head to toe. What happened? You look like this. Are you all right? Lu Dehai exclaimed, staring at the chaos in the yard. I'm fine. It's all my doing. What could possibly happen to me? Chen Feng replied nonchalantly. In truth, he had exercised restraint when he struck. Despite the shovel's heavy impact, he intentionally aimed it at Old Wang's wife's backside. Even if they couldn't restrain him, he would not sustain any serious injuries, just a few days of discomfort. If he didn't turn Old Wang's household upside down this time, Old Wang's wife would undoubtedly continue to slander him behind his back. He had to maintain his reputation as a rogue to avoid unnecessary troubles. Besides, Chen Feng was genuinely enraged and found satisfaction in the act. He was well aware that even if the police arrived, he would merely spend a few days in confinement and pay a minor sum for medical expenses and broken glass. Nothing too serious. Thus, he felt no fear, rather. The village chief's attitude left him somewhat perplexed. If he were genuinely inclined to assist, he could easily have called the police to inform them that their presence was unnecessary, as he was capable of managing the village's affairs. Yet, he refrained from saying such, while simultaneously displaying an air of anger. If he wished to remain uninvolved, he could have simply feigned ignorance and not shown up at all. Chen Feng, crossing his arms, found himself lost in thought, ultimately deciding to observe the unfolding events. Lao Lu, go fetch me a bag of bread. I'm hungry, he called back to Lu Dehai. The nearby villagers were astonished. What a bold young man. The police were on their way, yet he showed no signs of fear. His audacity was remarkable. Moreover, after having beaten Old Wang's wife for quite some time, his face was swollen, yet he claimed to be hungry. However, upon reflection, it was indeed understandable. After all that commotion, even a pig would be famished. What is the matter? tired from smashing glass. Lu Dehai chuckled softly. Of course. A bunch of people were dragging me around. Do you think breaking glass is that easy? It's just old Wang's wife who was fortunate. I didn't reach her. If I had, I would have torn her mouth apart, so she could only talk about me every day. Damn it, Chen Feng replied, casting a fierce glance around. The few women who had been with old Wang's wife quickly averted their gazes upon meeting Chen Feng's eyes, some even scurrying home in fear of his wrath. All right, wait for me. I'll get you some bread, Lu Dehai said as he dashed home. A few minutes later, he returned with a bag of bread and a bag of milk. Here you go. Eat quickly. I've heard they don't provide meals in the lockup. Lu Dehai assumed Chen Feng was worried about going in without food, so he pulled out 2 sausages from his pocket and whispered to him, "Get lost. What do you think this is?" Chen Feng shot him an annoyed glance, took the items, and sat on a tractor in old Wang's yard to begin eating. Just as he was halfway through his meal, the police arrived in their patrol car, directed by the villagers to old Wang's courtyard. Upon seeing the police, old Wang's wife became agitated, ready to call for help and share her grievances, but old Wang quickly pulled her back with a look. Noticing this, old Wang's wife stole a glance at the village chief and fell silent. Who reported the incident? 2 policemen asked as they stepped into the yard. I did. Old Wang raised his hand in acknowledgement. What is going on? The officers inquired, surveying the scene before them. Old Wang first glanced at the village chief, and upon seeing his lack of reaction, he gathered his thoughts and began to explain. Before long, the police grasped the situation. Who hit your wife? Where is he? They questioned. Right here, Chen Feng leaped off the tractor, holding a sausage in one hand and milk in the other. The police scrutinized Chen Feng from top to bottom, their expressions filled with bewilderment. After many years of responding to incidents, I have never encountered a suspect as composed as this one. With food and drink at hand. Do you believe you have some merit? The officer inquired. Most of it is acknowledged, but he provoked me first, insulting me, and I acted out of passion. Chen Feng replied. Ah, so you are aware of crimes of passion and possess some legal knowledge? The officer raised an eyebrow. Not much. Just a bit I learned in university, Chen Feng chuckled. You attended university? The officer couldn't help but ask. In this village, individuals of Chen Feng's age who dropped out of middle school are abundant, making a university student quite a rarity. Yes, just an ordinary second-tier university, nothing worth mentioning. Chen Feng waved his hand dismissively. Upon hearing this, the officer scrutinized Chen Feng once more from head to toe. A second-tier university is no ordinary feat. Contrary to Chen Feng's assertion that it was easy to get into. Indeed, he could be considered a talent, understanding the law yet resorting to violence. A university student assaulting someone is permissible, is it? The officer admonished. That is not the case. It was simply that her insults were too harsh. She spread rumors about me every day. As you know, those gossipy women in the village, Chen Feng explained. I did not. You. Upon hearing this, old Wang's wife attempted to deny it, but the village chief glared at her and commanded, be silent. This effectively silenced old Wang's wife, preventing her from uttering her next words. The county police are well acquainted with the village's dynamics and occasionally receive reports about which family's woman got into a spat. The reasons are invariably straightforward. It's all due to loose tongues. Officer, how should a situation like Chen Feng's be handled? The village chief stepped forward to inquire. The officer recognized Ma Liang, the village chief, and pondered briefly before responding. If reconciliation is possible, strive for it. If not, this young comrade will inevitably need to accompany us for a while. If the injuries are not severe, he must compensate for medical expenses and face a few days of punishment. If the injuries are serious, then a visit to the hospital for an injury assessment is in order. The officer's words were ambiguous, allowing for varying interpretations. You may decide how to proceed. What are you detaining him for? This is merely a minor altercation among villagers, just some property damage. In that case, officer, why don't you get in your vehicle while I mediate first? Ma Liang suggested. Very well, you mediate first and call us once it's resolved, the officer replied, saying no more as he returned to the car. After the police departed, the village chief gathered Chen Feng and old Wang's family together. First and foremost, it is certainly wrong for Chen Feng to resort to violence, particularly as he left old Wang's wife's face swollen. You must acknowledge the medical expenses, the village chief said. Looking at Chen Feng remained silent, but nodded. Next, regarding the broken glass, I just checked. The 4 pains amount to around 200 yuan. As for your face, some ointment will suffice, and in a few days, it will heal without major issues. Altogether, That would be 300 yuan. Do you agree? The village chief turned to old Wang's wife. Only 300? I was beaten to this extent, and it's only 300? Old Wang's wife immediately protested upon hearing this. Chapter 43. Consider it yourself, I've been beaten to this extent. I deserve no less than 1,000. With the broken glass, it totals up to 1,200. I will not accept a penny less. This beating cannot be in vain. Old Wang's wife shouted vehemently. Not a single cent of 1,200. You can have 300 if you wish. Chen Feng retorted dismissively. Then you may as well prepare to spend some time in jail. The police will apprehend him. Old Wang's wife replied angrily. Upon witnessing this, Lu Ping quickly tugged at Chen Feng, urging him to soften his stance. For it was wiser to part with some money than to face imprisonment. Chen Feng gently pulled Lu Ping back, signaling her to remain silent. Enough of this commotion. Ma Liang interjected with a frown. Old Wang's wife, don't play the victim. Why wasn't he at that? Chen Feng? Didn't he break my windows or insult me? If it weren't for your incessant nagging, would he have struck you without cause? Ma Liang spoke bluntly, showing no regard for her feelings. Old Wang's wife's face flushed crimson at his words. No one enjoys being publicly chastised in such a manner. Just as they were about to respond, the village chief pulled them aside. I must inform you both that the police have stated that even if they apprehend Chen Feng, he will only spend a few days in jail, and you will not see a single cent of compensation. Consider this. Chen Feng is at any do well. If you send him to jail, will he simply forget about you when he returns? If you are not afraid of the repercussions of his potential revenge, then feel free to file a complaint, Ma Liang whispered, casting a glance at the pair. Old Wang and his wife exchanged a glance, both appearing somewhat troubled. To speak frankly, one fears not the thief, but rather the thief who harbors resentment. If Chen Feng truly bore a grudge against them, he could easily slip some poison into their poultry, leaving them helpless. They were entirely convinced that Chen Feng was capable of such deeds. In that case, peace would be a distant memory. They had families, businesses, and a child in school, while Chen Feng and his mother were destitute. Who could predict the extent of their desperation? Am I to suffer this beating in vain? With so many witnesses, I would lose face. Old Wang's wife muttered, touching her still stinging cheek in indignation. I shall negotiate for a bit more money. Let him add some. This way both of you benefit. 400 is not an insignificant amount. How much labor must you endure to earn that? Those shards of glass aren't worth much. Surely you understand that. 100 or so is the most they're worth. What matters is securing the money. It's better to have something in hand than to wait for an uncertain outcome, the village chief counseled. The couple exchanged looks of contemplation before finally nodding in agreement. The village chief, seeing their acquiescence, led them back to Chen Feng, saying, ultimately, while your actions were somewhat justifiable, we are all part of the same village. Your excessive violence is indefensible. Offer 400, plus an additional 100. Considering you are still young, let us resolve this amicably. And your aunt will not hold it against you. At these words, Chen Feng exchanged a glance with his mother, while Lu Ping was fraught with anxiety, fearing that Chen Feng, in his temper, would refuse even the 400. Since Uncle Ma has spoken, what else can I say? Chen Feng remarked, lifting the village chief slightly, implying that he would heed his words. It was a gesture that accorded ample respect to Ma Liang in front of so many witnesses. Upon hearing this, the village chief nodded in satisfaction, approaching the police car to tap on the window, which was then rolled down. The children are unaware, and I have already mediated the minor conflict in the village, so there is no need for your concern. You too may return, the village chief stated, gesturing inside the car to indicate that, with so many people present, there would certainly be a token of appreciation later. Very well, if there is truly nothing amiss. We shall take our leave. Neighbors should maintain harmony. After all, there is no need for animosity, the officer remarked, craning his neck to see if there were any objections. Seeing none, he drove away. Once the police had departed, Ma Liang turned to Chen Feng and said, as for that money, do not put it off. Give it today. I have heard you have been earning quite well lately, so this little amount is inconsequential. All right, since Uncle Ma has said so, I shall certainly comply. I will withdraw the money and deliver it shortly, Chen Feng replied with a smile. Good. Ma Liang patted Chen Feng on the shoulder and returned to offer a few words of advice to Old Wang and his wife, reminding her to refrain from gossiping in the future. Old Wang's wife pursed her lips in silence, while Old Wang nodded repeatedly, assuring that he would keep his wife in check. Enough of this. Everyone should head home now. Let us disperse. Ma Liang waved his hand. urging the gathered villagers to return, as there was little excitement left to witness. Gradually, the crowd began to dissipate, having lost interest in lingering. Chen Feng and Lu Ping made their way home, with Lu Dehai unable to contain himself on the way, exclaiming, "Fengzi, you are indeed fortunate. 400 yuan settled the matter. However," he added, "you ought to contemplate the underlying circumstances carefully. I cannot elaborate further." "What do you mean? Are you suggesting the village chief has ulterior motives?" Chen Feng inquired, catching the implication in Lu Dehai's words. "I did not say that. You should discuss it thoroughly with Sister Lu. I must return to my shop now." Lu Dehai waved his hand and headed back to his own establishment. Upon arriving home, Chen Feng and Lu Ping sat down. To Chen Feng's surprise, he expected his mother to scold him first, but Lu Ping instead initiated the conversation, saying, "Stay away from the Ma family. They are not to be trusted." Chen Feng found this peculiar, as he reflected that Ma Liang had indeed assisted him this time, and he had not suffered any loss. "What exactly is the issue?" he asked. At this moment, Chen Feng realized that Ma Liang had effectively maneuvered the situation to his advantage. He could have easily prevented the police from being summoned, yet he chose to wait until their arrival to steer the outcome in his favor. Chen Feng understood that Ma Liang was leveraging the police's involvement to underscore the magnitude of his assistance, thereby placing Chen Feng in his debt. The cost of this favor, it seemed, was that the Wang family would receive slightly less benefit. However, since it did not affect him, Chen Feng felt no inclination to concern himself with their losses. One can only say that the village chief is indeed a cunning individual. In a matter that seemingly bears no relation to him, he has managed to reap benefits, not only for himself, but also for the Wang family, who are likely to express their gratitude towards him. His ability to navigate relationships without incurring animosity while simultaneously garnering appreciation from both sides is truly astonishing. However, it appears that, regardless of the calculations, Chen Feng has not suffered any losses. Humph, that old fellow is quite shrewd. Do you think he is unfamiliar with the local police station? There is no such thing as a free lunch. He would not assist someone of no value for no reason. Moreover, only he knows how many advantages he has secured over the years, having appropriated a considerable amount of land from the village. Engaging with such a person will inevitably lead to misfortune, Lu Ping scoffed. Chapter 44. I know. He must have ulterior motives. Otherwise, he would not help me without cause. In any case, I have not suffered any losses, so I will observe his intentions, Chen Feng remarked while lighting a cigarette. Furthermore, if you merely perceive him as greedy and therefore a bad person, then where can one find an honest official in this world? Everyone operates in self-interest, which is understandable. Lu Ping rolled her eyes and warned, "I must caution you. He has significant connections and a dubious reputation. Do not get entangled with him. Focus on your own endeavors, and do not heed his requests." Chen Feng chuckled at her words, saying, "I am not foolish enough to blindly follow his whims. However, since he has assisted me this time, shouldn't we offer him a token of appreciation? It would be rather unbecoming otherwise." "Offer him what? Who prompted him to help you in the first place?" Lu Ping retorted irritably. Chen Feng sensed something amiss in his mother's demeanor. Ordinarily, even if he had no intention, she would encourage him to bring something for the village chief's family. Why was she so resistant this time? "Mother, what is the matter? Why do you hold such disdain for Ma Liang?" Chen Feng inquired, perplexed. "I disdain him for good reason. When our family was allotted land years ago, he stubbornly refused to grant us a fair share, insisting instead on giving us the land by the ditch, which has been eroded by water over the years until it is barely recognizable. That is infuriating." Lu Ping's frustration was palpable. Chen Feng sighed in resignation upon hearing this. The issue of land was indeed a source of deep-seated grievance for his mother, as she would invariably berate the village chief whenever it was mentioned. Undeniably, the quality of that land had deteriorated significantly over the years, leading to complaints regardless of to whom it had been allotted. That may be true, but at the very least, he has helped me this time. Out of both sentiment and reason, we ought to pay him a visit, Chen Feng urged. Lu Ping recognized the validity of his reasoning and begrudgingly acquiesced to his plan, accepting that they would indeed go. Yet, Chen Feng remained puzzled. Could it be that the village chief's assistance was an attempt to mend their past grievances? Logically, a man of his stature would not need to take such steps. Chen Feng resolved to keep a watchful eye when he visited the chief's home later that afternoon, eager to uncover the truth. Upon arriving at Lu Dehai's residence, he noticed that the chatter of the occupants had quieted considerably as he entered. They were filled with curiosity, eager to inquire about the incident involving Chen Feng, yet hesitant to ask. Bring me a case of beer and 2 pieces of Ganoderma, the village chief commanded. He had smoked the same brand his entire life, and even the finest tobacco would not suffice. That'll be a total of 120. After Lu Dehai collected the items, he subtly mouthed a question to Chen Feng. Shall I deliver this to the village chief? Chen Feng nodded, not wishing to conceal anything from Lu Dehai. Very well. We ought to pay him a visit. Lu Dehai acknowledged with a nod. Chen Feng retrieved 520 yuan and handed it to Lu Dehai. Please take this to old Wang's family. I shall not accompany you. Lu Dehai accepted the money, affirming there would be no issue, as Chen Feng departed with his belongings. Someone within the room remarked, Chen Feng is truly ruthless. He left old Wang's wife's face swollen after the beating she received. The glass was shattered completely, and the sight alone filled me with dread. Hearing this, Lu Dehai chuckled. Old Wang's wife thought Chen Feng would refrain from violence. She never anticipated he would act so swiftly. No matter how eloquently one can speak, it is futile against a physical blow. The room erupted in laughter. Indeed, old Wang's wife believed no one could best her in a verbal exchange, yet she was taken aback by Chen Feng's unrefined approach. Who could withstand that? Lu Dehai called for his wife to check on the shop while he prepared to deliver the money to old Wang's family. Upon arriving at old Wang's home, he found the couple tidying up the broken glass. As he entered, old Wang looked up and greeted him. Ah, Lu is here. Yes. I've come to deliver the money from Chen Feng, Lu Dehai replied, taking out 400 yuan and handing it to old Wang. Old Wang's wife scoffed, damn it. That rascal Chen Feng takes advantage. Had it not been for the village chief's intervention, I would have ensured he spent a few days behind bars. That little brat even dared to retaliate. She was merely trying to salvage her pride, as the embarrassment was too great to bear. Lu Dehai chuckled, indeed. We must consider Chen Feng's youth. It is understandable. He sought to placate the situation, knowing full well it would be unwise to provoke old Wang's wife further. While speaking, Lu Dehai discreetly observed the marks on her face. The imprints of several slaps were now vividly visible, and he couldn't help but click his tongue in admiration. Chen Feng truly struck hard. Yet, one must admit, it was executed splendidly. Sensing there was nothing more to discuss, Lu Dehai prepared to leave, saying, I shall take my leave. Do not hesitate to call if you require anything. All right, take care, old Wang replied. Once he departed, old Wang's wife glared at the broken window, cursing, how dare they smash my window? If they have the guts, they should confront me directly. Old Wang, utterly bemused, rolled his eyes and dismissed her complaints. You're so formidable. Why didn't you stand your ground when Chen Feng was smashing things? Old Wang's wife scolded him. What are we to do about the window? Who will fix it? Old Wang remained silent, and she continued, tomorrow, I'll head to the county to buy a few panes of glass and some adhesive to make do. How much did you get them to come for? That could save quite a bit, old Wang remarked after some calculation. Well, if you ask me, we ought to have Chen Feng come and fix it, damn it. Old Wang's wife retorted indignantly. You go and ask him then, old Wang replied, carrying a basin filled with shards of glass as he headed outside. Hey, what do you mean by that? Do you think I wouldn't dare? Old Wang's wife shot back, her voice rising sharply as she pointed at him. I never said you wouldn't dare. There's nothing that you wouldn't do, old Wang said calmly in the courtyard. His cryptic tone only fueled his wife's anger, and she felt an urge to hurl the glass at him. To hell with you, you coward. You can't even stand up for your own wife when she has been wronged. How did I end up marrying such a spineless wretch, a complete nobody? Old Wang remained unfazed by her tirade, treating it as if it were mere melody. He had grown accustomed to it. Meanwhile, Chen Feng arrived at the village chief's residence, cradling some items in his arms. The chief's home was indeed large. While others had yards of compacted earth, or at best, paved with bricks, his was smoothed with cement, featuring 4 spacious tile-roofed rooms and a second floor. Even the adjacent warehouse was larger than an average home, and a luxury sedan worth over 100,000 yuan was parked in the yard. Aunt, uncle, are you home? Chen Feng called as he entered, spotting the chief's wife sweeping the floor. Ah, Xiao Feng is here. Come in quickly. Your uncle is home, she smiled, looking up before retreating to call out to the inner room. Old Ma, Xiao Feng has arrived. Xiao Feng, what brings you here? The village chief emerged with a smile, feigning ignorance. Oh, I just wanted to thank you for your help this morning. Otherwise, old Wang wouldn't have let me off so easily, Chen Feng replied. Knowing you enjoy a drink, I brought you a case of beer, he added, still holding the items. You needn't have brought anything. Just come in and sit down. The chief gestured, glancing at the items. Chen Feng set them down by the door and joined him at the kitchen table. Here, have a smoke, the chief offered, pulling out a cigarette and handing one to Chen Feng, who lit it for him. Well, I must say, you were a bit rash this time. You got into a fight. If I hadn't gone, you might have been in trouble for a few days, the chief said, taking a drag. Old Wang's wife is just a blabbermouth. It's not worth engaging with her, he continued. Indeed, looking back, it was rather impulsive, Chen Feng chuckled. Have you delivered the money? The chief inquired. Yes, I had old Lu take it. It would have been too awkward for me to deliver it myself, Chen Feng explained. That's fine. As long as it's delivered, there's no issue, the chief replied, inhaling deeply. The two exchanged light banter before the chief casually asked, Does your family farm the land themselves, or do they hire help? Upon hearing this, Chen Feng paused momentarily, sensing that the village chief's words bore a deeper significance. After a brief contemplation, he replied, Yes, it's still her. Sometimes, she calls me uncle when she's busy. However, my uncle is also preoccupied, and his assistance is limited. The village chief nodded in agreement. Indeed, there isn't much land to cultivate anyway. We can take our time. You can still lend a hand. And together we can manage. Certainly, these are trivial matters, Chen Feng chuckled. How is your father? Do you keep in touch? The village chief inquired. No. Who knows where he has been all these years? Chen Feng responded nonchalantly. Well, he might be working elsewhere. Don't take it to heart. Perhaps he will return in a few years. He hasn't come back even once in all these years. The village chief asked. No, I haven't seen him. Perhaps he has become a big boss outside. Chen Feng laughed. That is also a possibility. The village chief chuckled in return. After a casual exchange, Chen Feng realized that the village chief was engaged in idle chatter, with no demands or intentions to solicit his assistance. All right, uncle, you carry on. I have some matters at home to attend to, Chen Feng said as he stood up. Sure, if you need anything, just come by. We're from the same village. You're not a stranger, the village chief replied while seeing him off. All right, I'm leaving now, uncle. Chen Feng waved and departed. Once Chen Feng left, the village chief's wife whispered, Hasn't his father returned even once in all these years? Does he not intend to come back? The village chief remained silent for a moment before responding. Who knows if what he says is true or not? Perhaps he is afraid to return. As Chen Feng walked home, he pondered the situation. He had initially assumed that the village chief's intention in helping him was to facilitate a fortune for one of his relatives. After all, he possessed little of value aside from this. However, it seemed the village chief had no such intentions, which struck him as peculiar. Upon returning home, Chen Feng recounted his conversation to Lu Ping. He talks a good game, but when you truly need him, he might not deliver. He all talk. Why doesn't he just relocate our land? Lu Ping scoffed. Isn't that typical of officials? Chen Feng chuckled, dismissing her remarks. His not seeking my help is actually preferable. I value my peace. If he truly wanted me to assist his relatives in striking it rich after he just aided me, would I agree or not? Chen Feng yawned lazily. Brother Feng, I heard you had an altercation with old Wang's wife. What happened? Lin Yin burst in energetically. He had gone to the fields with his grandfather that morning and only learned of the situation upon his return. It's nothing, just a small issue. I doubt she'll dare to provoke me again, Chen Feng replied with a grin. Really? I heard you gave old Wang's wife quite a beating, even smashing glass. And the police showed up? Why didn't you call me? Lin Yin said as he sat down. What? Should I have invited you to join in the fray? Chen Feng laughed. Even if I didn't fight, I should at least support you. What if you ended up in trouble? Lin Yin said innocently. That's not quite the case. I was hoping to consult you for some extra income, but it seems today has been a disappointment, Chen Feng lamented. Not only did I fail to earn anything, but I also lost 400. You really shouldn't be so impulsive in the future, Lu Ping chimed in. But I can't let her continually nag me. That 400 was still worth it, Chen Feng replied with a smile. 400 is a significant amount. It's hardly worth it, Lu Ping remarked, feeling the sting of the loss. It's too late for any extra earnings now, but I heard there's a job opportunity in the neighboring village. They need workers for weeding tomorrow, offering 60 for a day's work. Are you going, brother? Lin Yin inquired. No, a true man does not toil for meager rewards. 60 for a day's labor is hardly worth my while. I might as well go to the abandoned mine. Chen Feng shook his head. He sought the thrill of fortune, preferring work that promised greater rewards, which provided motivation. He was not fond of laboring for paltry sums like 60 for a day's work. After chatting with Lin Yin for a while, and seeing that Chen Feng had no further engagement, Lin Yin returned home. Later that evening, Chen Feng visited Zheng Ping's residence. "Brother Zheng, are you planting seedlings?" Upon entering, he noticed the room was filled with pots of soil, and Zheng Ping and his wife were diligently watering the seeds. Some crops were not suitable for the current temperature, so they were starting them indoors. When the weather improved, they would transplant the seedlings outside for quicker growth. "Welcome, Fengzi. Come in," Zheng Ping beckoned, brushing off the dirt from his hands and offering Chen Feng a cigarette. "So what happened this morning? Did you have a run-in with old Wang's wife?" Mao Min asked curiously. "She just can't keep her mouth shut," Chen Feng replied tersely. Indeed, she had a penchant for gossip, and this time, she had encountered someone who could stand up to her. Mao Min nodded in understanding. "Brother Zheng, are you going to pan for gold tomorrow?" Chen Feng inquired. Zheng Ping pulled out his phone to check the weather and pondered for a moment. "It seems unlikely. Tomorrow will be overcast, with rain in the forecast." "Are you keen on going?" Zheng Ping chuckled. "Of course. Staying at home is rather dull," Chen Feng replied. "Let's see about the day after tomorrow." "I suspect the weather will improve then," Zheng Ping suggested. "All right, we'll decide then. You both keep busy," Chen Feng said as he took his leave. "Be careful," Zheng Ping called after him. Once Chen Feng had departed, Mao Min remarked, "Fengzi seems quite addicted to panning for gold. Indeed, if I were earning thousands like him, I would be addicted as well," Zheng Ping mused while tending to the seedlings. Chapter 46. Going to pan for gold. Upon returning home, Chen Feng stroked his chin, deep in thought. Now the whole village knew that whenever he took action, it was for a substantial sum, and that was not necessarily a good thing. A tall tree attracts the wind. Chen Feng understood the wisdom of keeping wealth discreet, yet having previously ventured out with the others to sell goods, he found it impossible to conceal his earnings. Relieved of the burden of secrecy, he considered the poor weather forecast for the next day, which suggested that others might refrain from panning for gold. This presented an opportunity for him. He could charter Huang Fei's vehicle to the abandoned mine and pursue gold on his own. When he returned, he planned to concoct a reason to travel to the county town and discreetly sell the gold. Upon his return to the village, he would claim that he had found nothing, even losing his travel expenses, thus alleviating some of the villagers' curiosity. It would serve to prove that he too was an ordinary person, merely fortunate at times, and sometimes even faced setbacks. The more he pondered, the more feasible it seemed, and Chen Feng resolved to proceed with this plan. As he began to pack his backpack, Lu Ping casually inquired upon seeing him, "Are you heading to the abandoned mine tomorrow?" "Yes, I will be hiring Huang Fei's vehicle," Chen Feng replied, tossing a pack of cigarettes into his bag. "Going alone?" "What do you mean they aren't coming?" Lu Ping exclaimed in surprise. "They aren't going. The weather is bad," Chen Feng answered. "You're still going despite the poor weather?" Lu Ping was momentarily puzzled by Chen Feng's intent. After he explained, Lu Ping understood. "That makes sense. You consistently earn thousands, which is rather conspicuous." She expressed her concern. "This time, it's just me. No one will know how much I earn. Upon my return, I'll simply say I encountered setbacks, which will amuse those villagers." Chen Feng chuckled. He was aware that many in the village eagerly awaited to see him falter, and if word spread that he had lost his travel expenses, a number of them would likely revel in his misfortune. "That's fine, but you'll be alone in the wild. What if something unexpected occurs?" Lu Ping voiced her worries. "There's nothing to worry about. I've been there several times and am familiar with the area. Besides, I have my phone." Chen Feng reassured her. After packing, he intended to visit Lu Dahai to purchase some provisions, but then reconsidered. The grocery store would be crowded, and if he bought anything, they would surely realize he was preparing for a gold-seeking expedition. He couldn't arrange anything with Huang Fei in advance either, as Huang Fei would undoubtedly inform others, and then some would feel compelled to join him, even if they were reluctant. It had to be spontaneous to demonstrate that it was a sudden decision, not one that had been meticulously planned. With the plan settled, Chen Feng prepared to wash up and noticed his mother, Lu Ping, mending her shoes with glue. The soles had split down the middle, and both sides were also coming apart. He glanced at them and asked, "Will it hold?" "It seems unlikely. The split is too large," Lu Ping sighed, pressing the shoe upper in hopes of securing it. After using nearly half a tube of glue, the shoe was barely reattached. But Chen Feng suspected it would not last long before it would tear again. "Never mind. I'll buy you a new pair in the county town tomorrow," he said. Lu Ping understood that the shoes would not endure much longer and nodded. "Just don't buy anything too expensive. A pair costing 10 or 8 yuan will suffice." They don't need to be of good quality for work. All right, I understand, Chen Feng replied. Although he wanted to point out that a cheap pair would likely wear out in a month or two, he ultimately refrained from voicing his thoughts. Knowing Lu Ping was frugal, he decided whatever he purchased would be a secret, and he wouldn't disclose the cost to her. After finishing his evening rituals, Chen Feng climbed into bed, for the weather had turned quite dreary, with the night air particularly frigid, the sound of the wind howling outside. Chen Feng curled up in his blanket, finding solace in the warmth of his bed, the small Kong radiating heat. Meanwhile, on the other side, old Wang and his wife lay on the Kong, the fierce wind gusting through the shattered window, rendering the room akin to an ice cellar. Old Wang's wife, struggling against the cold, angrily pulled the covers tighter around herself, cursing, "Damn it, Chen Feng, you good for nothing. Why did you have to smash my window? I'm freezing to death." Old Wang sighed, cocooned in the blankets. The room was unbearably cold. He had stoked the fire fiercely earlier, usually just half a load of wood sufficed. As a result, the Kong was scorching hot, almost unbearable, while outside, the cold air chilled his head. "Can't you find something to block the window? How can we endure this all night? It's either freezing to death or roasting alive." Old Wang's wife kicked him in frustration. "What can I use to block it? This fool has shattered the window into smithereens, and we have no plastic big enough to cover it," Old Wang lamented. "So we simply let the wind blow." "Damn it all," she retorted sharply. Old Wang impatiently rolled in his blanket and said, "Let us just sleep. Once we drift off, we won't feel the cold." Deep down, he blamed her incessant complaints for their predicament, but he dared not voice it. Curse it, could the heavens not provide better weather? Must it change just when my window is broken? Old Wang's wife, feeling the biting wind, couldn't help but mutter her grievances. "Damn Chen Feng, damn the heavens. They're all wretches." Old Wang felt utterly vexed listening to her tirade. He wished he could splash cold water on her face and push her to the window, hoping her lips would freeze together, bringing some peace to the chaos. Perhaps the heavens heard her complaints, as a sudden gust of wind blasted into the room, making a cacophony. How is it getting worse? Old Wang's wife buried her head deeper into the blankets, her mouth still running. "Be quiet. What if it rains?" Old Wang sighed heavily. "If this wind shifts and it starts to rain, our home will turn into a waterfall by midnight. That's on me. It's your fault. If you had stopped Chen Feng," she continued, her words firing off like a machine gun. Old Wang buried his head in the blankets, preferring the suffocation of the fabric to the barrage of her complaints. Finally, after an indeterminate time, they both drifted into a drowsy slumber. In the middle of the night, Old Wang felt his lower body drenched in sweat while his head was freezing. Struggling to keep his eyes open, he crawled out of bed, rummaged through the cabinet for a warm hat, and then burrowed back under the covers. "What are you doing?" Old Wang's wife was roused from her slumber, her eyes struggling to open as she inquired, "What's the matter?" "Nothing. Just put on a hat to keep your head warm," Old Wang replied before succumbing to sleep once more. Chapter 47. Are you certain you wish to seek gold? The following morning, after Chen Feng had completed his morning rituals and breakfast, he stealthily made his way to Huang Fei's home. "Uncle Huang, is everyone eating? Where's Huang Fei?" As he stepped inside, he noticed the family gathered around the dining table, yet Huang Fei was conspicuously absent. "Oh, little Feng has arrived. Huang Fei is sleeping in his room." Huang Fei's father gestured with his chopsticks towards the interior. "Do you need to speak with him?" Huang Fei's mother inquired curiously. "Yes. I have something to discuss with him," Chen Feng responded. "Then go ahead and wake him up," Huang Fei's father said casually. Nodding in acknowledgement, Chen Feng proceeded to Huang Fei's room, where he found him sprawled on the bed, half covered by a blanket, soundly asleep. Taking a seat on the Kong, Chen Feng could not help but chuckle at Huang Fei's appearance. He extended 2 fingers and gently poked at Huang Fei's thigh. In his slumber, Huang Fei swatted at Chen Feng before flipping over and continuing to sleep. Chen Feng's fingers traveled up his thigh, and upon reaching the top, Huang Fei startled awake. "Holy crap! What the hell?" Huang Fei exclaimed, springing up in fright, hastily checking his thigh for any intruders, his drowsiness dissipating. Realizing Chen Feng was laughing at him, Huang Fei exhaled in relief and grumbled as he lay back down. "Damn it, Fengzi, you nearly gave me a heart attack. I thought a rat had crawled into my bed to violate me. Stop sleeping so late. Help me with a ride," Chen Feng urged as he patted Huang Fei's thigh. "A ride? What are you planning to do?" Huang Fei asked, still with his eyes closed. "To the abandoned mine. I wish to seek gold," Chen Feng replied. "To the abandoned mine?" Huang Fei expressed confusion. Didn't Zhang say we weren't going today? Why has your plan changed? He didn't inform me. They're not going, so I shall go alone. I can't just sit here. I thought it best to try my luck at the mine this morning. Chen Feng explained. Going alone? Huang Fei looked at him in disbelief. Yes, Chen Feng confirmed with a smile. Huang Fei, surprised by this revelation, hesitated for a moment and said, Fengzi, you know I charge per person. I only make a little profit with 10 people. Fewer than that 1T even cover fuel costs. If you're going alone, how can I charge you? It's too expensive for just one person. Perhaps you should wait until tomorrow. I suspect Zhang will arrange a trip then. Chen Feng, unperturbed, replied generously, That's all right, De Fei. Just name your price. I can manage. Besides, I have to go to the county today, and since I'm heading there, I might as well go directly to the mine. Tomorrow may be too late. Seeing Chen Feng's determination, Huang Fei pursed his lips and considered for a moment before saying, For a round trip. It would cost you at least 100 yuan, even for just you. If you truly wish to go, shall I find a few more? This way, you could spend a little less. No need for that. Just 100 will suffice. I shall go alone. Let us depart now. Chen Feng nodded in agreement. Very well. Then I shall get dressed and have a bite to eat. Please wait for me for about 20 minutes, Huang Fei replied. After all, it was a spur-of-the-moment decision. And Chen Feng had no pressing matters, so he might as well have a meal before leaving. All right, please hurry. I will head to Lu Dehai's place to buy a few things, Chen Feng said as he stood up. Sure, go ahead, Huang Fei said, donning his trousers. Chen Feng arrived at Lu Dehai's house and, as usual, purchased some bread, sausages, and a few bottles of mineral water. What are you up to? Preparing for tomorrow? Lu Dehai inquired upon seeing the items. No, I plan to visit the abandoned mine shortly. I woke up feeling rather aimless this morning. I might as well take a stroll at the mine, Chen Feng replied. Ah, you're going to pan for gold by yourself? How much will the travel expenses be? Is it worth it? Lu Dehai expressed concern. It won't cost much, just 100 yuan. I need to go to the county town today anyway. And I thought it would be better to head straight to the mine. If fortune favors me, I might even earn back the travel expenses, Chen Feng chuckled. Lu Dehai pondered for a moment, somewhat astonished. 100 yuan isn't much, but it seems unnecessary. Sharing a ride only costs 15. You're quite the exception. Any other gold panner wouldn't spare that amount. Not to mention 100, even 20 wouldn't be spent. They only earn a few dozen a day, which would all go towards travel. Chen Feng laughed at this remark. Well, since I'm already going to the county town, it's only a convenient detour. Staying at home is rather dull. How much in total? Lu Dehai calculated and replied, 12 in total. Chen Feng reached into his pocket, pulled out 12 yuan. And just as he was about to hand it over, he paused. Didn't I owe you for the bread and milk from yesterday? Chen Feng asked. After the scuffle yesterday, he had indeed requested Lu Dehai to provide him with food, seemingly neglecting to pay. It's not much. You can forget it, Lu Dehai laughed. Oh, come now, how could it be free? Just tell me how much, Chen Feng urged. After a moment's thought, Lu Dehai said, Just give me 8 more. Let us make it an even number. Chen Feng took out 20 yuan and handed it to Lu Dehai, who likely asked for a couple of yuan less than he should have. Chen Feng calculated in his mind, but since Lu Dehai had said so, he didn't insist. He understood the situation well enough and knew he could repay him in the future. I'm off then, Chen Feng said, holding up the bag. When you return, remember to buy some canned food, Lu Dehai joked. The implication in Lu Dehai's words was a wish for Chen Feng to strike gold. After all, only if he struck gold would he celebrate by purchasing canned food. All right then, Chen Feng did not look back, waving as he exited the shop. After Chen Feng left, Lu Dehai's wife, Helan, emerged from the kitchen. It was still early, and apart from the two of them, there was no one else in the shop. Did you give him the money for yesterday's bread? Helan inquired. Oh, yes, I did. He simply forgot for a moment. Otherwise, could he really have forgotten to pay you for the bread? Lu Dehai replied with a hint of exasperation. Indeed, I am aware that he is not a careless individual. My primary concern is that he may forget. It seems rather trivial to remind him over a few coins, as if one were chasing after him. Helan wiped her hands and said with a somewhat troubled expression, It is one thing to request payment for ordinary purchases, but in situations like yesterday's, it is simply impossible to ask him for money. Even if we are not running a grocery store, if Fengzi were to request some food in such circumstances, could one really demand payment? I had no intention of asking, yet unexpectedly, he remembered. Lu Dehai said as he lowered his head to place the money into the cash box. Lu Dehai was more generous than Helan. He often did not fuss over small matters, which is why his shop was the most popular among the 3 small stores in the village. This is the situation, however. It still amounts to several yuan, and I earn so little in a day, Helan muttered as she returned to the kitchen to continue cooking. Upon hearing this, Lu Dehai rolled his eyes and chose not to respond. If she were to run a grocery store herself, it would surely go bankrupt. Chapter 48. Departure. Huang Fei accompanies after Chen Feng left. Huang Fei got up to dress and casually washed his face before sitting down at the dining table to eat. Although Huang Fei was rather lazy, he was undeniably punctual when it came to driving. If you told him a specific time to depart, he would arrive precisely on time, never delaying for even a minute, so there was no need to worry about him being late. What is going on? Did I just hear Feng Zi mention going panning for gold? Huang Fei's father caught a vague notion of the conversation outside. Yes, Feng Zi is going alone. I'll drive him over after I finish my meal, Huang Fei replied as he hurriedly devoured his food. Going alone? How much will you charge him for the fare? You're not going to cover it yourself, are you? Huang Fei's mother inquired with a frown. The fare for one person shouldn't be too high. It would be absurd if this trip not only yielded no profit, but also incurred a loss, Huang Fei answered. 100 yuan, it won't be a loss, Huang Fei replied. Oh, that is acceptable. Although the earnings are modest, as long as there are no losses, that is satisfactory, Huang Fei's mother nodded, feeling reassured upon hearing the figure of 100 yuan. As for Feng Zi, he seems to be quite addicted to panning for gold. He should have waited for everyone to go together tomorrow, which would save a considerable amount of money, Huang Fei's mother added. After all, everyone needs to make a living. While relationships are important, one must also eat, so her concerns were quite valid. Huang Fei initially intended to take Chen Feng there and return for some rest. But upon reflection, he realized that if he went there and then returned, his father would certainly scold him for wasting the 3,000 yuan spent on the detector. He must set a good example for himself. Mom, please pack some food for me. I am going panning with Feng Zi, Huang Fei declared as he held out his bowl. You're going too? That makes sense. It's on the way. Otherwise, you would have had to make a trip for nothing. Joining in while panning could earn you something as well. His mother immediately stood up to find a container to pack food for Huang Fei. Huang Fei's father raised an eyebrow at this, but remained silent. Before long, Huang Fei finished his meal, took the food container, and got into the car. His tools were already in the car, so there was no need to take them out again, which saved him some trouble. He drove to Chen Feng's house and honked the horn at the entrance. Upon hearing the sound of the horn, Chen Feng recognized his arrival. He slung his bag over his shoulder and stepped outside to board the vehicle. This journey would consist solely of the two of them, rendering the space quite spacious. Chen Feng settled into the front row, placing his tools in the aisle. As they swayed along the road leading out of the village, Huang Fei casually inquired, "What brings you to the county? Is there something you need? My aunt's work shoes are worn out, and she is reluctant to buy a new pair. I am heading to the county to purchase some for her," Chen Feng replied, leaning back in his seat. "Oh, you should have mentioned it earlier. My mother has a few pairs of work shoes. We could lend one to your aunt for a few days. We can go to the county tomorrow to buy some more," Huang Fei remarked, somewhat exasperated. "It's all right. I would have to buy them eventually. Besides, I can't sit idly by," Chen Feng chuckled. Shortly after their departure, around 7 o'clock, old Wang, shivering and with a running nose, arrived at Huang Fei's house, urged by his wife and wearing a woolen hat. "Uncle Huang, is Huang Fei at home? I need a ride to the county to buy some glass," old Wang said, wiping his nose. "Oh, had I known earlier." Huang Fei left with Chen Feng to sift for gold at the abandoned mine. Uncle Huang replied with regret. "If I had known sooner, I could have asked Huang Fei to take you along, and you could have earned a bit more." "What?" Old Wang's expression was one of utter dismay, as if he had swallowed a fly. He had arrived early, fearing that Huang Fei might be busy. But it turned out he was too late. Huang Fei had already departed with Chen Feng. "Well then, I'll ask someone else. I'll take my leave, Uncle Huang." Old Wang waved as he turned to leave. "Why on earth are you still wearing that woolen hat this early? It's so chilly outside," Uncle Huang remarked as he escorted him out. "Don't even mention it. There's no glass at home, and it's freezing at night. I had to get up in the middle of the night to find this hat," old Wang replied, hugging his shoulders and stuffing his hands into his sleeves. Huang Fei's father nearly burst into laughter upon hearing this, barely managing to suppress his amusement as he bade him farewell. Ultimately, old Wang had no other option but to seek out Lu Dehai, requesting him to drive his sedan to the county to buy glass. To be honest, he suspected that Chen Feng had intentionally sent Huang Fei away, knowing that he needed glass. What a nuisance. Upon entering, Lu Dehai had just finished his meal and was leaning against the bar, smoking a cigarette. Old Lu, could you give me a ride? I need to go to the county to buy 4 pieces of glass. Old Wang approached and asked. Buying glass? You should ask Huang Fei. His vehicle is much bigger and more suitable for transporting such items. Mine is too small for that. Lu Dehai hesitated. His car was newly purchased a few years prior. Costing over 30,000, he cherished it greatly. He rarely used it for hauling goods, preferring to transport people to the county, and he took meticulous care of it, keeping it spotless. That won't do. Huang Fei was called away early this morning by Chun Feng to seek gold, and who knows when he will return. Last night, without glass in the window, the wind blew straight in, freezing my head. I had no choice but to find a woolen hat in the middle of the night. Old Wang adjusted the hat on his head. Seeing that he had already made such a plea, Lu Dehai, despite his reluctance, could not refuse any longer and said, Very well then, I'll make a trip to the county for 60 on the round trip. All right, let us get the vehicle ready and depart immediately. Old Wang consented. Lu Dehai nodded, turning towards his home warehouse. He rummaged through a pile of clutter for quite some time before retrieving some soft foam, preparing it to cushion the glass later. His concern was not so much about the glass shattering, but rather about the potential scratches it could inflict on his vehicle. The thought of such blemishes pained him. Meanwhile, Chen Feng and his companion had arrived at their destination. Huang Fei roused the drowsy Chen Feng, saying, Fengzi, how does this spot look? If it displeases you, I can drive a little further. After all, today as protagonist was Chen Feng. Wherever he deemed suitable, they would halt. Chen Feng sat up, surveyed the surroundings, and felt it was adequate, nodding in agreement. All right, this will do, he stretched languidly. Huang Fei parked the vehicle securely, and they both organized their tools before disembarking. Chen Feng, holding the detection device, inhaled the fresh air while gazing at the seemingly endless expanse of the abandoned mine. For the first time, he truly comprehended the notion of vastness and potential. From here, you head west, and I shall go east, never to look back. Chen Feng jested with Huang Fei. Huh, does that mean we'll be exploring Siberia? Huang Fei chuckled, well aware that Chen Feng was merely joking. The duo found a pleasing location and commenced their work. Chen Feng's aspirations for the day were modest. He would be content with 1,000 and elated with 1,500. Wandering aimlessly through the derelict mine, he activated the system panel to take a glance at his progress. He discovered that 3 aspects were available for upgrade: detection range, depth, and additional functionalities. Currently, he could not upgrade the types of detection due to prerequisite conditions. Both range and depth upgrades required 1,000 points each, and he was closest to achieving these goals. Chapter 49. Huang Fei's first shipment. The additional functionalities, however, necessitated a staggering 100,000 points for unlocking. Upon contemplation, he realized that unlocking other functions would grant him a random ability. Frankly, it did not seem worthwhile at this stage, as accumulating such a large number of points would take considerable time. He found himself deliberating between the range and depth upgrades. Opting for range would undeniably enhance efficiency, while depth would ensure that he missed no valuable finds. After all, the last gold-wrapped stone had been precariously lodged at a depth of 20 centimeters. Had it been any deeper, it would have evaded his detection altogether. Furthermore, he pondered that the detection range should not be excessively expansive. There must be an appropriate scope. If the range was too broad, say a radius of 5,000 meters, and the system indicated the presence of items, he could hardly search the entire area. The time required for such an endeavor would impair efficiency. In Chen Feng's current plan, a range of 5 to 10 meters seemed optimal, no more. After much contemplation, he ultimately decided to prioritize upgrading the depth once he amassed sufficient points, for ensuring that no valuable items slipped through his grasp was of utmost importance. Moreover, the deeper the treasure lies, the larger it becomes, with the finest goods concealed below. Ding! Within a radius of 3 meters, precious metals are detected. Chen Feng was startled awake by the system's voice, halting in his tracks. Upon glancing back, he realized he had unwittingly traversed quite a distance. Had the system remained silent, he might have continued on to Siberia. With a chuckle, Chen Feng delineated a rough area. Holding the detector, he methodically swept back and forth like a serpent in search of sustenance. The detector emitted a beep, and Chen Feng oscillated it, calibrating the precise location of the treasure based on the intensity of the sound. When the detector's beeping reached its peak, he drew a circle in the earth with his foot, crouched down, and placed the detector flat. He then retrieved a small shovel from the depths of his backpack. Notably, After having panned for gold several times, Chun Feng discovered that retrieving his shovel from the backpack was a cumbersome endeavor. He would have to remove the bag, unzip it, and extract the shovel. After using it, he would have to stow it back away, which was exceedingly inconvenient. Thus, he fashioned a solution at home by sewing a segment of elastic band onto the side of his backpack. This modification allowed him to slide the shovel into the side of the bag, enabling him to swiftly withdraw it with a simple motion and easily return it afterward, an utter delight in terms of convenience. He pondered why other prospectors had not made such an adjustment, as it was undeniably practical. However, upon reflection, Chun Feng surmised that their modest earnings likely left little room for inventive thought. With a shovelful of earth turned over, the detector remained silent, prompting Chun Feng to dig a second scoop. The second shovelful yielded no sound either, but he discovered a half-worm writhing upon the shovel's blade. Looking down, he noticed the other half buried in the soil. Chun Feng sighed, casting aside the severed worm and reproaching the remaining half. You could at least try to hide better. Couldn't you see such a large shovel coming? Subsequently, he used the shovel to scoop up the half-worm from the pit and placed it alongside its counterpart. Surely, the two halves could reunite. It was evident that the recent weather had been rather gloomy, with ample rainfall. Under normal circumstances, worms would be found at greater depths. After several more shovels of earth, he astonishingly unearthed another half-worm. Silently, he tossed this new half to join the others. 3 halves of a worm should suffice to form a 2-star specimen. With another scoop, as he passed the detector over the fresh earth, it finally began to beep. At last, Chun Feng mused, it's about time it activated. Otherwise, I might have ended up assembling a 3-star worm. As he removed layers of soil, on the third pass with the detector, he spotted a grayish-white particle. Over 20 pieces, quite satisfactory indeed. Chun Feng exhibited no emotional fluctuations upon discovering the silver. After estimating its value, he retrieved a small vial and cast the silver grain inside. With the cap securely fastened, he glanced back at Huang Fei, who was engrossed in his search from a distance. Chun Feng then turned and continued his forward journey. After approximately 10 minutes, the system emitted a signal once more. Methodically, Chun Feng traced a circle while employing the detection device with meticulous care. During this tedious endeavor, a whimsical thought crossed his mind. How splendid it would be to possess the abilities of Magneto. In such a scenario, who would bother with a rudimentary detector? Sweeping the ground like a bomb disposal expert? With a mere gesture, all the gold beneath the surface would rise to greet him, allowing him to simply unfurl a bag and collect the treasures. He envisioned himself reclining in a chair, a glass of red wine in his left hand, while with a subtle lift of his right, he would watch an endless stream of gold cascade into the bag. The mere thought thrilled him. How elegant, how utterly refined. Yet, upon further reflection, he mused, if he were indeed like Magneto, why would he bother scavenging for gold? Surely, there were far more lucrative endeavors to pursue. With an exasperated roll of his eyes, he lamented his impoverished mindset. This was akin to achieving instantaneous teleportation only to ponder whether his latest food delivery would finally arrive on time. Suddenly, the detection device emitted a sound, interrupting his daydream. With a pointed toe, he delineated a circle on the ground, crouching down to retrieve his shovel from behind. Just as he was about to take his first scoop, an exuberant voice erupted from behind him. Whoa, Fengzi! I finally struck gold, haha. Chun Feng turned to see Huang Fei bounding toward him, exuding the exuberance of a jubilant monkey king. In one hand, he brandished an object, while the other wielded the detector like a sword. Chun Feng paused momentarily, his gaze shifting back to the circle before him, his thoughts racing. If he allowed Huang Fei to approach and witness his discovery, curiosity would surely ensue, compelling him to scrutinize Chun Feng's findings. Should Huang Fei learn of his fortune, he would undoubtedly insist on collaborating during their evening trip to the county, thereby jeopardizing Chun Feng's plans. Feigning ignorance of any treasure would not suffice, as Huang Fei would not venture far, remaining close by to continue his own search. Chun Feng recognized the precariousness of his situation, knowing there was treasure beneath him, yet being unable to excavate it while remaining stationary seemed a folly. If he lingered too long, he might forget the precise location. What if a gold nugget lay just beneath the surface? The thought of such a loss spurred him into action. Without hesitation, he scooped a shovelful of earth with his left hand and brandished the detector with his right. The shovel arced gracefully over the device, casting it aside without a moment's pause. In a whirlwind of determination, he worked with rapidity, aiming to unearth the treasure conceal it, and feign ignorance of any findings. Chapter 50. Beneath the mine, such abundant gold. With a swift motion, Chun Feng swung his shovel, sending clods of earth flying into the air, each scoop seamlessly connecting with the next. After several vigorous thrusts, the probing device emitted a sound. In that instant, Chun Feng, undeterred by any pause, flung the last shovelful of earth, the sound resonating in his ears. Without a moment's hesitation, he discarded the shovel and, disregarding any semblance of decorum, thrust both hands forward. His eyes darted quickly over the small mound of sand he had just disturbed, searching for the source of the sound. Within 3 seconds, he spotted a tiny golden speck gleaming atop the sand. Without taking the time to examine it closely, he swiftly grasped it and tucked it into his backpack, foregoing the bottle entirely. This entire sequence of actions flowed seamlessly, like a well-rehearsed performance. Only after securing the gold piece in his bag did Chun Feng feel a sense of relief wash over him. He exhaled deeply and sank to the ground, glancing back at the approaching Huang Fei, who was now less than 10 meters away. Fengzi, look at what I've got. It's enormous, ha 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 ha, Huang Fei exclaimed, his excitement rendering him breathless as he hurried over, extending his palm to reveal a silver nugget he had unearthed. Indeed, the silver piece was quite substantial, and Chun Feng estimated it to be worth around 40 yuan. Wow, Dafei, you're impressive. To find such a hefty piece on your first dig, remarkable. Chun Feng marveled at the silver nugget. Ha ha, I'm truly exceptional. I've struck gold right off the bat. Huang Fei stood proudly, hands on his hips, brimming with self-satisfaction. After catching his breath, he finally noticed Chun Feng also appeared slightly winded. Wait a minute, why are you panting? You Haven team moved from this spot. Huang Fei chuckled, observing Chun Feng crouch down, sifting through the earth. Just a few swings of the shovel, and you're exhausted? Nonsense. I'm just a bit sore from squatting, Chun Feng replied, kicking his legs to mask his fatigue. You have no idea what it means to feel guilty when you're not doing well. Don't mind me. That was a taxing operation. You'd be the same in my shoes. By the way, I saw you digging over there. What did you find? Huang Fei carefully placed the silver nugget into a small vial, raising his gaze with curiosity. Nothing of worth, just a piece of scrap wire. Chun Feng waved dismissively. Really? You haven't struck anything today? Huang Fei asked, astonished. Indeed, 2 signals, and both turned out to be junk. Damn it. Chun Feng kicked the ground in frustration. Huang Fei, overhearing this, felt an even greater sense of triumph, reveling in his good fortune. While even the renowned Chun Feng, known as the gold-digging saint, had come up empty, he had managed to strike gold first. Did this not imply that he was superior to Chun Feng? Perhaps he indeed possessed a natural talent for this trade. With a satisfied grin, Huang Fei tucked the vial into his pocket and, brandishing the probing device, said with a smug demeanor, Fengzi, you need to step up your game. At this rate, I might just surpass you. Chun Feng bent down to pick up the detector and sighed. Indeed, why is your luck so remarkable today? You've already found a silver nugget worth $40. Something I have yet to discover. After exchanging a few words, the two resumed their gold prospecting. As Chun Feng had surmised, Huang Fei skillfully began to sift through the nearby area. Moreover, the item he had just unearthed was, astonishingly, genuine gold. If Chun Feng were to miss this opportunity, he would surely regret it deeply. At this moment, Huang Fei was brimming with enthusiasm and vigor, completely oblivious to the fact that Chun Feng was distancing himself. To be honest, Chun Feng's mind was solely preoccupied with the gold nugget he had just found. He yearned to escape Huang Fei's presence and examine the quality of the nugget in his bag. After walking 70 or 80 meters away from Huang Fei, Chun Feng finally glanced back at him and crouched down to retrieve his bag, rummaging through it. Soon enough, he spotted the gold nugget and picked it up for a closer inspection. This nugget was indeed quite small. Chun Feng estimated it to weigh no more than a gram, and likely even less than a gram. After accounting for potential losses, it would only be worth around $200. However, despite its diminutive size, $200 was still a considerable amount. He carefully placed the nugget into a small vial, this time opting not to separate the gold from the silver, but rather to store both in one container. He intended to leave one vial empty to later show Huang Fei, thereby proving that he had found nothing at all. As for the other vial, he could simply claim that he had forgotten it at home, a simple and straightforward excuse. Chun Feng had used this reason countless times for unfinished homework, never once failing to provide it. After securing the vial, Chun Feng slung his bag over his shoulder and continued onward. It must be said that prospecting on an overcast day was rather pleasant, without the sun beating down. The air felt fresh and invigorating. As long as it didn't rain, everything was manageable. On a sunny day, the temperature would be rising. And in the vast expanse of the desolate mine, there would be no place to seek refuge from the glaring sun. Within half an hour, one would be dripping with sweat, the heat unbearable, and even the bottled water in the bag would become warm, with the back of the backpack soaked through being a common occurrence. As Chun Feng walked, he casually held the detector, utterly indifferent to whether there was any gold beneath his feet. If other seasoned prospectors were to witness this, they would undoubtedly scoff at him, muttering, "Are you prospecting for gold or merely taking a stroll? You show no signs of a true prospector." Alas, this was simply Chun Feng's way of searching for gold. Ding! Within a radius of 3 meters, precious metals have been detected. Upon hearing the sound, Chun Feng gently shrugged his shoulders, a smile creeping onto his face as he began to draw circles on the ground. After finishing his markings, he gripped the detector with both hands and meticulously scanned the area in reverse, ensuring that no spot was overlooked. Of course, he could have chosen to scan in a forward motion, but Chun Feng's method of detection primarily depended on his mood. Sometimes forward, sometimes backward, as long as one ensures nothing is overlooked. After excavating a third of the soil, Chun Feng's detector emitted a sound. He crouched down to lay the detector flat and deftly retrieved a small shovel. With a scoop of earth, he checked the detector again. Oh! Chun Feng raised an eyebrow slightly as the first scoop revealed promising material. The upper layer of soil was relatively dry, allowing him to gently shake it off rather than dig deeper. With each shake, he checked the detector. Although the retrieval was swift, locating the material required more time. After shaking 7 or 8 times, the goods remained on the shovel, and he felt as if he were developing Parkinson's. Finally, when only a small amount of soil remained on the shovel, Chun Feng swept his hand across it and discovered a silver nugget nestled in the center. He picked it up and gently blew on it. The nugget was substantial, and Chun Feng estimated its worth to be nearly $40. He placed it into a small vial, tucked the shovel back into his backpack, and dusted off his hands. Standing upright with the detector in hand, he looked up to see a large slope before him, at the base of which lay a dark, gaping entrance. It was a mine. Chapter 51. Could this be where I am buried? This was Chun Feng's first encounter with a mine. Some mines were quite deep, rumored to extend nearly 100 meters, while others were merely a few or several meters deep. Curiosity piqued. He approached the mine to inspect its condition more closely. Public mines were typically supported by steel frameworks, ensuring structural integrity even after many years. In contrast, private mines often relied on wooden supports due to their lower cost. Yet, as long as the wood was of good quality, safety was generally assured. It was only the small workshops or illegal mines that skimped on materials, using rusty steel frames or decayed wood for support. This explained the frequent news reports of collapsed mines. This abandoned mine had once belonged to a private owner long ago. As Chun Feng stood at the entrance, he scrutinized the interior. It was supported by wooden beams, the entrance cool and shaded, strewn with rubble and litter, including flattened water bottles. Chun Feng had no intention of venturing inside. He merely prepared to observe from the threshold. The dangers of such a long-abandoned mine were self-evident. One could never predict when it might collapse, and the wood might have rotted within. Chun Feng pressed his lips together, and, as he stood at the entrance gazing up at the supporting beams, he was suddenly startled by a voice. Ding! Within a 3-meter radius of the host, precious metals are present. Chun Feng paused, staring into the dark abyss of the entrance, his mind racing with a torrent of exasperation. The system's voice had chosen the most inconvenient moment to announce itself. What a joke! Surely, this must be a prank. Chun Feng stepped aside, gently pressing on the wooden supports of the mine. If the wood were to give way under his touch, crumbling to dust, he would never dare to enter. Damn it! Even if there were gold inside, it would be of no use if the structure was compromised. Wealth, no matter how abundant, is futile if one lacks the breath of life to enjoy it. Should the cave truly collapse, one would undoubtedly remain silent in the depths of the mine. Fortunately, Chun Feng tested the wood, which remained steadfastly solid, though the gusts of wind rendered the atmosphere somewhat dismal, indicating that the previous owner had a modicum of integrity. Gazing into the inky abyss of the cave's entrance, Chun Feng inhaled deeply, opting to explore the periphery before venturing inside. Should the goods be outside, all would be resolved, eliminating the peril of entering the cavern. It is rather peculiar. Logically, If Chun Feng were to take a step forward and the system indicated the presence of goods, it would suggest they lay at the very edge of his path. Yet, after numerous attempts, he sometimes detected goods directly beneath him, far from the edge. It felt as though the system experienced a delay, only recalling its alerts after he had already moved several paces. Chun Feng had initially contemplated a strategy to expedite his search by marking the area, believing that a simple sweep along the edge would suffice. Unfortunately, the system had rectified this loophole, effectively thwarting his clever endeavors. Moreover, he had mused about acquiring a vehicle to traverse the dilapidated mine, pausing only when the system signaled a find. Such efficiency would be unparalleled. He imagined that in a month, he could thoroughly scour the abandoned mine, but alas, he discovered that the system would only activate when he was grounded. While seated in a vehicle, it remained entirely unresponsive. Not once did it chime during his travels. Before long, Chun Feng had scanned the entrance, but regrettably, the anticipated detector remained silent, an eerie stillness enveloping the air. This silence confirmed his suspicion. The goods truly lay within the mine, and if he desired them, he must venture inside. Standing at the threshold, he took a deep breath and murmured, "May the system protect me. Please do not let the cave collapse, at least not now. If I return safely after retrieving the goods, I shall buy you a can of food. I will eat in your stead." With a firm resolve, Chun Feng stepped into the mine. The moment he crossed the threshold, an overwhelming chill washed over him, rendering him cold to the bone. He tread lightly, fearful that any vibration might provoke an unforeseen disaster, his hands gripping the detector as he meticulously probed deeper into the cavern. His attention was acutely focused, shedding his usual jovial demeanor. His ears perked, attuned to the myriad sounds surrounding him, vigilant for any signs of disturbance. At the slightest indication of an anomaly, he would flee without a backward glance. His apprehension was not born of cowardice. Rather, the perils of an abandoned mine, long neglected, were formidable should it collapse. His life would be forfeited in an instant, devoid of any second chances. He gently swept over the soil at the entrance, yet the detector remained silent. Advancing cautiously, he took another step deeper into the cave. Unbeknownst to him, he had traversed over a meter, and just as he prepared to scan the next section, a sudden, eerie squeaking echoed through the chamber. Chun Feng suddenly felt his entire body stiffen, cold sweat beading on his brow as he instinctively turned to flee. However, just as he was about to bolt, he discerned that the sound did not emanate from wood scraping against wood, but rather from a living creature, intermittently making its presence known. A rat? In that instant, Chun Feng comprehended what was making the noise. With this realization, he exhaled deeply and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. He was now akin to a startled bird, overly sensitive to any unusual sound. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, he adjusted his grip on the detector and pressed onward. Under immense pressure, the detector finally emitted a low hum. This sound, accompanied by the whistling wind and the rustling of rodents, echoed throughout the mine. Even upon hearing this noise, Chun Feng felt a slight jolt of surprise within him. He crouched down, breathing softly, and gently set the detector beside him, retrieving a small shovel from behind. Unlike before, when he would plunge the shovel into the earth with fervor, he now inserted it at an angle, applying steady and measured force, fearful that any vibration might disturb the supporting pillars. The first scoop yielded nothing, and he cast the soil aside. He proceeded with a second scoop, still finding nothing. Chun Feng's expression remained impassive as he continued to the third scoop. In truth, his attention was entirely focused on his surroundings, rather than the shovel itself. After over 20 scoops without any discovery, he remained unfazed, methodically continuing his work. After several more scoops, although his face betrayed no emotion, a flicker of surprise and excitement began to stir within him. This scenario mirrored the previous encounter with the gold-laden stone. Could it be that he was on the verge of another significant find? As he lifted a scoop of moist, dark soil and passed it over the detector, it finally emitted an exhilarating sound. Hearing this, a smile crept onto Chun Feng's lips, and he began to meticulously sift through the soil in the shovel layer by layer. With each layer he excavated, he checked the detector, and as he cleared half the contents of the shovel, the detector continued to resonate. Chun Feng eagerly rummaged through the soil, his heart racing. Soon, he caught sight of an object that seemed distinctly remarkable. His brow furrowed slightly, encased within the dim confines of the mine and with his back to the entrance. The lack of light made it difficult to ascertain whether it was a stone or something else entirely. Holding the shovel in his left hand, He carefully turned to face the mine's entrance, attempting to catch the sunlight on the shovel's contents. As the sunlight illuminated the object, it instantly radiated a deep yellow glow that belonged solely to it. In that moment, Chun Feng's breath quickened, his eyes widening in astonishment as he instinctively covered his mouth with his right hand, utterly shocked. The reason for his surprise was simple. The object was simply enormous. This is also why Chun Feng, upon first encountering it, could not ascertain whether it was a piece of gold or merely a stone. The muted yellow of the gold lay quietly in the shovel, strikingly illuminated against the surrounding black earth. Chun Feng stood in stunned silence for several seconds, grappling with disbelief. Without taking a closer look, he held the shovel in his left hand and grasped the detector in his right, hastening out of the hole. Only once he emerged could he examine his find with peace of mind. The moment he stepped outside, inhaling the warm air, he felt an overwhelming sense of beauty in the world. After just a few steps, he discarded the detector onto the ground and carefully scrutinized the piece of gold. It was comparable in size to the previous gold-encrusted stone, with the sole distinction being that this time, it was entirely gold. Estimating its weight, Chun Feng speculated it might weigh at least 10 grams. This was the most significant find he had ever made. The most conservative estimate placed its value at around 3,000 yuan. After appraising its worth, he was seized by an irresistible urge to laugh out loud. Initially, he had anticipated making a profit of a mere 1,000. If he could manage 1,500, he would be thoroughly satisfied. Yet, he never imagined that. At just 10 o'clock, the value of his find would far exceed 1,500, even surpassing twofold. Ha ha ha, who says one cannot strike gold on a dreary day? From now on, I shall venture out only on overcast days, for that is when the treasures abound. Chun Feng reveled in the golden piece, reluctant to part with it. He tossed it gently into the air, catching it deftly, then retrieved a small bottle, unscrewed the cap, and placed the gold inside. Glancing back, he noticed Huang Fei far off, diligently panning for gold, completely oblivious to his presence. Taking a deep breath, Chun Feng felt an exhilarating rush and could not resist lighting a cigarette, exhaling a plume of blue smoke. Delightful, including the previous finds in the bottle. He estimated his total to be around 3,300. Today, he aimed to see if he could surpass 4,000. After all, records are meant to be broken. Casually scanning the derelict mine for targets, the system's voice rang out just as he finished his cigarette. Ding! Within a 3-meter radius, precious metals are present. Hearing the notification, Chun Feng chuckled. How considerate, waiting for me to finish my smoke. Flicking the cigarette but into an elegant arc, he walked in circles before commencing his search. Upon reaching the second row, the detector beeped, prompting Chun Feng to crouch down and extract his shovel, striking the ground with force. Regardless of whether he would succeed in unearthing anything, he was determined to maintain an imposing presence. Even if he couldn't dig it out, he would at least frighten whatever lay beneath. With a powerful thrust, before the detector could react, Chun Feng spotted a half-buried, grayish-white object at the base of the depression he had created, the other half still concealed in the earth. He casually swept aside the dirt with the detector and reached down to retrieve the silver nugget. Over 20 grams, effortlessly acquired. Chun Feng chuckled as he placed the silver nuggets into the bottle. Rising to his feet, he wielded the detector and advanced forward, his gaze wandering in search of any iron scraps or wires littering the ground. What would he tell Huang Fei upon his return if he had spent an entire morning on the ground without unearthing even a single wire? That would be utterly unrealistic, akin to deceiving a fool. Regrettably, despite diligently scanning with the detector for quite a while, Chun Feng found not even a strand of iron. How perplexing it was that seeking a mere scrap of metal proved so arduous. He seemed to stumble upon riches instead. Glancing at the time, he sighed, realizing he had been searching for half an hour. Ultimately, he conceded that he rarely collected iron scraps, and the last piece of angle iron he had found was still in Huang Fei's car. He was too indifferent to sell it, and Huang Fei had not pressed him, so it remained there. If he had to deceive a fool, so be it. Surely Huang Fei would believe him. As he continued his search while retracing his steps, the system on his device chimed again. This location was not conducive to thorough scanning, being strewn with large stones. After gathering his bearings, Chun Feng placed the detector atop a rock and commenced his probing. He decided to extract the goods first. Standing atop the stones, he maneuvered the detector left and right, struggling to maintain his balance. Fortunately, as he scanned, the device began to beep. Crouching down, he cast the stones aside to clear a space, revealing the earth beneath. Armed with a small shovel, he began to dig. The soil was damp due to the stones obstructing it, and a few ants scurried about. Chen Feng noted that this area appeared to be an anthill, with a small hole from which ants emerged and entered. He huffed a breath to blow the ants away, preventing an unfortunate incident where he might inadvertently unearth a 2-star ant, and then resumed digging. His first scoop yielded nothing, prompting him to try a second. After several attempts, the detector finally emitted a sound. Chen Feng sifted through the moist soil with his hands and discovered a silver nugget worth approximately 20 to 30 yuan. He placed the nugget into the bottle, stood up, and glanced back at the pit he had created. He casually kicked a few stones back into place to restore the area's original appearance, then departed with the detector in hand. His intention had been to help the ants reclaim their environment. However, he noticed that a stone had likely fallen upon them. It was said that ants could move objects hundreds of times their size, so surely they could manage to shift the stone themselves. Chen Feng had faith in their capabilities. Realizing it was time to return, he headed towards the car, eager to enjoy a meal and take a respite. Upon entering the vehicle, he found Huang Fei, brimming with excitement as he opened his lunchbox. "Wow, Fengzi, you won't believe it. I just unearthed another piece of silver. Take a look at its value," Huang Fei exclaimed, eagerly presenting a small vial to Chen Feng. "The one on the left is the smaller one." Chen Feng examined the vial, nodded, and remarked, "It seems to be worth around 15 yuan? Wow, indeed worth 15. Huang Fei responded exuberantly. Huang Fei cheerfully accepted the bottle, feeling quite satisfied. Chapter 53. You go sell your goods well, what about you? Surely you haven't found nothing all morning? Huang Fei inquired. Nothing at all. My luck isn't great today. Chen Feng replied, sitting in the car seat, removing his backpack, and reaching for the food placed beside him. Huang Fei remained where he was. Chen Feng found the food too heavy to carry, so he discarded most of it, keeping only a bottle of water. What's wrong, Fengzi? You seem out of sorts today. I've already found some goods, yet you haven't even had a stroke of luck? Huang Fei said, taking a bite of his meal. I didn't take anything. I tossed it all, Chen Feng remarked, tearing open a bag of bread. Why not collect a bit? You could sell it for some money. I noticed others were gathering it, Huang Fei commented. I'm too lazy to collect, Chen Feng shrugged. The two quickly finished their meal. Huang Fei pulled out a pack of cigarettes, offering one to Chen Feng while lighting one for himself. At that moment, he felt exceedingly content, having earned a considerable sum that day. I'm tired, Huang Fei said, taking a puff from his cigarette, leaning back in the driver's seat, and turning to smile at Chen Feng. You get sleepy right after a meal, Chen Feng teased. It's mainly because I woke up too early this morning. I wasn't prepared when you dragged me out, Huang Fei replied. He initially intended to rest for a bit before resuming his treasure hunting. However, the warmth inside the car made him feel lethargic, and reclining the seat slightly was immensely comfortable. Having already earned so much, he felt justified in rewarding himself with a brief respite. Fengzi, I'm going to take a nap. You can continue your search, Huang Fei said, comfortably closing his eyes against the seat. All right, sleep well, Chen Feng replied. After resting for a short while, he gathered his belongings and prepared to exit the vehicle. Taking one last glance at Huang Fei, who was soundly asleep, he chuckled softly and quietly exited the car without disturbing him. This time, Chen Feng walked in the opposite direction, choosing not to return to the spot from the morning, and indeed, his choice proved to be wise. After walking just a few dozen meters, the system's alert chimed. Ding! Within a 3-meter radius of the host, precious metals are present. Chen Feng focused his gaze and noticed a pit on the ground, one he recognized well as a sign of gold panning activity. A sense of curiosity arose within him. He approached and scanned with his detector, but the device remained silent over the pit itself. Instead, it beeped near the edge of the pit. He crouched down to search the area and spotted a rusty piece of iron lying on the ground. The system's alert persisted. This wasn't something Huang Fei had found. He hadn't been to this location that morning. It was likely a remnant left by other gold panners. Chen Feng pieced together the situation. Generally, gold panners would avoid areas marked by previous activity, believing it a waste of time to search where others had already dug. Little did he expect that remnants could still be hidden in such a place. Since you didn't find it, I suppose I shall take it for myself. Chen Feng chuckled, beginning to mark his territory. With a thorough and meticulous search, the detector suddenly sounded at the edge of the circle. Oh! Chen Feng swiftly drew out his shovel and squatted down, beginning to sift through the soil with rhythmic taps. After several strikes, he uncovered a sizable silver nugget, estimated to be worth around 40 to 50. Gazing at the silver in his hand, Chun Feng couldn't help but feel a surge of amusement. He pondered why the previous prospector had managed to bypass the true treasure, instead unearthing iron while leaving the silver behind. Perhaps it was fate. Had he merely ventured a meter to the side, this silver nugget would have been his. After placing the nugget into his container, Chun Feng continued forward with the detector in hand. The afternoon swiftly passed. He retrieved a bottle of mineral water from his backpack, unscrewed the cap, and took a sip. Glancing at the time, it was already past 5:20. His small bottle was now full, having collected numerous silver nuggets throughout the afternoon. Although he hadn't found any gold, he felt quite content. He still needed to buy shoes for his mother, so he decided to return to the car and call Huang Fei to head home. As Chun Feng approached the vehicle, he discovered Huang Fei still asleep, his mouth slightly agape, looking utterly peaceful. With a chuckle, Chun Feng gently nudged him and said, "Fei, it's time to wake up." After several nudges, Huang Fei finally stirred, his eyes widening in surprise upon seeing Chun Feng. Instinctively, he grabbed his phone and exclaimed, "Oh no, how long have I been asleep? I completely forgot about gold panning. Just take your time. We can head home now." Chun Feng replied with a laugh. "It's already 5:30. There's no point in continuing." Huang Fei glanced at the time on his phone, smacking his forehead in disbelief. "Goodness, I can't believe I slept for so long. I felt like it had only been half an hour." Chun Feng settled into his seat, removing his backpack and placing it aside. "Funny enough, I feel the same way every night when I go to bed. I open my eyes and it's already morning, thinking I just fell asleep." Huang Fei chuckled, realizing the truth in Chun Feng's words. "Well, since today was fruitful, we might as well head home for dinner. By the way, how did your afternoon go? How much did you find?" Huang Fei asked as he started the car, remembering to inquire. "Air Force, the cost of the hot dogs has all gone up in smoke," Chun Feng replied, lighting a cigarette and offering one to Huang Fei. "Oh, that's unfortunate," Huang Fei remarked, taking the cigarette and placing it between his lips. "Indeed," Chun Feng responded, maintaining a positive outlook. "No worries. Perhaps next time you'll strike gold. It's quite common for prospectors to come up empty-handed. Today was just a matter of misalignment. We can try again tomorrow." "Yeah, it's all good. I didn't think much of it," Chun Feng replied nonchalantly. Before long, Huang Fei drove them to the county town, and they both exited the car. "So, Fengzi, should I accompany you to buy shoes first, or should we sell our goods?" Huang Fei inquired. "What should I sell? I haven't found anything to sell." "You can sell whatever you want. I'll just head to the nearby mall to buy a pair of shoes and come back. If you finish selling, you can wait for me in the car," Chun Feng chuckled. Huang Fei pondered for a moment and agreed, nodding. "All right. I'll go sell my goods. Call me if anything comes up." "Sure, off you go." After their exchange, Huang Fei made his way to the familiar gold shop, while Chun Feng wandered the street, glancing around before entering a larger mall. Upon entering, he headed straight to a women's shoe store and found himself in a shop of an unfamiliar brand. "Hello, are you here to select women's shoes?" A saleswoman, seemingly in her 40s, approached him. "Yes, I'm looking for a pair of shoes for my mother, something she can wear daily." "All right, how about these sports shoes? They are lightweight and durable. If you're not satisfied, we also have leather shoes," the saleswoman suggested. "Leather shoes won't do," Chun Feng replied, shaking his head. His mother needed something practical for working in the fields. Leather shoes would be too cumbersome. These hiking shoes are quite suitable. In Chapter 54, The Astonished Salesgirl, Chun Feng pointed to a pair of black shoes and asked, "How much for these?" "Originally priced at 150, but now they are on sale for 80. The saleswoman responded. "I'll take a size 38. Please wrap them up," Chun Feng said, squeezing the shoe upper and feeling the quality was satisfactory, the material pleasantly soft. "All right." The salesgirl was taken aback by Chun Feng's decisiveness and smiled as she walked to the stockroom to fetch the shoes. In a small county town, haggling was almost second nature. Soon, the saleswoman returned with the shoe bag and remarked, "You have great taste. These shoes are quite trendy right now. They won't lose their charm when worn out." Chun Feng replied, "They're not for going out. My mother needs them for working in the fields as her old pair is worn out." As they approached the checkout, Chun Feng explained, "If I were buying for outings, I would have chosen something better. For work, a decent pair will suffice." Working in such nice shoes? The salesgirl was astonished. What a waste it seemed. However, she refrained from voicing her thoughts, perhaps out of respect for the son's filial piety, recognizing that a little extra money was not a concern for him. In these economically challenging times, 80 yuan felt equivalent to several hundred in the past. Anyone hearing about someone from the countryside wearing shoes worth hundreds for labor would likely deem it extravagant. After completing his purchase, Chen Feng exited the store, pleased with his transaction, especially as the shop gifted him a pair of socks upon his departure. Once outside, instead of returning, Chen Feng decided to seek another gold shop in the county to sell his goods. If he returned to the previous shop owned by the white-haired boss, all his efforts would have been in vain, as the boss would undoubtedly share the news upon seeing Zheng Ping and the others, making it impossible to keep it a secret. After walking for a while, Chen Feng spotted a newly opened gold shop and stepped inside. The inventory was still sparse, and there were no customers, just a girl sitting at the counter, engrossed in her phone. Upon hearing someone enter, the girl stood up with a smile and looked at Chen Feng. "Hello. Greetings. Are you engaged in the purchase of gold?" Chen Feng inquired. "Ah, indeed," the girl replied, momentarily taken aback. She had felt a surge of excitement, believing that she was about to conduct her first transaction. To her surprise, he was there to sell goods instead, leaving her anticipation unfulfilled. "Is it gold jewelry or raw gold?" she asked as she returned to the counter. "Raw gold and silver," Chen Feng responded while retrieving a small vial. "Oh, so you're a gold panner?" the girl remarked, a hint of astonishment in her voice. Although it was her first time handling such transactions, she had observed her parents for a long time. While she had never engaged in the practice herself, she had learned by watching. A small quantity of raw gold and silver posed no challenge for her. Chen Feng handed the vial to the girl, who instinctively accepted it. As she beheld the vial brimming with gold and silver, her eyes widened in disbelief. "Is this all?" she stammered. Indeed, Chen Feng nodded affirmatively. In the past, when the girl accompanied her father during transactions, the gold panners would typically bring in only a few specks at a time. If a vial was filled to a third, it was considered a bountiful month. When had she ever encountered a vial so completely filled? Moreover, it appeared that not only silver, but also a substantial piece of gold resided within. Goodness, how much could this be worth? She mused, her astonishment palpable. After examining the vial for a while, she exclaimed, "Did you collect all this in a month?" "Indeed," Chen Feng replied, offering no contradiction. "That is simply outrageous. Your luck is extraordinary. To gather so much in a month is something I've not encountered in years," the girl remarked, taking a seat in awe. She had not anticipated that her first transaction would involve such a significant find. Even her father, with 2 decades of experience, seldom encountered panners of such remarkable fortune. Observing the girl's astonishment, Chen Feng could not help but smile. If she was so amazed by a month's worth, what would her reaction be if he revealed that this was collected in just a day? The girl poured the contents into a tray, placing the silver into a crucible, and then retrieved a gas cylinder, preparing her torch. Chen Feng noted that the entire setup was pristine and evidently unused. It seemed that this gold shop had only recently opened, and he likely was its first customer. Truth be told, the girl felt a thrill at being behind the counter for the first time. Mimicking her father's actions, she ignited the torch, directing it at the crucible. As the silver began to melt, beads of sweat formed on her forehead. With her right hand holding the torch and her left hand fanning herself, she murmured, "It should be about ready, right?" A little more heating one tea hurt. Chen Feng raised an eyebrow at her uncertainty. Was she merely a novice? Despite her lack of confidence in timing, her technique appeared quite proficient, comparable to that of Master Bai in silver refining. Once the girl deemed it sufficient, she poured the molten silver from the crucible. After allowing it to cool slightly, she grasped it with tweezers, intending to deposit it into her cup. Just as she was about to drop the silver in, she realized her cup was devoid of water. "Oh no, I forgot to add water," she exclaimed, hastily returning the silver and pouring nearly half a bottle of mineral water into the cup before retrieving the silver once more and casting it in. In that moment, she instinctively leaned away, as if to avoid any splashes. Chen Feng, observing this sequence of events, couldn't help but chuckle. When the silver ingot had cooled sufficiently, the girl took it out, dried it, and placed it on an electronic scale. "This scale is brand new. You're the first to use it." She smiled at Chen Feng. What is wrong with it?" The display remained blank despite her repeated attempts to activate it. "What is going on? I thought this was the switch." She pondered, turning the scale over in her hands. "Did you insert the batteries?" Chen Feng inquired with a raised eyebrow. "Aren't new scales supposed to come with batteries already installed?" She replied, astonished. After saying this, she removed the back cover and found indeed 2 button batteries inside. Chen Feng stood up to peer into the cabinet. "See, I told you there were batteries." The girl insisted she wasn't tea forgetful. as she wouldn't overlook such a detail. Upon closer inspection, Chen Feng reached in and removed the plastic tab situated between the batteries. This thing has a blocker preventing it from functioning, he explained. Oh, the girl said, a bit embarrassed as she sat back down, clearing her throat before turning on the scale. Who knows what that plastic tab is for? It wasn't mentioned in the manual. Wow, it's 60.3 grams. Multiplying by 8 gives 482.4. She calculated on her calculator. Let us round it up. I'll make it 482.5. Chapter 55. You're just short by 50 cents, right? Chen Feng thought it was quite reasonable for her to round up, as dealing in exact decimals could be tedious. However, he never expected her to simply add a dime for rounding. No, dear girl, you're being a bit stingy. Are you really concerned about that 50 cents? He exclaimed, unable to contain his amusement. Upon hearing this, the girl also burst into laughter, covering her mouth. That 50 cents isn't trivial. All right, let us make it 483. She found it amusing that her idea of rounding up was merely adding a dime. She picked up the remaining 2 pieces of gold, examining them closely. It was indeed her first time seeing such a sizable gold nugget. The boy's luck was truly remarkable. After placing the gold nugget alongside the gold grains into the crucible, she picked up the blowtorch and resumed heating. She continued until the molten gold gleamed, then paused to pour it out, allowing it to form a golden bead. Once the surface of the molten gold dulled, she dropped it into the water, retrieving it after a while to dry before placing it on the electronic scale. At 10 past 10, I went over. And you have truly struck it rich this time, the girl exclaimed with wide-eyed astonishment. Chen Feng, upon seeing the weight, could not help but smile. 4,004 plus 483 equals 4,883. Cash or WeChat? The girl inquired, looking up. WeChat. Cash is difficult to come by. Chen Feng replied as he pulled out his phone. All right, anyway, I don't have cash either, just WeChat, the girl chuckled. As Chen Feng adjusted the payment code, he let out a laugh. Asking me for cash when you have none, are you teasing me? Let us make it a round figure. Miss, 4,890. Chen Feng presented the payment code to the girl. Fine. After contemplating for a moment, she decided it was only a few yuan, and given the substantial amount of goods, rounding it off was feasible. Thus, she scanned over 4,890. Great. I'll be on my way then, Chen Feng said, waving his hand after receiving the money. Goodbye. Remember to reach out to me next time you have goods. The girl accompanied him a few steps. No problem. With your generosity, I will definitely seek you out next time, Chen Feng replied before stepping out. The girl returned, gazing at the gold and silver items on the counter, a smile gracing her face. How wonderful, to receive such a large shipment, she mused, fondling a gold nugget. However, as she continued to play with it, she suddenly realized that the rounding off was merely due to the difficulty in acquiring cash. Why then would she bother rounding off the WeChat payment? What a rascal. Trying to fool me, she huffed, glancing towards the door. It was no wonder she had encouraged him to return. He had so readily agreed. It seemed he only sought to deceive those who were easy to fool. Nevertheless, 7 yuan was trivial. What was done was done. Upon returning to the van, Chen Feng found Huang Fei already in the driver's seat. Did you buy the shoes? You took quite a while. Where did you get them? Huang Fei asked. Music playing in the car. Just the mall next door. There were plenty of styles to choose from. Took a while to decide. Chen Feng replied as he placed the shoes in the aisle. Were they cheap? Huang Fei queried as he started the car. Not bad, but I suppose they weren't overly cheap. After all, it's a mall, Chen Feng reflected. True, that is how malls are, a bit pricier. But the quality is decent, unlike those stalls where they fall apart after a few days, Huang Fei said, signaling left as he merged onto the road, preparing to head home. After they left, the girl, clutching the gold and silver, eagerly made her way to a jewelry store, diving straight into the counter. What brings you here? Didn't I tell you to mind the shop properly? The door is locked, the boss remarked, somewhat exasperated. It's locked. I received a large shipment and wanted to show you, the girl boasted. You received a shipment? What kind? The boss responded, taken aback. He had not anticipated that his daughter, with her newly opened shop still in disarray, would manage to receive such goods. And the boss was none other than Mr. By himself. Look, that lad truly has good fortune. Within a month, he managed to acquire so much stock. You've been receiving goods for years. Have you ever encountered someone as lucky as him? The girl presented the goods for him to see. Upon receiving the silver and gold pieces, the proprietor, Mr. Bai, gazed in astonishment. He placed them on the electronic scale and nodded appreciatively, Indeed, this is quite substantial. Did you refine all of this yourself? Of course, the girl replied, lifting her chin with pride. Well, I must admit, I thought you might struggle with the electronic scale, but it seems you have truly mastered it, Mr. Bai chuckled. He had intended to teach her the art of alchemy once the store officially opened, but her aptitude had exceeded his expectations. Mention of the scale brought a fleeting look of embarrassment to the girl's face, quickly masked by her composure. So how's my luck? She inquired with a smile. Your luck is indeed commendable. Gathering such a quantity in a month is no small feat, however. If you wish to compare yourself to me, you still have some way to go. You managed to acquire this much in a month. But I once encountered a young man who could gather the same amount in a single day, Mr. Bai proclaimed, his expression brimming with pride. The girl listened in disbelief, unable to fathom the claim. How could that be? Gathering so much in a single day is simply absurd. What kind of luck would one require to achieve that? Sitting up straight, Mr. Bai responded, you might find it hard to believe, but I assure you, I am not exaggerating. Just a few days ago, that young man came by with his fellow villagers. Even they were astonished. He could sift through silver by the bottle and find a piece of gold each day. He even managed to unearth gold from the river. You must admit, that's quite impressive. With that, Mr. Bai added with a smirk, though your skills are remarkable, they still pale in comparison to mine. Despite her skepticism regarding her father's words, the girl could not dismiss his conviction entirely and huffed in response. Let's see who gathers more next time. I refuse to believe your client retrieves that much every day. Upon hearing this, Mr. Bai rubbed his nose, pondering her remark. It was true. Just earlier, he had inquired about the young man from their village. The answer he received was that the lad had had an unproductive day and had not gathered anything. He hasn't been out to collect for a few days. But when he returns, I'll show you what he looks like, Mr. Bai concluded as he put away the goods. Not gathering anything. I suspect he simply didn't find anything, the girl said, her expression reflecting her keen insight into her father's antics. He must have had other matters to attend to. It's not that he didn't find anything, Mr. Bai retorted defensively. The girl, unconvinced, rolled her eyes and took her keys to return to the newly opened gold shop. Before long, Huang Fei and Chen Feng made their way back to the village. Chen Feng handed Huang Fei 100 yuan. "De Fei, here as your fare," he said. Huang Fei hesitated, pulling out a 20 from his pocket and offering it to Chen Feng. "Fengzi, you didn't earn anything today, so let us make it 80. Had Chen Feng managed to procure goods, he would have readily accepted the full 100. Today, Chen Feng found himself beset by misfortune. He earned not a single penny and incurred significant losses by chartering a vehicle. However, luck smiled upon me, allowing me to bask in his misfortune. Otherwise, I would not have ventured out to seek fortune without cause. I decided to deduct 20 from his expenses, hoping to lessen his loss." As Chen Feng gazed at the 20 yuan that Huang Fei extended, he paused in silence, then approached and gently patted Huang Fei's shoulder, urging him to pocket the money. "De Fei, I appreciate your kindness. Although I did not earn anything today, I did profit in the days prior. Keep the money safe. You will need it for your livelihood." To be honest, Huang Fei's gesture touched Chen Feng deeply. He never expected Huang Fei to voluntarily waive 20 yuan. This kindness would remain etched in Chen Feng's heart. Despite Huang Fei's usual laziness and penchant for chatter, he truly embodied loyalty, and that was commendable. Huang Fei wished to say more, but Chen Feng's resolute demeanor compelled him to swallow his words. "All right, I shall keep it." Huang Fei nodded in agreement. "Rest well. I am heading home for dinner," Chen Feng remarked. Upon hearing this, Huang Fei chuckled. "What is there to rest for? I slept for an entire afternoon and am wide awake." With that, both men erupted into laughter, and Huang Fei, realizing his slip, sheepishly glanced toward his home, knowing that if his father heard him, he would be met with a barrage of scolding. After exchanging a few more words, Chen Feng gathered his belongings and headed home. Upon entering, he found Lu Ping preparing dinner. Why are you home so early today?" Lu Ping was pleasantly surprised, momentarily thinking she had taken too long with dinner. Glancing at the wall clock, feeling a bit weary, I returned half an hour early. "You continue cooking. I need to visit Lu Dahai," Chen Feng replied, setting down his backpack. "All right, go ahead. Dinner will take a while," Lu Ping nodded. Chen Feng lit a cigarette and made his way to Lu Dahai's house. He adjusted his expression outside before pushing the door open. Inside, everyone turned to Chen Feng as he entered, their interest piqued. "Bring me 2 packs of cigarettes," Chen Feng said with a stern face. "What's wrong? You seem rather glum today," Lu Dahai observed, noting that Chen Feng was not his usual cheerful self. Don't mention it. I didn't find a single feather today, and even the fare was a loss, Chen Feng said, leaning against the bar with irritation. Upon hearing this, the room fell silent as everyone turned to him, even forgetting their card game. They had never anticipated that Chen Feng would face a day devoid of fortune. Previously, they had speculated on how much he would earn, concluding he would make at least 500, with 1,000 being reasonable. Really? You found nothing today? Lu Dehai asked. Incredulous. Is there any doubt? Huang Fei accompanied me, and had I known today would be like this, I wouldn't have gone, Chen Feng replied, taking a deep drag from his cigarette. How could this happen? Perhaps the location was poorly chosen? Lu Dehai pondered aloud. It's just my bad luck. Huang Fei managed to find some goods today, and not just any, but valuable items worth several tens. Could the location truly be at fault? Chen Feng exhaled a puff of smoke. Did Huang Fei really find something? Lu Dehai responded, astonished. To be honest, it wouldn't surprise anyone if someone else struck gold. But Huang Fei? That is hard to believe. That kid has a notorious reputation. Who would have thought that today, with Chen Feng striking out, he would actually succeed? It feels like the heavens have turned upside down. Are you kidding? Had I known, I wouldn't have bothered going. 100 for travel, plus food and drink. And half a pack of cigarettes. After a day of toil, I'm down 120. Lu Dehai sighed. Exactly, damn it. What bad luck, Chen Feng exclaimed, tossing down 20 yuan and waving his hand as he exited. As soon as Chen Feng stepped out, the room erupted in chatter. No way. Chen Feng found nothing today? Of course. Just look at his expression. It couldn't be faked. If he had found something, he would have been overjoyed, not looking like that. I always said it was impossible for him to hit the jackpot every time. That's simply unrealistic. And to hire a car for treasure hunting? He was so proud of making a little money. Now he has lost 120. Exactly. His previous luck was just a fluke. We jokingly called him the golden body, and he took it seriously. It's hilarious. I can't shake the feeling that something is off. Could it really be true that he found nothing? If it were just him, he might have lied, but he went with Huang Fei, who isn't blind. How could he possibly deceive Huang Fei? Exactly. If in doubt, just ask Huang Fei, the truth will come out. As they were discussing, Huang Fei walked in. The moment he entered, the room fell silent, all eyes fixed on him, leaving Huang Fei feeling bewildered. I'll have a large iced tea, Huang Fei said, placing 7 yuan on the bar. Someone, unable to contain their curiosity, asked, Huang Fei, how much did Chen Feng make today? Upon hearing this, Huang Fei hesitated before shaking his head. I don't know. I wasn't paying attention. Noticing the obvious falsehood in his response, someone called him out. Are you trying to cover for him? He just said himself that he struck out today, not earning a single yuan, losing even on travel expenses. Is that true? Huang Fei, surprised, responded. Did he really say that? Of course. You both arrived one after the other. He left just before you came in, someone chimed in. Realizing that Chen Feng had indeed said so, Huang Fei finally spoke. It seems today was a bad day for Fengzi. Just a bunch of scrap metal. It was as if the day was wasted. Upon hearing Huang Fei's words, the room erupted in excitement. With Huang Fei's testimony, there was no doubt left. Today, Chen Feng truly faced a setback. Huang Fei, I heard you found something today. That's impressive. Lu Dehai remarked with a smile. Upon mentioning this matter, Huang Fei couldn't help but burst into laughter. I suppose I've been rather fortunate, having stumbled upon 2 silver nuggets, which I sold for over 60 yuan. Ha. Huang Fei chuckled, holding a bottle of iced tea. Earning over 60 in a single day is indeed commendable. And the others in the room couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy, especially considering he didn't even have to pay for transportation to the abandoned mine. His earnings would only increase with each trip. Once Huang Fei departed with his belongings, the remaining individuals began to converse animatedly. Chapter 57. How much for these shoes? Did you see? Chen Feng has gone broke. Someone exclaimed, relishing in the misfortune. I thought he was just boasting, but it turns out to be true. Who would have thought anyone could be so lucky as to make over 1,000 every day? His luck must have run out now. To lose over 100 without doing anything all day. How amusing. And what about his hired vehicle? Will he continue to hire it this time? These revelations about Chen Feng's losses brought them greater joy than their own earnings, invigorating their spirits for card games. Previously, Chen Feng's success had incited their envy. But now, hearing of his misfortune, they felt a sense of balance restored in their hearts. Lu Dehai remained silent, merely inhaling deeply, preparing to offer Chen Feng some advice next time. He thought it wise that Chen Feng refrained from discussing his losses. to spare himself the glee of those who revel in the misfortunes of others. Upon Chun Feng's return, the vegetables simmering in the pot, Lu Ping found herself with a moment of leisure and sat on a stool. "Mom, take a look at these shoes," Chun Feng said, handing her the shoe bag. Lu Ping, her eyes glimmering with delight upon seeing the shoes, extracted the box from the bag. "The packaging is rather nice. Previously, when I bought shoes, it was just a shabby box with nothing else." She examined the black sneakers, pressing the soles in surprise. "These soles are incredibly soft. The quality seems quite good. How much did you spend on them?" Chun Feng hesitated for a moment before responding. 25. 25. Lu Ping exclaimed, feeling a pang of concern. "That seems a bit expensive. 20 would have been acceptable. 25 is all right, but you must admit, there is merit in spending more. These are certainly superior to the pair I bought for 15. Truly, you get what you pay for," Lu Ping reflected. "Indeed, you should wear them to work tomorrow." "Toss those old shoes. They're barely holding together," Chun Feng suggested, pouring himself a bit of water. "Or what? I'll make do with these for a couple of days." "Such fine shoes would be wasted on labor," Lu Ping replied, reluctant to part with her old pair. "Oh, spare me. Those wretched shoes let water in even when it rains. They're practically slippers now." "What shoes haven't been worn before?" Chun Feng retorted, decisively tossing her old shoes into the fire pit. He understood that it wasn't merely about the old shoes. She was hesitant to wear the new ones. "Hey, you young rascal," Lu Ping exclaimed, rising to retrieve her shoes, but Chun Feng was too quick, having thrown them into the fire before she could stop him. "You stubborn child, at least take out my insoles. They're freshly cleaned." Lu Ping, visibly irritated, gave Chun Feng a light slap and rolled her eyes. She was nearly driven to exasperation by Chun Feng's nonchalance. How could he simply discard things without a word of warning? The insoles he had were several months old. What more could he possibly need? Moreover, the new shoes were equipped with air cushions, rendering insoles unnecessary. Chun Feng extracted the insoles from his shoes to show her, stating, "All right, but it feels a bit wasteful to trample such fine shoes in the mud." Lu Ping still felt a twinge of reluctance. "Shoes are meant to be worn. There's nothing to lament," Chun Feng replied, taking a sip of water. "When you went to the county, why didn't you mention buying yourself a pair of shoes?" "Summer is approaching," Lu Ping inquired. "I forgot. I have some to wear. And I'm not in a hurry," Chun Feng casually replied. "Next time, buy a good pair, perhaps one costing a few hundred. Avoid the cheap ones, they won't last. Quality shoes are breathable, while inexpensive ones can be stifling in the summer heat," Lu Ping advised. "All right," Chun Feng acknowledged, unfazed, adding that online shopping was also an option. However, he was reluctant to shop online due to the remoteness of their village, where deliveries could only be sent to the county's express point. He would then have to wait for Lu Dehai to have the time to collect the package for him, with a fee of 1 yuan for each delivery. "You could collect it yourself if you don't want Lu Dehai to do it," he mentioned. This back and forth made the delivery time seem painfully slow, often taking 7 days to arrive, but typically extending to 10 days or even half a month. Compared to the swift delivery times of just a few days or even next-day service in his previous life, this felt excruciatingly slow, which was why Chun Feng preferred shopping in the county. One could simply buy and carry things back. Before long, the dish was ready, and Lu Ping brought it to the table. Chun Feng served himself rice, and the two sat down to eat. "By the way, how did you fare today?" Lu Ping asked. She did not expect Chun Feng to earn over 1,000 every day. As long as he made a couple of hundred today, it would be satisfactory, especially if he didn't incur travel expenses. "I managed to scrape together over 4,000, Chun Feng said with a subtle smile, his tone almost boastful. "What? Over 4,000? Lu Ping's eyes widened in disbelief as she exclaimed. How could it be that much? She found it hard to comprehend. Earning that much every day seemed like a dream, as if he were simply picking up money. "Did you strike gold or something?" "Today was fortunate. I found a large nugget of gold in a mine, and that alone fetched over 3,000, Chun Feng chuckled. Although Lu Ping was astonished, her concern surfaced as she furrowed her brow and asked, "You went into a mine?" "Yes, it was nearby, right at the entrance," Chun Feng clarified. "That's still not acceptable. Don't go there again. That mine has been around for years, and you never know when it might collapse. What would happen if you got buried?" Lu Ping admonished, her tone tinged with anger. She wished her son to succeed, but not at the cost of his life. If the work was perilous, it would be better for him to stay at home and tend to the fields with her. "It is of no concern. I pressed the button deliberately before entering and found everything to be fine before I proceeded in." Chun Feng had intended to say something further, Yet upon meeting his mother's gaze, filled with anger and concern, he instinctively retracted the latter part of his statement. I won't go again next time, Chen Feng admitted candidly. Upon hearing this, Lu Ping's expression softened. Make sure to keep your money safe. Don't go out carelessly and lose it, Lu Ping advised. It's all on my phone. Chen Feng replied with a smile. By the way, Mom, do remember not to overlook this matter. I just visited the convenience store and intentionally released the news about my Air Force experience. They are probably reveling in it right now, Chen Feng chuckled lightly. Rest assured, I won't say a word, Lu Ping assured him. She understood this much. Meanwhile, the Huang family was at dinner. Huang Fei's mother, noticing her son's gleeful demeanor, couldn't help but inquire, what has gotten into you? You haven't stopped smiling since you got home. Huang Fei's father had already surmised the reason and squinted, saying, Did you make some money? Otherwise, why would you be grinning like that, as if you've devoured honeycomb? Huang Fei's mother, taken aback by his father's words, quickly turned to Huang Fei and asked, Is that true? Did you find something? Hee hee, today I discovered 2 silver pieces and sold them for over $60. Ha! Huang Fei replied proudly, unable to contain his delight. Chapter 58. Once the glass is installed, you'll be just fine. What? You found over $60 worth of goods? Is that for real? Huang Fei's mother exclaimed, her face a mixture of shock and disbelief. She never imagined her son, who often seemed carefree, could actually uncover something valuable. $60, that's quite a lot. Huang Fei's father echoed, equally astonished. He had presumed his son would only find items worth 10 or 20, never expecting him to strike gold with 60. That's even more than most prospectors earn. Of course, you should know who I am. I'm destined for this line of work, Huang Fei declared, downing a sip of iced tea and wiping his mouth with a grin. My goodness, that's quite impressive. Well done, son, Huang Fei's mother praised. Even Huang Fei's father regarded him with newfound respect. This was indeed unexpected. He had thought Huang Fei would give up if he couldn't find anything, yet here he was, having worked diligently to uncover such treasures. Grandson, you're truly remarkable. I told you your father underestimated you, Huang Fei's grandfather chimed in, casting a sideways glance at Huang Fei's father. Well, how about that? Did I prove myself today? Huang Fei eagerly asked his father. Huang Fei's father nodded silently, his eyes reflecting admiration. By the way, how did Chen Feng fare today? Did he manage to find anything substantial? Huang Fei's mother inquired curiously. Huang Fei pursed his lips and sighed. His luck was poor today. He didn't find a thing and came up empty-handed. What a pity. He couldn't even cover his travel expenses? I can hardly believe it, Huang Fei's mother remarked, astonished. A few days ago, Chen Feng was mythologized as the reincarnation of the earth god, yet today he has met with misfortune. This profession is indeed dictated by luck. It is unreasonable to expect one to enjoy consistent fortune. Earning thousands every day is simply unrealistic. Huang Fei's father seemed to understand this well. However, it is unacceptable to earn nothing at all. Even Huang Fei managed to find some goods. How could Chen Feng not? Huang Fei's mother remained skeptical. What do you mean, Mom? Hearing this, Huang Fei was instantly filled with indignation, rendered speechless. Are you really looking down on others? What distinguishes me from Chen Feng? Just a few days ago, he was earning thousands in a single day, and today, I have still earned a few dozen. The disparity isn't that vast, is it? Admittedly, the gap was significant. Chen Feng could earn in a day what Huang Fei would take months to achieve. Luck is indeed a crucial factor in this line of work, Huang Fei's mother lamented. Just days ago, he was making over 1,000 daily, yet today, he barely covered his travel expenses. The contrast was stark. By the way, you must not let the novelty of finding goods fade after a couple of days. If supplies dwindle, you cannot simply give up. Persistence is key, Huang Fei's father advised, seemingly seeing through his son. I am not one to abandon my pursuits midway, Huang Fei retorted, raising his hand dismissively. Throughout your life, how many things have you left unfinished? You even sometimes return halfway when nature calls. Huang Fei's father squinted at him. That was all in my childhood. Why bring it up now? Huang Fei insisted, assuring them he would not falter. Meanwhile, news of Chen Feng's misfortune spread through the village like a tempest, even faster than the tales of his previous successes. It truly echoed the old adage. Good news seldom travels far, while bad news spreads like wildfire. Everyone relishes a spectacle. Hey, have you heard? Chen Feng struck out today, found nothing, and even lost his travel fare. Ha ha ha. Really? What a stroke of bad luck for him today. I told you he wasn't as fortunate as he pretended, Who rents a vehicle for gold panning? Just look at all these gold seekers. None of them would do that. Now he has quiet, isn't he? It serves him right, haha. All that money he made is now a distant memory. On the other hand, when Song Hui heard this news at home, he was filled with uncontainable joy. Ha ha ha. So, Chun Feng has his day of reckoning. Aren't you the golden boy? Capable of finding gold in the river? Why the pretense now? Ha ha ha. Song Hui laughed heartily, slapping his thigh in delight. Hearing about Chun Feng's misfortune lifted the weight off his heart, making him happier than if he had discovered gold himself. His father, donned in a military green cap and draped in a coat, emerged from the house, asking, "What are you laughing about? You know nothing. This is all thanks to my 5 ghosts wealth method." He continued, "You said my reading was useless. Well, what do you think now?" With a proud flourish of his coat, Song Hui's father declared, "Dad, you're incredible. I never expected it to work. Just the day before yesterday, he was earning thousands. And today he has nothing at all. Truly impressive." Song Hui praised, giving a thumbs up. His fortune has been transferred to you. When you next pan for gold, you will undoubtedly reap a bountiful harvest. Take a cue from the wisdom of the elders, for it is sufficient to last a lifetime. Song Hui's father settled down and rolled a cigarette, truly embodying the mystic aura of a fortune teller. "Father, do you truly believe that I will strike it rich next time?" Song Hui exclaimed, brimming with excitement upon hearing this. "What do you think? Do you really believe my 5 ghosts wealth method is mere jest?" Song Hui's father snorted coldly, evidently displeased with his son's skepticism. All right. If I indeed strike it rich, I shall treat you to pig trotters." Song Hui laughed heartily. Upon hearing this news, the Old Wang family was also in high spirits. Old Wang's wife could hardly contain her joy, almost rushing into the streets to celebrate. Ha ha ha. It was about time for such a day to arrive. I told you Chun Feng was no good at boasting. See, my words have come to fruition, haven't they? Old Wang's wife chuckled, her laughter echoing throughout the room. Old Wang was busy applying glass adhesive beneath the window, a task that took him quite some time, as this was the final piece of glass. The pungent odor of the adhesive filled the room, causing Old Wang to frown, leaving him no opportunity to engage with his wife's chatter. "Speak up, Old Wang. Are you happy?" his wife urged, noticing his silence. "I would be happier if you helped me with the adhesive," Old Wang replied, his brow furrowed. This is the price Chun Feng pays for provoking me. Even heaven denies him wealth." Old Wang's wife declared triumphantly. Old Wang merely pursed his lips in response, choosing silence. "You weren't so dismissive of heaven yesterday. Now that the new glass is installed, you're all invigorated, aren't you? Keep your voice down, lest others overhear." Old Wang finally concluded, having finished with the adhesive. "What of it? Chun Feng deserves it. If he can't earn money, why shouldn't he others speak of it?" His wife retorted fearlessly. All right, let us sleep," Old Wang said as he turned off the light, unwilling to engage further. Chapter 59. Chun Feng turns the soil, turns gold. The news of Chun Feng's misfortune even reached the neighboring village. "Have you heard? That young man who used to earn thousands a day, today came back with nothing." "Which one? The lucky newcomer from the neighboring village?" "Yes, precisely him. One cannot expect luck to be perpetual. Everyone has their ups and downs. Don't mistake a fleeting moment for eternity." Lu Ming and his wife, Yao Li, were planting seedlings at home when they caught wind of this news. "Chun Feng didn't T-pan anything yesterday, and now it's reached our village." Yao Li laughed mockingly, nudging Lu Ming. "Is that really true? Is it Chun Feng?" Lu Ming questioned, somewhat incredulous. "Who else could it be? The only gold panner who used to earn thousands a day is none other than Chun Feng." Yao Li rolled her eyes. Having previously heard of Chun Feng's windfall, which had irked her immensely, she now reveled in the news of his misfortune, finding joy in his moment of failure. Sometimes, one's own family is more eager to witness your downfall than outsiders. It is indeed unreliable, purely a matter of luck. My sister believes that Chun Feng's earnings of several thousand daily are quite amusing. I wonder what he will do when he finds it impossible to acquire goods after a while. This time, Chun Feng has made considerable profits. Small amounts are likely beneath his notice now. Despite his recent earnings, I doubt he will surpass Chaoyang by year's end, Lu Ming remarked with a scoff. Indeed, Chaoyang has received commendations for his excellent work, and his employer has granted him a raise of 100 yuan, bringing his monthly earnings to 2,100. A monthly income of 2,100 is quite substantial. Among the children of our relatives, Chaoyang earns the most, Yao Li said with a proud smile. That is certainly true, and the stability of this job is commendable, unlike Chun Feng's precarious existence, where one day he feasts and the next he faces starvation. Lu Ming commented as he pressed some seeds into a flower pot. Are you going to help my sister plow the field tomorrow? Yali inquired. Yes. My sister asked me to find a few people to assist her with the plowing. She simply cannot manage it alone. If she attempts to do it herself, by the time she finishes half, others will have already planted their crops, Lu Ming replied. All right, we only help a few times a year, so I will go. Tomorrow. It's also time for us to plow our own land, Yali calculated. Yes, I have it all planned out. Li Ming nodded in agreement. The following day, Chun Feng woke up early from his bed. Perhaps it was due to the recent habit of rising early, as he had naturally awakened at 6 or 7 o'clock. Regardless of whether he had work the next day, he would not be able to pan for gold today. Huang Fei had informed him yesterday that his vehicle was already fully booked for the evening. Tomorrow, several families would be hiring laborers for farm work, requiring him to drive back and forth to transport them. Moreover, it was the season for spring planting, and Zheng Ping and the others were busy at home, leaving no time for gold panning. Chun Feng could only nod in resignation, acknowledging the downside of not owning a vehicle. His ability to seek fortune depended on others' availability. He was already contemplating the purchase of a car, envisioning a future where he could venture out for gold without relying on anyone else. Aren't you going to pan for gold today? Lu Ping asked as she saw Chun Feng stepping out. No, Huang Fei's car is fully booked. It seems he won't have time until the day after tomorrow, Chun Feng replied with a stretch. Well, will you be resting at home or coming with me to plow the field? Lu Ping inquired. We're plowing the field today? Chun Feng expressed his surprise. Yes. I arranged it with your uncle yesterday, asking him to find a few people to help. I thought you would be out panning for gold today, so I didn't mention it, Lu Ping said as she found a few pairs of gloves. In that case, I will accompany you. It's just as well to be productive at home, Chun Feng decided. All right, just make sure to wear some old clothes. Your good ones will get dirty while working, Lu Ping advised. Watching Chun Feng turn to enter the house, Lu Ping felt a surge of satisfaction. The Chun Feng of the past would never have engaged in such labor, preferring to lounge at home in slothful repose. Half an hour later, Lu Ming arrived at Chun Feng's home with 7 or 8 individuals. Sister, are you ready? Lu Ming asked upon entering. I'm ready, just waiting for you, Lu Ping replied as she stood up with the tools in hand. Lu Ming observed Chun Feng, who was also equipped with tools, and curiously inquired, Fengzi, are you going too? Did you not go panning for gold today? No, Huang Fei had no time today, and without a car, I couldn't make it, Chun Feng replied while holding a pickaxe. All right, working at home is fine as well. Lu Ming nodded, and a few of them proceeded outside. They headed towards Lu Ping's territory, where Lu Ming engaged in casual conversation with her, discussing trivial family matters. How has Fengzi been lately? Did he earn anything from panning for gold? Lu Ming turned to Chun Feng, who was carrying a hoe, and asked. I went yesterday, but found nothing. The fare alone was a loss, Chun Feng said nonchalantly. Oh my, how did that happen? Lu Ming feigned surprise. Although he was already aware of Chun Feng's misfortune from the previous day. Just bad luck, I suppose, Chun Feng chuckled. Well, take your time. Perhaps you'll strike it rich next time, Lu Ming replied with a smile. What about Zhao Yang? How is he doing now? Lu Ping inquired. Zhao Yang is doing fine. His job hasn't changed much, just standing all day. His salary increased by 100 recently. The boss said he was doing well, Lu Ming said, unable to hide his pride. An increase in salary is a good thing, Lu Ping remarked, feeling indifferent. Compared to the past, she might have felt a bit proud. But now, with Chun Feng earning thousands a day, she felt no excitement over Zhao Yang's raise. Noticing Lu Ping's calm demeanor, Lu Ming was somewhat taken aback and a bit disheartened. His sister should not have reacted this way. After all, Chun Feng had lost money on transportation, while her son had just received a raise. Shouldn't she feel a bit embarrassed? Why was she so composed? Lu Ming felt uncomfortable with his sister's aloofness, as if she were dismissing his attempts at boasting. Zhao Yang is still hiring. If Fengzi wants to go, he can. His relationship with the boss is quite good now. I heard they had dinner together a few days ago. The boss even mentioned promoting him if he opens a branch, Lu Ming chuckled. Chun Feng won't go for now. Let Zhao Yang work hard. It's best for him to settle down and buy a house in the county, Lu Ping agreed. That's ridiculous. With Chun Feng earning thousands a day, how could he possibly settle for being a security guard? Lu Ping decisively dismissed Lu Ming's suggestion. Lu Ming, who had intended to boast, felt quite uncomfortable upon hearing his sister's words. Why did it feel as though she was not praising Zhao Yang, but rather instructing him? This was strange. It used to be him guiding her. Why had their roles suddenly reversed? Lu Ming felt a wave of frustration and chose not to pursue the topic further. Perhaps it was the confidence Chen Feng had gained from recently earning money. In a few days, when Chen Feng's fortunes waned, she would not remain so composed. Chapter 60. Gold in the Fields. What luck! Meanwhile, the villagers hired by Lu Ming to work also cast curious glances at Chen Feng, assessing what made him stand out. They had certainly heard of Chen Feng's esteemed reputation. Regrettably, after spending considerable time observing, aside from finding Chen Feng quite handsome, I discern no other remarkable traits about him. Perhaps it is merely his good fortune, especially since he, too, missed out yesterday, a fact known to all. Soon, we arrived at the fields, and they began to disperse, wielding their hoes to turn the soil. Chen Feng imitated their actions, lifting a pickaxe with determination. Hours swiftly passed, and the land was significantly tilled. Chen Feng wiped the sweat from his brow, preparing to continue his labor. However, at that moment, the system suddenly activated. Ding! Precious metals detected within 3 meters of the host. This announcement left Chen Feng momentarily stunned, his eyes widening as he scanned the surroundings. He never anticipated that turning soil would lead to the discovery of gold. He vigorously dug at the ground, hoping to unearth the precious metal directly, but the area was simply too vast for such an endeavor. Fengzi, that area seems promising. Let's move forward, Lu Ming suggested, noticing Chen Feng's relentless digging in one spot. All right, Chen Feng replied, continuing his efforts for a few more moments. Lu Ming shook his head in disapproval, choosing not to engage further. If you can't even handle farm work, what else can you do? Chen Feng tossed the pickaxe to the ground and called out to Lu Ping, Mom, I'm heading home for a bit. Please don't touch my hoe. Understood. Lu Ping nodded without inquiring about his intentions. Chen Feng planned to retrieve a metal detector to locate the treasure. Although he considered waiting until nightfall, he quickly dismissed the idea. Despite having a modest amount of land, it was still too extensive, and distinguishing between the plots in the dark would be impossible. If he failed to locate the treasure at night, it would be a greater loss. Thus, it was better to find it now while there were others around to witness the discovery. As Chen Feng laid down his tools, Lu Ming scoffed, predicting that Chen Feng would not last long and would soon declare himself too tired to continue. He thinks he can leave his hoe untouched. I wonder when he'll return. Sister, where did Xiao Feng go? Lu Ming inquired. Probably home for a drink. Who knows? Lu Ping responded nonchalantly. Sister, Xiao Feng's temperament is unacceptable. He lacks perseverance in his endeavors. He'll complain about fatigue in no time. Shouldn't you say something to him? Lu Ming began to scold his sister out of habit. If he's tired, he can take a break at home. It's normal not to be accustomed to hard labor, Lu Ping replied. He's old enough. If he's tired, he should simply rest at home. When is work ever easy? Lu Ming frowned. Look at Choyang. He stands and works every day, and it is exhausting, yet he must endure. Otherwise, how can the boss consider a raise? It's his performance that counts, Lu Ming compared. Upon hearing this, Lu Ping pursed her lips, remaining silent. Noticing her reticence, Lu Ming continued, this is your family's work. If you don't do it, who will? Are you relying on hired help? If you hire one less person, that's $50 saved, but how much can you earn from farming throughout the year? At this rate, you'd have to hire everyone. Lu Ping continued to dig. Unable to restrain herself, it won't be long. He should be back soon. Humph, we'll see when he returns, Lu Ming retorted, curling his lip. Chen Feng, having donned his gear, set out for his family's land via a lesser-known path. Although the wind carried whispers, it was preferable to the crowd of onlookers that would gather during his gold-panning endeavors. He could already envision the villagers flocking to him at the sight of his equipment. Soon, Chen Feng arrived at the site, and as he appeared clad in his gear, a collective astonishment enveloped the bystanders. What on earth are you doing? Lu Ping inquired, her eyes wide with disbelief. I thought I spotted something in the ground earlier, but after digging for a while, I couldn't find it. So, I decided to use my instrument, Chen Feng explained as he approached the spot where he had previously dug. Lu Ming, observing this, approached with a furrowed brow, questioning. Are you serious? Is there really gold in the ground, or are you jesting? I'm not sure. Just giving it a try, Chen Feng replied, donning his earpiece and beginning his meticulous search. Lu Ming rolled his eyes, suspecting that Chen Feng was merely avoiding work, using the device as an excuse. If gold truly lay beneath the surface, who would traverse such distances daily when they could simply unearth it in their own fields? The laborers paused. Their curiosity piqued as they turned their attention to Chen Feng. This was their first encounter with someone prospecting in real time. They had only heard tales of such endeavors before, making this a novel experience for them. Could there genuinely be gold in this soil? One person murmured, perplexed. Who knows? Let us just watch, another chuckled softly. Lu Ming, observing Chen Feng's sweeping motions, couldn't help but scoff. What are you even searching for? Chen Feng ignored him, continuing his thorough scanning. Lu Ping had faith that her son would probe aimlessly. He must have seen something, much like the last time by the river. Just as uncertainty loomed, a sound emitted from the detector, resonating in the ears of all present. Oh! Everyone's eyes widened in astonishment, and Lu Ming gazed at Chen Feng in disbelief. How could this be? Has he truly found something? The notion that anyone could discover gold in their fields had been unheard of for years. There really is something. Xiao Feng, Lu Ping exclaimed, her voice brimming with excitement. I'm not certain yet. Let us see what it is, Chen Feng replied, crouching down to retrieve a small shovel from his waist. He and T brought a backpack, as he was unsure of what he might unearth. The moment he stirred the soil, the crowd surged closer, eager to witness the discovery. Lu Ming's expression was one of complex emotions, his lips pressed tightly together. After scooping a handful of earth and passing it over the detector, nothing registered. He carelessly discarded the soil and continued digging. As he progressed, someone quietly remarked, I think I might have seen something. What good is that? You need their luck, another laughed derisively. If the pursuit of gold were truly so effortless, then Chen Feng would not be the only one to have amassed several thousand in a single day. This much they comprehend. Is it merely scrap metal? Such items are invariably found in the earth. Some speculated quietly, cautious of being overheard by Chen Feng and his companions, as if uttering a curse upon him. Who can say? Yet, I suspect it is precisely these objects that allow one to stumble upon gold, akin to the heavens bestowing wealth upon us. Onlookers expressed their astonishment. After several shovelfuls, the detector suddenly emitted a sound. Oh! The crowd, regardless of their inexperience, understood that treasure lay within the shovel. Chapter 61. Is there really gold? In full view of the assembled crowd, Chen Feng meticulously unearthed the soil, and after removing a third of it, a somewhat dark yellow object emerged. Before Chen Feng could reach for it, someone beside him exclaimed, Wow! Gold has been found. It seems to be genuine. Hurry, pick it up and take a closer look. It appears quite substantial. Chen Feng grasped the small gold nugget, brushed off the dirt, and passed it over the detector. The device emitted a confirming sound, verifying its authenticity. Is this truly gold? I don't know. It's my first time witnessing it. Goodness, I've never seen wild gold before. This must be doghead gold. Lu Ping, upon seeing the object in Chen Feng's hand, exclaimed with delight, Fengzi, is this really gold? Chen Feng nodded affirmatively, confident in his findings, especially with the system validating his discovery. The crowd erupted in astonished exclamations upon hearing Chen Feng's confirmation. It is indeed gold. You have struck it rich. How much could this be worth? Surely several thousand? My heavens! To find gold while working the land, how can this be justified? Fengzi, just how much is this worth? Chen Feng weighed the nugget in his hand, smiling as he replied, approximately 1 to 2,000. This type of doghead gold needs to be melted down at a gold shop, with a loss of about 1/3, so it isn't as valuable as you might think. The crowd sighed in response, with one person incredulously exclaiming, and it's not worth much? 1 to 2,000, goodness. Indeed, what more could you ask for? That is quite substantial. If I could find even 1 or 200 worth of gold, I would be overjoyed. Lu Ming, observing quietly, felt a tumult of emotions. Ever since the detector had signaled, he had remained silent. Previously, he had derided Chen Feng for using the device, insisting there was no gold in the ground. Yet, to his astonishment, gold had indeed been discovered, and Chen Feng had found it. One nugget alone was worth 1 to 2,000, equivalent to his son's salary for over half a month. In comparison, his son's wage seemed insignificant next to this gold. Although Chen Feng had faced setbacks yesterday, today he had recouped his losses. While the others continued to marvel at the nugget, Lu Ming took up his hoe and quietly resumed his work. He found himself at a loss regarding how to confront Chen Feng and his elder sister. The reality of being humiliated struck him with such swiftness that it left him feeling utterly awkward. He wished he could simply dig a hole and bury himself. Chen Feng, having securely tucked the gold into his pocket, addressed his mother while holding the detector. Mom, you all continue working. I shall venture elsewhere to see if there are any more treasures to uncover. His words were primarily intended for the ears of those around them. As the hired hands were paid 50 a day, It was futile to boast about not working while money was being squandered. Moreover, he genuinely wished to explore other areas. For where there was one nugget, there could very well be another. All right, off you go. This task doesn't require your assistance, Lu Ping replied. Her smile so broad it seemed it could not be contained. Who could have imagined that gold would be found in their own fields? It was nothing short of a miracle. Upon hearing Chun Feng's declaration, the others instinctively picked up their hoes and dispersed to resume their labor. After all, they were not foolish. They understood the implications of Chun Feng's words. Having idled for half the day was quite generous as it was. With the detector in hand, Chun Feng pretended to scan the area, but in truth, he was merely walking forward, awaiting a response from the system. He continued to circle the field, and it could be said that he was the busiest among the gathered crowd. Regrettably, after 2 hours of wandering, the system remained silent. By noon, Lu Ping waved her hand and announced, "I'm heading home to prepare lunch. I'll call you once it's ready." The others nodded in agreement. Having worked all morning, their hunger becoming evident. This was the usual practice in the village. Workers were provided with lunch, but were on their own for dinner. Chun Feng, feeling somewhat fatigued from the walking, decided to return home to assist his mother with the meal, as preparing food for over 10 people was no small task. Before leaving, he approached his uncle and said, "Uncle, why don't you take a break at home?" Lu Ming, who was there to lend a hand, felt that as family, there should be no expectation of payment, so Chun Feng thought it best to let him rest. "No need. Fengzi, you go home and help your mother. I'll stay and work a little longer," Lu Ming quickly replied, eager to avoid being alone with Chun Feng, as that thought alone was awkward enough. "All right, I'll call you when the meal is ready." Chun Feng lit a cigarette, offering one to his uncle. Lu Ming took a puff and nodded, signaling him to return home. Chun Feng put away the cigarette and made his way back, soon arriving home just behind Lu Ping. "I'll prepare the rice. You head to the market and buy some dried tofu and cucumbers. We can make a cold dish. And I'll stew some potatoes and green beans with a bit of meat. That should suffice," Lu Ping planned. "Understood." Chun Feng unloaded his gear, took a sip of water, and set off for the market, opting to spend cash instead of using WeChat since carrying cash was becoming cumbersome. Before leaving, he carefully placed the piece of gold into a small bottle and set it aside in the room, ensuring it wouldn't accidentally fall out of his pocket. He soon arrived at Old Zhang's house, where a small grocery store was located. Upon entering, he spotted Old Zhang sitting at a small bar, surrounded by an array of vegetables. As Fengzi arrived, Lao Zhang greeted him with a smile, remarking, "Isn't it usually your mother who comes? She's at home preparing the meal. I've come to buy some vegetables," Chun Feng replied, scanning the surroundings for cucumbers. "Go ahead, choose as you like." Lao Zhang waved his hand. "I'll take 10 pieces of dried tofu and 4 bags of cold noodles," Chun Feng said, spotting the cucumbers and moving towards them. "Buying so much, are there guests at your home?" Lao Zhang inquired curiously. "My uncle has sent someone to plow our fields," Chun Feng answered. "Oh, that explains the quantity you're purchasing. It's quite a coincidence that everyone seems to be plowing today. If you had arrived a bit later, the dried tofu would have been sold out." Lao Zhang chuckled as he counted out 10 pieces of dried tofu. "Who knows?" Chun Feng laughed as he approached. After weighing all the items, Lao Zhang calculated, "That will be 13 in total." He then handed Chun Feng a bunch of cilantro as a gesture of goodwill. "All right," Chun Feng said, taking out the money to pay Lao Zhang before heading home with the vegetables. "Shall I help you chop?" Chun Feng asked, washing his hands and preparing to slice the dried tofu into strips. "Just leave it for me to mix," Lu Ping replied, concerned that Chun Feng might not cut it properly or add the right seasonings. "By the way, your uncle thought you were going to run away. He gave me quite a lecture just now," Lu Ping said while sorting the vegetables, smiling. "Now I understand why he was so quiet earlier," Chun Feng chuckled softly. Chapter 62. The Great Gold Rush in the Village Indeed. "He thought you hadn't changed," Lu Ping laughed. "I told him to take a break, but he wouldn't listen. I struck gold, and it seems to have ignited his ambition," Chun Feng joked. He probably felt embarrassed. "But it's truly astonishing to think there could be gold in the fields. If this were to be shared, I doubt anyone would believe it," Lu Ping mused. "Hey, why not explore again in the afternoon and see if there's anything left in our fields?" Lu Ping suggested, looking up with anticipation. "Certainly, I'll check again. But I'm not overly optimistic," Chun Feng replied, pursing his lips, not harboring much hope. Half an hour later, the meal was ready, and Chun Feng called his uncle. "Uncle, the food is ready. Please come back to eat," Chun Feng said. On the other end of the line, his uncle responded, "All right, I understand." Before long, Lu Ming led a group of people back to Chun Feng's home. "Sister, Could you please get us a basin of water to wash our hands? Lu Ming asked, looking at his own hands. Of course, Lu Ping replied as she reached for a bowl. Chen Feng filled a basin with water for them. Since the dining table at Chen Feng's home could not accommodate so many guests, they brought out the family's traditional Kong table, setting up another table on the Kong. In less than half an hour, everyone had finished their meal. After enjoying a cigarette and resting for a moment, they resumed their work in the fields. And Chen Feng joined them with his tools. By afternoon, Chen Feng had nearly scoured his entire field, but found nothing else. He shook his head, realizing that this venture was truly a stroke of luck. Unlike abandoned mines, discovering gold was merely a matter of time. Upon returning home in the evening, Lu Ping settled their wages. Lu Ming hesitated to leave directly, but at Lu Ping's insistence, he stayed for dinner. After all, she had assisted them throughout the day without charge and had even helped find someone for them. It would be impolite not to share a meal. That evening, Lu Ping prepared 2 additional dishes, and Chen Feng opened the remaining can of peaches. Having forgotten to express his gratitude to the system last time, this was his chance to make amends. Enough, sister, this is sufficient, Lu Ming remarked, observing Lu Ping still bustling about. It's ready, let us eat, Lu Ping announced, bringing over the final dish. Fengzi, you can only sell that gold in the county, right? Is it easy to sell? Lu Ming inquired. It sells well. There are plenty of gold shops in the county, Chen Feng replied, picking up a piece of canned peach. Good, as long as it sells, Lu Ming nodded, bowing his head to eat. Eat your fill. Don't pretend you're not hungry, Lu Ping admonished, noticing his distracted demeanor. Me? Pretend? Impossible. Lu Ming smiled, returning his focus to the table, taking a bite of vegetables. After finishing the meal, Lu Ming didn't linger long. After some conversation, he prepared to leave. Why the rush? Take a moment to rest, Lu Ping urged, standing up. I must return, sister. There's work waiting at home. Lu Ming shook his head. He hesitated momentarily, contemplating borrowing Chen Feng's detector to check for treasures in his field, yet ultimately refrained from asking. After all, Chen Feng mentioned he might not go panning for gold tomorrow. If he did, Lu Ming wouldn't be able to borrow it. He resolved to wait until he was certain Chen Feng wouldn't be going out. Take care on your way, and call me when you start plowing. Lu Ping bid him farewell. Certainly, I'll call when it's time. Lu Ming nodded and exited the house. Chen Feng opened the refrigerator, intending to enjoy a popsicle. But upon retrieving it, he noticed something was amiss. What the heck? Why is this popsicle so soft? Is it melting? He exclaimed, tearing open the package, only to discover it had melted beyond recovery, the stick slipping out effortlessly. How could this happen? Lu Ping approached, perplexed. Initially, Chen Feng thought the refrigerator wasn't set to a low enough temperature, but upon inspection, it was already at maximum cooling. This refrigerator had been purchased when Lu Ping got married. After some deliberation, Chen Feng declared, "This is bad. The refrigerator is broken." "Surely not. Is there something wrong?" Lu Ping, unwilling to accept this, continued to attempt repairs. After all, a malfunctioning appliance meant expenses, whether for repairs or replacement. Both would be significant financial burdens. What should we do? Should we call someone to fix it tomorrow? Lu Ping lamented, gazing at the refrigerator with a pained expression. Repair it? This refrigerator is older than I am. It's not worth fixing. We should just buy a new one, Chen Feng suggested, consuming the melted ice cream with a stick. How much would a new refrigerator cost? Lu Ping frowned, clearly distressed by the thought. I remember someone recently bought one for about 700 or 800 yuan. But these appliances are just like phones. There are various grades depending on how much you wish to spend, Chen Feng replied. Just buy something decent. It will suffice. Lu Ping sighed. Let's have some popsicles first. They will probably melt soon. Chen Feng took all the popsicles out of the fridge, estimating there were about 5 or 6. He couldn't consume them all by himself, so he shared with his mother. The two sat at the table enjoying the ice cream when Chen Feng pondered aloud. No, we should buy a better one. Let's go for quality this time. Otherwise, if we settle for something around 1,000 or 800, we may regret it later, especially when we need it for a new house. Selling it then would just mean losing money. He added, I'll check with Dongzi. I can order one online. Upon hearing this, Lu Ping interjected, is it reliable to buy online? Absolutely. Dongzi delivers right to the door, even in the countryside. Plus, online options can be better than physical stores. The latter can be quite tricky, and I don't have a good grasp of it, Chen Feng replied, pulling out his phone to browse. After some deliberation, he settled on a 3-door refrigerator. This one is excellent, a reputable brand, and it costs over 4,000. He showed the phone to his mother. Over 4,000. That's rather expensive. Lu Ping reacted, taken aback by the price. It's reasonable, if we're going to buy. We might as well get a decent one to avoid the hassle of replacing it later. This one should last us, Chen Feng insisted. What if we wait until you build a new house and buy a better one then? For now, why not get a second-hand one? Lu Ping suggested. That's not worth it. A second-hand one still costs a few hundred, and when we sell it later, we only get dozens back. It's a guaranteed loss. Chen Feng stated firmly. Let us go with this one. Wait for me tomorrow. I'll find a refrigerator for you. Seeing Chen Feng's determination, Lu Ping nodded. All right. I'll trust your judgment. If you can indeed find a refrigerator tomorrow, then let us indulge a bit. Chen Feng chuckled. The refrigerator costs over 4,000. But I sold a piece of gold today. After accounting for that, I just need 3,000 more. Earning 3,000 in a day is not that hard. Lu Ping rolled her eyes. Don't get ahead of yourself. I'll be waiting to see how you handle it tomorrow if you end up making empty boasts. Not a chance. By the day after tomorrow, you'll be using the new refrigerator. Just wait and see, Chen Feng asserted confidently. Chapter 63. Buying a refrigerator. Just a day's worth of gold with that. Chen Feng took a melted popsicle and stepped outside, intending to find Zheng Ping and inquire about any gold prospecting plans for tomorrow. Arriving at Zheng Ping's house, he pushed the door open and noticed Mao Min tending to some flower pots on the ground, but Zheng Ping was nowhere in sight. Sister-in-law, where's brother Zheng? I need to discuss something with him, Chen Feng called out, craning his neck to look around. Fengzi, your brother Zheng has gone to the fields. Should I call him back? Mao Min replied as she straightened up upon seeing Chen Feng. To the fields? What is he doing out there at night? It's too dark to see anything, Chen Feng replied, puzzled. Well, I heard you found gold in the field, so everyone couldn't sit still. They all grabbed their detectors and rushed out, hoping for a stroke of luck, Mao Min explained with a resigned smile. Ah, you all know about it, Chen Feng said, surprised. The laborers are all from the neighboring village, and Chen Feng never anticipated that news could travel back in such a short span of time. Goodness, your intelligence network is quite astounding. Hey, we knew it before dark. Come in and sit down. I'll send him a WeChat message to come back, said Mao Min as she picked up her phone. Upon hearing this, Chen Feng finally entered the house, primarily, if Zheng Ping was not preparing to return. He intended to leave without entering. During the day, it was fine, but at night, it felt somewhat inappropriate for Mao Min to be home alone. After sending the WeChat message, she raised her gaze towards Chen Feng, her eyes filled with disbelief, and asked, Did you really find gold while plowing the fields? To be honest, Mao Min was initially skeptical upon hearing the news. It seemed too far-fetched. Every year, people plow, yet no one has ever heard of anyone finding gold. It was utterly ridiculous. However, after hearing so many people speak about it with conviction, she began to believe it was true. It was primarily because the fortunate finder of gold was Chen Feng that she was willing to accept it. Had it been someone else, she would have dismissed it entirely. Now, it appeared that no matter where Chen Feng found gold, they instinctively felt it was rather normal. For others, it would be impossible. For Chen Feng, it was plausible. I think I saw gold while plowing, but I wasn't sure. After a long time without success, I went home to get the detector, and that's when I found it. I never anticipated it would indeed be a piece of gold, Chen Feng chuckled. You truly have a stroke of fortune. Finding gold while plowing. I've been plowing for over a decade, and all I find are scraps, Mao Min remarked with a laugh. It's not the right time yet. When the time comes, you'll find something too, Chen Feng replied with a smile. How long has Zheng been gone? Chen Feng inquired. It's been over an hour. You wouldn't believe it. Once these folks learned you found gold, they went into a frenzy, each rushing home with their detectors. They fear that someone else might unearth the gold from their fields. I heard a few who were about to eat even dropped their chopsticks and left immediately upon hearing the news, Mao Min said, chuckling at the absurdity of it all. Is it really that outrageous? Chen Feng couldn't help but laugh at Mao Min's words. He hadn't expected that his discovery of gold would stir such a commotion. It reminded him of the last time he panned for gold in the river, which had also inspired a group to join him by the riverside. This time, they were braving the darkness to search for gold in the fields, undeterred by the pitch-black surroundings. Unlike the city, the countryside lacked streetlights and various illuminations at night. It was truly dark, where one couldn't see their hand in front of their face. Not only outrageous, but exceedingly so. Some greedy old men and women, without detectors, ventured into their fields, hoping for a stroke of luck to find gold. It's quite amusing to think about, Mao Min said, shaking her head and laughing. So, did anyone actually find something? Chen Feng asked with curiosity. Indeed, there was a small silver nugget, seemingly worth a mere 10 or so yuan. Yet it brought immense joy to that individual. One can only surmise that with this piece of silver as motivation, they would be unable to return home for sleep tonight. Compelled to dig throughout the night, stated Mao Min with a shrug. Truly, there is treasure. Our efforts were not in vain, Chen Feng remarked, somewhat astonished. Consider this. How many people ventured out, and after such prolonged searching, only managed to uncover a single silver nugget? It is still quite a bountiful yield, Mao Min retorted, rolling her eyes. Certainly better than our previous expedition to the river, where collectively, this group found not a single treasure, and several detection devices were rendered useless. Chen Feng chuckled at the memory. Indeed, though it was a bit exhausting this time, at least our equipment remained intact. However, we owe you a debt of gratitude. Had you not alerted your brother Zhang, he would have spent the night waiting in the river, Mao Min concurred wholeheartedly. You're too kind, sister-in-law. It is merely that Zhang is willing to heed my advice. If I were to suggest it to others, they'd think I was attempting to thwart their endeavors. Chen Feng replied, discarding his finished ice pop into a trash bin. After sitting for about 10 minutes, Zhang Ping entered, immediately exhaling a sigh. Chen Feng, without needing to inquire, already knew he had found nothing. Well, did you uncover any treasure? Mao Min inquired upon his return. Don't even mention it. I didn't spot a single iron fragment. The darkness was utterly disheartening, and your WeChat message startled me, Zhang Ping replied, exasperated. Old son was luckier, finding a silver nugget, and he couldn't contain his glee. Boasting about it, he continued. Now he is worried about leaving home for sleep. Fearing that someone might quietly scour his land, his entire family is mobilized, vowing to leave no stone unturned. Zhang Ping remarked with a laugh as he set down the detection device. Well, more hands make for less fear, Chen Feng grinned. Indeed, no more trepidation. What brings you here, Feng? Zhang Ping asked as he sat down, pulling out a cigarette and offering one to Chen Feng. I was just thinking you hadn't been out prospecting for several days. I wondered if you plan to go tomorrow, Chen Feng said as he accepted the cigarette. I was contemplating contacting some people this evening, but I didn't expect you to come directly. It's highly probable that we will go, as we have finished exploring several sites, and lingering here serves little purpose. After a few days without searching, our hands are itching to dig. Tomorrow, Huang Fei should have a bit more free time. I'll reach out to him shortly. Zhang Ping inhaled deeply as he spoke. All right. Let me know once you've made contact, Chen Feng replied. Of course I will. By the way, Feng, how large was the gold piece you found this morning? I heard it was as big as a stone. Zhang Ping asked, somewhat incredulous. Not at all. Don't listen to their exaggerations. It's about the same size as the one I found in the river last time. If it were as large as a stone, it would fetch quite a price. Chen Feng laughed softly. That is still quite substantial. I recall the piece you found in the river sold for over 1,000, Zhang Ping remarked. His expression one of admiration for Chen Feng's good fortune. It was merely a stroke of luck. I shall take my leave now. You rest well. Don't forget to inform me of the situation tomorrow, Chen Feng said as he rose to his feet. All right, why the rush to head home? Stay a while longer. Zhang Ping replied, also standing up. No, I need to tidy up at home, and then go buy some food. Chen Feng waved his hand and stepped out the door. Once outside, he headed straight to Lu Dehai's residence, as it seemed highly probable that they were scheduled to prospect for gold the following day. It was prudent to prepare some provisions first. As soon as Chen Feng entered Lu Dehai's home, several pairs of eyes turned towards the door, and upon recognizing Chen Feng, they eagerly inquired, Fengzi, did you really strike gold in the fields? What is the story? Indeed, we heard it from folks in other villages. Is it true? The crowd asked, their gazes fixed on Chen Feng. Leaning against the bar, Chen Feng replied, it's true, just a small nugget of gold. Your sources are impressively well informed. Upon hearing Chen Feng's admission, the crowd gasped in astonishment. Such an unbelievable occurrence had transpired with Chen Feng. With a gold find like that, surely you must bring back something valuable? Lu Dehai jested. What valuable goods do you have? It's been years since you've offered anything different. Chen Feng rolled his eyes. Just grabbed 2 boxes of white pagoda, he said, glancing at the counter, feeling somewhat perplexed. He was utterly weary of the daily fare of bread and ham sausage. The issue was that there wasn't much else worth taking. What else shall I get? Are you really going to prospect for gold tomorrow? Lu Dehai inquired. Well, it's quite likely, considering Zheng Gu and the others are free now. Chen Feng nodded in response. Then let us get some bread and milk, and a few more sausages, Lu Dehai suggested in his usual manner. Is there nothing else? I'm on the verge of gagging from all this bread, Chen Feng admitted, feeling nauseated at the mere mention of it. Then how about some biscuits? Lu Dehai pondered while eyeing the shelves. Let us stick with bread and ham sausage. Biscuits are even worse, Chen Feng conceded, shaking his head in resignation. His aversion to bringing vegetables stemmed from his dislike of cold meals. If he could heat them at noon, it would be acceptable. However, in the wilderness, there was no place to warm food, so he opted against it. This new bread with meat floss just came in. It might offer a change of flavor. Lu Dehai remarked as he picked it up. Fine, Chen Feng agreed, nodding. A change in taste was certainly preferable to monotony. By the way, Fengzi, I don't have a metal detector. Why don't you come to my field and see if anything's buried there? If we find something valuable, we can split it 50-50. Lu Dehai suggested, his tone betraying a hint of temptation. Forget it, your field is vast. I'd need 5 or 6 days just to search it, and even then, I might not find anything. I'd rather go to the abandoned mine. It's more reliable. Chen Feng dismissed Lu Dehai's proposal. Come on, let us negotiate. How about I treat you to lunch? Lu Dehai persisted, unwilling to give up. I'm not interested. How about you hire me instead? 300 a day. Chen Feng countered with a new proposition. Upon hearing this, Lu Dehai fell silent, incredulous at the suggestion. 300 a day? What kind of joke is that? How many counterfeit goods would I need to sell to recoup that cost? Is it truly so simple to sell counterfeit goods? How much in total? Chen Feng inquired as he pulled out his money. 100, Lu Dehai replied curtly, seeking to tease Chen Feng. What? I'm buying something for just 100? Speak to me properly, or I shall take my leave. Chen Feng feigned a departure while holding the items, prompting Lu Dehai to hastily detain him. Hey, brother. You are my brother. It's only 30 in total, Lu Dehai conceded. That's more reasonable. Chen Feng handed over 30 yuan to Lu Dehai and exited the premises with his belongings. Once he departed, someone inside expressed skepticism. Do you think this could be true? It sounds rather fantastical to me. Could it be that Chen Feng, fearing our ridicule, intentionally buried gold in the ground? Others in the room nodded in agreement. Suggesting the possibility seemed plausible. Discovering gold in the soil appeared too surreal. We've been farming in this village for decades, and never have we heard of anyone finding gold in the ground. Is Chen Feng truly so fortunate? Yet, some held a contrary view. Surely this matter cannot be a mere ruse. It's said that many witnessed him unearth it. Could that possibly be fabricated? Is everyone blind? Perhaps Chen Feng simply squandered his luck yesterday, saving it all for today. Certain individuals harbor a disdain for the success of others and would rather believe Chen Feng is fabricating a spectacle than accept that he struck gold. Little do they know that should Chen Feng overhear their musings, he would regard them with utter disdain. He is eager for others to remain oblivious to his newfound wealth. He wouldn't concoct a deception to amplify his reputation. The mere revelation of gold from the earth would astound them. But if he were to disclose that he actually earned nearly 5,000 yesterday, they would be utterly flabbergasted. I fear they might be so envious they wouldn't sleep a wink that night. Meanwhile, Song Hui returned from the field, weary and breathless, clutching a detection device. He threw the instrument onto the ground in frustration, cursing loudly. What nonsense! There's no gold in this land. What a farce! I stepped in mud for hours and found nothing. I believe Chen Feng is intentionally toying with us by spreading such rumors. Hearing the commotion, his father emerged from the house, frowning in response. What is going on now? What are you complaining about? What am I complaining about? You insisted I check our land for gold, yet after stumbling around for hours, I found nothing. What about your method of attracting wealth? If you truly had any luck, why did I find nothing while Chen Feng struck gold today? Song Hui retorted impatiently at his father. His father, puzzled by the situation, responded, that shouldn't be. My teachings were authentic, and success is certain. Otherwise, how could Chen Feng have had such luck yesterday? By rights, you should have discovered something today. As his father continued to ponder where his mystical understanding had faltered, Song Hui waved his hand dismissively, exuding impatience. Let us put an end to this nonsense. I should never have trusted you. You spend your days poring over those worthless tomes, and just the other day, you delved into the art of phasing through walls. What do you intend to do? Infiltrate Widow Li's abode. I shudder to think of you getting stuck halfway. I would have to excavate the wall to rescue you. If you are enamored with her, then pursue her directly instead of wasting time on these futile endeavors. You neglect the fields, failing to tend to the weeds, while dreaming of communicating with spirits to deter pests from feasting upon your crops, opting instead for the misfortune of your neighbors. How extraordinarily ambitious you are, aspiring to ascend to the heavens? Chapter 65. I shall smite you, you wretched brat. Upon hearing Song Hui's words, his father seethed with fury, perhaps struck by a truth too close to the heart. Do not speak such nonsense. My relationship with Widow Li is innocent. We share a bond of pure friendship. Should you utter another word of slander, I shall strike you down. As he spoke, Song Hui's father reached for an object to unleash upon him. Seeing this, Song Hui hastily evaded, retorting with disdain, Indeed, your connection with Widow Li is pristine, unlike the entanglements with other elderly men. What do you think they seek? You shall gain nothing from it. The last time you visited, you ran into old Zhang and old Wang. How awkward it must have been for the three of you. Why not gather together and play mahjong with Widow Li? Since you are already there, why not make the most of it? And upon your return, you crafted 2 voodoo dolls, inscribing the names of old Zhang and old Wang. If your little charms truly worked, half the elderly men in the village would perish. The few old men here are hardly enough for Widow Li to attend to, and yet you still hold her in such esteem. Your heart is quite audacious. You would be better off crafting a voodoo doll for Widow Li herself, sparing the rest of us from your feeble pursuits. One widow is hardly enough to satisfy all your desires. Curse you. Song Hui's father hurled his cloth shoe, but Song Hui deftly dodged and fled to his room, locking the door behind him. Open this door. Let us see whether I shall not smite you. You wretched brat, you are driving me to madness. Song Hui's father grasped the doorknob, furious and intent on entering. Yet, Song Hui stubbornly refused to open the door, leaving his father to vent his ire outside. Simmering in solitude, in the home of old Wang, his wife sat on the heated bed, wrinkling her nose at the unbearable odor of the new glass adhesive permeating the air. Can you not devise a solution? This stench is intolerable. My nasal inflammation is flaring up. Old Wang, having just returned from stoking the fire, rolled his eyes at her complaint. What can I do? The new adhesive is simply reeking. If you have a remedy, by all means, implement it. Curse you. What good are you if you cannot remedy anything? She retorted sharply. It's all Chen Feng's fault. He had to smash my window. If I suffer any ill effects, he shall be responsible for my losses. Old Wang remained silent, undressing to prepare for sleep. How can that individual be so fortunate? The heavens seem blind, allowing him to unearth gold from the earth. Old Wang's wife lamented, her frustration palpable. Has not the heavens bestowed upon you a new window? Old Wang quipped, a rare moment of humor gracing his demeanor. Curse the heavens. Did they truly grant that? I traded my face for it, and now my visage is still swollen. Such folly. Upon hearing the news, old Wang's wife was instantly filled with rage, and she vented her frustration by delivering a few sharp kicks to him. Why don't you make another sacrifice? I wish to change our residence, she declared. Old Wang chuckled softly in response. Why not just swap me out for another wife instead of changing the house? Enraged, his wife seized a pillow and began to swing it at old Wang, who, in a bid to escape, covered his head and retreated. After a sufficient bout of chaos, old Wang turned off the lights and settled down for sleep. Before drifting off, he rummaged through the cabinet for a mask to wear, as the unpleasant odor was intolerable, particularly with the windows closed, causing the air to become stagnant. What is this? Yesterday I wore a hat to bed, and today a mask? Old Wang sighed. Meanwhile, Zheng Ping, having finished some communication, sent a WeChat message to Chen Feng. Fengzi, we set off at 6 o'clock sharp tomorrow. It's all arranged. Chen Feng replied. What is going on? Are we going to pan for gold tomorrow? Lu Ping, observing the exchange, inquired. Typically, Chen Feng skipped breakfast, so Lu Ping would just prepare a light snack in the morning. However, if Chen Feng was indeed going to pan for gold, Lu Ping would need to rise early to prepare a proper breakfast for him. Yes, it's confirmed. We'll leave at 6, Chen Feng nodded. All right, I understand. My eldest son, you say you eat bread every day, but that's not healthy. Why don't you take some rice with you? Lu Ping expressed her concern. By the time noon rolls around, the rice would be cold, and there's no way to heat it. I'll just eat bread for now and figure out a way to heat my meals later, Chen Feng replied with a slight breath. Fine, we'll discuss it later. Lu Ping conceded, aware that cold rice becomes hard and unappetizing. When Lu Ming returned home, he busied himself organizing items in the warehouse. Upon entering the house, Yali emerged anxiously and asked, what is going on? I've heard the village is buzzing with rumors that Chen Feng has unearthed gold in the fields. Is it true? She had been hearing this tale circulating in the village, and despite messaging Lu Ming, he had not replied. Her curiosity could no longer be contained. So as soon as she saw him, she rushed to inquire. Lu Ming took a deep breath, removed his shoes, and replied, yes, he found a piece of gold, worth over 1,000. Upon receiving this confirmation, Yao Li's face transformed with astonishment, disbelief etched across her features. Is it really worth that much? Are you certain it's gold? How could he be so fortunate? Lu Ming shrugged. Well, some people just have good luck, but let us not dwell on it. He was reluctant to discuss the matter further. Fengzi ran home halfway through digging. I thought he was just avoiding work like before. I was scolding him when my sister insisted that Chen Feng had changed, Lu Ming recounted. I didn't believe it at first, but shortly after, he returned with a detector, claiming he'd seen gold and wanted a pan for it. I thought he was joking. How could there be gold in the ground? Yet, to our astonishment, after a couple of digs, he actually unearthed a piece of gold. My heavens, I was utterly mortified at that moment, my face burning with embarrassment. Li Ming sat at the table, regret washing over him as he lit a cigarette. Did my sister say anything to you? Yao Li inquired, recalling the awkwardness of the situation. No, you shouldn't feel embarrassed. Who could have anticipated that Chen Feng would possess such extraordinary luck? You have no idea. We were all left astonished. Who has witnessed such a spectacle? Li Ming ignited a cigarette and took a deep drag. I was even boasting to my sister, saying that Chaoyang received a pay raise and is now performing admirably. It's stable, far superior to doing anything else. Yet Chen Feng unearthed a nugget of gold worth over 1,000. In comparison, what does Chaoyang's raise amount to? Even my sister began to lecture me, insisting that Chaoyang should work diligently and purchase a house in the county. Reflecting on it, it's truly embarrassing. It seems Chen Feng earns in a month what Chaoyang might not earn in several years, sighed Lu Ming. At their age, there is little left to compare among themselves. The only measure is their children. Although they are relatives, who does not desire their child to succeed, to bask in the reflected glory? No one wishes to be outshone. Oh, Chen Feng cannot strike gold every day. Why be so upset? Chaoyang's job is quite stable, consoled Yao Li. Indeed, it is stable. A consistent 2,001 each month. Not a penny more, Lu Ming scoffed. Chapter 66. The enthusiastic crowd. The following morning, Chen Feng awoke at dawn. As the days were becoming brighter earlier, he recalled that at this hour previously, it was still pitch dark. Now, the light gradually illuminated the surroundings. Mom, what is for breakfast? Chen Feng emerged, yawning. I'm steaming some egg cakes for you. There aren't many dishes this morning, Lu Ping replied, whisking eggs with chopsticks. All right, Chen Feng nodded and proceeded to brush his teeth and wash his face. After they finished their meal, Zheng Ping arrived at Chen Feng's home to call him. Let us go, Fengzi. Zheng Ping hadn't visited the abandoned mine for several days, having been occupied with Chen Feng's gold prospecting. He felt a thrill at today's expedition. Chen Feng grabbed his belongings and hopped into the car, finding a seat, only to notice that today seemed to have fewer participants than yesterday. Is anyone absent today? Chen Feng inquired curiously, glancing around. Haha, the missing one is old Sun. That fellow was mining until dawn in his field yesterday. Not to mention him, his wife and child couldn't last through the night. His father even fell asleep right there in the field, truly a sight to behold. He's at home catching up on sleep today, unable to join us. Upon mentioning this, laughter erupted. It was simply too amusing. The rest of the group had also mined until late the previous night and were too tired to rise today. They had initially planned to mine for gold, yet in the morning, sleepiness prevented them from even answering their phones, declaring they would not be coming. Others chimed in with similar sentiments, their faces alight with mirth. Chen Feng merely shrugged at this. It was of no concern to him. They chose to mine after all. However, in comparison, Old Sun at least had something to show for his efforts, while the others had nothing to show for their sleepless night. Don't mention them. I'm exhausted as well. Yesterday, I toiled all day and had to shuttle several families, then spent another 2 hours at the field. If it weren't for our plans to mine today, I would have slept until noon. Huang Fei yawned in front. As we trudged along, one of us cautioned, don't fall asleep or scare us. It's curious, Huang Fei remarked. If no one is digging, then none are. But if one starts, they all follow suit. Watching others dig makes one anxious as well. Chen Feng, leaning back in his seat, intended to rest, but their incessant chatter made him feel drowsy. When he next opened his eyes, they had arrived at their destination. Here I come, gold, someone exclaimed, eagerly disembarking with equipment in hand. The group alighted, quickly selecting a spot to begin their search, and Chen Feng stepped down, ready to find an appealing direction. However, after merely a few strides, He stumbled upon a hole that had clearly been excavated. Furrowing his brow, he approached to inspect it and confirmed it was the work of other prospectors. Unlike the previous site, this pit offered no promise of salvage. It was entirely barren. Changing his course, he walked a few more steps, and after 7 or 8 minutes, he spotted another pit. What on earth? Chen Feng crouched beside it, noting it felt freshly dug rather than an old remnant. He returned to his companions, only to find they had also detected the same issue. This one do. It seems this area has been thoroughly explored, someone lamented. Damn it. This must be the work of the nearby villages. We need to relocate. If they've already dug here, what can we hope to find? The group gathered, expressing their concerns, and Huang Fei acknowledged the situation. This spot is unviable. We must venture deeper, he instructed, urging everyone back into the vehicle. Soon enough, Huang Fei drove them to a different location, even passing a few individuals engaged in gold prospecting along the way. They continued onward, craning their necks to survey the surroundings, only stopping when they confirmed there were no signs of prior digging. This seems promising. Let us settle here, someone remarked. Recently, the number of prospectors has surged. Who knows why they've all taken to this trade? Perhaps they've heard of Fengzi's fortune and want to try their luck, another speculated. Chen Feng chose to remain noncommittal, though it was undeniable that the news of his substantial earnings had indeed inspired many to consider gold mining. They believed themselves destined for success. If Chen Feng could achieve it, so could they. Moreover, the number of prospectors was steadily increasing, and the onlookers seemed to multiply as well. The area appeared pristine, devoid of any excavated signs, so they decided to proceed. After confirming their choice, they exited the vehicle. Chen Feng, equipped with his detection device, similarly disembarked and ventured toward a seemingly favorable direction. Today's fortune seemed promising. Within mere minutes of walking, his system chimed with an alert. Ding! Within a radius of 3 meters, precious metals are present. Chen Feng visually marked the area and commenced a thorough search. Having engaged in this activity extensively, Chen Feng had previously needed to traverse the area in concentric circles to ascertain a radius of 3 meters. Now, however, he could simply scan his surroundings with his eyes to determine the location, no longer requiring the previous method of moving about like a dancer in a folk performance. Upon hearing a sound, Chen Feng halted his steps, retrieving his shovel and placing the detector on the ground. He scooped a shovelful of earth and placed it on the detector for a brief moment. There was no response, so he proceeded to take another scoop. On the third attempt, the detector emitted a sound. With the recent dry weather, the ground was nearly parched, allowing him to gently shake the soil rather than scrape it away. Each gentle shake was followed by a check with the detector. After removing half a shovel of dirt, he noticed the detector continued to beep. Chen Feng began to sift through the shovel's contents, soon revealing a silver nugget worth approximately 30 yuan. With 130 such pieces, he could exchange them for a refrigerator. Chen Feng placed the silver nugget in a bottle, smiling to himself. After tidying up, he continued forward, spotting a small mound in the distance and deciding to investigate further. After 7 or 8 minutes, the detector sounded again, eliciting a smile from Chen Feng. It seemed this direction was indeed promising, abundant with finds. As he scanned left and right with the detector, it beeped once more. He crouched down and began to clear the surface stones aside, revealing the sandy soil beneath, and commenced digging. His first attempt was thwarted by a dry grass root, which he had to pry out with his shovel. To his surprise, the root measured about half a meter. As he yanked it free, dust swirled around him, forcing him to turn his head aside. With a final strong tug, the entire root came out, which he discarded aside. It appeared the grass had withered and been buried by the wind and sand. Chapter 67. This hole is truly impassable. Spitting out some sand that had settled in his mouth, Chen Feng dug forcefully with his shovel. After turning over some soil, without discovering anything, he discarded the dirt and took another scoop. He continued this laborious process, digging over a dozen shovels of earth. As he worked, his excitement grew, prompting him to change positions and persist. The deeper he dug, the larger the find seemed to be, as he recalled. Surely, he thought, a refrigerator door must be buried here. He quickened his pace, excavating a pit that finally triggered the detector once more. Upon hearing the sound, Chen Feng raised an eyebrow, a smile gracing his face as he began to sift through the dirt. He hoped for a substantial find. Perhaps 2 refrigerator doors or even a compressor would suffice. After several shakes, the detector continued to beep, filling him with anticipation as he eagerly rummaged through the shovel's contents. However, as soon as he spotted an object. His smile faltered. A small silver nugget lay quietly in the shovel, likely worth no more than 10 yuan. Chen Feng was utterly speechless. Was it not said that the deeper the treasure, the greater its value? Was this a jest? How could a mere 10 yuan silver nugget lie so deeply? Truly, the world was upside down. He placed the silver nugget into a bottle, yet Chen Feng, unwilling to surrender, continued to sift through the pit. Eventually, he sighed and stood up, gazing into the distance, lost in thought. He recalled a classic saying, "Life is like this. You never truly know what flavor the next piece of gold will bring," or something along those lines. Grasping the detector, Chen Feng pressed onward. His curiosity piqued by a nearby mound of earth, eager to take a closer look. He sensed that there might be something significant buried there. As he approached the mound, the system remained silent, and soon he found himself standing before it. Upon closer inspection, Chen Feng was struck by familiarity. This was yet another mine. However, he had previously approached it from the rear, which had obscured his recognition. Observing it from the front, he noted the structural similarities, but this time, the system did not emit any alerts. Naturally, Chen Feng dared not venture inside. He merely observed from the entrance. He casually picked up a twig and poked at the wooden supports at the entrance. To his astonishment, the wood began to crumble after just a few prods. Witnessing this, Chen Feng's eyes widened in shock as he retreated, unwilling to linger at the threshold. How could two similar mines present such a stark contrast? Confusion swept over him. Why was this one treated differently? Was the previous mine reserved for higher-ups, while this one was designated for workers? He tossed a stone into the mine, and the sound echoed back, suggesting its considerable depth. Rumor had it that it was several dozen meters deep. Of course, Chen Feng had never ventured inside. He had only heard tales. He clapped his hands together, picked up the detector, and decided to leave, unwilling to remain in such a perilous location. Even if he were told that countless refrigerator doors awaited him inside, he would not dare enter. Just a few steps away, the system chimed with a notification, prompting a grin from Chen Feng. He had sensed there was something here. Marking a mental boundary with his gaze, he began to scan with the detector. Perhaps due to the entrance's exposure, a fair amount of debris had accumulated here, and he found himself kicking aside litter as he probed. A gust of wind sent a plastic bag tumbling onto the detector, clinging stubbornly to its surface. Chen Feng shook it vigorously, yet it refused to budge. Much to his annoyance, he muttered to himself, contemplating erecting a sign declaring that anyone caught littering would have their hands severed. Squatting down, he tore the plastic bag from the detector and cast it aside, then stood and resumed his search. As he scanned the remaining third of the area, the detector suddenly beeped to life. Oh! Hearing the sound, Chen Feng crouched down, retrieved his small shovel, and laid the detector beside him. As he plunged the shovel into the ground, the metal detector emitted no response, prompting Chen Feng to continue with a second scoop. He harbored no illusions of unearthing a refrigerator door. He simply hoped to uncover more fragments, as accumulating enough would guarantee a satisfactory return by day's end. With each shovel full of earth, as he struck the ground, a gust of wind blew against him, causing the sand to swirl around him, coating him from head to toe. Cursing under his breath, he brushed the sand from his hair and changed his position to resume digging. After several shovels, the detector sprang to life, and as Chen Feng shook off the sand, he checked the device. After a few shakes, he witnessed a dark yellow object fall to the ground. His eyes widened in astonishment as he focused on the small, dark yellow piece lying before him. A smile began to creep across his face, and the earlier annoyance caused by the wind was instantly forgotten. He reached down to pick it up, a joyful expression illuminating his features. Look at this, isn't it something? This could very well be a refrigerator door, he mused, admiring the gold in his hand. Though this piece was smaller than the larger one he had unearthed earlier, he estimated its value to be around 800 or 900, certainly enough for a refrigerator door. Retrieving the bottle designated for his gold, he tossed the piece inside, conversing with it as if it were a companion. Your brother has come to find you. Don't forget to call upon more of your kin. I'll ensure your family is reunited. This statement was not mere banter. Once the gold was taken to the jewelry store and subjected to the torch, wouldn't it be a family reunion of sorts, all transformed into circular shapes? In less than an hour, he had already secured a refrigerator door. His luck was commendable. Chen Feng opted not to venture far, choosing instead to explore the vicinity of the mine. Convinced that more treasures awaited him, he began to traverse around the mine. walking in circles for approximately 20 minutes when the detector chimed once more. "Come forth, my treasure. Let us see what fragments await this time," he declared, pulling out his small shovel and squatting down. After a few digs, he uncovered a small silver nugget. Though this nugget was not insignificant, it was rather sizable. Twice the fragments of a refrigerator. "Excellent," Chen Feng exclaimed, tossing the silver nugget into the bottle with a grin. Meanwhile, Huang Fei had been searching for over 2 hours with no success. Standing still, he gazed at the sun overhead, taking a swig from his water bottle. To be honest, he was feeling somewhat fatigued from the search. Despite having found treasure previously, the relentless frustration of this line of work weighed heavily on him. While discovering treasures was exhilarating, the reality of often finding nothing prevailed. After several hours of fruitless searching, it was a test of endurance. Huang Fei took a deep breath, reflecting on the previous day's fruitful endeavors, and felt justified in taking a brief respite. Indeed, no fault in that. He convinced himself swiftly, returning to the van, placing his tools down, and reclining comfortably against the backrest. At the moment he lay down, Huang Fei emitted a contented sigh. Ah, what bliss! Chapter 68, Panning for Gold. What nonsense! This is no more comfortable than panning for gold. Yet he shall indulge in slumber first. He casually played some soothing music, and soon Huang Fei drifted into a delightful sleep within the vehicle. Time swiftly approached noon, and everyone began to gather around the van, preparing to return for lunch. Zheng Ping gazed at the empty bottle and let out a deep sigh. Normally, he would manage to find a few silver grains, but today was a complete waste. He had unearthed only some scraps of iron wire and metal pieces. He took out his large cup, sipped some warm water, secured the lid, and continued his search. Song Hui fared somewhat better, having discovered a silver grain worth approximately 30. However, he too felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. Unless he could unearth another of equal value in the afternoon. The others shared similar sentiments. Some found only a few coins, while others might have gathered 20 or 30. Yet none had exceeded 40. Before long, everyone gradually returned to the vehicle, casting envious glances at the comfortably sleeping Huang Fei, who was relishing his music. "Oh, our Fei always has it good," someone remarked. "While we toil for gold, he sleeps soundly in the van." The first to board pulled out a lunchbox, pursing his lips. "What can we do? We came out here to pan for gold. If we make no money, it's a loss." Huang Fei, however, was different. For him, every outing was a profit. Finding gold was a bonus, and if he didn't it was of no concern, not a shred of anxiety to be found. This sentiment was accurate, and it explained why Huang Fei could afford to be so carefree. For him, panning for gold was merely a delightful extra, not a means of sustenance. Truth be told, after dropping them off, he had contemplated returning home for a nap, but he knew his father would berate him for his fleeting enthusiasm. Thus, he decided against returning, to avoid the scolding, and chose instead to sleep soundly in the van. When his father inquired later, he could simply say he had panned for gold. If nothing was found, what could he do? This would spare him from his father's nagging. As more people filled the vehicle, Huang Fei was eventually roused from his slumber, stretching with a yawn as he prepared to join them for lunch. "Where's Chen Feng? Hasn't he returned yet?" someone remarked, glancing around. "Perhaps he wandered too far and hasn't he come back yet," another speculated. "Maybe he struck it rich and is reluctant to return," a middle-aged man in the back chuckled. Hearing this, Song Hui silently added, "Or perhaps he fell into a pit and cannot return." Though this thought was unkind, he dared not voice it aloud, instead relishing the notion in his mind. "How did you fare this morning?" Zheng Ping inquired, still munching on his pancake as he turned to the group. "Not well, don't even mention it. I found a tiny silver grain, perhaps worth 10 or 8 coins, one lamented. "I, too, have faced misfortune today. I haven't even earned back my travel expenses. I found only a small silver grain as well. It might fetch 20 at best, and after the transport fare, there's hardly anything left." At this, the group sighed in unison, feeling that the pursuit of gold was becoming increasingly arduous. In the early days of the endeavor, the harvest was satisfactory. However, as time progressed, the abundance of waste minerals could not withstand the relentless exploration by the multitude. The untouched areas dwindled significantly. For instance, today, it took 2 location changes to finally discover this spot. Moreover, as the number of prospectors increased, the yield visibly declined. After all, the pie is finite. And with each new prospector, the share of the pie diminishes. They are not like Chen Feng, who effortlessly strikes gold. They feel a sense of helplessness. Upon hearing this, Zheng Ping shook his head and took a hearty bite of his pancake, reflecting the sentiment that everyone is in the same boat. What will the future hold? My harvest today was decent. I stumbled upon a sizable silver nugget worth around $30. Song Hui chuckled, responding to the conversation. Not bad, quite impressive. You're the only one here making a profit, came the lackluster replies from the two, acknowledging Song Hui's fortune. A few others rolled their eyes, choosing to ignore him entirely. What's this? We didn't team make money, yet you seem quite pleased, laughing merrily. This is different from Chun Feng, who never boasts about his earnings. He only shares when asked, otherwise he remains silent. Their feelings towards Chun Feng are solely admiration, marveling at his luck without any ulterior motives. What do you mean? Song Hui, we're lamenting our lack of earnings, and you chime in with your profit, looking rather smug. Are you mocking us? Yet the group chose to disregard him, well aware of Song Hui's character. Previously, when he hadn't made any money, he wore a sour expression. Now that he has, he is all smiles. Unbeknownst to him, many were dissatisfied with his demeanor, yet he remained blissfully oblivious, relishing the praise from the two and feeling invigorated, even as he dined. Huang Fei, listening to their conversation, felt a twinge of regret over purchasing the detector. Previously, he had only seen Chun Feng effortlessly reaping rewards. Now, having tried it himself, he realized the challenges of gold panning. If it weren't for his vehicle, which provided him with transport costs, he would indeed be on the brink of starvation, relying solely on gold panning. The once enthusiastic group now felt rather disheartened. Should they fail to strike gold in the afternoon, they would not only miss out on profits, but might even incur losses. Meanwhile, Chun Feng leaned against the back of the mine, enjoying a loaf of bread while basking in the cool breeze, feeling utterly comfortable. Beside him lay two small bottles, one containing approximately a third of silver, while the other still held the 2 gold nuggets. Initially, he had been scouring the mine for treasures, but as time drew near for him to return, he stumbled upon a shaded area at the back of the mine, sheltered from the wind. Deciding against heading back, he opted to rest there instead. The midday sun was particularly harsh, causing beads of sweat to form on Chun Feng's forehead. He settled against the side of the mine, where the absence of sunlight significantly lowered the temperature. Occasionally, a gentle breeze would waft by, proving far more pleasant than sitting in a vehicle. After finishing his meal, Chun Feng lit a cigarette, comfortably squinting his eyes in relaxation. It is rather peculiar. Here you sit at the rear of the mine, basking in the cool breeze and inhaling smoke, feeling there is no greater comfort to be found. However, were you to be beckoned to linger here without cause, you would undoubtedly decline. This enchanting sensation may stem from the contrast provided by the fatigue and heat of the morning. After resting for approximately half an hour, Chun Feng stood up, brushed off the dust from his clothes, picked up his detector, donned his headset, and prepared to continue his exploration. He still needed to locate the remaining fragments of the refrigerator to synthesize them at home later, lest he find himself without a place to freeze his popsicles. Having spent the entire morning nearly scouring the vicinity of the mine, he decided against lingering further and walked off into the distance. Curiously glancing back, he noticed his companions far behind him, prompting Chun Feng to shrug his shoulders. He had not returned for a meal and was unaware of their conversations. This was characteristic of Chun Feng. He was always intrigued by what he might have missed, including matters shared on social media. Chapter 69. Assembling the refrigerator he rarely posted on social media, yet he scrolled through it daily, embodying the philosophy of my world is my own to keep, while I shall not miss yours. As he turned to glance back at his companions, he continued forward and, in a moment of distraction, stumbled over an object, nearly falling. What was that? Chun Feng quickly regained his balance and looked down, discovering a shovel wobbling a short distance away. No wonder he felt a sudden trip. He had inadvertently stepped on the shovel. Approaching it, he picked it up and examined it closely. The shovel appeared quite new, merely coated with a layer of dust. Chun Feng retrieved his own shovel and struck it against the newly found one, noting the dull thud of the latter, indicating its solid construction. In contrast, his own shovel produced a thin sound, evidently inferior to this one. Upon closer inspection, he recognized it as one of the 61 shovels sold by Han Jiangwo. Gold miners typically utilized shovels merely for sifting gold and digging pits, seldom investing substantially in high-quality tools. A shovel costing 8 or 10 yuan sufficed. But the quality was indeed concerning. Chun Feng's own shovel, due to frequent digging, had already begun to lose its paint on the pointed tip. and he feared it would soon rust. Not to mention the shovels wielded by seasoned miners like Zheng Ping, which resembled battle-worn relics, barely retaining any paint, yet still managing to serve their purpose. Stumbling and discovering a shovel, Chen Feng couldn't help but chuckle. This was likely discarded by a gold miner, as his group could not afford such fine tools. One of their members had a shovel with a head that was cracked, yet he was reluctant to replace it, continuing to make do. Well then, this shall be mine henceforth. Chen Feng wiped the dust from the shovel and stowed it in his bag. As for whether anyone would discern that this shovel was found rather than purchased, he thought, from this moment on, it would be regarded as his own acquisition. And if questioned about its origin, he would simply state that he bought it in the county town. It is not solely Han Jiangwo who sells shovels. The county town has plenty. However, prices in the county tend to be slightly higher than those offered by Han Jiangwo. Although it may not be a fragment of a refrigerator, Chen Feng felt quite pleased to have stumbled upon a fine shovel. Perhaps it was the stroke of good fortune that came with acquiring the shovel, not long after taking a few steps forward. The system chimed to indicate the presence of goods nearby. A smile crept onto Chen Feng's lips as he gestured with his eyes to delineate the area and commenced his meticulous probing with the detector. Before long, the device pinpointed the location of the goods. Chen Feng crouched down, intending to retrieve his shovel, but then reconsidered and took out the newly found shovel from his bag. This was the principle of using fresh tools for fresh finds. The first treasure unearthed after acquiring a new shovel deserved to be excavated with it. It must be said, the new shovel felt remarkably different in quality compared to the old one. Nevertheless, the sentimental attachment to his original shovel meant he would not part with it until it was utterly beyond repair. As he dug into the earth, the detector remained silent, prompting Chen Feng to toss the soil aside and take another scoop. One shovelful after another piled up beside him, and just as a small mound began to form, the detector emitted a sound. Chen Feng, upon hearing the signal, gently shook off some dirt, only to have the device continue its alert. After a third shake, he discovered a dim yellow object nestled within the soil. Upon spotting the gold nugget, Chen Feng's brow lifted in surprise. To his astonishment, the new shovel had indeed brought him luck, revealing a piece of gold right off the bat. He picked it up and blew away the dust. The nugget was oval in shape, with a pitted surface yet smooth to the touch. He estimated its weight to be around 1,001 or 200 grams. One more for the refrigerator door. He chuckled, unable to suppress his laughter as he retrieved a small vial for gold and tossed the nugget inside. Gazing at the 3 pieces of gold resting quietly in the vial, Chen Feng couldn't help but fantasize about the riches that would come if the container were to be filled to the brim. With the vial tucked away in his pocket, he steeled his resolve and continued onward with the detector in hand. This time, however, fortune did not favor him as much. After nearly 20 minutes of searching, the system finally indicated the presence of goods. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Chen Feng set to work with the detector once more. It was still spring, yet the midday sun bore down with considerable heat. He wondered how unbearable it would become summer. It seemed prudent to invest in a wide-brimmed hat, lest he emerge sunburned and darkened from prolonged exposure. As the detector signaled again, Chen Feng tucked away his musings, retrieving the shovel to begin another excavation. Curious whether his streak of good luck would persist, he took a shovelful of earth and passed it over the detector. This time, the response was swift. The very first scoop unveiled the goods, prompting the detector to emit its familiar sound. Chen Feng shook off the dirt and continued to scan, the device still alerting him. As he removed nearly half the soil, searching through the remaining dirt with eager anticipation. Soon, he discovered a grayish-white particle in the shovel, pinching it between 2 fingers. Chen Feng pursed his lips. 20 or so yuan. Well, it would suffice. He stood up with a tinge of regret, realizing that the new shovel was not as effective as he had hoped for yielding gold. Nevertheless, he felt quite satisfied. Tossing the silver particle into a bottle and continuing onward. As Chen Feng casually waved the detector, to his surprise, it began to beep. He looked down at the ground beneath him, meticulously probing with the device. The system remained silent, yet the detector's signal indicated the presence of scrap metal below. This sight reminded Chen Feng of the scrap iron he had unearthed, which still rested on the Huang Fei bicycle. Indeed, there had been an abundance of genuine gold and silver, causing him to neglect the iron entirely, even nearly forgetting about it. Were he to unearth another piece, he could gather 20 to sell, enough to exchange for a couple of packs of cigarettes. Chen Feng squatted down, resigned, and began to dig with the shovel. This time, He approached the task with a more straightforward vigor, wielding the shovel with abandon, carelessly tossing aside the soil. After several vigorous digs, he found that he could no longer penetrate the ground. He had struck something. Clearing the dirt away, he revealed its true form, a segment of rebar, quite substantial, weighing about 2 to 3 pounds and nearly 30 centimeters long. In comparison to the scrap iron from before, this seemed trivial, meeting by chance's fate. So he decided to keep it. Chen Feng brushed off the dust from the rebar and stowed it in his bag. Changing direction with the detector, he continued onward, sensing that this path was devoid of treasures and that it was time for a change. Chapter 70. A clash ensued indeed. The direction Chen Feng chose proved fruitful, as he filled the small bottle with silver particles within 3 hours. One after another, they were plentiful, an absolute treasure trove. Glancing at the time, he noted it was around 4:30. He placed his hands on his hips and stared at the blazing sun, draining the last bottle of mineral water in his pack before kicking it aside. Unfortunately, there was no gold to be found. If only he could unearth a piece of gold, he would have a complete set. Taking a deep breath, he pressed on. However, this time, it seemed his luck had waned. After nearly an hour of wandering, he had discovered nothing. Dear heavens, don't toy with me. Has today come to an end? Chen Feng trudged forward, the weight of unmet expectations heavy upon him. He felt a pang of dissatisfaction at not being able to gather enough for a complete refrigerator. Ding! Within a 3-meter radius, there exists precious metal. Upon hearing that long-lost sound, Chen Feng paused and took a deep breath, mentally marking a perimeter before scanning the area thoroughly with his detector. Exhausted from the heat and fatigue, he found himself struggling to continue. If only he could have a sip of ice-cold cola now, it would undoubtedly rejuvenate him. Alas, for Chen Feng, this was merely a fanciful dream. Even the water in his bag had grown tepid, let alone a chilled cola. Thus, he continued his exploration patiently until the detector finally emitted a sound as he approached the conclusion of his search. With a swift motion, Chen Feng retrieved his shovel, placed the detector beside him, and crouched down. The terrain was strewn with stones, making the digging arduous. After several attempts, the shovel failed to penetrate, repelled by the rocks. Chen Feng could only scrape away the stones above before attempting to dig deeper. During this process, he had to be cautious not to dislodge the treasure in the process. Once he had cleared the surface, he pulled the detector closer to confirm the treasure was still beneath, and only then did he dig down. He scooped up a handful of soil and waved it over the detector, which remained silent, prompting him to discard the dirt and dig again. After several repetitions, the detector finally chimed. With a slight raise of his brow, Chen Feng gently shook off the sand. After a few moments, he finally beheld the object nestled within the earth. A long sigh escaped him as he examined the silver nugget, valued at merely a few dollars. Before placing it into his jar reserved for gold, the prospect of unearthing a refrigerator's worth of treasures was slipping away, compelling him to combine this find with the gold piece he had unearthed the previous day. Rising to his feet, he grasped the detector and began his trek back towards the van, realizing time was running short. After a walk of about 7 or 8 minutes, just as Chen Feng had relinquished all hope, the detector in his hand unexpectedly sprang to life. Instinctively, he glanced down, assuming it was merely another piece of scrap metal. However, a notification from the system startled him. Ding! Precious metals detected within a 3-meter radius of the host. Stunned by the coincidence, Chen Feng chuckled softly to himself, quickly pulling out his shovel and crouching down to dig, without even confirming the location with the detector. As he plunged the shovel into the earth, he paused in astonishment at the sight of a depression revealing 2 irregularly shaped gold nuggets nestled within. For a moment, Chen Feng was at a loss for words. He reached down to pick up the 2 nuggets, a smile spreading across his face. He had not anticipated that this last endeavor would yield such a bountiful reward. It was as if fate had conspired to bless him, knowing he was in need of a door for his metaphorical refrigerator, presenting him with this unexpected bounty that he could not refuse. Ah, the heavens must still be smiling upon me, he laughed heartily, feeling the weariness of the day dissipate with the discovery of the 2 nuggets. Each nugget was substantial, estimated to be worth around $600, totaling a promising $1,200. With the 2 golden treasures safely secured in his jar, Chen Feng sealed the lid, reveling in his fortune as he made his way back to the van. He was eagerly anticipating the moment he could return and sell it, exchanging it for a new refrigerator. As he approached the van, Chen Feng noticed a gathering of people clustered around it. Initially, He assumed that everyone had returned and was engaged in conversation before boarding, but upon closer inspection, something seemed amiss. The number of people was evidently disproportionate, seemingly twice that of Chen Feng's group. Furthermore, upon scrutinizing the scene, it appeared they were embroiled in a heated argument. Observing the commotion, Chen Feng quickened his pace, determined to ascertain the cause of the uproar. Upon getting closer, he confirmed his suspicions. Zhang Ping and his companions were in a dispute with a group of strangers, and the confrontation was escalating, with the prospect of physical altercation looming. Chen Feng set his detector down next to the vehicle and hastily approached. To hell with this. I was the first to detect it and intended to return to claim it. How has it become yours? A stranger bellowed at Zhang Ping with a fierce glare. Enraged by the accusation, Zhang Ping retorted, "You're talking nonsense. You've been trailing behind me for the past hour. When I told you to leave, you acted deaf. I detected this spot first. You're just looking for trouble." Unfazed, the man scoffed and replied, "I had already detected this area. I simply forgot the location and was searching for it. I was here before you arrived. Do you understand the concept of first come, first served?" At this, an experienced gold miner from Chun Feng's side couldn't help but scoff and interject, "You must be joking. We didn't see you here when we arrived this morning. Moreover, there's an unwritten rule in our trade. When one miner is nearby, the others should respectfully steer clear. What village are you from? Do you even understand the rules?" The speaker, Yin Xing, had been mining alongside Zhang Ping for quite some time, as they had both entered the field together. "To hell with your rules. I'm from Xiao Qiao village, and my name is Li Chunxing. I've never heard of such a rule. In my view, the moment my detector goes off, it's mine, and you all should get lost." Li Chunxing sneered, pointing angrily at Yin Xing and his group without a hint of courtesy. His companions echoed his sentiments, stepping forward to apply pressure on Zhang Ping's group. "Yes, that's the rule in our Xiao Qiao village. Who do you think you are? Get out of our way. Hurry up and leave. Don't hinder our chance to strike it rich." Zhang Ping's group seethed with indignation at such brazen thievery in broad daylight, wondering if there was no shame left in the world. Chen Feng furrowed his brow at the scene. He was well aware of Xiao Qiao village's notorious reputation, aptly described as a place where destitution breeds unscrupulous individuals. The villagers were notorious for their lack of decency, engaging in all manner of deceit. That village was not close to Chen Feng's own, which usually meant little interaction between the two communities. He was taken aback by this unexpected clash. Chapter 71, pointed out to me once more. "Wait, didn't you all mine over there this morning?" At this moment, Chen Feng reflected and pointed in a certain direction. Zhang Ping and his companions had noticed Chen Feng's return earlier, but they were too preoccupied with an argument to greet him. As Chen Feng indicated the direction, Huang Fei suddenly realized and squinted at Li Chunxing and the others, exclaiming, "Oh, so you are the group from this morning?" Upon hearing this, Li Chunxing narrowed one eye, but remained silent. "Brother, we saw you this morning, and you must have seen us too. Logically, this place has no owner. If you can sift through the gold, so can we. However, seeing you there, we deliberately moved here to give you space. We are all from the same town. We see each other often. Let us give each other some face. This time, we yield to you, and next time, you yield to us. Is that acceptable?" Chen Feng's words were both reasonable and respectful, granting Li Chunxing the dignity he sought. His motivation for speaking up was due to the system notification he received while approaching. The system's chime confirmed one thing. There was indeed something valuable beneath, not mere scrap metal. Had the system remained silent, Chen Feng would have advised Zhang Ping to leave, deeming it not worth their time to engage with a group of ruffians and suggesting they head home for dinner instead. Though Chen Feng's speech was eloquent, to his surprise, Li Chunxing's group appeared unmoved. One of the young men beside Li Chunxing, brandishing a shovel, glared fiercely at Chen Feng and shouted, "What do you think you are? You have no right to speak here. Get lost, you dog." The rest of Li Chunxing's crew also fixed their menacing gazes on Chen Feng, as if ready to pounce on him at the slightest provocation. "Mind your language," Zhang Ping bellowed, pointing defiantly at the young man. The situation escalated into a cacophony of shouts, with both sides prepared to clash. Chen Feng was momentarily taken aback by the young man's words, but the next second, he burst into laughter, shaking his head gently. He reached into his backpack and grasped a 30-centimeter steel rebar, murmuring softly, "Damn it." In the blink of an eye, while everyone was still processing what was happening, Chen Feng's expression turned icy. He swung the steel rebar with force towards the young man's arm. The sound of metal striking flesh pierced the air amidst the uproar, leaving everyone stunned by the sudden turn of events. In the next instant, the young man's shovel clattered to the ground as he let out a heart-wrenching scream. Ah! The young man clutched his right arm, unable to straighten up from the pain, his cries echoing in agony. Li Chunsheng, witnessing his brother's plight, turned to face the cold, indifferent Chen Feng, his eyes filled with shock. He never anticipated that this seemingly less intimidating youth than Zheng Ping would strike without warning, without any prior indication. Even among ruffians, there was typically some level of warning before a fight. It was unheard of to launch a brutal attack without uttering a single word. His heart swelled with fury. His brother had been assaulted, and where did that leave his own pride? Moreover, how could someone who frequently roams the streets fear a nameless individual like Chen Feng? He raised the shovel in his hand, intent on striking Chen Feng to reclaim his dignity. Just as he was about to unleash his harsh words, with the shovel still poised in the air, he noticed Chen Feng brandishing a steel bar, as thick as a thumb, pointed directly at him. The level of threat was unmistakable. He realized that if he dared to bring the shovel down, that steel bar would undoubtedly come crashing down upon him in the next instant. The destructive potential of a small digging shovel pales in comparison to that of a steel bar. They were simply not in the same league. At that moment, his heart surged with tumultuous waves of disbelief. Who would venture out seeking fortune while carrying a steel bar? Who on earth are you? Are you mad? Li Chunsheng, known for his fierce reputation, found himself cowering at that moment. He truly was intimidated. If it were anyone else, he might have dared to confront them. But considering this young man, who struck without so much as a warning, he could not guarantee that the steel bar would land on his head or his backside. Ultimately, the hand holding the shovel hesitated to strike, and in the next moment, he was kicked to the ground by Zheng Ping. The reason Zheng Ping did not act immediately was not due to hesitation, but rather a momentary lapse in reaction. Observing the young man brandishing a shovel against Chen Feng, he could not possibly condone it. Thus he swiftly kicked him down. Stepping forward to shield Chen Feng, Zheng Ping resolved that even if he were to endure a beating, he could not allow Chen Feng to suffer harm. The villagers of Xiao, witnessing their leader being toppled, lost their previous ferocity and instinctively retreated before the imposing presence of Chen Feng and his companions. A few individuals helped their leader, Li Chunsheng, to his feet, their expressions tense as they watched. Chen Feng approached the still wailing youth, who looked at him with eyes full of hatred, ready to shout and confront him. However, upon seeing the steel bar in Chen Feng's hand, he swallowed his words, too frightened to utter a sound. He genuinely feared another blow. The previous strike had been so fierce that it felt as if his arm might break, a pain that pierced to his core. Did your mother never teach you to keep your mouth clean when you're out in the world, you wretched creature? Dare to point at me again and see what happens? Chen Feng threatened, the steel bar aimed at the youth's head, his gaze icy. The youth lowered his head, not daring to meet Chen Feng's eyes, tightly pressing his lips together, too afraid to even whimper in pain. Although Zheng Ping's expression was fierce, when he caught a glimpse of Chen Feng from the corner of his eye, he was taken aback. He had never expected that Fengzi would act so decisively, and with such ferocity. The impact had certainly been severe for the youth. Truth be told, had they swapped positions, he might not have had the courage to swing that stick. Unbeknownst to them, Huang Fei and the others were equally astonished. After exchanging insults for quite some time, they had been incensed by the other party, yet none dared to make the first move. As they regarded each other with ill intent, fearing they might be overpowered, they hesitated further after Li Chunsheng proclaimed his name. The ruffians were notorious in the county. Who would dare to provoke them? Yet, unexpectedly, Chen Feng acted without trepidation. Inspired by Chen Feng's audacity, their blood surged with fervor. Should these thugs dare retaliate, they would undoubtedly join the fray without hesitation. Damn it! Those who cower are nothing but cowards. Ruffians are merely individuals with two shoulders supporting one head. Who truly fears whom? This exemplifies the power of leadership and presence. Chen Feng surveyed Li Chunsheng, who stood with a countenance shifting between fear and anger, brandishing a steel bar towards him. With a cold gaze, he demanded, "Dare you utter that final word?" Li Chunsheng, upon hearing this, fixated on Chen Feng, but ultimately refrained from responding. "Fine, you're ruthless. I'll remember your village. We shall meet again." Chapter 72. Li Chunsheng flees. With that, Li Chunsheng waved his hand, retreating several steps before turning to leave, effectively conceding the matter to them. Once Li Chunsheng and his cohort departed, Zheng Ping and the others gradually relaxed their grip on their weapons, taking a deep breath. Damn, had they been fewer in number, they might have truly been bullied. Huang Fei set down his detection device with a scoff, confessing he had nearly wielded it as a club. Fengzi, are you all right? Zheng Ping inquired, glancing back at Chen Feng. I'm fine, Chen Feng replied, shaking his head while gripping the steel bar. Yin Xing, astonished by the steel bar in Chen Feng's possession, remarked, Fengzi, have you always carried that with you? The others turned to Chen Feng, speculating whether he had anticipated such an event and kept a weapon at hand. Chen Feng chuckled, glancing at the steel bar. Not at all. I just found this afternoon. I initially intended to sell it, but it's surprisingly handy, so I thought I might as well keep it. The group erupted in laughter, and Huang Fei directed his gaze toward the ground before Zheng Ping. Zhenggu, let us quickly dig it up. We don't want any further surprises. Nodding in agreement, Zheng Ping crouched down to retrieve a small shovel, beginning to excavate the sought-after treasure. I hope it's something valuable. Otherwise, all this effort will be for naught, Yin Xing sighed. The others nodded in agreement, wary of nearly coming to blows over what could turn out to be merely a worthless lump of iron. Zheng Ping scooped a shovelful of earth and waved it over the detection device, drawing the attention of those nearby. After several shovelfuls, the device began to beep. Excitement surged through the group, all hoping for a significant find. Zheng Ping shook the dirt off the shovel, continuing to scan with the device. Before long, a dark yellow object emerged from the sand. As this object came into view, an incredulous gasp rippled through the crowd, even eliciting a raised eyebrow from Chen Feng. Holy crap, it's really gold. Heavens, we are fortunate not to have relinquished the goods. Such a substantial amount of gold must be worth a fortune. Zheng Ping gazed at the gold in the shovel, unable to contain his eagerness as he lifted it for closer inspection, a smile permanently etched on his face. This piece is so large, it must be worth around 13 or 1400. I have never unearthed such a sizable nugget before. Zheng Ping turned to his companions, his voice brimming with barely concealed excitement. Brother Zheng, you have struck it rich. Your luck is indeed remarkable. How thrilling it is, at 13 or 1400 per piece. The others exclaimed in awe, their eyes glimmering with envy. Although Zheng Ping was elated, he understood that without everyone's assistance, this gold would belong to someone else, leaving him with nothing. Let us head to the county town to sell the goods and share the proceeds, he proposed, standing with the gold in hand. Upon hearing this, his companions displayed expressions of delight, yet a sense of hesitation lingered. After all, this treasure was Zheng Ping's discovery, and sharing the spoils felt somewhat akin to taking advantage of his good fortune. Zheng Ping, perhaps we should reconsider. We haven't really contributed much. You should give more to Fengzi, as he put in the most effort, Yin Xing suggested, a hint of embarrassment in his tone. Only two had labored, Chen Feng and Zheng Ping. Morally and logically, it seemed reasonable for Chen Feng to receive a larger share. Indeed, let us leave it be. We can discuss sharing the next time we strike gold. We are all from the same village and cannot allow you to be taken advantage of. We merely wish to lend a hand, someone chimed in. However, upon hearing this, Song Hui's excitement abruptly dissipated, and he silently cursed within. How foolish they were to forego a share of the bounty. If it weren't for him, Zheng Ping would not have found this gold. He too had contributed. Why should he not receive a portion? He had merely pretended to stay back, but he would join in when the others did. He had resolved that if a confrontation ensued, he would simply flee. It was not his gold, after all, and he had no stake in it. The idea of sharing the spoils thrilled him. With such a large piece of gold, even if the group was numerous, each could still receive over 100, a significant sum indeed. Yet, upon hearing someone advocate against sharing, he was utterly infuriated. To him, rejecting free money was sheer folly. Why refuse what was generously offered? Zheng Ping, upon listening to his companions, shook his head resolutely. That will not do. We must distribute the shares. Fengzi nearly came to blows over this, and he certainly deserves a greater portion. As for the specifics, we shall determine that after the sale. I assure you, no one will leave empty-handed today, and since our individual hauls have not been plentiful, even a small share will help supplement our households. This time, no one opposed him, and they nodded in agreement as they boarded the vehicle. Chen Feng actually had no intention of taking a share. Zheng Ping had painstakingly unearthed a substantial piece, and he was not in need of such a trivial amount. Yet, since Zheng Ping insisted on sharing, he would not voice any objections. They could decide amongst themselves, and he would follow along. Once everyone was aboard, Huang Fei started the car and drove towards the county town, while the group contemplated their day's efforts, sighing in discontent. Alas, I found nothing today. It's yet another day of coming up empty-handed. I too share the sentiment. It seems that striking gold is becoming increasingly arduous. I managed to unearth a small silver nugget, yet after deducting the travel expenses, little remains. Today, the most fortunate find belonged to Song Hui, who discovered another small silver nugget in the afternoon, likely worth around 10 yuan, bringing our total to approximately 40 or 50. Huang Fei, overhearing the collective sighs of the crowd behind him, shook his head in resignation. The gold mining business was dismal, adversely affecting his own ventures. Moreover, today's unfortunate encounter with Li Chunxing only exacerbated matters. As more individuals flock to this pursuit, similar incidents are bound to recur. While occasional skirmishes may be tolerable, everyone has families, wives and children, who rely on them. No one wishes to live in constant fear of conflict while seeking a livelihood. What are we to do, Brother Zheng? I can't shake the feeling that this industry holds little promise, someone lamented, turning to Zheng Ping for solace. Zheng Ping, regarded as the leader of the group, felt equally helpless upon hearing this. Although they had struck gold today, yielding a substantial profit, it was merely a stroke of luck. The next opportunity could be eons away. In the past, gold mining was a viable source of income, albeit inconsistent, making it worthwhile as a part-time endeavor. However, given the current trajectory, it appears that sustaining even a modest living may soon become a challenge. Alas, while purchasing this endeavor requires capital, its resale value is negligible. If circumstances persist in this manner, continuing in this line of work may become untenable, In Xing remarked, shaking his head as he examined his detector. He genuinely relished this profession, appreciating the freedom and the autonomy it afforded him over his earnings, far preferable to the drudgery of laboring under another's gaze. Yet, the current climate no longer permits him to carry on. Silence enveloped the group, as each contemplated their own retreat. After all, they ventured forth to earn a living, not merely for amusement. Chapter 73, A New Gold Prospect? Zheng Ping gazed vacantly ahead, his mind swirling with thoughts of the feasibility of a certain idea. After a considerable pause, he resolved to speak, turning to the others. Previously, I encountered an experienced gold miner with whom I struck up a rapport. He shared numerous insights regarding the trade, mentioning that this abandoned mine was one he had previously worked, though he deemed it unworthy due to the scarcity of resources. He had ventured to an even larger gold field, where one could earn hundreds in a single day, albeit it was quite distant. He inquired if I would be interested in accompanying him there. At the time, being new to the trade and lacking knowledge, I hesitated to join him, though I did inquire about the location. Now, I wish to explore it. What do you all think? Upon hearing this, the group perked up, though uncertainty lingered about its reliability, prompting a flurry of inquiries. Where's this place? Can one truly earn several hundred in a day? Yinxing leaned forward, intrigued. Having never heard Zheng Ping mention this before, he claimed to be in this trade. His equipment indeed resembled that of a genuine gold miner, not a charlatan. Moreover, he imparted a wealth of experience that I later validated through my own mining endeavors, proving he was not deceiving me. Zheng Ping asserted earnestly. Where's this place? Huang Fei called out from the front, his voice rising with curiosity. In a remote mining site in Qiling City, he mentioned that it was once a national mine. But after being abandoned, it transformed into their gold-digging haven. Zheng Ping responded. Qiling City. Huang Fei exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief. He anticipated it would be quite distant. Yet he never imagined it would be over 1,000 kilometers away from their county, requiring a 12-hour drive. They were practically crossing provincial lines. Are you certain you haven't misremembered? Qiling City is exceedingly far, Huang Fei remarked in astonishment. I'm absolutely certain. I specifically inquired several times. How could I possibly misremember this? Zheng Ping asserted with unwavering confidence. Such a distance poses challenges for sustenance and lodging. We cannot simply go and return in a day. Are there inns near the abandoned mine? Yinxing queried, scratching his head in confusion. Not at all. That's not the case. He explained it to me. Zheng Ping interjected, gesturing for their attention. The vocation of a gold miner is thus. They venture wherever gold is abundant. He stated that traveling over 1,000 kilometers is commonplace. Some even traverse several thousand. Most mining sites are desolate, akin to our abandoned mines, where one may not encounter another soul for miles. They generally drive themselves, bringing food and water, embarking on expeditions lasting 10 days to half a month, sleeping in their vehicles by night, and panning for gold by day. Once they deem it sufficient, they drive to the nearest city to sell their haul and procure food, water, and necessities. If they desire to return home for a respite, they may do so. If they wish to continue, they are free to pursue that as well. As for fuel, there is no need for concern, despite the desolation. There are certainly gas stations within 100 miles. Zheng Ping's words opened a new realm of possibilities for them. They had assumed that traveling an hour to the abandoned mine for gold panning was quite far. In comparison to professional gold miners, their efforts seemed trivial. It sounded like a tale. Could this truly be within their capabilities? Some began to doubt themselves. They were merely farmers, seeking to glean a little gold for extra income. Yet now they found themselves contemplating journeys beyond their province, even forsaking home. What is to stop us? If it's profitable, why not venture beyond provincial borders? If they can do it, so can we, Zheng Ping declared with conviction. Initially reluctant to embark on such an endeavor, he hesitated due to his novice status and limited understanding of the field. The meager returns from the abandoned mine sufficed for him, and he preferred not to stray too far from home. However, the situation had changed. Remaining idle would yield no profits, and he felt compelled to act. Chen Feng, listening intently to Zheng Ping's discourse, felt a spark of enthusiasm. He had long desired to explore larger mines. Moreover, Zheng Ping's outlined process resonated with his own knowledge of gold miners. Acknowledging the dwindling returns from the abandoned mine, Chen Feng understood the necessity of change. Although it currently bore no immediate impact on him, he realized the inevitable decline in profitability. Earning 4,000 a day here was already the pinnacle. It was unlikely to increase. Only by venturing to larger mines could they hope to amass wealth as effortlessly as quenching thirst. Previously, I struggled with a lack of connections and never anticipated that Zheng Ping would propose such an idea today. It turns out the opportunity had been right beside me all along. Regardless of whether others choose to join, Chen Feng is determined to go. If we do go, will you be able to locate the place? Someone inquired of Zheng Ping, contemplating the risks of a grand expedition that could ultimately lead them to a fruitless search for the elusive mine. Of course, there is only one major mine outside of Qiuling City, and I can certainly find it, Zheng Ping replied confidently, having previously studied the map where the abandoned mine was marked. This is a significant matter. We must return home to discuss it thoroughly, a man remarked, astonished. After being out for a week, we have yet to discuss travel expenses, which will undoubtedly be considerable, especially when factoring in food and lodging. We will certainly confer with our families before making a final decision. De Fei, can your vehicle handle a long journey? Zheng Ping asked Huang Fei, his tone tinged with concern. His apprehension was warranted. The vehicle was somewhat worn and had never been on a long trip. If it broke down mid-journey, they would find themselves stranded. Yes, do not worry. Despite its appearance, the car is in decent shape. If we indeed decide to leave the province, I will make sure to tend to any minor repairs, Huang Fei replied, his usual jovial demeanor replaced by seriousness. That is over 1,000 kilometers. It is no laughing matter. I do not need your reminders to know that, he added. All right, please remember to calculate the travel expenses when you return home. It will help us prepare, Zheng Ping advised. Rest assured, I will carefully tally the costs. Huang Fei nodded in agreement. The group intended to travel to the neighboring province, and Huang Fei's vehicle was their best option. It was spacious enough to carry their belongings, and their familiarity with each other would alleviate many potential inconveniences. They would only seek alternative transportation if Huang Fei ultimately decided against the trip. Soon, the vehicle arrived in the county town, and upon disembarking, the atmosphere was palpably different from usual. Some contemplated the feasibility of seeking fortune in another province, while others pondered whether to continue in their current line of work. As was customary, they made their way to Boss Bai's gold shop. The group entered enthusiastically, and upon seeing them, Boss Bai could not help but smile. It has been a while since I've seen you all. Have you found any significant treasures these past few days? He inquired with a grin. Beside him stood a young woman, and as Chen Feng inadvertently glanced up, his eyes met hers. Both widened in disbelief, their thoughts racing in unison. Why is it him? Why is it her? Chapter 74. Is he your father? Zheng Ping grinned and replied, Today has been quite good, thanks to Boss Bai. His words were not merely modest. Indeed, they had struck gold that day, with each person set to gain over 100 pieces. Daughter, this is the group I've been telling you about, the folks from Old Zheng's village. Especially this young man, who previously earned several thousand in a single day. You thought I was exaggerating, but now that they are here, you can ask him if I ever misled you, Boss Bai boasted to his daughter with pride. Chen Feng stood at the forefront, his right index finger discreetly placed upon his lips, signaling the girl to be silent. This moment was witnessed solely by Boss Bai and the girl. Internally, Chen Feng was overwhelmed with a torrent of frustration. He never anticipated that this girl was acquainted with Boss Bai, and judging by her demeanor at the counter, their relationship seemed quite substantial. Upon closer inspection, he realized how strikingly similar her features were to Boss Bai's. It was highly probable they were father and daughter. This explained the familiarity he felt upon first seeing her, a realization that had eluded him until now. He had contemplated switching to another gold shop to evade Boss Bai, yet fate proved otherwise. Chen Feng couldn't help but think, so, Boss Bai has monopolized all the gold shops in the county? One shop isn't enough? He had to open two. Where can one possibly hide? Meanwhile, Boss Bai, upon witnessing this scene, found himself momentarily perplexed. What could it mean? However, being the astute individual he was, he refrained from speaking further, recognizing that ignorance could lead to unnecessary misunderstandings. The girl, more perceptive, grasped the situation immediately. With a slight adjustment to her expression, she feigned nonchalance and said, "Oh, you must be the gold mining prodigy my father mentioned. I thought he was pulling my leg, but it appears you truly exist, haha." Huang Fei, intrigued, chimed in, "That's no exaggeration. We've all witnessed it firsthand. He can unearth several $1,000s worth of gold in a single day, even from his own backyard. He is indeed a gold mining genius, having only faltered once since his debut, and I was there to witness it." The girl, suppressing a smile, was tempted to reveal that he had not actually faltered during his last venture, having extracted over 4,000, nearly $5,000 worth of gold. But that remained a secret. At that moment, she was filled with amusement, realizing that the client her father had spoken of was none other than the same person she was now encountering. She had even compared the prowess of two clients with her father, only to discover they were one and the same. "Who shall go first?" Boss Bai inquired with a jovial smile from behind the counter. "I'll go first." Zheng Ping stepped forward, producing the solitary piece of gold. "Oh, luck seems to be on your side today. I recall the last time you found gold was several months ago," Boss Bai remarked, astonished by the sight of the gold. "Today as fortune is favorable," Zheng Ping replied succinctly. Boss Bai took the gold, placing it in a crucible, and ignited his torch to heat it. In no time, the gold began to melt, transforming into a radiant liquid that shimmered brilliantly. He poured it out, allowing the molten gold to spread in a circular form. Once it cooled slightly, he deftly picked it up with tweezers and immersed it in water. A sizzling sound erupted as he retrieved it, dried it off, and placed it on an accurate electronic scale. 3.4 grams, worth $1,360. Would you prefer cash or a mobile transfer? Boss Bai inquired with a smile, lifting his gaze. "Cash, please." Zheng Ping pondered for a moment before responding. Boss Bai retrieved 1,360 from his drawer and handed it to Zheng Ping. To be honest, this amount exceeded Zheng Ping's expectations. Just as Zheng Ping was about to speak, he was interrupted by Yin Xing. "Let us not split it evenly. After all, you were the one who discovered it. Each person can take 100, and you should give a bit more to Fengzi, keeping the remainder for yourself." Yin Xing took the liberty of making the decision for him. He understood that Zheng Ping, with his honest and simple nature, would undoubtedly suggest an equal division. However, considering that Zheng Ping was the one who unearthed it, splitting it evenly seemed rather unjust. He should certainly take a little more. "What do you all think?" Upon hearing this, Zheng Ping pursed his lips and looked towards his companions. Everyone seemed to agree, nodding in unison. 100 yuan was already a considerable sum. They hadn't earned this much in quite some time. Only Song Hui felt a twinge of dissatisfaction, but he understood that opposing the consensus would only stir trouble. So he kept silent and nodded along. "All right, then, 100 each," Zheng Ping announced as he began distributing the money, including Huang Fei. There were a total of 11 people. Zheng Ping initially withheld money from Chen Feng and himself, distributing 100 to each of the other 9 individuals. At this point, Zheng Ping had 460 yuan remaining. After a moment of thought, he decided to keep 200 for himself and handed the rest to Chen Feng. "Fengzi, take a look at this. If it's not sufficient, I'm ready to give you another 100. Without waiting for Zheng Ping to finish, Chen Feng took the money and directly pressed 100 back into Zheng Ping's hand. Chen Feng kept 160 for himself, leaving 300 for Zheng Ping. "This one do," Zheng Ping immediately objected, tugging at Chen Feng. "Take it. You deserve it." "I'm fine with 160. There's no need for a dispute." Chen Feng held Zheng Ping's hand down. For him, the friendship he valued far surpassed the monetary sum. Honest and upright, he cherished having such a friend. Boss Bai observed this exchange, and even he, with his usual shrewdness, could sense that there was more to this golden opportunity than met the eye. Yet, as no one broached the subject, he refrained from inquiring. It was a lesson ingrained in him over the years of running his business, to refrain from meddling in matters that do not concern him. Zheng Ping wished to persist, but upon seeing Chen Feng's resolute demeanor, he eventually nodded and accepted the money. This favor would remain etched in his heart, not merely as 100 yuan, but as a gesture of someone standing up for him. Once the money was distributed, someone stepped forward to present their goods to Boss Bai. Upon seeing the meager contents of the bottles, Boss Bai couldn't help but let out a quiet sigh. It was hardly enough to cover even a single spray gun's cost, far too little. After everyone had concluded their sales, Boss Bai turned his gaze towards Chen Feng. Filled with anticipation, he wondered how much treasure Chen Feng had managed to acquire this time, and whether it rivaled his previous haul. At that moment, everyone's attention shifted to Chen Feng. They had spent the journey discussing the gold rush in other provinces and had forgotten to inquire about Chen Feng's earnings for the day. Surely, even if it was less than before, it must still amount to several hundred yuan, given Chen Feng's consistent good fortune. Under the watchful gaze of the crowd, Chen Feng pressed his lips together and produced 2 small vials, presenting them at Boss Bai's counter. One vial brimmed with silver, while the other contained 4 or 5 pieces of gold, alongside a few silver coins. Chapter 75. My friend, you've gone too far. As those 2 vials emerged, every pair of eyes in the room widened in disbelief, a collective gasp echoing in the air. Goodness, is this all your haul for today? How can there be so much? No wonder you didn't return for lunch. If I were you, I wouldn't have come back either. How is it that our earnings have dwindled, yet yours remain unaffected? My friend, this is excessive. Do you even consider us as individuals? Zheng Ping and his companions were utterly stunned. Although Chen Feng had previously faced a setback, today he had remarkably compensated for all his earlier losses, reversing his fortunes completely. Boss Bai, too, stood with his mouth agape, momentarily speechless. While he was aware of Chen Feng's exceptional luck and eagerly anticipated his findings, the sight of such a substantial bounty left him astonished. It was indeed rare to encounter a gold panner with such extraordinary fortune. The girl also displayed an expression of incredulity. It appeared that his haul exceeded even the last time. Did you stumble upon a treasure trove of gold? In response to the astonishment surrounding him, Chen Feng turned and flashed a grin, revealing his bright white teeth, and proudly declared, "Do you understand what it means to possess the golden body, my friends?" He had no desire to feign modesty. The atmosphere dictated otherwise, and everyone had witnessed the spectacle. What could be done? It was more fitting to embrace the moment rather than downplay it. After all, it would be unnatural not to revel in such a remarkable windfall. As for concealing his gains, that would wait until he acquired his own vehicle, a plan already brewing in his mind. Bai, stop dawdling. I'm eager for my money so I can enjoy myself. Chen Feng quirked an eyebrow at Boss Bai. Oh, right. Boss Bai, reminded by Chen Feng, suddenly recalled his duties. Merely admiring the wealth before him would not suffice. He poured the contents of the silver vial into a crucible, then placed the gold onto a small tray, adding the silver coins to the crucible as well. The previously empty crucible was now filled to the brim, a sight that pleased Boss Bai immensely. Such wealth is invigorating to work with, he remarked, igniting the torch and rolling up his sleeves, nearly springing to his feet. As the flames licked at the materials, the silver began to soften and drip, reminiscent of melting ice cream. With the passage of time, it ultimately transformed into a pool of molten silver. For the first time, Boss Bai retrieved his own molds from beneath the counter, grasping the crucible with tongs to pour the silver into the molds. Given the substantial quantity, pouring it directly would result in a chaotic spill. Now was the time for proper molding. Once the silver had cooled sufficiently, Boss Bai meticulously dismantled the molds with his tools. Before everyone, a small silver ingot appeared. Boss Bai eagerly placed the ingot on the electronic scale, and the numbers began to jump. Eventually, the reading stabilized at 154 grams. 154, my goodness! Exclaimed Boss Bai in astonishment. This exceeded his expectations. With silver priced at 8, 154 multiplied by 8 amounts to 1,232. Upon hearing this figure, Huang Fei and the others could not help but express their amazement. Selling silver alone yielded over 1,000. What a fortune! Next came the main event, gold. Boss Bai rubbed his palms together, poured the gold into a crucible, and ignited the blowtorch. As the gold began to gradually melt and approach its liquid state, the blowtorch started to falter, the flame dwindling. Boss Bai looked perplexedly at the blowtorch and turned the knob to increase the gas flow. However, this action proved ineffective, and Boss Bai soon realized that the tank was empty. Darn it, just when it mattered most. He turned off the gas, unscrewed the nozzle, and retrieved a new gas canister from beneath the counter. After attaching it, he reignited the blowtorch and resumed heating the gold vigorously. It must be said, the new canister was powerful. The flame appeared to be more intense than before. The gold quickly melted into a radiant liquid, and Boss Bai poured it out. After letting it cool slightly, he tossed it into water. Upon retrieving and drying it, he placed it on the electronic scale under the eager gaze of everyone present. 11.7. Zheng Ping exclaimed upon seeing the number. My heavens, how much is this worth? Someone nearby remarked, grinning. Upon hearing this, Boss Bai immediately took out a calculator, and a synthesized female voice echoed, reset. 11.7 multiplied by 400 equals 4,680. 4,680, nearly 5,000. Boss Bai's face lit up with surprise. Adding the silver, that totals 4,680 plus 1,232, which equals 5,912. He marveled at Chen Feng. I never imagined your earnings would approach 6,000. My goodness. One gold ingot was unearthed yesterday. Don't be so astonished. Chen Feng chuckled in response to Boss Bai's expression. Even if you deduct 1,000, it's still a considerable sum. Boss Bai grinned and opened the cash drawer. Boss Bai, I want a phone. Don't give me cash, Chen Feng said, noticing his expression. Oh, so you want a phone this time? That's fine. My cash is running low, Boss Bai nodded, pulling out his phone, preparing to scan Chen Feng's payment code. Let us make it an even 6,000. Chen Feng suggested with a smile. Boss Bai, with a resigned chuckle, replied, it's a small business. The profits are slim. Afterward, he pressed 5,920 on his phone and transferred the amount to Chen Feng. Seeing that Boss Bai had managed to round it up, Chen Feng couldn't help but smile and exchanged a knowing glance with him. This will suffice. Chen Feng never truly expected him to gather 6,000. However, when Boss Bai mentioned the thin profit margin, Chen Feng merely chuckled, not taking it seriously at all. The two jewelry stores represent the pinnacle of the county's commerce. And who would genuinely believe in such a slender profit margin? As Chen Feng was about to depart, he subtly raised an eyebrow at the girl, a silent greeting, to which she rolled her eyes, her face adorned with a smile. Let us go. Time to head back for dinner, Huang Fei said, swinging the car keys in his hand. The group bid farewell to Boss Bai and promptly exited the door. Once they had left, Boss Bai couldn't help but turn to his daughter and inquire, what is going on? Do you know him? The girl shrugged and replied, this guy was the one who came to my shop last time to sell goods. To his astonishment, the individual she referred to was indeed the same person she had mentioned. Boss Bai was taken aback. Are you saying he sold you goods worth several thousand last time? So, it follows that this fellow wasn't merely playing for show. Boss Bai was filled with disbelief, finding the situation rather ludicrous. So, there truly exists someone who is inherently suited for this trade. Apparently, his previous visit to my shop was to avoid drawing attention, wishing to keep it from his companions and, by extension, from you. Chapter 76, 6,000 a day, not just for a refrigerator unfortunately. What he remains unaware of is that among the 5 jewelry stores in this county, our family owns 3. The girl chuckled softly. In the end, it always comes back to us. Boss Bai nodded gently, acknowledging her point. Indeed, it is only natural to exercise some caution. After all, wealth should not be flaunted. No wonder he signaled earlier. I was puzzled by its meaning. It turns out he was asking you to remain silent, to help him keep a secret. I wouldn't casually discuss this matter. Since he wishes for my discretion, I shall oblige, the girl said with a smile. Having spent so much time beside her father, she hadn't learned much, but one lesson remained etched in her mind. Never meddle in affairs that do not concern you, as it spares one from unnecessary trouble. The group swiftly returned to the village, and as Chen Feng exited the vehicle, he brought the piece of angle iron back home. It wouldn't do to leave it in someone else's car. Perhaps he would sell it to old Mrs. Zhang tomorrow. As for the steel bar, Chen Feng suddenly decided against selling it, finding it rather handy. He would keep it for self-defense. Upon entering the house, Lu Ping was waiting at the dining table for Chen Feng. When she looked up and saw the large piece of angle iron in his hand, she exclaimed, "What on earth is this? Did you find this too?" This is from several days ago, something I discovered earlier. It has been sitting in Huang Fei's car, and I was too lazy to sell it. I just took it down today. It can't remain in the car indefinitely. I'll sell it tomorrow. It should fetch around 10 yuan. Chen Feng explained as he placed the angle iron by the door, unloaded his gear, and filled a basin with water to wash his face. It looks quite nice. It would be a pity to sell it. Lu Ping remarked as she examined the piece of iron. What use is it if I don't sell it? It just takes up space. Chen Feng replied as he picked up the soap and began to lather it. Lu Ping possesses such a disposition. Perhaps it is characteristic of the older generation. She finds it difficult to part with or discard items, even when they serve little purpose. There are occasions when Chen Feng secretly disposes of certain things, and Lu Ping remains oblivious, eventually forgetting about them altogether. He feels compelled to purchase for her a book on decluttering, hoping to encourage her to amend this habit. After washing his face, Chen Feng seated himself at the dining table and picked up his chopsticks. The meal today was delightful, featuring stir-fried garlic shoots with meat alongside a bowl of boiled meat slices. By the way, I'll place an order shortly for that refrigerator we looked at last time, right? Chen Feng recalled and inquired. What? You're actually buying a refrigerator? Lu Ping asked, surprised. Oh, acquiring a refrigerator is a breeze. Today alone, I made nearly 6,000 yuan. Even after deducting the value of the gold we unearthed, I still have 5,000 left. Don't mention just a refrigerator. I could even get you a washing machine. Chen Feng chuckled. Please, let us not. Our washing machine is still functional, albeit old. I really hope you don't bring home a new one. Lu Ping quickly interjected, genuinely concerned that he might indeed purchase a washing machine. All right then, we want to buy a washing machine for now. We'll continue using what's useful, Chen Feng replied as he took a bite of his meal. He merely intended to tease his mother. He would never actually buy a washing machine. By the way, Mom, Zheng Ge and the others are now exploring opportunities to prospect for gold outside the province. I expect to hear news from them in a few days. If it proves fruitful, I might join them, Chen Feng said while eating. Going out of the province? Why on earth would you do that? There is hardly enough viable. We're here for you all. Lu Ping frowned. After all, she believed that venturing outside was fraught with uncertainty, especially in unfamiliar territory. Why bother when they were already achieving satisfactory results locally? Mom, that's my situation. Zheng Ge and the others aren't experiencing the same success. You don't confuse them for me, do you? Their yields have been dwindling, and today they nearly came back empty-handed, losing their travel expenses in the process. If they don't venture outside soon, they may have to leave this line of work altogether, Chen Feng remarked, pursing his lips. Their yields are that poor? Lu Ping expressed her surprise. To be honest, Lu Ping had unconsciously assumed that since Chen Feng was doing well, others must be faring similarly. After all, earning 100 or 80 in a day is still commendable. She had not anticipated the stark disparity between their fortunes, which seemed almost absurd. Guess what? Zheng Ge mentioned today that there's a wild mining site in Qiulin City. It's significantly larger than ours, with greater yields. But it's over 1,000 kilometers away, Chen Feng explained to his mother. That far? Then you want to be able to return the same day. Lu Ping assumed that Chen Feng and his companions were still managing to make round trips in a single day, albeit with longer distances. She was taken aback to learn how far away it truly was. Over 1,000 kilometers is no trivial distance. Returning the same day isn't feasible. The plan is to stay there for several days, mining and sleeping on site, Chen Feng clarified. But how will you eat? Isn't that a barren site? Are there even restaurants or lodgings? Lu Ping questioned, puzzled. No, just make sure to bring enough food when you leave, sleep in the car. There are no inns or restaurants in that area. If there were, it would be much simpler, Chen Feng said with a helpless shake of his head. My goodness, how did you all get so ambitious? Do you really want to go that badly? Lu Ping frowned as she spoke. In her heart, she wished for Chen Feng to stay. The abandoned mine was sufficient for her. Given Chen Feng's current state and the harvest, she felt quite content. I must go. The potential harvest there is likely to far exceed what we can obtain here. Earning 3,000 or 4,000 a day here could translate to over 10,000 there, provided that things align as Brother Zheng described. The only uncertainty now lies in this. None of us have been to Qiulin City. Zheng Ping has only heard rumors, and no one knows the specifics. All right, if you're going, make sure you're fully prepared. Crossing provincial lines is no trivial matter, Lu Ping admonished. I understand. I'm aware of that, Chen Feng replied with a smile. Yes, your Aunt Wang will be coming tomorrow, so since you're home, don't wander about. You should at least greet her when she arrives, Lu Ping reminded him. Aunt Wang. What is her purpose for coming? Chen Feng furrowed his brow slightly. Aunt Wang is a distant relative of Chen Feng's family, residing in the county. Their homes are not far apart, but not close either, and they occasionally keep in touch. However, Chen Feng had a rather poor impression of Aunt Wang, who always seemed to take advantage of small favors. Whenever she visited, she would either take some of Chen Feng's family's eggs or freshly harvested vegetables. Being relatives, Lu Ping felt it was inappropriate to deny her, and besides, those items weren't particularly valuable. Nonetheless, Chen Feng held her in disdain. Who knows, if she says she is coming, you can't exactly refuse her. Lu Ping felt somewhat helpless. In truth, Aunt Wang was not a bad person, just overly fond of taking small advantages. All right, I understand, Chen Feng nodded, rising to serve himself a bowl of rice. After dinner, Chen Feng returned to his room and placed an order for a refrigerator from the shopping cart. Dong Zi was quite efficient. Even in the village, it would be delivered by tomorrow. Chapter 77. How could the golden body be empty? Huang Fei returned home, washed his hands, and sat down to eat. He was extremely hungry. How was your day? Huang Fei's mother poured him a glass of warm water. Don't even mention it. The situation was dire. Fortunately, Brother Zheng managed to find a piece of gold, and we each received 100. Otherwise, we wouldn't have even covered our travel expenses. Huang Fei waved his hand, taking a bite of scallion. 100 each? Why would Zheng Ping share the gold with you? Huang Fei's father was quite puzzled. It seemed illogical. We nearly got into a scuffle over the gold. Some folks from Xiao village came to snatch our goods and almost resorted to violence. We certainly couldn't back down and let Brother Zheng be robbed. In the end, the fellow from Xiao village backed off. Brother Zheng excavated the goods, and to our surprise, it turned out to be quite a find. After selling it, we divided the profits. Huang Fei snorted, clearly displeased with the people from Xiao village. Xiao village. Huang Fei's mother gasped at this revelation. That place is notorious for being a den of rogues. I never imagined they would also begin panning for gold, and even cross paths with us. Did they truly back down? Did you not engage in a fight? Huang Fei's father was utterly astonished. He was well aware of the capabilities of Huang Fei and his companions. They were adept at laboring in the fields and leading a humble life. However, when it came to brawling, how could they possibly contend with the ruffians from Xiao village? It would be remarkable if they could avoid a beating, let alone intimidate those from Xiao village. This was simply unbelievable. It must be attributed to Brother Feng, who was unyielding in the slightest. Initially, Brother Feng attempted to reason with them, presenting facts, but they refused to heed him. Not only did they insult Brother Feng, but they also appeared ready to assault him. Upon witnessing this, Brother Feng swiftly brandished a steel rod, uttering not a word, and delivered a single blow that subdued the ruffians from Xiao village. You should have seen it. Brother Feng was incredibly impressive, standing fearless with a steel rod against a throng of foes. Ultimately, it was the one named Li Chunsheng who faltered, which allowed them to safeguard their goods. Otherwise, they would have surely been robbed. Even now, when Huang Fei recounts the tale, his eyes sparkle with excitement, and his manner of addressing Chen Feng has shifted. Chen Feng took action? Huang Fei's mother exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, otherwise would those ruffians from Xiao village be afraid? Huang Fei nodded affirmatively. Huang Fei's father instinctively nodded as well, lamenting, indeed. It takes a villain to deal with a villain. It seems these ruffians have encountered someone even more unscrupulous than themselves for the first time. At this moment, Huang Fei's mother could not help but admonish, next time, keep your distance. Do not let it escalate to a real fight. It would be utterly unnecessary for you to get beaten. Upon hearing this, Huang Fei immediately shook his head, declaring, that won't do. In such a situation, how could I possibly back down? I have already picked up the detector. If they dare to act, I shall swing it at them in the next instant. His mother, upon hearing this, scolded him with irritation. Are you foolish or clever? Swinging a detector? That costs over 3,000. Are you intending to use it as a club? Who will compensate you if it breaks? In that moment, Huang Fei paid little heed to her words, scratching his head as he admitted he had not considered that aspect. Indeed, it was wise to maintain a distance. After all, there are no good people in Xiao village, and it is not worth provoking them. Huang Fei's father felt a degree of trepidation as well, for they were all simply trying to live their lives. Who would willingly invite such trouble? These ruffians are like toads. At times, they may not bite you, but they can still be utterly repulsive. Huang Fei remained non-committal, choosing silence. Zheng Ping is quite capable. He even shared 100 with you, Huang Fei's father noted, his eyes reflecting appreciation. The amount of money was inconsequential. What mattered was the thoughtfulness behind it. Indeed, Brother Zheng is commendable, Huang Fei concurred. Was that 100 all you managed to acquire today? Did you not find anything else? Huang Fei's mother inquired with curiosity. None at all. Half of us merely squandered our time, Huang Fei replied, a hint of guilt in his tone. After all, he had only scavenged for a few hours before returning to sleep, roused only by the commotion from Zheng Ping's side. It was indeed a bleak time. Everyone had advised him against continuing, yet he remained obstinate. So, Chen Feng also squandered his time? Huang Fei's mother remarked with a touch of reproach. Him? How could he possibly be in the Air Force? Today, he has already earned several thousand. Good heavens, the money has practically sprung forth. He couldn't fit it all into a single bottle. Huang Fei reminisced about the shock he felt at that moment, especially when he successfully refined the small silver ingots. It was truly enviable. What? How did he amass so much? Huang Fei's mother exclaimed, her eyes widening in disbelief. How come they're all in the Air Force while Chen Feng earns thousands? Did he scoop up all the goods? This was utterly absurd. Were they all mining in the same place? He just has good fortune. He struck gold once before and managed to do it again, Huang Fei remarked, finding it quite normal, as Chen Feng had articulated. The golden body of mining. It's not something one can easily envy. Every profession has its share of fortunate individuals. That's quite normal. But this luck is exceptional. One trip has yielded you more than a year's worth, his mother countered. You should follow him next time. Even if you just pick up the scraps, it would suffice. Huang Fei chuckled at her suggestion, saying, It's amusing how alike we are, mother. I did just that on my first attempt, and it left Chen Feng utterly helpless. He told me that if I followed him, any gold would still be his first to claim. What could I possibly find? Upon hearing this, I realized he was right. If he had already confirmed the absence of goods, why would I follow him? Surely, that would be foolish. Huang Fei's father rolled his eyes upon hearing this, grumbling, You two have ideas that no sane person would consider. Truly, you are both remarkable. Huang Fei's mother, feeling somewhat indignant, found herself at a loss for a retort, merely fixing a glare at her husband. By the way, Zheng Ge mentioned researching the possibility of mining outside the province. If it seems feasible, I could drive them, Huang Fei interjected. Mining outside the province? Both of Huang Fei's parents were momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend. Huang Fei proceeded to explain the situation, and after a moment, they slowly nodded in understanding. It's a necessary course of action. If all else fails, we must venture outside the province for a gamble. His mother empathized with Zheng Ping's intentions. The only issue now is, if we do go, how much should I charge? I've never traveled such long distances. Huang Fei expressed his confusion. His father, deep in thought, began calculating various expenses. Tolls, vehicle wear and tear, food, and fuel. Regardless of the number of passengers, for this trip, you should charge at least 2,500. Anything less would be meaningless, he concluded. 2,500 sounds reasonable. I will discuss it with them later, Huang Fei agreed, reflecting on potential inadequacies in his calculations. Chapter 78. You should come home to sleep tomorrow. As night fell, Huang Fei's family was ready for bed. However, Huang Fei found himself unable to sleep. Having napped throughout the day, it was nearly impossible for him to drift off at night. Tossing and turning in his bed, he eventually sat up, went to the kitchen for a drink of water, and settled on a stool to light a cigarette. At this moment, Huang Fei's father emerged to use the restroom. Upon noticing Huang Fei seated on a stool, smoking, he squinted his eyes and inquired, What's the matter? Insomnia? Not really tired, Huang Fei evasively replied. After such exhaustion yesterday, and having panned for gold all day today, aren't you tired? Huang Fei's father grunted in response. If it were any other time, Huang Fei would have already complained of fatigue. One could hardly wake him from his slumber, yet here he was, brimming with energy. His father understood him all too well. He poured himself a half glass of water and gulped it down, then spoke as he made his way back inside. Next time, just return home to sleep. It's better than being uncomfortable in the car. With that, he went back inside to continue his rest, leaving Huang Fei awkwardly alone in the kitchen. Unexpectedly, he had been discovered. One could only say that no one knows a child better than their father. A mere shift of his body, and his father was aware of his actions. Sighing, Huang Fei stood up and retreated to his own room, having initially intended to maintain a diligent and hardworking persona. Little did he know, it all crumbled within just a few days. The next morning, after breakfast, Chen Feng sat at the doorway, basking in the sun while smoking. The warm sunlight enveloped him, causing him to squint slightly. If only there were a lounge chair, how delightful that would be, he mused, albeit ignoring the occasional wafts of chicken droppings from nearby. Unfortunately, Chunfeng's home was not as spacious as others. Adjacent to his house was a chicken coop. Beside it was a pig pen, capable of housing 2 or 3 pigs, though it stood empty at present. Lu Ping had a penchant for raising such animals, and Chunfeng planned to construct a large space for her to tend to them when he built a new house. Hey, the pig pen is vacant. Why not catch a couple of piglets to throw in there for sweet and sour ribs during the new year? Chunfeng called out to Lu Ping from the doorway. Lu Ping, busy tidying up inside, responded, "Sure, if you want to catch them, go ahead. We didn't have the money before. 2 piglets plus feed isn't cheap." So I hesitated. But now it's not a big deal. Let us get 2, sell 1, and slaughter the other for the new year. Lu Ping had no objections. Chunfeng nodded, planning to see which neighbor's sow had farrowed, so he could procure a couple of piglets. At that moment, Chunfeng's phone rang. It was an unfamiliar number. He answered, "Hello? Hello, customer. This is a representative from a certain online retailer. The refrigerator you ordered has arrived. Is someone home? Shall I deliver it now or later?" "Yes, indeed. Send it over now," Chunfeng replied, somewhat surprised. While he knew the retailer was prompt, he hadn't anticipated such swiftness, placing an order at night and having it delivered by morning, rather than by afternoon as he had expected. "All right, customer. Your refrigerator will be delivered within 2 hours. After hanging up, Chunfeng returned inside, where Lu Ping inquired, "What is going on? Has the refrigerator arrived?" "Yes, remarkably fast," Chunfeng said as he prepared to move the old refrigerator out. "Indeed, it is a refrigerator. This retailer truly operates with efficiency. How could it be so quick?" Lu Ping exclaimed in astonishment. "Times have changed, my dear. We no longer live in the past. In the countryside, if one were in the city, online purchases would arrive within a few days at the latest." Chunfeng was moving an old refrigerator outside, and upon noticing, Lu Ping hurried over to lend a hand. Together, they relocated the refrigerator to the outdoors. Lu Ping gazed at the old appliance and inquired, "What shall we do with this? Should we keep it or sell it as scrap metal?" "Definitely sell it for scrap. What purpose does it serve?" "It's not functional," Chunfeng replied. "I'll check with Mrs. Zhang later. Doesn't she collect these kinds of things? I can also sell the angle iron while I'm at it." Chunfeng clapped his hands, contemplating. How much could Mrs. Zhang possibly offer? Perhaps it would be better to take it to the county town one day. "We might get a bit more there," Lu Ping suggested, calculating the costs. "Come on, it's too cumbersome to transport. Even if we manage to get it to the county, we might only receive an extra 10 or 8 yuan, which hardly justifies the effort." Chunfeng immediately shook his head in response. "All right then," Lu Ping conceded, understanding the impracticality of the situation. Over an hour later, a delivery truck entered the village, guided by Chunfeng to their doorstep. "Yes, this is it," he signaled. The driver and a loader carefully unloaded the refrigerator, which was encased in a wooden frame to prevent damage. They brought the appliance inside, dismantled the frame, and positioned the refrigerator in its designated spot. At that moment, Aunt Wang also arrived at the village entrance. She appeared quite plump, with classic middle-aged curls, carrying an empty shopping bag, seemingly uncertain of what she intended to fill it with. Upon entering Chunfeng's home, she was taken aback to see a delivery truck parked at the entrance. "What is with this grand display? What is going on?" she pondered aloud. Stepping inside, she spotted Chunfeng and Lu Ping busying themselves, along with 2 men in red short-sleeve shirts lifting a refrigerator. "Oh my, what is happening here? Did you buy a new refrigerator?" Aunt Wang exclaimed in surprise. "Yes, indeed. Our old refrigerator broke down, so Xiaofeng just purchased a new one. Please, have a seat." Lu Ping welcomed her. "I'm not tired," Aunt Wang replied, her curiosity fixated on the refrigerator. "Hello, Aunt Wang," Chunfeng greeted, looking up. "Ah, Xiaofeng is home," she smiled back. After the refrigerator was set in place and plugged in for a quick test, which showed no issues, Chunfeng confirmed the delivery. As the 2 workers drove away, Aunt Wang couldn't help but comment, "What a splendid refrigerator. It must have cost over 1,000, right?" "Well, it's reasonable," Lu Ping nodded, choosing not to disclose the exact price. It felt somewhat boastful to mention it, so she left it open to interpretation. "It truly is impressive. Xiaofeng has matured. He certainly looks like a young man now." Aunt Wang praised Chunfeng, unaware of his current endeavors. When visiting someone, it was customary to offer compliments regardless of the circumstances. Such words felt universally appropriate. Chunfeng smiled in response, remaining silent. What is Wang Shun up to now? Still at the construction site? Lu Ping inquired. Wang Shun was Aunt Wang's husband. Yes, he is still working at the site. After all, someone has to earn money for the baby's formula, Aunt Wang chuckled. My goodness, your daughter-in-law is pregnant. That's wonderful. Your child is already married. And you even have a grandchild. It would be lovely to spend time with the little one, Lu Ping remarked with a smile. We don't yet know whether it's a granddaughter or grandson, as she is only 6 months along. Aunt Wang waved her hand, her smile unwavering. Upon hearing this, Chen Feng began to understand why Aunt Wang had suddenly arrived. This was merely a heads-up, likely in anticipation of future gatherings in the county for drinks. How about we make a silver lock for your nephew? 200 yuan disappeared in an instant. However, Chen Feng was indifferent to such social exchanges since it was ultimately a good deed. Chen Feng, why don't you buy some vegetables? Let us have lunch here, Lu Ping suggested. No, I'll just stay for a bit, Aunt Wang interjected hastily. Of course, this was just a token gesture of politeness. It would be quite awkward to leave without sharing a meal. You've come all this way, we must at least have a meal together, Lu Ping encouraged, urging Chen Feng to buy the ingredients. Just get whatever, no need to buy too much. We're family after all, Aunt Wang reminded him as he turned to leave. All right, no problem. Chen Feng smiled as he took his phone and headed to the market. Soon, he returned with the groceries, and Lu Ping began preparing the meal, with Aunt Wang lending a hand. Once the meal was ready, everyone sat down to eat, and Aunt Wang casually inquired, What are you up to these days, Chen Feng? Do you have a job? Yes, I'm panning for gold with the villagers, Chen Feng replied. Oh, that is quite promising. If you happen to find a big gold nugget one day, you'd strike it rich. Aunt Wang laughed, glancing at Lu Ping. Well, I don't expect to have such luck. Earning just enough to get by is sufficient, Lu Ping chuckled lightly. How much can you earn in a day now? Aunt Wang asked, her curiosity piqued. It's decent. Some days yield more, some less. It all depends on luck, Lu Ping answered vaguely. If you can earn 100 or so a day, that's quite good. It's better than working elsewhere, Aunt Wang remarked as she helped herself to some food. Indeed, his luck has been quite favorable lately, Lu Ping nodded politely. So, Chen Feng, do you pan for both gold and silver, or is it something else? Aunt Wang asked, not fully understanding the trade. Both gold and silver, along with some worthless scrap metal, Chen Feng clarified. I see. Aunt Wang's eyes flickered with a thought that crossed her mind. After some more idle chatter, Aunt Wang casually addressed Chen Feng. Chen Feng, could you save some of the silver you pan for me? Taken aback, Chen Feng looked up and asked, What for? Well, your little nephew is about to be born, and I thought I'd make him a longevity lock. As you know, it's quite expensive to buy one outside. Making it yourself would be more economical. Since you're in this business, could you set aside some silver for me? Aunt Wang said, her eyes filled with anticipation. Chen Feng considered her request. It wasn't entirely unfeasible. Currently, the market price for finished silver was about 10 to 11 yuan per unit. The silver he panned was worth 8 yuan. Eliminating the middleman's profit, and even accounting for a bit of labor cost would save some money. How many grams are you planning to make? Chen Feng inquired. Around 200 grams should suffice, Aunt Wang replied, her face beaming with a smile as she contemplated the situation, clearly perceiving that Chen Feng was inclined to agree. 200 grams is quite substantial. Typically, a longevity lock weighs only about 100 grams. You are truly generous towards your grandson, Lu Ping exclaimed with surprise. After all, he is my own child. It wouldn't be a loss to give him something special. Besides, it ultimately depends on Xiao Feng, Aunt Wang responded with a grin. 200 grams will take me some time to save up. This is not a trivial amount. Chen Feng raised his head and remarked. He intended to present it to her in a month, as doing so too quickly might imply he had earned a significant sum. All right, take your time. Whenever is convenient for you, just ensure it is ready before his birth, Aunt Wang said generously, chuckling. Well, just give me the principal amount. I can't profit from you. When I finish crafting it, I'll deliver it to you at 8 yuan per gram, Chen Feng calculated. He realized he might have to invest a bit more to cover the refining costs, as when selling to a gold shop owner, they wouldn't accept it for free. However, it didn't matter much. After all, they were relatives, and a little extra wouldn't hurt. Unexpectedly, upon hearing this, Aunt Wang's expression turned awkward. After a moment's hesitation, she said, Fengzi, consider this. You have no cost in your gold prospecting. It's merely a bit of effort on your part. And this is for your little nephew. Just think of it as a few days of free labor and gift it to him. As Aunt Wang uttered these words, Lu Ping and Chen Feng were momentarily stunned, almost unable to believe what they had just heard. So, You've been rambling on about this just to get it for free. Chen Feng could scarcely believe his ears. How could anyone be this shameless? 200 grams of silver amounted to 1,600 yuan, and she was actually contemplating that he would give it to her for nothing. Your grandson is my grandson? Why on earth would I give you a longevity lock for free, just because of your blatant audacity? At this moment, Lu Ping finally grasped the situation. Realizing why Aunt Wang, who is typically so frugal, would consider a 200-gram longevity lock for her grandson. So, you're just trying to get something for nothing, aren't you? Why not just ask for a 10-kilogram lock while you're at it? That would be quite hefty. Chen Feng was so infuriated that he was at a loss for words. After a long pause, he finally managed to say, why bother with silver? It lacks prestige. A gold lock would be much better. 200 grams feels light. Let's make it a full pound. That would be dazzling. His words were rather ungracious, and anyone could perceive the sarcasm. Upon hearing this, Aunt Wang shook her head repeatedly, saying, no, silver is perfectly fine. Gold is far too expensive. How much would that cost? Your money doesn't come from thin air, you know. Oh, so you realize it doesn't come from thin air? Chen Feng retorted. If you hadn't mentioned it, I would have thought it fell from the sky. You expect me to gift a longevity lock for your grandson? Are you joking? That is my grandson too. Chen Feng shot back, his expression darkening. Lu Ping, noticing Chen Feng's impending outburst, swiftly kicked him. If you refuse to comply, it will be the end of the matter. Let us refrain from harsh words. After all, we are relatives, and it would be quite unbecoming. She continued, I am not suggesting you squander your daily earnings. Acquiring such luxuries is no simple feat. Aunt Wang's expression faltered slightly, and with a forced smile, she replied, I observe my husband laboring at the construction site every day, yet you suggest he should allocate his earnings for me. I happen to be contemplating purchasing a vehicle. Chen Feng, dismissive, slammed his chopsticks down without a hint of politeness. Chen Feng, have you lost your mind? Lu Ping feigned anger as she shoved him lightly, secretly commending his boldness. Well done. After all, such remarks from Chen Feng could be attributed to youthful ignorance, but if Lu Ping were to voice them, the implications would shift dramatically. In rural society, as long as one remains unmarried, they are deemed a child. Do not behave childishly. He simply lacks understanding, Lu Ping remarked, casting a glance at Aunt Wang with an apologetic gaze. The authenticity of her remorse was debatable. Never mind. Children will always exhibit the same temper as in their youth. Ha ha ha. Aunt Wang managed a strained smile. Chapter 80. Is there truly no goose egg in the county? That Chen Feng cannot possibly amass such wealth. Perhaps you could ask him where the cheaper options might be? Lu Ping suggested, her meaning unmistakable. If you wish to purchase, that is acceptable. However, do not expect to receive anything for free. Very well, we can discuss it later. The child has yet to be born, so there is no rush. Aunt Wang gracefully deflected, fully comprehending Lu Ping's intent. The meal concluded swiftly, though somewhat discordant. Lu Ping's efforts at smoothing over tensions rendered the atmosphere tolerable. After all, as long as Chen Feng remained silent, the ambience was quite pleasant. Are you leaving? Why not sit for a while longer? Lu Ping inquired politely upon sensing Aunt Wang's intention to depart. No, if I linger any longer, I shall miss the bus. Aunt Wang replied, rising with an empty shopping bag in hand. Would you like to take some vegetables home? Lu Ping offered. As it was customary to share local produce with guests, especially considering Wang Shun's relation, the items were hardly extravagant. Leftover green beans from last autumn's harvest, dried and shredded, some sun-dried potatoes from the cellar, and a few eggs laid by the household's chickens and ducks. Very well, Wang Shun enjoys these, though I seldom partake, Aunt Wang chuckled, unzipping her bag. Hearing this, Chen Feng rolled his eyes, muttering, what do you not eat? You certainly indulge in all of it. Lu Ping retrieved a bag of shredded green beans and a small packet of dried potatoes from the kitchen cabinet. They had not produced much last year, leaving only these remnants. She packed them into a bag for Aunt Wang. All right, these will suffice for a while. Aunt Wang nodded repeatedly. Subsequently, Lu Ping opened the cellar, fetching a plastic bag to fill with some potatoes for her. Certainly, Lu Ping did not only select the finest for her. Some that were just beginning to sprout were hastily placed into plastic bags. The larger ones were reserved for her own consumption. I chose these for you, fearing they might be too heavy for you to carry, she remarked as she emerged from the cellar, a half bag of potatoes in her grasp, which she then presented to Aunt Wang. This was not merely Lu Ping's stinginess. She genuinely worried that Aunt Wang would struggle with the weight, as half a bag of potatoes weighed over 10 pounds, and she still needed to catch a ride back home. carrying them all the way to her residence in the county town. All right, this should suffice. You have no idea how exorbitant things are in the county. Potatoes are becoming nearly unaffordable, Aunt Wong grinned, accepting the plastic bag and placing it into her larger shopping bag. Indeed, potatoes are quite pricey this season, Lu Ping concurred. Is there anything else you require? Lu Ping inquired, brushing the dust from her hands. Oh, nothing much. This is already quite ample, Aunt Wong replied, albeit with a hint of hesitation. Do you happen to have any goose or duck eggs? Just a couple for my daughter-in-law, to nourish her. Very well. I shall fetch you two. The cold weather has resulted in fewer eggs from the chickens, ducks, and geese lately, Lu Ping said as she began to search for goose eggs for Aunt Wong. Ultimately, Lu Ping gathered a dozen or so and handed the plastic bag to Aunt Wong. Be sure to handle them carefully. If they break, it would be a waste, Lu Ping cautioned. Is there any more? Aunt Wong inquired, gazing at the eggs in the bag, wishing for a few more. Is there no market for goose eggs in the county? Chen Feng interjected, unable to contain himself. One shouldn't he take advantage so shamelessly? Is this not enough? You might as well take the ducks and geese home to raise yourself, he added. Well, I'm worried about the authenticity of the goose eggs sold in the county. My daughter-in-law is pregnant, and I don't want to take any chances. Aunt Wong provided a flimsy excuse. What nonsense. How could they possibly be counterfeit? Are there male geese laying eggs? Chen Feng rolled his eyes. The goose eggs in the county are sourced from nearby rural households. She is simply apprehensive about spending money unnecessarily, he remarked dismissively. Perhaps there is a risk of counterfeiting. Let us not speak ill of others' children. Lu Ping shot Chen Feng a glare, then turned to Aunt Wong, saying, Recently, our geese have not been laying much. This is all there is for now. If you wish for more, you may return in due time. Very well, this will suffice for now. I feel rather embarrassed taking so much at once. When my daughter-in-law gives birth, you must come to the county town to celebrate with us, Aunt Wong insisted, grasping Lu Ping's hand. Certainly, I will be there. Do not worry, Lu Ping replied with a smile. All right, I shall take my leave now. Do call me when you come to the county. You must visit my home for a meal, Aunt Wong said as she headed out, frequently glancing back. Absolutely, rest assured, Lu Ping assured her as she accompanied her to the door, while Chen Feng stood up, taking a few steps as a formality. After seeing Aunt Wong off, Lu Ping sighed in relief upon returning inside, while Chen Feng remained seated at home. Well, she has left. After bidding Aunt Wong farewell, Lu Ping felt a weight lift off her shoulders as she sat back down. She truly loves to take advantage, as if these things cost her nothing, Chen Feng remarked, slightly exasperated. Ah, such is the nature of relatives. A few goose eggs hold little value. If one takes them, so be it. Moreover, considering that her daughter-in-law is with child, it stands to reason that one should present a few as a gesture of goodwill, even if she does not explicitly ask for them. If not for her, we could look to Wang Shun, who is indeed a commendable person. Each time we meet, he greets us with warmth, insisting we stay for a meal. Yet, with his son's recent marriage, the pressure on him is considerable. He toils daily at the construction site, striving to earn a few extra coins, certainly not an easy endeavor. Lu Ping expressed her reflections. To speak candidly, it is only out of respect for Wang Shun's husband that Chen Feng allowed Aunt Wong to take so many items. Otherwise, I could have retained my goose eggs for profit. Why should I part with them? However, Aunt Wong's prior conduct was excessively forward, prompting Chen Feng's harsh words. I cannot fathom her reasoning. She even expected a silver lock worth 2,000 from me, as if I were to hand over my house to her. Wang Shun's husband is a decent man. It is perplexing how he came to be associated with such a character. Chen Feng rolled his eyes. She isn't entirely ill-natured. She simply lacks a sense of propriety and has a penchant for taking advantage of small gains, Lu Ping sighed. Next time, exercise a bit more discretion when speaking. Don't be so blunt, for it can come across rather harshly. If she demands silver and you refuse, that should suffice. There is no need for such unpleasantness. Lu Ping turned to Chen Feng, hoping he could navigate these social waters with more finesse. Although Lu Ping found some satisfaction in the moment, upon reflection, she realized it might not have been the best course of action. Ultimately, it is as it is. She may act without shame, but I shall not be so easily provoked, Chen Feng remarked while lighting a cigarette. Indeed, one must wonder what she was thinking. Coming here to request a silver lock. 200 grams of silver is no trivial sum. Who believes money comes effortlessly? Initially, I thought she was making a purchase, never considering she might expect it for free. The audacity of some people is astonishing, daring to voice such requests. Lu Ping expressed her bewilderment, unable to comprehend Wang Shun's wife's mindset. Chapter 81. The plan set. Ready to depart, Zheng Ping and Mao Min sat together in the room, deliberating the feasibility of prospecting for gold outside the province. Upon seeing the 300 yuan Zheng Ping had brought home yesterday, Mao Min's eyes nearly bulged with astonishment. It had been quite some time since Zheng Ping had enjoyed such fruitful results. However, after he recounted the day's events, she fell silent. Oh, if only we could earn 300 daily, it would spare us the hardships of traveling far afield, Mao Min sighed. Although Zheng Ping had yet to embark on this journey, it was easy to foresee that prospecting outside the province would not be a simple endeavor. There would be no place to eat, no place to sleep, and in unfamiliar territory, dangers may lurk. Moreover, the journey would last a week. Who would willingly uproot their family if given a choice? Yet, with diminishing returns from the abandoned mines, what alternative do we have? Zheng Ping shook his head. Each year, the land they cultivate yields about 20,000 yuan, yet this is the income for the entire family. Zheng Ping must contribute something to support the household, as the debts incurred from building their home remain unpaid. When do you plan to leave? Mao Min inquired. They must deliberate, as this is no trifling matter, and it also depends on Huang Fei's sentiments and his pricing. Once everyone agrees on the travel expenses, we can collectively share the cost of departure. Should the travel expenses prove excessive, alternative arrangements will need to be considered. Regardless, Zheng Ping has firmly resolved to make the journey. He will not be at peace otherwise. Very well, once everything is settled, you must prepare thoroughly. We cannot afford to run out of provisions and find ourselves stranded on the way back. Mao Min expressed her concern. Out there is not like at home. If food runs out at home, one can rummage through every nook and cranny to survive. But if we find ourselves without food outside, that would be quite dire. Rest assured, I am well prepared, Zheng Ping replied, nodding affirmatively. Later that evening, Zheng Ping arrived at Huang Fei's residence. Pingzi has arrived. Please come in and take a seat. Huang Fei's father greeted him warmly upon seeing Zheng Ping. Uncle, aunt. Zheng Ping smiled and exchanged pleasantries as he stepped inside. Huang Fei, fully aware of Zheng Ping's purpose, wasted no time and stated directly, Brother Zheng, I have calculated the travel expenses along with fuel costs. I must charge at least 2,500. Regardless of the number of participants, this sum must be shared. Otherwise, I truly cannot undertake this journey. Zheng Ping fell silent, taken aback by the steep expenses. 2,005, even if divided among 10 people, amounts to 250 each, and not everyone is likely to participate. Consequently, the burden on each individual would only increase. Understood. I will discuss this with them and provide you with a response, Zheng Ping said slowly, nodding his head. Once you have gathered the information, please inform me promptly. If we are going, I will head to the county to repair the vehicle. If not, I will leave those minor repairs unattended. Huang Fei handed Zheng Ping a cigarette. Receiving the cigarette, Zheng Ping lit it and took a deep drag before exchanging a few more words, then departed from Huang Fei's home. He first visited Song Hui's residence, where Song Hui and his father had just returned from working in the garden. Brother Zheng, please come in and sit. Song Hui welcomed him. Huizi, I have come to inquire if you wish to participate in the venture to seek gold outside the province. The travel cost is tentatively set at 2,005. To be shared among us, Zheng Ping inquired as he settled down. How much? 2,005. Song Hui's father exclaimed, incredulous. That is far too much. How much can one earn from gold panning? Isn't this merely enriching the Huang family? Observing the dissatisfaction on Huang Fei's father's face, Zheng Ping sighed and explained. In truth, Huang Fei's charges are quite reasonable, considering it is a round trip of over 1,000 kilometers. Moreover, the cost is divided among all of us, not borne by one individual alone. When calculated per person, it amounts to only a few hundred, becoming more economical with more participants. Upon hearing this, Song Hui pondered for a moment, then pressed his lips together and declared, Brother Zheng, I want to be joining this time. You all go ahead. My father has some work that he cannot manage alone, and I must assist him. I will see if I can join next time. Zheng Ping nodded in acknowledgement and confirmed, Are you certain you will not be going? In that case, I shall not count you in. Indeed, I shall not go for the time being. Should you require any assistance, do not hesitate to ask. I am more than willing to help, Song Hui stated generously. There's nothing much. I will inquire with others. You should take a rest, Zheng Ping replied as he stood to bid farewell. Song Hui escorted him to the door, and once Zheng Ping had departed, His father scoffed disdainfully from within the room, saying, "The travel expenses amount to several hundred. Who knows if they will strike gold? Only a fool would venture forth, merely enriching the Lao Huang family. It's wise that you chose not to go." Closing the door, Song Hui revealed a smug smile. "What is your haste? We shall refrain from going this time and allow them to scout the way. If they happen to make a profit, I can join later. If not, I shall remain unscathed, reaping the rewards without any investment. Only a fool would seek to be the first to act. Why would I undertake such folly?" Upon hearing this, Song Hui's father smiled with satisfaction and patted his son's head. "Well done, my boy. You possess a keen mind. You remind me of my younger self. This is the right approach. Let others be the ones to take risks. We shall not, haha." Unbeknownst to Zheng Ping, Song Hui's thoughts were quite different. He continued to visit each household, gathering opinions. As for Yin Xing, it went without saying that he would certainly go, even if the travel costs were steep. He felt compelled to take the chance. The other families, while also feeling the expenses were high, decided to take a gamble. At worst, they would lose a few hundred. However, two families hesitated upon hearing the total costs and ultimately shook their heads, opting to wait until the next opportunity. Zheng Ping respected their decisions, understanding that the choice to go or not was entirely theirs. Eventually, he arrived at Qin Feng's home. Though he knew Qin Feng would agree regardless of the expense, he still sought his opinion. "Fengzi, with me included, there are now 6 families interested in going. What about you?" Zheng Ping inquired as he entered. "Need you even ask?" "Of course, I am going," Qin Feng replied without even questioning the cost. Hearing this, Zheng Ping smiled. "Huang Fei mentioned the travel fee is 2,500. With you, that makes 7 of us sharing the cost. I calculated on the way here. It comes to 357 per person, which is indeed substantial." Qin Feng was unconcerned, acknowledging the distance would naturally incur high costs. "That works, no problem. Is De Fei going to repair the vehicle tomorrow?" "I haven't informed him yet. I shall do so shortly. He is likely to go tomorrow to fix the car," Zheng Ping responded after a moment's thought. "All right. Take me along to the county town tomorrow. I need to purchase some supplies and prepare accordingly," Qin Feng insisted. Qin Feng's remarks stirred Zheng Ping's thoughts. Initially, he had considered simply bringing food from home to minimize expenses, especially with the travel costs already being considerable and profits uncertain. However, it now seemed essential to make a trip to the county town. Having already spent a large sum, why not invest a little more? Chapter 82. Procuring supplies very well. "Let us go together tomorrow and purchase whatever we can," Zheng Ping concurred, standing to inform Huang Fei, offering a brief greeting to Lu Ping. "All right, I shall take my leave now," he said. "Take care," Lu Ping responded. Once Zheng Ping had departed, Qin Feng turned to his mother, puzzled by the unfolding events. "Why do I refer to him as brother, while he addresses you as sister? Is there something amiss here? Normally, shouldn't he be calling you aunt or auntie?" Lu Ping was uncertain about the reasoning behind it, yet Zheng Ping had consistently used this form of address, and she had acquiesced. "Call it whatever you like. Each to their own," Lu Ping remarked nonchalantly. In truth, Zheng Ping did not adhere to any hierarchical naming conventions. He simply called older individuals aunt and those slightly younger, yet older than himself, sister. Although Lu Ping was older than him, she retained a youthful appearance, quite unlike other farmers whose faces were often sallow and lined with wrinkles. Thus, Zheng Ping instinctively felt that calling her sister was more fitting. However, when it came to Qin Feng, things became somewhat convoluted. He could not address Zheng Ping as uncle, so he too resorted to calling him brother. This created an odd situation, yet Zheng Ping was entirely oblivious to any impropriety and found it quite normal. Zheng Ping also informed Huang Fei, conveying the confirmed news, to which Huang Fei responded that he would head to the county town the following morning and would take them along to shop. The others were also aware that they needed to pool together 357 yuan. Although they grimaced at the figure, they accepted it nonetheless. After all, it was just this once, and if it was expensive, so be it. The next day, Huang Fei gathered Qin Feng and 6 others, embarking on a grand journey to the county town. "What a surprise, you're all coming." Huang Fei had assumed only Qin Feng and Zheng Ping would go, but upon hearing that they were heading to the county town to shop, the group, even those without any specific purchases in mind, eagerly joined in. With limited supplies at home, shopping at a small store was less advantageous than going to the county town, which offered a wider array of goods. Yin Xing spoke up. "What are we going to buy? I haven't quite figured it out." One person admitted to feeling somewhat at a loss regarding what to prepare. Zheng Ping, however, had made some preparations and addressed the group. First, we need water. If anyone has those large white jars for storing wine, we should each bring a few. Otherwise, we might find ourselves without anything to drink. We will need it for everyday use as well. Next, regarding food. We are uncertain if there will be firewood available to cook, so it's best to bring along non-perishable items that do not require cooking. This way, we can avoid the need to eat raw food in case we cannot start a fire. Additionally, aluminum lunchboxes are quite useful. They can be used for steaming rice or boiling water, but again, the worry is about having no means to cook. We should also bring a couple of extra garments in case it gets cold at night. For the time being, Zheng Ping had thought of all this and turned to the group, curious if anyone had anything to add. I only have one large white jar for wine, which holds 20 kilograms. Is that sufficient? Someone asked with a frown. One jar is hardly enough. Let us assume we stay for 5 days. Consuming 4 kilograms of water each day, that one tea suffice. We should start with at least 3 jars. Yin Xing calculated thoughtfully. Then we'll need to buy some more. I don't drink, so we have none at home, another person sighed. I have some. I can share 2 with you. But they are a bit dirty and will need washing, Yin Xing replied, turning back at the mention. That is indeed splendid. A little dirt is of no concern, as I can simply wash up upon returning home. Upon hearing this, the man was overjoyed. What does a bit of grime matter if it saves money? Chen Feng, lacking a large white barrel at home, decided to purchase a few shortly. Additionally, he intended to buy a windproof stove and some alcohol paste, even if firewood were unavailable. He reasoned it was essential to at least have the means to boil a couple of packets of instant noodles. Before long, they arrived in the county town, where Huang Fei first dropped the vehicle off at the repair shop and then joined Chen Feng and the others for shopping. Given the distance of over 1,000 kilometers, it was impractical for Huang Fei to drop them off and return immediately. Thus, he would remain there for 5 days. Fortunately, he had a detection device, which would provide some entertainment during idle times. Chen Feng procured an aluminum lunchbox, 10 packets of instant noodles, and, needless to say, bread, milk, and ham sausages. He was grateful for the variety available in the county town. Otherwise, consuming only bread and ham sausages daily would surely lead to nausea. At the outdoor store, he purchased a small windproof stove capable of holding the lunchbox, along with 30 units of alcohol paste. Frankly speaking, these items were not inexpensive. The alcohol paste, which could burn for 15 minutes, cost Chen Feng 20 yuan, while the windproof stove was priced at 12 yuan. Chen Feng felt that even 2 yuan might be insufficient to bring water to a boil. After acquiring a substantial amount of food, Chen Feng reunited with the group. He informed them about the windproof stove and alcohol paste, ensuring that they could enjoy hot water even without firewood. Their eyes lit up upon hearing this, but the prices deterred them. They decided to manage with what they had for the time being. If they earned some money, they could purchase more later. Their expenses for this trip had already been considerable. The group then entered the liquor store in high spirits. The owner chuckled upon seeing their numbers, wondering how much alcohol they would buy, and promptly greeted them. However, when he inquired, they expressed that they wanted only the containers, leaving the owner bewildered. Who visits a liquor store solely for jars? Eventually, the owner sold them a dozen 20-kilogram barrels, and the group left contentedly, leaving the proprietor with a forlorn expression. Ultimately, they arrived at the repair shop, laden with their various purchases, awaiting the completion of their vehicle's repairs. Others had bought pancakes, green onions, leeks, noodles, and some inexpensive vegetables. These vegetables could be eaten raw, dipped in sauce. After all, consuming pancakes every day would wear thin on anyone. They also planned to return home for some oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, and rice, hoping they could cook some rice if firewood was available. The vehicle was not repaired until the afternoon, with Huang Fei replacing the oil and tires, which was quite an expense. As they drove home, Yin Xing inquired, "This seems about right. When shall we set off?" Huang Fei replied, "I can go whenever. Just tell me when you wish to depart. How about we leave tomorrow evening? We should reach Qiuling City during the day, allowing us to disembark and explore without wasting a night. That's it. We need to trouble De Fei to drive through the night. Can you manage?" Zheng Ping inquired of Huang Fei. "It's fine. I can go a bit slower. If you all think it's manageable, then it is," Huang Fei responded without objection. After all, everyone had already spent hundreds on travel expenses, and Huang Fei understood that they were all eager to seize every opportunity to strike gold. "All right then, De Fei. I appreciate your effort," Zheng Ping said, somewhat apologetically. "Don't mention it. We're all brothers here. It's just part of the deal," Huang Fei replied with a smile. Chapter 83. The ambitious old lady. Upon arriving home, everyone began to spring into action. Some fetched water, others scrubbed containers, while others prepared some food to pack. Once the water was ready, it was delivered directly to Huang Fei's vehicle. Initially, Huang Fei locked the car doors, but soon he simply left them open, letting anyone place whatever they wished inside without a second glance. As the night progressed, the contents of the car visibly multiplied. When it was time to sleep, Huang Fei stepped outside to survey the fully loaded van and couldn't help but sigh. Thankfully, we only have 7 people this time. There's still room for supplies. Otherwise, if there were 10 of us, we wouldn't even fit, and there'd be nowhere to stow our belongings. The following morning, Chun Feng awakened from his slumber. Everyone refrained from disturbing Huang Fei, and even his family understood he needed rest before driving that night, so they kept their voices low, hoping to let him sleep a little longer and replenish his energy. "What time are you leaving?" Lu Ping asked Chun Feng while searching for a thick coat. "I'm not sure. We're just waiting for Defei to call us. But I estimate it will be around 4 or 5 in the evening." Chun Feng replied after a moment's thought. "All right then, why not sell the refrigerator? It's quite an eyesore sitting in the yard," Lu Ping remarked, glancing at the appliance. "Sure, I'll call Lin Yin to help me lift it," Chun Feng said, pulling out his phone to send a voice message to Lin Yin. Lin Yin received the call and soon rushed over. "Bro, I heard you're going to another province to pan for gold. How exciting!" Lin Yin exclaimed, clearly thrilled. "Wow, you already know?" Chun Feng raised an eyebrow, chuckling. "Of course. This village has been buzzing with news. People knew before you even went to the county." Lin Yin replied with a knowing expression. "Can you take me along? I want to experience it too." Lin Yin expressed his eagerness for the life of a gold seeker. He had always wanted Chun Feng to take him along, but Chun Feng had consistently declined, as previous trips had been inconvenient. However, during their leisure time, Chun Feng lent him a detector, allowing him to explore the village and beyond. Even if Lin Yin found nothing, he remained invigorated and enthusiastic, which made Chun Feng reflect. "Now that's the true spirit of a gold seeker. I'm just a pretender. Next time, perhaps. This trip is too far, and we don't even know if it will be successful. It will take a week, and this is no abandoned mine. It's serious business," Chun Feng stated solemnly. "But you didn't take me to the abandoned mine either," Lin Yin said with a hint of sorrow in his eyes. Chun Feng replied, "That is not important right now. Help me lift the refrigerator." Chun Feng cleared his throat softly, redirecting the conversation. "Oh." Lin Yin obediently assisted in lifting the refrigerator. The piece of angle iron had been placed inside the refrigerator by Chun Feng, making it easier to carry. The two of them swayed their way to old Madame Zhang's home, where her yard was cluttered with accumulated cans, cardboard, and some other debris. "Zhang, you're back to work," Chun Feng called out as he entered the yard. Old Madame Zhang was smashing something on the ground and, upon hearing his voice, turned around, momentarily stunned by the sight of the large refrigerator. "What? You don't want this anymore?" she exclaimed, having not received such a substantial item in a long time. She set down her hammer and approached. "Don't want it. It's broken. Just look at how much it's worth." Chun Feng and Lin Yin placed the refrigerator down in the yard, both letting out a sigh of exhaustion. 30 yuan, regardless of size. It's all 30, she replied, referring to her standard recycling price. "Do you believe I can make you pay 40? Chun Feng said earnestly, patting the refrigerator. Old Madame Zhang looked at him with a puzzled expression, shaking her head vigorously. "Impossible, child. All refrigerators are 30. The size doesn't matter. It's not valuable." Before she could finish, Chun Feng opened the refrigerator door and handed her the angle iron from inside. Upon seeing the angle iron, old Madame Zhang finally understood Chun Feng's intention. She lifted it, realizing it was indeed quite heavy and worth about 10 yuan. "You little rascal." Trying to outsmart this old lady, she chattered on. "I told you, all refrigerators are 30. How could it possibly be worth 40? If you were to toss in a piece of gold, then maybe the refrigerator would be worth over 1,000. Old Madame Zhang's words grew more assertive, and Chun Feng exchanged a knowing glance with Lin Yin, both chuckling softly. After weighing it, they confirmed it was indeed worth 10 yuan. Old Madame Zhang went inside and returned with some rather dirty 40 yuan, handing it to Chun Feng. "You young lad, I heard you've been making some money lately. Help me strategize a bit. Do you think I could also start collecting gold?" Old Madame Zhang looked at Chun Feng with a glimmer of hope in her eyes. "What? Are you planning to venture into the metal industry?" Chun Feng asked, surprised. The old lady, though small in stature, had ambitions that were anything but modest. "What nonsense are you talking about? I've been in the metal industry all along. I've never left." Old Madame Zhang waved her hand. a hint of defiance in her tone. Chen Feng surveyed the yard filled with scrap metal and debris, realizing there was some truth in her words. Scrap metal and gold seemed to share a commonality. One was worth a mere 1 yuan per pound, while the other fetched 200,000 per pound. The distinction wasn't as vast as it appeared. Chen Feng understood that old Madame Zhang had noticed their successful find, igniting her desire to resell it, wanting him to sell the goods to her so she could then sell them herself. Quite a clever idea, but don't count on it next time. Chen Feng encouraged her with a smile. Why not? I have experience. I've been collecting scrap for 20 years, old Madame Zhang insisted, not easily dissuaded. Isn't it all just weighed and then sold to bigger buyers? Chen Feng chuckled at her words, shaking his head. Zhang Nai, those people own gold shops, receiving goods daily, and can turn those goods into jewelry to sell themselves. Moreover, the individual has established collaborations with prominent jewelry stores. Once you acquire the items, where will you take them? Relying solely on our modest finds, whether you can afford a meal is indeed a concern. Furthermore, even if someone were to approach you for selling goods, you lack experience in this field. Would you dare to accept without hesitation? The price of gold can reach thousands or even tens of thousands. Do you possess such wealth? It might be wiser to stick to collecting your aluminum cans, which guarantees peace of mind, as they are devoid of fakes. Chen Feng candidly urged her to abandon all hope, laying everything bare. Upon hearing Chen Feng's analysis, Zhang Nai expressed her disappointment, shaking her head. Alas, I thought I could become a gold store magnate. It seems that dream is dashed. Lin Yin immediately chimed in. Becoming a gold store tycoon may be a stretch for you in this lifetime, but with some effort, you could certainly achieve the title of aluminum can mogul. Zhang Nai laughed at this suggestion. An aluminum can mogul sounds plausible. Chun, should you come across such treasures again, do not forget to sell them to me. All right, you're the only one in our village who collects items. I have no other options, Chen Feng replied with a chuckle, as he and Lin Yin made their way back. Okay. Old Mrs. Zhang scrutinized the refrigerator, contemplating where to begin her tasks. By the way, brother, why does our village have 3 small shops, yet only 1 garbage collector? Lin Yin inquired, puzzled. Because our village can only nurture 1 scrap collector. The second one starved before they could be trained, Chen Feng grinned. After all, there isn't an abundance of refuse to be collected. Sometimes, old Mrs. Zhang even ventures into other villages to seize business opportunities. Chapter 84. The Detector spokesperson. As they walked back, both felt somewhat warm. Chen Feng purchased 2 bottles of chilled Sprite and handed one to Lin Yin. Brother, how many days will you be away this time? Lin Yin offered Chen Feng a cigarette. I estimate about a week, barring any unforeseen circumstances, Chen Feng replied, lighting the cigarette for a puff. All right, if anything arises at home, just give me a call. I'll be here, with nothing much to do, Lin Yin thoughtfully suggested. Sure, I will reach out if needed. Chen Feng smiled, patting him on the shoulder. In truth, there was little happening at home, yet Chen Feng did not wish to dismiss Lin Yin's kindness, so he agreed. After all, during such times, having someone express such sentiments can be quite heartwarming. Brother, my grandfather has summoned me home to work. I must take my leave. Contact me if you need anything, Lin Yin said, glancing at his phone before looking up. All right, off you go, Chen Feng nodded. Once Lin Yin departed, Chen Feng headed to Han Jin's residence, intending to purchase a few more small bottles for storage. After all, with a 5-day trip out of the province, 2 small bottles would undoubtedly be insufficient. The previous evening, he found himself contemplating the 2 large canisters left over from their last meal. Should he take those along for a more efficient solution? One might argue that they could suffice for a month's worth of goods. However, upon further reflection, he decided against it, deeming it somewhat excessive. Small bottles would indeed be more manageable. Old Han, how has business been lately? Chen Feng inquired as he entered Han Jin's home. In a secluded corner of the bar, Han Jingwo lounged in a worn black chair, his leg casually crossed over the other. Ah, is that you, Fengzi? How's the performance of my detector? You've certainly been busy procuring goods lately, he remarked with a grin as he noticed Chen Feng approaching. Not too shabby. How's business treating you? I trust you've sold a fair number of detectors? Chen Feng replied with a faint smile as he reached the bar. Quite well, thanks to you, haha. Han Jingwo chuckled, delighted at the mention. Ever since the news of Chen Feng's successful find spread, he had been boasting to anyone who would listen that Fengzi's detectors were purchased from him. The sales of those detectors had surged remarkably. He had sold out his stock and had to restock promptly. So what shall you take this time? Perhaps a larger detector? Han Jingwo suggested eagerly. Previously, he had recommended a smaller model, thinking Chen Feng might not afford a more expensive one. However, it was common knowledge that Chen Feng's outings often yielded thousands, making a larger detector a feasible option. Let's save that for later. For now, I just need 10 glass bottles, Chen Feng stated. What's this? Can't fit two? Is there that much gold outside? Han Jiangwo exclaimed, momentarily taken aback, as the others in the room widened their eyes in astonishment. 10 glass bottles could hold a considerable amount. It would be quite a fortune. Nonsense. My last glass bottle broke, so I'm just getting a few more to avoid frequent trips here, Chen Feng fibbed. Oh, you startled me. I thought there was a gold rush outside. Han Jiangwo sighed in relief. He turned to retrieve 10 glass bottles for Chen Feng, hesitating slightly as he bagged them. In truth, the cost of those 10 bottles was merely 2 yuan, yet he sold them for 50 cents each. Lately, he had been marketing detectors under Chen Feng's name, and he pondered whether charging him for the bottles would provoke a backlash. He was well aware of Chen Feng's temperament. He preferred a soft approach and would not take kindly to being annoyed. How much do I owe you? Chen Feng inquired as he accepted the plastic bag. Upon hearing Chen Feng's question, a brilliant idea suddenly struck Han Jiangwo. He was momentarily impressed by his own cleverness and promptly spoke up. Fengzi, I won't charge you for the glass bottles. Instead, how about you become my detector ambassador? What do you mean? Chen Feng was taken aback, struggling to grasp the notion. From now on, you'll be my spokesperson for the detectors. You're always out mining and meet many people. When someone asks where you bought your detector, just tell them you got it from me. How does that sound? Han Jiangwo said with a knowing smile. Realizing Han Jiangwo's intention, Chen Feng was left speechless, crossing his arms as he regarded him. Am I really so insignificant that a few meager glass bottles could earn me such a title? What are you thinking? If you were to give me a larger detector, then I might consider it. Chen Feng rolled his eyes in response. Upon hearing the mention of the large detector, Han Jiangwo could not help but grimace. Fengzi, that large detector is exceedingly expensive. I cannot afford it. How about I add a couple of shovels instead? What do you think? Han Jiangwo proposed. That is absurd. Stars endorse products for millions. Even if I cannot compare to them, I cannot agree to a mere handful of coins. Are you mocking me? Chen Feng retorted, glaring at him. After all, he was now renowned as a gold prospecting prodigy. A mere 10 glass bottles as endorsement fees would be laughable. To be honest, Han Jiangwo had learned this endorsement strategy online, observing that large companies employed such tactics, and he thought it reasonable to follow suit. No, let us discuss this further, Fengzi. A free offer is out of the question. But how about I give you a discount? Han Jiangwo suggested. You want me to be your spokesperson, and then I must purchase a detector from you? Have you lost your mind? Earlier, as a spokesperson, I would at least receive a few glass bottles, but now you expect me to pay? Han Jiangwo, you are fortunate you haven't entered politics. Otherwise, you'd be executed within a month, Chen Feng said incredulously, pointing at him. Han Jiangwo blinked, feeling quite embarrassed. Realizing Chen Feng had a point. How had it turned into a situation where he sought Chen Feng as a spokesperson, yet expected Chen Feng to pay him? He had to admit, he truly had a knack for business. He was practically a genius. All right, how about this? You will eventually need to replace your detector. I will give you a large one at cost price. Without profit, Han Jiangwo quickly negotiated. I don't want it. My current one suffices. Just tell me the price for the glass bottles. I'm not going to drag this out any longer. I want to go home. If I continue this conversation, I might end up giving you my underwear, Chen Feng urged, holding his bag. Even though Chen Feng was considering replacing his detector, it was still sufficient for the time being, and he had no immediate plans to change. The large detector offered a broader range and greater depth, making it far more efficient than the smaller version. Yet, even if he wished to change, he could not let Han Jiangwo realize that. He needed to keep him in check. Come with me, Han Jiangwo said as he saw Chen Feng attempting to leave. He hurried out from behind the counter and led him to a nearby storage area. Fengzi, look at this large detector. I have consistently sold it for 4,800. I must tell you, for someone as impressive as you in gold prospecting, you deserve such a fine detector. Honestly, I acquire this detector at 3,500. I will not make a profit selling it to you. What do you say? Han Jiangwo nudged Chen Feng with his shoulder, raising an eyebrow. 3,000. Not a penny more, Chen Feng replied with a glance. Fengzi, I would truly be at a loss selling it for 3,000. The lowest I can go is 3,500. That is the actual cost. You can ask around the entire county. If anyone has a better price, I will eat my words. Han Jiangwo insisted earnestly. Chen Feng paid no heed to his claims and turned to leave. Hey, 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 Han Jiangwo exclaimed, quickly grabbing Chen Feng's arm, his expression wavering with hesitation. Since he began selling detectors, he has yet to sell a single large unit. Those few have languished in the warehouse for quite some time. After all, people are not affluent. As long as it serves its purpose, who cares about its usability or size? This can be regarded as a misjudgment on Han Jiangwo's part. If he were to incur a loss today and sell one to Chen Feng, even at a loss of several hundred, it would be preferable to having it sit idle. To be honest, among the surrounding villages, aside from Chen Feng, no one else has the inclination to purchase such a large detector. Alas, 3,000 is still rather steep. It's not worth it for something that is merely functional, so perhaps it's best to let it go. Seeing him hesitate, Chen Feng stoked the fire. All right, 3,000 it is, but it must be cash. Han Jiangwo struggled for a moment. Fine, I'll transfer it to you directly from my phone. Chen Feng readily agreed. Jiangwo, we must agree on this. From now on, you shall be the spokesperson for my store's detectors. If anyone wishes to buy one, you must send them my way. Han Jiangwo remarked, truly feeling the sting of the few hundred he would lose. However, the thought of Chen Feng's star effect made him acquiesce. Is it called the star effect? Well, that's what it said on the phone. He couldn't quite recall. No problem, a small matter. Please give me 10 more glass bottles. Chen Feng opened his bag, smiling at Han Jiangwo. All right, if we have extra, what is the harm in adding these 10 glass bottles? Han Jiangwo retrieved 10 more from the counter and placed them in Chen Feng's bag. Only then did Chen Feng pull out his phone and transfer 3,000 to Han Jiangwo. I'm taking the large one now, goodbye. Chen Feng lifted the detector, waved, and was about to leave. Don't forget to promote it for me. Han Jiangwo called after him. Got it, Chen Feng replied without turning his head. In truth, Han Jiangwo believed he was leveraging Chen Feng's name for his own gain, unbeknownst to Chen Feng. Yet, Chen Feng was already aware of it, though slightly displeased. He couldn't be bothered to argue, as he did indeed purchase it from him. If Han Jiangwo unexpectedly made him a spokesperson, he would surely find a way to benefit from it and recover his costs. As for promotion, he would effectively collaborate with Zheng Ping and Yin Xing. For apart from them, he had no other gold seekers to connect with. If Han Jiangwo were to discover Chen Feng's thoughts, he would undoubtedly exclaim, "These two half-wits are using you for promotion. Do I not know them? They were buying from me long before you acquired the detector." Carrying the detector home, Lu Ping was taken aback upon seeing Chen Feng with yet another one. Why have you bought another? Did the other one break? No, Chen Feng chuckled. Han Jiangwo has made me a spokesperson, so I snagged a detector from him. This large one was only 3,000. Even if Han Jiangwo hadn't orchestrated this, once he had sufficient funds, he would have bought one anyway. After all, if he ventured out of the province for a week, it would be prudent to have a backup detector in case of any mishaps. Spokesperson? What a strange spokesperson. You haven't signed a contract, have you? Lu Ping expressed her concerns, fearing her son might fall prey to deceit for a bargain. No, what contract? He lacks the foresight for that. If a contract were to be signed, I would never agree, Chen Feng replied, positioning the new detector against the wall. Well, that is good to hear. I've heard of people being tricked into signing contracts and losing their fortunes. We certainly won't sign anything of the sort. The mere thought left Lu Ping uneasy, her heart racing at the mention. It's fine. I'm aware of these matters, Chen Feng assured her with a nod. Around 3 o'clock, Lu Ping rose to prepare dinner, anxious that Huang Fei might wake, and urged Chen Feng to leave prematurely. Let us finish our meal first. That will bring some peace of mind. A dish of meat and a vegetable dish ensured Chen Feng ate to his fill, knowing such meals would be scarce in the days to come. By 4 o'clock, Huang Fei could no longer remain in bed. He sat up, washed his face thoroughly, and finally emerged for dinner. In truth, he had awakened around 2, but forced himself to sleep, fully aware that driving all night was no trivial matter. As it neared 5, Huang Fei finally boarded the vehicle, picking up passengers one by one in preparation for departure. When he arrived to collect Chen Feng, the latter appeared with a heavy backpack and 2 detectors in tow. Lu Ping stood at the door, watching him intently, occasionally offering words of caution. Go home, Mom. I'll be back in a few days, Chen Feng smiled back at her. Just be careful when you arrive, Lu Ping replied, her worry evident. This was Chen Feng's first journey out of the province, and the destination was quite desolate. Fortunately, he was accompanied by others, providing a sense of security that eased Lu Ping's mind. As Chen Feng bid farewell to his mother and boarded the vehicle, the others couldn't help but smile at the sight of him carrying 2 detectors. Fengzi, you're really gearing up for something big with those 2 detectors. Zheng Ping chuckled. Absolutely, We're going all out, Chen Feng responded, finding a spot to stow his belongings before sitting beside Jingping. Looking around, the vehicle was cramped with various items, giving the impression of a makeshift escape. Let us roll, Huang Fei exclaimed excitedly as they set off from the village. As they watched the village slowly recede from view, the group shared Huang Fei's mix of excitement and apprehension. This was their inaugural venture outside the province in search of fortune, and to claim otherwise would be disingenuous. The anxiety was palpable. No one knew what the outcome of this endeavor would be, only silently hoping for fruitful results. Chen Feng also gazed out the window, taking a deep breath. He sensed that this was the commencement of his journey towards prosperity. The true first bucket of gold would begin here in Xiaoling City. As the vehicle continued to distance itself from the village, the sky darkened. Huang Fei played music inside, and casual conversations filled the air. However, as the initial excitement of leaving the village faded, fatigue began to set in, and one by one, they succumbed to sleep, yawning deeply. After all, Huang Fei had rested all day, while the others had not. It was only natural to feel drowsy at this hour. One by one, heads began to lean, and the sound of snoring filled the vehicle as Huang Fei glanced in the rearview mirror, squinting while lighting a cigarette. Alas, behold my spirited demeanor, Huang Fei chuckled softly. At this moment, he was brimming with vitality, utterly devoid of fatigue. Chapter 86. Arrival at Hill City. Thus, amidst the harmonious symphony of their snores, Huang Fei navigated the nearly deserted highway. As the night waned, he stifled a yawn, his eyelids waging a battle against each other. Damn it, I'm not truly tired. It's merely their snores that have ensnared me, Huang Fei muttered, lighting a cigarette. He firmly believed that without the cacophony of snores, he would not feel drowsy. Such was his conviction. An hour later, he consumed half a bottle of beverage in one go, and his speed diminished slightly. Indeed, fatigue began to creep in. He was now summoning all his energy to remain alert while driving. He recalled his earlier aspiration to acquire a heavy vehicle driver's license, to traverse the roads alongside them in a substantial truck, earning a greater income than his current endeavors. However, upon expressing this ambition, his father vehemently opposed it, insisting that he was incapable of handling such a vehicle. His father understood that to earn a substantial income from freight transport, one must endure sleepless nights. With two drivers alternating shifts around the clock, Huang Fei was ill-suited for such nocturnal endeavors, and thus, his father staunchly disapproved. Furthermore, his family wished to shield him from perilous professions, and with no one in agreement, he ultimately abandoned the thought. At that time, he felt a sense of defiance, believing that his nightly escapades of staying up late proved his capability. As a youthful individual, he considered himself no less adept than those seasoned drivers. However, now that he embarked on a long-distance journey, he realized that while he could indulge in late-night distractions in the comfort of his bed, sustaining such hours at work was an entirely different matter, particularly during long drives with no company to converse with, making the experience even more arduous. He yawned again, wishing he could convey to his father, "Father, your judgment is indeed astute." As dawn broke, Huang Fei felt a semblance of relief upon witnessing the lightening sky. Although discomfort lingered, and his drowsiness receded somewhat, it was not until after 7 that individuals began to awaken gradually. The vehicle continued to sway, making restful sleep elusive. "Defei, where are we?" someone asked, bleary-eyed, craning their neck. Hearing the inquiry, Huang Fei felt a slight surge of energy and replied, "I'm not certain, but the navigation indicates we have 2 more hours to go. Please stop the car, my bladder is about to burst." The individual could no longer contain their urgency. "Very well," Huang Fei acknowledged, noticing the absence of service areas ahead. He veered into a side road and halted by the roadside. "Anyone needing to relieve themselves? Step out quickly, we won't stop again until we reach our destination." Huang Fei stretched and was the first to exit the vehicle. Several others yawned and followed suit. Even if they weren't in dire need, stepping out to stretch and inhale the fresh morning air was refreshing. "Fengzi, are you getting out to use the restroom?" Zheng Ping, groggy and bleary-eyed, inquired of the soundly sleeping Chen Feng beside him. "No," Chen Feng mumbled, half asleep, shifting positions to continue his slumber. Observing this, Zheng Ping shook his head and decided to exit the vehicle. If someone were to pass by at this moment, they would undoubtedly steal a glance. The individuals stood in a row, their postures synchronized, creating a truly spectacular scene. Even their shivers were remarkably uniform. After resting for a while beneath the vehicle and indulging in a cigarette, a few of them climbed back into the car to continue their journey. Uncertain of how much time had elapsed, Chinfeng felt the vehicle come to a halt, and the people around him couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Was this the abandoned mine of Qiuling City? It bore no resemblance to their own. My goodness, how vast must this be? It feels as though it stretches endlessly. The heat here is far more oppressive than at home. Waves of heat engulfed him in the car. Upon hearing the commotion, Chinfeng opened his eyes and turned to gaze out the window, the blinding light making it difficult for him to keep them open. Before him lay a landscape of sand and soil, undulating and entirely unlike the flat terrain of home. Desiccated shrubs grew in clusters, approximately every few meters. Scattered on the ground were numerous dry branches, suggesting that they need not worry about firewood. Let us eat first. There's no rush, he thought. Only with full bellies would they have the strength to work, for everyone was quite famished. Chinfeng first disembarked to relieve himself. The glaring sunlight instinctively caused him to squint, and he felt waves of heat wash over him, roasting him uncomfortably. He had only brought a cap. Having forgotten the promised fisherman's hat at home, it seemed necessary to remember it next time, for this sun was indeed far more fierce than that at home. After taking care of himself, Chinfeng returned to the vehicle, opened his bag, and retrieved some bread and ham sausage. Although they had stated there was no hurry, it was evident that none of them intended to cook. They all opted for instant meals. Zheng Ping grabbed a pancake, rolled it with a spring onion, and slathered on some sauce before digging in. Huang Fei, though tired, also took out his provisions, planning to eat first and then sleep shortly thereafter. In less than 15 minutes, everyone had finished their meals, their eyes sparkling with excitement as they eagerly began to gather their equipment, disembarking one by one. Chinfeng, carrying his large detector and slinging his bag over his shoulder, followed behind them. Although Zheng Ping shared in their enthusiasm, he cautioned everyone, "This place is not like home. Do not wander too far. If you venture out, be sure to inform someone. Keep your distance, so you do not find yourselves lost and unable to return." Upon hearing this, the group nodded in agreement, brimming with determination as they began to sweep the area with their detectors, hopeful that Qiuling City would yield the treasures they sought. Chinfeng chose a direction that appealed to him and proceeded forward. This area did not resemble an abandoned mine. It was barren and void of significant resources. However, there were plenty of shrubs. If one were to walk 100 meters or so, they would likely be concealed by the foliage, vanishing from the sight of the others. Chinfeng glanced back to memorize the general direction before continuing onward. He, too, was wary of losing his way back, although he possessed a mobile phone. The signal here was unreliable, and one must not be careless. After walking approximately 20 meters, as Chinfeng was still observing his surroundings, a voice from the system resonated. Ding! There exists precious metal within a 3-meter radius of the host. In the distance, a voice of astonishment echoed. Wow! It's already here. Clearly, his detector had also been activated. Upon hearing this, Chinfeng slightly opened his eyes, realizing that this place was indeed far superior to the desolate mines as Zheng Ping had described. Instead of hastily probing, Chinfeng decided to upgrade the system first. He summoned the system panel and, after selecting the probe depth option, he tapped the plus sign in the air, spending 10,000 points to upgrade the probe depth. Please confirm. Without hesitation, Chinfeng proceeded. Ding! The probe depth has been upgraded, increasing by 10 centimeters. He had spent 10,000 points, and the probe depth option now indicated that the next upgrade would require 20,000 points, with the depth still increasing by 10 centimeters. For his next upgrade, Chinfeng would once again opt for depth, aiming to elevate it to at least 1 meter to ensure that he did not miss any valuable finds beneath his feet. After allocating the points, Chinfeng retracted the system panel and, wielding the new detector, began to delineate the area. The new detector's range was 1/3 greater than the previous one, which would significantly save Chinfeng time. For him, time equated to money. As he maneuvered the detector in circles on the ground, he observed that a width which previously required 3 scans could now be completed in 2, filling him with immense satisfaction. How convenient this is, Chinfeng exclaimed. Soon enough, the detector emitted a familiar sound. Oh, though the detector had grown in size, the tone remained unchanged. Chinfeng grinned upon hearing the sound, placed the detector on the ground, and crouched down to retrieve his shovel. Since he had arrived at a new location, he would naturally employ a new shovel, the one he had found. With a swift scoop, Chinfeng discovered a notable difference from the previous desolate mines. Although the earlier mines contained many stones, They predominantly formed a superficial layer with sizable chunks. Once the top layer was scraped away, beneath lay sand or soil. However, this place was distinct. The soil here was intermingled with pebbles and abundant fragments, making excavation less straightforward than in the desolate mines. After passing a handful of soil through the detector, which remained silent, Chen Feng discarded it and proceeded to scoop another. Thus, he continued to dig, shoveling several times without catching a glimpse of any valuable material. Could there be significant treasures right from the start? Chen Feng felt invigorated. The adage that the deeper the treasure, the greater its value was universally applicable in any mining site. Chen Feng persisted, digging deeper and deeper, until he had unearthed a small pit in the ground. With one final scoop, he scanned the soil with the detector, and this time, it finally emitted a sound. Oh! Chen Feng heard a sound and shook the shovel, bringing it closer to his eyes for careful scrutiny. He hoped to glimpse that desired hue, not seeing it at first. Chen Feng shook the shovel once more and passed it over the detector. The device continued to emit its tone, prompting Chen Feng to shake it again, extending his fingers to search through the shovel's contents. After rummaging through, he finally spotted the small white grain hidden among the sand and stones. My goodness! It seems I haven't unearthed such a sizable silver grain in quite some time. Chen Feng pinched the silver grain between his thumb and forefinger, marveling at it. The grain was irregularly shaped, and he estimated it to be worth around $70 or $80. Although the first find was not gold, Chen Feng felt that discovering gold in this mining area was merely a matter of time. He retrieved a small bottle from his pocket and tossed the silver grain inside, where it landed with a delightful clink. In Chen Feng's ears, that sound was akin to the delightful chime of money being deposited in an anime, both equally melodious. Standing up with a smile, he hoisted the detector and continued forward. It seemed that shattering his daily earnings record was imminent. He shook his cap, and despite having only searched for a short while, he felt beads of sweat beginning to form on his forehead. He turned left with the detector, following an instinct without any particular reason. After approximately 10 minutes, the system chimed again. Ding! Within a radius of 3 meters from the host, precious metals are present. Calculating the time, Chen Feng sensed that the yield here was significantly higher than that of the abandoned mine, far exceeding his expectations. Of course, it might just be luck. He would need to observe further. Visualizing the area, Chen Feng began to sweep his detector. This time, it was swift. As soon as he probed the middle of the second row, the detector sounded. Oh! Chen Feng swiftly drew out his shovel and crouched down, bringing the head of the detector closer. With his left hand gripping the shovel, he dug forcefully. He scooped up a generous amount of earth and waved it over the detector. No response. Chen Feng discarded the dirt and took another scoop. Again, a full shovel. Yet the detector remained silent. After several more scoops without any reaction from the device, he muttered, "Next time, I'll bring an excavator to unearth you all from your depths." After what felt like countless shovels, the detector finally responded. Oh! The pit he had dug this time was slightly smaller than the last, but not by much. Shaking the soil from the shovel, Chen Feng waved the detector over it once more. Oh! With a slight shake. This time he did not need to continue. He had already spotted the silver grain glimmering on the surface of the earth. He reached down to pick it up, noting that this silver grain was oval-shaped and estimated it to be worth around $50. Could it be that the treasures here are all buried quite deep? Chen Feng tossed a silver nugget into the bottle and stood up, somewhat perplexed. If each one was buried so deeply, using a small shovel to extract them bit by bit would be an excessive delay. It was improbable that every single one was so deep. It was likely just a coincidence, he murmured to himself. Grasping the detector, he moved forward, disregarding everything else. At least the first two were substantial, and the thrill of discovery was exhilarating. Although they were merely silver, their size was satisfying to behold. After walking for several minutes, Chen Feng encountered a blockade formed by 2 bushes. Instinctively, he intended to circumvent them, but as he took a step forward, he halted. "Nothing can impede my progress. Not even you two," Chen Feng declared, extracting his shovel and pointing it forward with a detached gaze, his demeanor somewhat theatrical. It could be said that he was still invigorated and in the mood to play. Had this been the afternoon, he would have likely avoided the bushes from a distance. He took a step closer, carelessly swinging his shovel to clear away some intertwined branches, creating a narrow passage for himself. As he squeezed through sideways, the dry branches of the bushes grazed his body, causing him to squint. "Damn it, I won't do this again. Better to steer clear next time." Chen Feng regretted his decision to push through, realizing that 2 more bushes lay ahead, forming a square with the first 2. Now trapped amidst the 4 bushes, he needed to carve a path to escape. Just as he lifted his shovel, searching for a slightly sparser spot to break free, a notification from the system resonated in his ears. Ding! Precious metals are present within a 3-meter radius of the host. Chen Feng stared incredulously at the 4 bushes enveloping him, feeling a wave of frustration wash over him. The gap barely accommodated a single person, leaving no space for the detector to extend. How could he possibly search? With no other option, he attempted to raise the detector vertically and extend it downwards. After all, knowing that treasures lay beneath was not something one could simply disregard. Struggling to maneuver the detector back and forth, he instinctively bent down as he reached further. In that moment, he felt something pressing against him, and as he shifted back and forth, it rubbed against him. Instantly, Chen Feng felt a sense of violation. Chapter 88. Bottle. Brother, you seem a bit unfamiliar. Without needing to think, Chen Feng recognized that it was a branch from the bushes pressing against him. I never imagined I would be toyed with by a branch in this lifetime, he muttered, turning to squint at the offending branch with a somewhat disgruntled expression. Irritated, he grasped the branch and pushed it aside, allowing him to continue his search with far more comfort. Previously, he had felt as though a formidable figure loomed behind him. Watching intently, turning back, he resumed holding the detector upright, probing the ground beneath him. When the detector remained silent in that area, he pivoted to explore sideways. After just a few attempts to the left and right, as he leaned forward again, he experienced that familiar and peculiar sensation once more. Chen Feng exclaimed, "Damn it! It's your turn again, isn't it?" He turned around, carelessly breaking off the protruding branches. Remarkably, he had engaged with the branches twice in a single day. Was he here to strike gold or to sell his dignity? Wasn't it agreed that one would perform for a fee without compromising their integrity? The reality of the situation was starkly different from what had been promised upon entering this line of work. Amidst his efforts, he began to probe around, and at last, the detector emitted a sound beneath a thicket. It was a faint noise, quieter than before, and Chen Feng anticipated that this find might be buried deeper. The bushes were too low for him to crouch, so he laboriously crawled beneath the thicket, pulling the detector along with him. Unable to crouch, he simply knelt and began to dig with his shovel. With a vigorous thrust of the shovel, he checked the detector, but it remained silent. He cast the soil aside and continued with a second scoop. The only slight consolation of being surrounded by the bushes was the marginally cooler air. After 7 or 8 shovels full of dirt, he had yet to uncover anything, but he was mentally prepared for such an outcome. He figured it would take at least 20 shovels to unearth anything substantial. Time slipped away, and after what felt like an eternity, he estimated he had dug over 30 shovels worth, creating a sizable pit and a small mound beside it. Kneeling and bending over to dig had drenched Chen Feng in sweat, and as he instinctively prepared to straighten his back for a moment's rest, his head collided with the overhead branches. Startled, he quickly recoiled, lowering himself as much as possible to look back. Thankfully, his hat had cushioned the blow, but some branches had grazed his neck, leaving a prickling sensation. He reached back to check for blood and, relieved to find none, allowed himself a slight exhale. What a ridiculous position, he muttered. Taking a deep breath, he continued to dig, wielding his shovel with determination. The pit grew larger, yet confusion mounted. Are you kidding me? He thrust the shovel down again. The pit now deep enough to fit his head. Checking the detector again, it remained silent. Frustrated, he flung the dirt aside, contemplating the growing pit before him. After a moment, he pulled the detector closer, and as he reached into the pit, it suddenly emitted a loud sound. This noise confirmed that something was indeed buried within the pit, ensuring that he had not excavated in vain. Well then, let's see what you are, Chen Feng thought. Brandishing his shovel once more, his determination unwavering. With his back still bent and the find buried deep, the effort was exhausting. If the treasure turned out to be worthless, he would seriously contemplate hacking down the 4 surrounding bushes. After another dozen vigorous shovels, the detector finally sprang to life, signaling a breakthrough. Upon hearing the sound, Chen Feng finally felt a sense of relief wash over him, only to be gripped by a wave of tension moments later. What could this treasure truly be? Just as he pondered this, a slight shake of the shovel revealed an object surfacing from the mound of earth. The moment he caught sight of its hue, Chen Feng's breath quickened. It gleamed with a dark yellow luster, the very color he had long anticipated. Only a corner of the object was visible. leaving Chen Feng uncertain of its true dimensions. Although he could easily reach out and grasp it to ascertain its size, his heart raced with excitement. Akin to the thrill of a lottery draw, he dared not look directly, peeking through one closed eye instead. With delicate precision, he extended a finger to clear away the soil surrounding the gold, allowing some fine sand to cascade away and revealing a greater portion of the precious metal. As more of it came into view, a broad smile spread across Chen Feng's face. Even just a glimpse of the tip was enough to assure him of its substantial size. He continued to clear away more sand, and with each scoop, the volume of gold grew larger, mirroring the widening grin on his lips. At last, after several more careful excavations, the gold size stabilized, and Chen Feng seized it in his hand. When he finally held the gold firmly, an overwhelming urge to laugh out loud surged within him. The gold was oddly shaped, far larger than any he had previously unearthed. Weighing it in his palm, he estimated it to be around 16 or 17 grams. After accounting for any loss, its value was likely in the range of 4,000 to 5,000. Just this single piece had shattered the record he had set the day before. With a hearty laugh, Chen Feng clutched the gold, his heart brimming with satisfaction. Unconcerned about the dirt beneath him, he lay back on the ground, exhaling deeply, unable to suppress the smile on his face. As he reclined, he gazed up at the 4 towering bushes overhead, which he had just moments ago wished to chop down, now appearing far more agreeable. This was indeed a remarkable abandoned mine. After a lifetime of searching in the dilapidated mines near the village, encountering a piece of gold worth 5,000 was a rarity. Yet, here he was, having discovered such a sizable treasure in less than half a day. After a few minutes of respite, Chen Feng sat up, took another good look at the gold, and with a sense of fulfillment, tossed it into his bottle. If the bottle could speak, it would likely express confusion. "Who are you, stranger? I don't recall seeing you here. Have you perhaps come to the wrong place?" With the metal detector in hand, Chen Feng navigated his way through the thicket. The glaring sunlight struck him suddenly, prompting a fleeting desire to retreat. Despite the somewhat undignified situation he had just experienced, it had been incredibly pleasurable. As he moved forward with the detector, he noted that it was already past 11 o'clock. However, since they had had a late breakfast, he felt no urgency. He would eat whenever hunger struck. Before him lay a slope reminiscent of steps, and Chen Feng ascended with a single stride, scanning the area. When the system remained silent, he pivoted, veering to the right, where the terrain proved uneven and challenging to traverse. Chapter 89. Commencing the task after meandering for some time, with one foot sinking deeper than the other, Chen Feng contemplated altering his course to retrace his steps when the system suddenly chimed. Ding! Within a radius of 3 meters, precious metals are present. Hearing the notification, Chen Feng halted his turn, instinctively chuckling. "So, you only chime when I'm not moving, huh?" He surveyed the vicinity with his gaze, gripping the detector as he commenced a meticulous examination. Once he had nearly completed scanning the surrounding area, the detector finally emitted a sound. "Oh!" Chen Feng lowered the detector and crouched down, retrieving his shovel. Under the relentless sun, he began to excavate the earth, working the shovel methodically around the detector. Sweat dripped from his forehead into the pit he was digging, only to be whisked away with each scoop, and upon discovering that the detector remained silent, the displaced soil was cast aside. Wiping the sweat from his brow with his arm, he continued to dig. After approximately 7 or 8 scoops, the detector beeped once more. Chen Feng's hand trembled slightly as he continued to scan with the device. "Oh!" The sound resonated again, prompting another tremor in his hand as he persevered with the detector. "Oh!" The device persisted in signaling, indicating that the treasure still lay within the soil of his shovel. Chen Feng shook the shovel again, his gaze fixed intently on an object that had been flung out and was now descending. It was a grayish-white grain, one he recognized all too well. He casually swept the soil from his shovel over the detector before discarding it to prevent any false positives, then picked up the silver nugget that had fallen to the ground. Blowing softly on the silver piece, he stowed it in a small vial, estimating its worth to be around 50 units. Rising with the detector in hand, Chen Feng contemplated the path ahead, hesitating between moving forward and to the left. He had initially intended to turn, but then discovered a treasure beneath his feet. Was this a divine hint not to change direction? After stroking his chin thoughtfully, Chen Feng resolved to proceed further, deciding he could always pivot later if necessary. He stepped forward, extending his left hand behind him to retrieve a bottle of water from his pack. Unscrewing the cap, and downing nearly half the bottle in one go. Although the water was lukewarm, it alleviated much of his discomfort, and he returned the bottle to his bag. After walking for approximately 10 minutes without any success, Chen Feng shook his head and decided to turn left. It appeared that the hint from above was to seize the moment and change direction, suggesting he had misinterpreted the signs. I truly did turn, Chen Feng muttered, slowly rotating and anticipating the system SQ, hoping for a repetition of the earlier fortune. Unfortunately, until he had fully turned and taken a step, the system remained silent, indicating that the same strategy could not be employed twice. Sighing in resignation, Chen Feng shook his head and continued to the left. Having walked for less than 5 minutes, the system's voice rang out once more, prompting Chen Feng to halt in his tracks. Indeed, there are times when one must turn around after hitting a wall, Chen Feng muttered to himself, gesturing with his eyes to delineate the area before beginning his search anew with the detector in hand. Fortune smiled upon him this time. Upon scanning the second row, the device emitted a sound. Oh! Chen Feng crouched down, retrieving a shovel. This time, instead of plunging it directly into the ground, he traced a circle and inscribed a pentagram within it. Gold, come forth, he intoned with an air of solemnity, performing a makeshift ritual before finally excavating, his shovel piercing through the pentagram. To his astonishment, as he sifted through the earth with the shovel adorned with the pentagram, the detector chimed once more. Chen Feng, taken aback, blinked in disbelief, exclaiming, "What on earth?" He shook the soil off the shovel and scanned again with the detector, which continued to beep insistently. After shaking it a few more times, he began to sift through the remnants. Within moments, he unearthed a silver nugget, approximately 60 grams in weight. He tossed the silver into his bottle, a grin spreading across his face as he continued forward with the detector in hand. It must be said, Chen Feng's ritual seemed to bear fruit. While it was merely a silver nugget, if each find could be procured so effortlessly, he would not complain. After walking for about 7 or 8 minutes, a system alert appeared once more. This time, Chen Feng boldly wielded his shovel, preparing to create a more substantial ritual circle. He drew a 3-meter radius and inscribed another pentagram, using his old shovel, reluctant to part with the new one. Once the circle was complete, he steadied his breath, steeling himself before commencing his search with the detector. Alas, luck was not on his side this time. It was not until he reached the edge of the circle that he finally unearthed something. Chen Feng laid down the detector and crouched, retrieving his shovel. Familiar with this rhythm, he sensed something significant was about to emerge. Do not question the reason. It was merely intuition. He struck down with his shovel, but the detector remained silent. Unperturbed, he continued. The second strike yielded no results either, prompting him to mutter under his breath. The third, fourth, fifth, and sixth strikes also bore no fruit. Come forth, on the 21st strike. Where are you on the 24th? Are you coming out or not? He lamented as he continued his laborious task. It was not until the 31st strike that he finally unearthed the treasure, as the detector emitted a familiar sound. Damn it! Chen Feng cursed at the shovel, shaking off the dirt before scanning once more. Upon the third scan, he began to sift through the soil, quickly discovering a small, grayish-white particle. It was the tiniest find of the day, worth perhaps $30 at most. Upon seeing the particle, Chen Feng was utterly taken aback. I am infuriated by the depth of your deceit, only to discover that the truth is so trivial. Do you truly believe you deserve to conceal such meager secrets? Chen Feng, agitated and spitting words of frustration, hurled the silver grains into the bottle and rose, clutching the detector. Drawing a deep breath, he fixed his gaze on a particular direction, ready to venture forth. Before departing, he cast a glance back at the drawn magical array and muttered in disdain. With that, he proceeded onward. For several more hours, Chen Feng continued his exploration, amassing a handful of silver grains, valued at approximately 500 yuan. Feeling a rumble in his stomach, he sought refuge beneath a dense thicket, positioning himself to catch the sunlight and burrowing into the foliage. The thicket proved accommodating, allowing him to sit without striking his head while providing ample shade. He retrieved bread and water from his bag, tearing into the bread hungrily. Upon finishing the bread, he bit into a sausage. Fatigue and heat had sapped his desire to prepare a proper meal. Satisfied with simply consuming it, he twisted open another bottle of water, having drained the previous one. Chapter 90. I wish to be buried here. After gulping down nearly half the bottle, Chen Feng set it aside, releasing a contented burp. He took out a cigarette, preparing to indulge in a moment of respite. The smoke coursed through his lungs, alleviating some of his exhaustion. Glancing around, he noted that it was already past 3 o'clock. With summer's extended daylight, darkness would not descend until around 7. However, he couldn't afford to dawdle, as he needed to return by 5. Otherwise, navigating in the dark would become perilous. Minutes later, Chen Feng took a deep drag from his cigarette before extinguishing it on the ground, a plume of smoke wafting into the air. He stood, detector in hand, and chose a path closer to his original route. He had scarcely taken a few steps when the system provided a notification. Scanning the vicinity with his eyes, he began to sweep back and forth with the detector. The large detector proved remarkably effective, leaving him to ponder why he had not purchased it sooner. Had he done so earlier, he would have saved considerable time. As he continued his search, the detector suddenly beeped. Chen Feng knelt down, retrieving his shovel to begin the laborious task of digging through the soil. After a morning of scavenging, he had discovered that the treasures here were buried much deeper than in the smaller, abandoned mines. Rarely did he find anything that could be unearthed with just a few shovels. Most of the time, he had to dig for a while. For now, he would have to make do with this approach, but to expedite future excavations, he resolved to prepare additional tools. After an indeterminate number of shovels, he finally unearthed a pit, prompting the detector to emit a sound. Shaking the dirt from his shovel, he checked the detector again, which continued to beep. As he shook it halfway, he began to sift through the soil with his hands. Soon enough, he uncovered a silver grain valued at approximately 60 to 70 yuan nestled within the dirt. Chen Feng extracted a bottle from his pocket and cast the silver grains into it. Supporting himself on his knees, he rose to his feet. After squatting for an extended period, his legs felt somewhat numb, and kneeling on the gravel was rather uncomfortable. Despite the silver grains being modest in quantity, Chen Feng felt content. He had nearly amassed 6,000 today, which was quite satisfactory. As the afternoon sun neared 4 o'clock, he stumbled upon silver grains worth several hundred. Coupled with the significantly higher temperature compared to his hometown, he felt fatigued after a day of wandering. He glanced at his phone, contemplating his return journey. After walking for about 10 minutes, while pondering what to have for dinner, the system abruptly chimed. Alert! Precious metals are present within a 3-meter radius of the host. Chen Feng refocused his thoughts and surveyed the area around him. He delineated a perimeter and began scanning with his detector. He was already pleased with his day's haul. Any additional find would be a bonus. A silver grain worth 100 would be delightful, he mused with a smile. Upon reaching a third of the way through his search, the detector began to beep. Chen Feng leisurely crouched down and retrieved his shovel. After scooping a handful of soil, he checked the detector, which remained silent. He discarded the dirt and dug another scoop. Slowly but surely, he continued this rhythmic process, unhurried, embodying a sense of leisure after completing a task. Time slipped away unnoticed until, during one of his checks with the detector, it finally emitted a sound. This time, rather than hastily digging, he carefully sifted through the soil with his hand, periodically checking the detector to ensure he didn't overlook his prize. After excavating a substantial amount of dirt, only a third remained, yet the treasure still eluded him. Unperturbed, he persisted at a leisurely pace, knowing it would eventually reveal itself as long as it remained in the shovel. As he continued, a flash of yellow caught his eye, and he widened his gaze in astonishment, pausing to observe the glimmer of what appeared to be treasure. Could it be? Chen Feng's lips curled into a smile, pleasantly surprised by this unexpected delight just as he was ready to call it a day. He reached down to retrieve the gold, which lay in a flat form, smaller than the larger piece he had found earlier that day, yet still considerable. He chuckled silently, elated at the sight of the gold in his hand. He estimated its worth to be over 1,000, bringing his total haul for the day to over 7,000. Placing the gold into the bottle, Chen Feng plopped down onto the ground, brimming with joy. 7,000 in a day, what an astonishing notion. He had fallen in love with this mine, to such an extent that he fancied being buried here after his demise, if it were possible. He pulled out a celebratory cigarette from his pocket, igniting it with his lighter. Leaning his shovel against his bag, he took a comfortable drag, relishing in the satisfaction of a fruitful day, with only the journey home left to undertake. Certainly, if he encountered any goods on the road, he would undoubtedly seize the opportunity. Midway through his cigarette, he rose, clutching the detector as he retraced his steps. Meanwhile, Zheng Ping discovered a silver nugget in his shovel, and an overwhelming urge to laugh at the heavens surged within him. Deciding to venture here in search of gold was undoubtedly the wisest decision he had ever made. Today, he had unearthed 5 pieces of silver, yielding a total income exceeding 240 yuan. This amount equaled his earnings from the previous fortnight. Truly, this was a land of riches. If possible, he wished to be buried here after his demise. Placing the silver nugget into a bottle, Zheng Ping stood up, brimming with enthusiasm. Although time was of the essence, he hesitated to return. However, he was acutely aware of the consequences of not reaching the van before nightfall. After a moment's contemplation, he resolved to return near the van and, while it was still light, explore a short distance further, hoping for a stroke of luck. Meanwhile, Yin Xing knelt on the ground, transfixed by a golden nugget in the pit, momentarily rendered speechless, struggling to comprehend the reality before him. His trembling hand reached into the pit to grasp the nugget, exhaling deeply as he wiped it clean. Once assured of its authenticity, Yin Xing held the nugget aloft, gazing at the blinding sun above, his smile widening with each passing moment. Ha! That laughter resonated with the relief of burdens lifted, a release from the weight of pressure. Before arriving, none could ascertain the potential of this place. The total of 400 yuan spent on travel and sustenance felt like a grand gamble. Though outwardly composed, each harbored a sense of trepidation. At this moment, having unearthed the gold nugget, Yin Xing finally relinquished the tension that had long weighed upon him. The heavy stone pressing in his stomach dissipated, leaving him feeling unprecedentedly light. This gold was valued at over 400 yuan, and combined with his silver finds, his total earnings for the day approached 600 yuan. In previous months, he rarely earned so much. It can only be said that sometimes, life necessitates a gamble. After all, one might just win. Chapter 91. A disappearance. Standing with the gold in his hand, his smile nearly reached his ears as he examined it closely. After a prolonged moment of admiration, he reluctantly placed it into the bottle and continued onward. With gold discovered in this area, Yin Xing was determined to thoroughly scour the land. As he wandered aimlessly, the joyous laughter escaped him, his thoughts consumed by the golden nugget. He completely forgot Zheng Ping's warning and the time to return. Just as darkness began to envelop the sky, Chen Feng finally returned to the van's rendezvous point, where 3 or 4 individuals had already gathered, engaged in conversation, including Zheng Ping. "Fengzi," Zheng Ping exclaimed, waving excitedly, eager to share the good news. "How long have you all been back?" Chen Feng strode over with curiosity and inquired. "Well, I just returned as well. After all, it is my first time in this place. Arriving a few minutes early is inconsequential, but if I were late, it would be quite troublesome." A bystander responded. "Fengzi, how much treasure did you unearth today?" Zheng Ping chuckled. "Perhaps a few hundred yuan." Chen Feng pondered before replying. "Not bad at all. You truly have the luck. You are now the one among us who has procured the most goods." Zheng Ping patted Chen Feng on the shoulder in commendation. "And you all?" Chen Feng turned to the others, noting their evident good spirits, suggesting they too had made considerable finds. "I discovered nearly 250 to 60 yuan worth of goods today. Ha ha ha. I have never gathered so much before." Zheng Ping exclaimed, unable to contain his joy. "I have the least today, but I still managed to scrape together around 200. I think I had about 230 or 4. I merely gathered around 270, haha." As they shared their gains, laughter erupted among them. Their bounty today exceeded all expectations. This truly was a remarkable place. Indeed, we chose the right location. The goods here far surpass what we find at home. The key is our average earnings are quite substantial, proving that it is not merely luck but the abundance of goods in this area. Zheng Ping proclaimed excitedly. The others wholeheartedly agreed, nodding in affirmation. They were aware that they did not possess Chen Feng's extraordinary fortune. After all, the golden body of fortune was no trifling matter. They did not expect to unearth a massive gold ingot someday. As long as they could unearth a few small silver nuggets each day, they would be content. At that moment, Huang Fei, still drowsy, stepped off the vehicle and observed the returning group, stretching lazily. "Back already? Have you awakened?" Chen Feng laughed. "I suppose it's all right, but if I sleep any longer, I will struggle to rest tonight. Let us dine together and chat, then I'll sleep again later," Huang Fei said, lighting a cigarette. "How were your findings?" Huang Fei inquired curiously. The others exchanged glances, unable to hide their smiles, and Zheng Ping recounted their discoveries. "Wow, that's incredible," Huang Fei exclaimed, astonished. "Well, it's possible that this particular area has a higher concentration of goods. We shall see tomorrow," Zheng Ping added. "If this place is so fruitful, other areas must surely be as well. We have truly come to the right spot," Huang Fei remarked joyfully. He felt no envy toward their earnings. Rather, he hoped they would earn even more. The more they profited, the more they could cover his transportation. And he also possessed a detector, allowing him to explore for additional income. However, the primary reason was that while Chun Feng and the others were out prospecting, Huang Fei remained in the vehicle, which was dreadfully dull. He would much prefer to join them in their endeavors. All right, everyone, let us prepare for dinner. It is said that the temperature drops significantly at night here. Let us gather some firewood and heat up whatever dishes we can. Zheng Ping said as he retrieved 2 axes from the vehicle. Hand me one. You all have worked hard today, while I am still full of energy. Huang Fei reached out for an axe from Zheng Ping. Hearing this, Zheng Ping chuckled softly and handed him an axe. The two prepared to gather firewood. Chen Feng glanced around, puzzled, and remarked, "Aren't there still 2 people who haven't returned?" "Well, they are probably on their way back," Zheng Ping replied, casting a glance at the dimming sky. The daylight was just beginning to fade, so it was still manageable. Chen Feng didn't dwell on it much. They had only brought 2 axes, so he set off to find some stones suitable for building a structure. Everyone dispersed, accustomed to such tasks at home, making the work seem effortless and devoid of pressure. Soon, a circle formed from large stones emerged just 2 meters from the vehicle. Zheng Ping tossed the chopped firewood into the circle and gathered some dry grass to kindle a flame. Earlier, when Zheng Ping suggested igniting a fire, a couple of others had thought it unnecessary, considering the heat of the day. After all, how much cooler could it get? A bit of coolness would be welcome. However, as the evening deepened, an unsettling chill began to creep in. If they paused now, it would be pleasantly refreshing, but should the temperature drop further, it would become rather cold. Huang Fei had also gathered a considerable amount of firewood, ready to add it to the pile. Gradually, the flames began to rise, igniting the dry branches, and the fire grew more vigorous. To think I've never attended a bonfire party in my life. This feels just like what I've seen on television. Who would have thought we could host a bonfire gathering one day? One person mused, a smile illuminating his face. With such a bountiful harvest today, we ought to celebrate with a bonfire party. Another chimed in, laughing. We'll cook some rice soon. Finally, we won't have to eat it cold. In Chinese culture, there exists a particular fondness for hot food, as many feel uncomfortable consuming cold dishes. Warmth is essential. Just as they were discussing how to prepare the rice, a figure emerged from the distance. It was their companion. "Goodness, you've even managed to get a fire going." The newcomer exclaimed with a hearty laugh. "Why are you back so late? Did you find something good?" Zheng Ping asked with a grin. "Don't even mention it. I got lost on my way back and spent ages finding my way here," the man replied, raising his hand wearily before plopping down on the ground. "Where's Xing? Didn't he come back with you?" someone inquired, frowning. With the last light of day slipping away, the absence of Xing raised immediate concern. "He wasn't with me. I thought I was the last one back. He still hasn't returned?" The man replied, astonished. Upon hearing this, an ominous thought crept into everyone's minds. This was not a good sign. Once night fell, the absence of light could easily lead one to lose their sense of direction and wander aimlessly. "What is going on?" Zheng Ping pulled out his phone to call Xing, but the call failed to connect. He had ventured too far. The signal here was weak, and moving further and would only diminish it. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Chen Feng immediately realized what was amiss. "Damn it, is that fool out of his mind? It's dark and he hasn't turned back yet?" Zheng Ping muttered with a frown, continuing to attempt the call. Chapter 92, utterly lost regrettably. No matter how many times he dialed, it was utterly futile. Meanwhile, Xing stood far from the van, his expression exceedingly grave as he quickened his pace to return. Just 20 minutes prior, he had been searching for goods on the ground, enjoying the pleasantly cool weather. Yet, as he continued his search, an unsettling feeling crept over him. It was only when he abruptly looked up that he realized how dark it had become. Upon checking the time on his phone, a wave of cold sweat washed over him. Unbeknownst to him, it had grown so late, and he had been blissfully absorbed in his treasure hunt. A profound sense of crisis enveloped his mind, and without further ado, he grasped his detector and hurried back, his pace increasing several-fold. While walking, he glanced at his phone, and the complete absence of signal sent a jolt of fear through him. He could only pray that darkness would linger a little longer. If it plunged into complete blackness, he would undoubtedly lose all sense of direction, sealing his fate. Spending a night in such a place was fraught with uncertainty. As soon as he reached a location with even the faintest signal, he would be able to find his way back. However, his steps could not keep pace with the encroaching darkness. 20 minutes later, The night had fully descended, leaving Yin Xing in a state of utter panic. To make matters worse, the moonlight was particularly sparse that night, offering just enough illumination to vaguely discern the path ahead. He pulled out his phone to use its flashlight, carefully retracing his steps, doing his utmost to navigate back. Taking a deep breath, he attempted to calm himself. In moments like these, panic only exacerbated the situation. After roughly 20 more minutes of walking, when he spotted that tree he had seen mere moments ago, he stood frozen in place, his heart sinking. It was over. Yin Xing swallowed hard, his eyes betraying a hint of alarm. He could no longer discern the path he had taken. After scrutinizing his surroundings for what felt like an eternity, he fixated on one direction, straining to recall the memories of the day. Finally, with a steely resolve, he decided to venture in that direction. He was unwilling to wait idly for fate to claim him. He had to attempt to move forward. However, after approximately 10 minutes of walking, he found himself in a completely unfamiliar area. He was certain he had never been here during the day. With a sense of despair, he surveyed his surroundings, paralyzed with indecision. He feared that the farther he walked, the less likely he would be to find his way back. Whether it was the drop in temperature or the chill of his own apprehension, he felt a shiver run down his spine. Anxiously glancing around, he could still not determine which way to go. His phone remained devoid of signal, the only comfort being that he still had over 60% battery life. He sat down and lit a cigarette, forcing himself to regain his composure, though with each puff, he regretted having been blinded by that piece of gold. Forgetting to keep track of time, if given another chance, he would certainly refrain from pressing onward and would simply return instead. A gust of chilly wind swept past, causing goosebumps to rise on his skin, compelling him to rub his arms vigorously. With a modest supply of water and food sufficient to last a day, he found himself grappling with the increasingly frigid weather. Clad in short sleeves and shorts, he questioned whether he could truly endure a night in such a desolate place. Having seen reports of a condition known as hypothermia, which could claim lives even in seemingly mild temperatures, he sensed the ominous signs creeping upon him. Desperate to survive, he stood frozen in place, teetering on the brink of despair, realizing that a mere speck of gold could cost him his life. Had he foreseen such peril, he would have chosen otherwise. Yin Xing paced back and forth, striving to unearth any semblance of familiarity in his surroundings, while simultaneously attempting to stimulate his body and elevate his temperature. Yet, the more he searched, the more desolate he felt, acutely aware of his grim fate. There was nothing recognizable in the vicinity. What was he to do? Must he truly spend the night here? The chilling notion that he might freeze to death began to take hold. After what felt like an eternity of fruitless searching, despair washed over him. He sighed deeply and sank to the ground, utterly lost. The cold seeped into his bones, prompting him to hug his shoulders tightly, goosebumps erupting across his skin, rendering him incapable of generating warmth. He buried his head between his legs, seeking a modicum of comfort. Raising his gaze once more, he searched for a glimmer of hope. Producing the last half-pack of cigarettes, Yin Xing ignited one after another, not out of craving, but as a means to stave off the chill. He had considered starting a fire, yet without an axe, he could gather only a meager amount of wood with his shovel, hardly enough to ignite a flame. As he finished the last of the cigarettes, he set the pack alight, placing his hands above the flicker, drawing warmth from the fleeting flame. It was as if that flame embodied hope, but before he could fully appreciate it, it extinguished in an instant. He sighed heavily, wrestling with the despairing thought that he might truly perish here today. What luxury it would be to have a roaring fire before him. With a bitter smile, he shook his head and curled into himself on the ground. His mind wandered, contemplating myriad thoughts, even considering documenting his final moments on his phone, so that when they found him, it would serve as a testament to his existence. Just as he absent-mindedly gazed ahead, a faint, flickering light caught his attention. He wondered if he were truly on the brink of freezing to death, succumbing to hallucinations, much like the little girl selling matches. But upon closer inspection, he discerned that the light was indeed moving, not merely a figment of his imagination. In that moment, inspiration struck. Yin Xing seized his detector and dashed forward, disregarding the thorns of the underbrush that scraped against him. While running, he shouted, "I'm here! I'm here!" Yet, the light remained distant, and despite his desperate calls, no one answered. The luminous glow vanished mere minutes later, leaving Yin Xing in a state of profound anxiety, his throat nearly hoarse from calling out, "Don't go! I'm here! I'm here!" The urgency of his emotions brought him to the brink of tears. A despair that only those who have glimpsed hope, yet witnessed it slip away, can truly comprehend. Nothing could rival this sense of hopelessness. As he beheld the light dissipate like the flames from moments ago, his spirit plummeted from the heavens to the depths of despair. He stood helplessly, shouting into the void. Yet the silence around him offered no solace. In Xing stood frozen, a torrent of thoughts racing through his mind. After 10 agonizing seconds, he gritted his teeth and, with unwavering determination, sprinted toward the spot where the light had once shone, even though it had already faded away. The darkness enveloped him, and he stumbled, pain searing through his leg. Yet, at that moment, he could not afford to dwell on his injuries. The urgency to seize that fleeting glimmer of hope drove him onward, for he feared the encroaching chill of despair. Despite his relentless efforts, the beacon of hope remained elusive. Chapter 93. A Meal in the Wilderness. Breathless and fatigued, he placed his detector on the ground and leaned heavily on his knees. With the light extinguished, he felt utterly lost. Checking his phone, he noted the time, nearly 8:30. Was he truly destined to spend the night in this desolation? Just as despair threatened to engulf him, he noticed a flicker of signal on his phone. His heart surged with joy as he quickly composed a message for Jinping. However, the solitary bar of signal flickered on and off, and it took an eternity for the message to send. Meanwhile, Zheng Ping, armed with a flashlight, navigated through the thicket. An hour had passed since they confirmed In Xing's disappearance, prompting them to disperse in search of him. Each member carried a flashlight from home, scouring the area for any sign of In Xing, fearing that they might lose themselves in the process of searching. Zheng Ping had instructed everyone not to stray too far and to return immediately if their phone signals weakened. Huang Fei remained at their rendezvous point, serving as their guide. Should anyone become disoriented, they could send their real-time location to Huang Fei as long as their phone retained a signal. When Zheng Ping's phone unexpectedly buzzed with a new message, he pulled it out to discover it was from In Xing. "Where are you?" Zheng Ping opened the voice message and heard In Xing's voice. Without wasting a moment, Zheng Ping sent back his real-time location, though the signal was weak and intermittent. In Xing continued to fiddle with his phone, even raising it high in hopes of capturing more signal. At last, his phone displayed a real-time location, but just as quickly, it froze, failing to update. Nevertheless, a directional coordinate remained, prompting In Xing to set off toward it. As he walked, the signal gradually improved, stabilizing at 1 bar, still sporadic, but a significant enhancement compared to before. Ultimately, In Xing spotted the glow of a flashlight in the distance and dashed toward it, shouting, "I'm here! I'm here!" In the tranquil wilderness, Zheng Ping seemed to hear someone calling out. He directed his flashlight towards the source of the sound, sweeping it back and forth. Upon noticing the light approaching him, In Xing felt an overwhelming surge of emotion, nearly brought to tears. He quickened his pace, eager to reach the illuminating beacon. "Zheng Ping, my heavens, I nearly perished. Did you know that?" Upon seeing Zheng Ping, In Xing was so overcome that he nearly collapsed. Zheng Ping rushed forward to support him. "What on earth happened? How could you end up like this?" Zheng Ping reproached. "Let us head back first." "My goodness," In Xing replied, now acutely aware of his physical exhaustion. Zheng Ping sent a message to their group, informing them that they were returning and that In Xing had been found. When the two finally made their way back, they were greeted by a roaring bonfire that had flared back to life, with the group gathered around in anticipation. "What happened? Did you let the dog lead you astray? How did you manage to get lost?" the others inquired upon seeing In Xing. "My goodness, I adore this bonfire," In Xing exclaimed, rushing towards the flames, feeling an unparalleled warmth radiate from them. "Let me explain," he said, rubbing his arms vigorously before recounting the harrowing details of his ordeal. "Next time I encounter a situation like this, I won't be so greedy. You have no idea how close I felt to death," In Xing recounted, his voice trembling with residual fear. "I warned you, didn't I? I said we should head back by 5. You don't realize the panic you caused us all. We went out searching for you without even eating," Zheng Ping expressed, exasperated. In Xing clasped his hands together, gazing at everyone with gratitude. "Thank you all, thank you." The group reassured him that it was no trouble. They were all from the same village, after all. With In Xing safe, everyone felt a collective sense of relief. "What does the gold you found look like? You nearly lost your life for it," one curious soul asked. In Xing produced a small vial, smiling as he replied, "Just this, probably worth over 400. The vials circulated among the group, eliciting gasps of astonishment at In Xing's fortune. "Wow, you're even luckier than Fengzi. You made 600 today?" while foam only made 300 or 400. Someone teased, tossing the vial back to Yinxing. It's merely luck. I can't compare myself to Fengzi. Yinxing chuckled, shaking his head. After a brief respite, hunger struck the group, prompting them to retrieve food and prepare to satiate their appetites. Someone placed an aluminum lunchbox filled with rice and water over the fire, tightly sealing it. In a little while, we'll have rice to eat. Others positioned their lunchboxes near the bonfire, filling them with water to enjoy some hot drinks shortly. Some even warmed pancakes by the fire to ensure they wouldn't be cold when eaten. Chun Feng intended to do the same, hoping to heat some coals to cook his lunchbox and boiled 2 packets of instant noodles. However, the coals proved too intense, complicating the process of cooking the noodles. He would need to add more coals if the temperature dropped, making the whole endeavor cumbersome. Chun Feng decided to take out the portable stove, placing 2 blocks of alcohol fuel beneath it, filling a lunchbox with water and sitting it atop. Such a convenient method. Fengzi, your contraption truly works wonders, others remarked. A hint of envy in their voices. It's fine, but it's getting late. I must eat quickly and retire for the night. Chun Feng retrieved 2 packets of instant noodles and a sausage. Before long, the water began to boil, and he lowered the sausage into it. To be honest, he regretted not bringing a few eggs along. He must remember to do so next time, for noodles devoid of eggs lack soul. As the seasoning packets entered the bubbling water, an enticing aroma filled the air, causing everyone to sniff appreciatively, swallowing reflexively as they glanced towards Chun Feng's direction. How delightful! How had they never realized the exquisite fragrance of instant noodles before? What once seemed satisfactory in their hands now appeared rather unappetizing in comparison. Huang Fei was equally tempted. Yet he reserved a few packets for the last days of their trip. Indulging now would mean scarcity later. What a luxury it is to savor instant noodles in the wild, he mused, filled with admiration for Chun Feng. The aroma was intoxicating and invigorating. Chun Feng stirred the noodles with chopsticks, and after a day of hunger, he could not help but salivate at the scent. As the noodles remained slightly firm, he could no longer resist and began to devour them. This was indeed the optimal moment for their delightful chewiness. They would soon soften and lose their appeal. In this remote, desolate mine, the night air turned cool, and before him lay a roaring fire, as he relished a steaming bowl of instant noodles. Could there be anything more sublime? It was sheer bliss. The others watched as Chun Feng slurped his noodles, while they nibbled on their dry pancakes, though a fortunate few awaited their steaming rice. When the time came, pairing it with homemade chili sauce and pickles would be quite splendid. Chapter 94. A vow to buy a car. Thus, they consoled themselves. Having finished his noodles, Chun Feng surprisingly drank every last drop of the broth. Ordinarily, he would have discarded such a thing at home, concerned that the lunchbox would dry out and become difficult to clean. He poured a bit of water from a bucket to rinse it thoroughly. Water was indeed precious at this moment, so he was cautious not to waste too much. Once done, he comfortably settled beside the fire and lit a cigarette. After a while, their rice had also finished cooking. Upon lifting the lid, a fragrant steam wafted forth, causing Zheng Ping to feel a twinge of regret. Tomorrow, I shall cook rice too. Even if I cannot enjoy instant noodles, having warm rice is a wonderful thing. They poured chili sauce into their lunchboxes, adding pickles and scallions, and began to eat. Although somewhat bland, the pleasure of consuming warm rice in the wilderness was more than sufficient. After a long day, everyone felt sticky, with dust coating their faces and hands. However, due to the scarcity of water, they could only dampen their towels slightly to wipe themselves down. Have one. Zheng Ping offered a cigarette to Yinxing, who almost choked at the sight, repeatedly shaking his head. No, you smoke it. I already finished all my cigarettes while I was lost earlier. The others burst into laughter, thinking that perhaps this incident might even help him quit smoking. Gathered around the campfire, they engaged in light-hearted conversation, relishing this rare moment of leisure. As the clock approached 11, the flames began to dwindle, and no one bothered to add more wood. When only a few embers remained, Zheng Ping tossed a stone into the fire, extinguishing the last flickers. They all climbed into the vehicle, preparing for sleep. Chun Feng yawned as he settled in. How wonderful it would be to have a bed at that moment. Sitting next to Zheng Ping, he retrieved a jacket from the pocket at his feet and draped it over himself, ready to drift off. Huang Fei, feeling less fatigued, turned to his phone to read an e-book. Their sole means of charging was through Huang Fei's vehicle charger, so they generally refrained from using their devices to save energy, as charging was quite a hassle. Two individuals had even brought blankets and decided to spread them across the aisle, lying down to ease their fatigue. The best position belonged to Huang Fei, who could recline his seat and lean back comfortably against the driver's seat, avoiding the hardness of the floor. Chen Feng placed a clean towel against the window and rested his head on it, preparing to sleep. Although the conditions were somewhat harsh, he thought it was manageable. Little did he know, the worst was yet to come. Inside the vehicle, a group of men had been wearing shoes all day, and finally, as night fell and they settled down to sleep, they kicked off their footwear, relishing the relief. However, with limited water available, washing their feet was out of the question. Regardless of the heat, the stench that arose from 7 or 8 pairs of shoes being removed, compounded by the inability to open the windows due to the cool night air, was nothing short of overwhelming. As Chen Feng leaned against the window, he caught a whiff of an indescribable odor, his face contorting in disgust. Heavens, have you all been mining or stomping in pickled vegetables? He struggled to cope with the smell, fanning the air with his hand. Though his feet also carried a scent, it was nowhere near the level of their pungent aroma. Initially, he attempted to endure it, but as the stench intensified, he could no longer bear it and cracked the window open. Fresh air rushed in, offering him some relief. At least enough to stave off nausea. He pressed tightly against the window, closed his eyes, and hoped to sleep through it. However, before he could doze off, the sound of snoring erupted throughout the cabin. After a long, exhausting day, everyone was utterly fatigued and fell asleep within minutes. The cacophony of snores echoed around him, and Chen Feng's face contorted into a mask of agony. The nose is assailed by a pungent odor, while the ears endure relentless torment. Who could possibly find slumber under such conditions? The cacophony of noise overwhelms Chen Feng, pushing him to the brink of despair. Who on earth has taken to the skies once more? He tightly shuts his eyes, clenching his fists in utter resignation, pressing firmly against the window in a futile attempt to drown out the clamor and coax himself into sleep. Don't move, that's mine, I saw it first. The voices echo in his mind, accompanied by the incessant sounds of snoring, grinding teeth, and murmurs of dreams, all converging to torment Chen Feng mercilessly. How much could such a large gold piece fetch? The noise persists, and in sheer desperation, Chen Feng resorts to stuffing paper into his ears. Yet this proves futile. The sounds penetrate regardless, though any reduction is a welcome relief. Strangely, perhaps out of sheer exhaustion, Chen Feng's eyelids begin to droop, slipping into a state between dreams and wakefulness. Just as he teeters on the brink of sleep, he suddenly feels a hand on his chest. Startled, he opens his eyes to find it is none other than Zheng Ping beside him. The lad's eyes remain closed, acting solely on instinct as he gropes about, seemingly in search of something. Wife, don't lay there, turn around, Zheng Ping murmurs. Chen Feng gapes at him in disbelief, feeling utterly exasperated. He had thought Zheng Ping to be the only decent person in the vehicle, but it turns out he is the most bothersome of all. Zheng Ping, who would have thought your thick brows and earnest demeanor mask such a roguish nature? Irritated, Chen Feng swats away the offending hand and leans against the window, fuming. Just as he is about to drift off again, that hand reaches out once more, this time audaciously slipping beneath his clothing, seeking to hasten matters. For heaven's sake, this is too much, Chen Feng exclaims, pulling Zheng Ping's hand away in exasperation. Even through clothing isn't sufficient? You must delve deeper? With a forceful shove, he sends Zheng Ping rolling onto his side, clutching his shoulders and turning away from Chen Feng to resume his slumber. With a resigned sigh, Chen Feng leans against the window and closes his eyes once more, his mind fixated on a singular thought, vowing to himself that upon returning home, his first act will be to purchase a car. There is no room for negotiation. If he were to share another ride with these individuals, he would be reduced to a mere dog. Stealing his resolve, Chen Feng finally succumbs to fatigue, dozing off against the window. The next morning, around 7 o'clock, people begin to stir, rising to use the restroom, their movements rousing others from their slumber. The day has brightened, and they must rise to commence their labors. Yinxing steps out of the stifling vehicle to relieve himself, inhaling the fresh, crisp morning air with a deep breath, relishing the comfort it brings. Yinxing stretched lazily, preparing to return to the vehicle for a while longer, joining his companions in their waking. Chapter 95, The Thief Crying Thief. However, upon re-entering the vehicle, he was nearly overwhelmed by the pungent stench of sweaty feet, mingled with an array of unpleasant odors, nearly causing him to stumble. Goodness, whose feet smell so foul? Aren't you afraid of poisoning? Quickly, open a window. Xing pinched his nose and climbed inside, rolling down the window. Another companion entered the vehicle, nearly retching from the odor, covering his mouth in disgust as he exclaimed, "Goodness, whose feet are those? Have they started to ferment?" One must admit, this phenomenon is indeed remarkable. If one remains inside, the scent is tolerable. Yet, stepping outside and then re-entering renders it utterly unbearable. Some companions, roused from slumber, blinked blearily. "What is all the fuss? I don't smell anything," one protested. "You can't smell it? If I don't roll down the windows, you'll all suffocate. It's worse than gas." Xing found a spot by the window and leaned out. Awakened by the commotion, one individual stepped outside to relieve himself, departing with a dismissive thought that they were merely exaggerating. Upon returning, he nearly turned back, each person pinching their noses. "Heavens, who could it be? We should wash our feet tonight. How did we not notice this last night? I can't take it anymore. I won't go back inside. I'll stay out here." "Let anyone who wishes to enter do so," said Ping, also roused from sleep, clutching his shoulders with his eyes still shut. "Perhaps it was all of you causing the ruckus. I woke up in the middle of the night for no apparent reason, likely due to your noise. I, however, slept soundly, completely undisturbed." Feng, overhearing this, who had been struggling to stay awake, finally opened his mouth wide in exasperation and cursed, "Damn it. There is not a decent person among you. Each one is crying thief." This outburst elicited laughter from everyone in the vehicle. Even Ping himself could hardly contain a chuckle. "Ha ha, you've made my day, Feng," he replied, grinning. "What's wrong? Am I not a sound sleeper?" Ping asked curiously. "I don't wish to converse," Feng retorted, showing no desire to engage. That night, he resolved to switch seats. Enduring the late-night disturbances was simply intolerable. After half an hour, Feng finally emerged from the vehicle, sporting 2 dark circles under his eyes, clutching his belongings. The morning air was refreshingly cool, though slightly chilly. A jacket sufficed, primarily for the invigorating sensation of breathing fresh air, which was a stark contrast to the stuffiness inside the vehicle. The group gathered outside to eat. No one was inclined to start a fire for cooking, opting instead for whatever was convenient. After breakfast, they all returned to the vehicle, where the air had become considerably more bearable. Huang Fei suggested they change seats, as their previous arrangements had already been thoroughly explored, and further investigation would yield diminishing returns. "This spot will do," Feng remarked, surveying his surroundings. He felt no particular premonition, merely a sense of aesthetic satisfaction. Everyone had no particular objections. After all, changing locations was all that mattered. "All right, let's stop here," Huang Fei said as he brought the vehicle to a halt and opened the door. The group gradually disembarked, each carrying their belongings, with Huang Fei following suit. Being alone in the car was rather dreary, and an additional 50 could be earned with ease. Feng retrieved a shovel from his bag, securing it to the side, ready to embark on today's treasure hunting expedition. "Hey, Fengzi, why is your backpack different from ours? How can your shovel attach to the side?" Ping remarked. Noticing Feng's actions and realizing for the first time that Feng's backpack was distinct, his eyes widened in astonishment. Upon Ping's observation, the others gathered around in curiosity, and as they scrutinized the side of Feng's bag, they gasped in unison. "Wow, what an ingenious design. This way, I don't have to constantly hold the shovel or rummage through my bag to find it. Impressive." It's evident that Fengzi has a sharp mind. He sewed a space for it himself, since there was no designated spot on the bag. "Goodness, Fengzi, how could you not share such a convenient tool with us?" Feng was taken aback by the astonished expressions directed at him. He had presumed that they were simply too lazy to consider such an arrangement. Little did he realize today that they had not thought of it at all. He facepalmed in disbelief, realizing he had overestimated their intellect. "I assumed you all were aware of this, but chose not to exert the effort. Did none of you find it inconvenient to retrieve the shovel from your bags repeatedly?" Xing waved his hand dismissively and replied, "Who would have thought of that? While I did find it somewhat cumbersome, I believe that was how all prospectors operated. I didn't realize it could be so creatively executed. I will definitely sew one at home. This is far too convenient. It truly is convenient. I used to keep my shovel in my pants pocket, even going so far as to find an old pair of pants to poke holes in, just to secure it. Had I known it could be done this way, I would never have resorted to that. Fengzi, do you have any more ingenious tricks? Please, enlighten us." Someone eagerly implored Feng. No wonder Feng consistently reaped substantial rewards. It turned out he truly employed his intellect. Unlike their singular approach of sticking to the same methods they learned initially, never considering improvements. Nothing more for now. I'll let you know if I discover anything else worthwhile. Chen Feng shrugged. The group felt a sense of loss at his words, yet with Chen Feng among them, they felt a newfound assurance. Having such a clever companion made everything so much easier. They dispersed, each selecting a direction to explore, and before departing, Zheng Ping cautioned everyone to remain close and return promptly in the evening, mindful of Yin Xing's prior experience. With this lesson in mind, they were all the more cautious, determined not to take risks by venturing too far. Yin Xing, having learned his lesson, vowed not to stray more than a kilometer from the van today. That distance was ample for his exploration. With tools in hand, they set off towards their chosen paths, while Chen Feng, equipped with a detector, ventured further afield. 10 minutes later, one among them struck gold, surprisingly not Chen Feng, but Huang Fei. He, too, was too indolent to venture far, merely leaning out from beside the vehicle, standing in place with the detector in hand, sweeping it haphazardly from side to side. After completing a full circle, he would take a step forward to continue his search. Only by observing their method of detection could one comprehend just how efficient Chen Feng truly was. Such efficiency, in stark contrast to Chen Feng's, was akin to the difference between heaven and earth. Chen Feng needed not to probe slowly. He could simply advance steadily, for in the span of half a minute, he could accomplish what they would take an entire day to achieve. Upon hearing the sound of the detector, Huang Fei felt a surge of joy, the morning drowsiness dissipating in an instant. He had not anticipated that after such a brief period of searching, he would encounter a find. With his spirits soaring, he grasped the shovel, crouched down, and began to sift through the earth, one shovelful at a time, hoping that this would be the first piece of gold in his life.